no, I'm not a king. I'm the king. Just wait a minute, I got one last ticket. You wanna come with me? I gotta say I'm on the business. Say I wanna just believe it. I said I wanna take you out there. I got one last ticket. I got one last ticket. I got one last ticket. No, I'm not a king. I'm the king.
So take me to the finish line, 'cause you're never gonna stop me trying. Yeah, what's real is never gonna die. So take me to the finish line. Take me to the finish line. Take me to the finish line, 'cause you're never gonna stop me trying. What's real is never gonna die. So take me to the finish line. Take me to the finish line. So take me to the finish line, 'cause what's real is never gonna die. Yeah, you're never gonna stop me trying. Take me to the finish line. Take me home.
Scream out.
I see you turn around. You shine the brightest now.
There's no doubt.
This current's changing, changing.
Still about. There's danger waiting, waiting. Scream out. I see you turn around. Stay out. You shine the brightest, brightest. There's no doubt. The current's changing, changing. Still about. Danger waiting, waiting. Danger waiting, waiting. Danger waiting, waiting.
Another lonely night, sitting with my memories, haunting me for life. You told me if I just believe, it'll be alright. Do you believe it? Do you believe it? Yeah. Tell me honestly, do you really practice what you preach faithfully? And does it make you wrong or right? Judging me. How do you decide? How do you decide? Why you wanna leave with fear when you could go and leave with love? I'ma just stay right here, cause I can never give enough. Hey pretender, come on, take me back down to the river and tell me all the ways that I'm a sinner. If I follow, will I be delivered? Am I delivered? Oh, defender, come on, take me back down to the river and tell me all the ways I should surrender. If I follow, will I be delivered? Am I delivered? Another phony lie, something you keep selling me, something I won't buy. I know that you keep telling me how to live my life. I won't believe it. I won't believe it. Tell me honestly, do you really practice what you preach faithfully? Will you ever let me be? Or will you just keep judging me? Keep judging me, yeah. Why you wanna leave with fear when you could go and leave with love? I'ma just stay right here, cause I can never give enough. She be in the right place, always at the right time. Looking like a dream worth chasing. Her place hit me in the nighttime. Trying to come through and I say, okay, okay, okay. What else I'ma say? Sucker for a pretty face, okay, okay. And she always get away when I say, I can never help myself, pretty baby. She like 2020, always driving me crazy. She like spending money just as soon as I make it. Even with the drama, little mama, my favorite. She come with finesse and the stutter steps, everything fresh to the death. She ain't got a flex, she just say less. Come correct her, don't come at all. That girl done it all, run it all, window to the wall. Every time she call, it's a mission. It gon' be a trip, pay attention. I ain't even mad, she different. Just like sunlight in the distance, a little out of reach, ready made for the way. Cause the life is a beach, at least it's a mutual arrangement. If I'm being honest with myself, I wouldn't change it. Every time I'm with her, it's a mini vacation. Lose track of time like daylight savings. She be in the right place, always at the right time. Looking like a dream worth chasing. Her place hit me in the nighttime. Trying to come through and I say, okay, okay, okay. What else I'ma say? Sucker for a pretty face, okay, okay. And she always get away when I say, I say what you have, she say what you got. I say what you need, she say what you want. I say what you on, she just say a lie. She could have the whole world on a string in a pocket. Stage dive with it in a mosh pit. Everybody watching, she don't care with gossip. She stirred the pot cause she just a little toxic. She know she the plug in the charge in the socket. I would say it's love, but it's more catastrophic. Defies logic, a little obnoxious, but I'm so far gone like a Drake tape. Never had a chance in the first place. Maybe that's a mistake. I just had to know how her lips taste. Body talk letting her fixate this way. She know she my favorite escape. That's why she hit my line when it hit me in the right place, always at the right time. Looking like a dream worth chasing. Her place hit me in the nighttime. Trying to come through and I say, okay, okay, okay. What else I'ma say? Sucker for a pretty face, okay, okay. And she always get away when I say it.
All that time I wasted on something. Growing up, I dreamed just nothing. Ooh, what are you? People talk loud, I get what they're telling me. I fucked up, I didn't care a bit. Ooh, what are you? Hey, I gotta say, something's going wrong. And everything's upside down. I'm falling. Hey,
could never be like me. Flow so hot, but the jewels I see. Never think much of a fool I see. Them type of man we are school and teach. Fresh to death, head to toe.
ESL 1 Kuala Lumpur is brought to you in part by Intel Arc, Acer Predator, DHL, Monster Energy, and 1xBet.
Good morning, everyone. It has been 471 days since ESL was last in Malaysia, and it's time for another round. We're here live from Kuala Lumpur, and in just about 6 to 7 days, 6 days of play, we'll be crowning a champion in the Malaysian International Exhibition Center, and it's gonna be fantastic. It's gonna be packed. Top tier Dota 2, top tier teams, and of course we have a long road to get there. We flew in the 12 best teams in the world to compete here at ESL 1 Kuala Lumpur. So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. It is ESL 1 Kuala Lumpur, powered by Intel.
Malaysia. A country with historic passion. With countless players, some competing for years, some for less, but all with the energy of the region running through their veins. We've been here before. Defeats were had. Victories were had. But we've moved forward. The players are going to have to adapt. And sometimes you can't always keep up. So you have to keep moving. 12 teams will compete for the chance at glory. Only the strongest will prevail. The rest left in the dust. Who will reclaim the trophy? We're ready to find out. Are you?
Oh, I'm so ready to find out what's going to happen here this week. I can't wait to see the Dota in action, the players in action, the teams in action. There's a lot of things we need to talk about because it's been about a month since the International, so there's a lot of things that have happened, but also there's a lot of things that haven't happened because there hasn't been that much top-tier Dota for you to tune into. But that's going to change right now. And top-tier Dota requires top-tier talent. And I got two people with me right here. Effie and Kezu, good morning. Kezu, how are you doing?
Doing great.
Yeah?
You know, I had good breakfast. I'm ready for good Dota. The patch for me, I'm maybe skipping a bit.
Yeah,
but it wasn't enough.
I want to see. It's fine.
I want to see the good players show me what's up because I feel like not enough changed. But I'm doing great.
Good.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just happy to be here, excited to be back in Malaysia. There's always this post-TI gap where you want to watch really good competitive Dota, but, you know, off-season's a little bit boring, so getting to see some competitive Dota and just having that excitement again is going to be great.
Yeah, let's touch on that first because it has been a while since we've seen proper top tier competitive Dota. And as Kazi says, there's a lot of question marks because there was a patch after TI, but it wasn't really big. And I hope to learn as well from these two what to look out for, because when watching Dota, Kazi, what are you expecting? Which heroes are you expecting to show up? Like, let's imagine people haven't watched Dota for a while. It's like, okay, I'm sitting down. What to expect?
So there's a couple that are plaguing my pubs. One is a skeleton Zuckerman, aka Pugna. He just runs around. He has 1 billion range. Then he enables his mid laner. I feel like no one can beat this hero in the lane. So that's one. And then it's the Bear Man, Lone Druid. It doesn't matter if he goes safe lane, if he goes mid, if he goes off lane. You can't beat this guy in the lane. It's impossible. So some people, they will bust it out and they'll show it to us that it's Borkin.
Borkin indeed. What does that even mean? God, okay. No, yeah. On top of those heroes who have been plaguing pubs recently, I also feel like Slardar has risen to notoriety in high MMR pubs. He's just in every game. It feels like his item build is so flexible. He's so strong in lane, and he gives his team everything, right? He gives them Roche, he gives them damage, he gives them lane presence, and he gives them a means to take fights by his initiation. So I expect to see a lot of Slardar in this tournament. The second hero that I would eyeball is, of course, Luna. She's risen to probably top 2 carries of this patch. It feels like you can pick her into almost any lineup. She is strong on lane, she farms very quickly, and she's very good at team fighting. So those are the heroes that I would look out for.
Okay, definitely so a couple heroes to look out for, and I'm sure that the teams will have cooked something up for us that we'll have some heroes pop up that we weren't expecting to see. So can't wait to see that. We'll have to wait a little bit longer, because it's not only the Dota 2 that has changed a little bit from TI. The landscape has changed. The landscape, and I don't just mean physically that we're here in Malaysia right now, but I mean the competitive landscape, because DPC is no longer. And that means, Effie, I think there's a lot of extra pressure on the players when it comes to this ESL 1 right here.
Oh, for sure. Like, by nature of not having a DPC system in place, that makes every third-party tournament that much more valuable in terms of exposure for potentially new players, in terms of money that you're making as a player, and the ability to compete and learn. So it's not one of those third-party tournaments where you're just like, I'll do whatever, and I've got the DPC coming up, and that's where I'll really focus so that I can qualify to the major. No, you have to bring your A game to every tournament this year, including this one.
I also think like it's nice. Personally, for me, like DPC, it was great, and I think the idea of it was good too. But I feel like I just kept watching like recycled group stages over and over and over. Instead, now you have qualifiers, there's things on the line. Now you go to a LAN, boom, now we're here.
Yeah, boom, now you're here, and better yet, for a couple of teams, it's boom, now you're here, and boom, now you're gone. Because we have a group stage of, it's 3 days, 2.5 days. And, you know, I mentioned earlier, there's 12 teams. That's fantastic. It's nice. Everybody gets to be here. Some teams were already here a little bit beforehand even. But most of them just flew in a couple days ago. And a couple of those will fly out again in a couple days as well, because 4 teams will be eliminated at the end of groups. We have 2 groups of 6 teams. And the bottom 2 of each group goes home. Top 2 of each group get to play in upper bracket, whereas the number 3 and 4 get to play in the lower bracket in the playoffs. And all of those teams will play in front of the crowd as well. We actually do have a couple of upper bracket games already on the 3rd day of groups, but all those teams will play again, as it is, of course, the upper bracket. But it's a lot of pressure, because it's very different from the DPC, where you had 6 weeks, 3 weeks to do well. Now it's 3 days to do well, because that's an adjustment right there.
That's a big adjustment. You don't have too much time to like learn from you know, kind of your mistakes. But one thing that I do like, at least from the format, which maybe we'll touch on later as well, is that I think compared to the Valve majors, no matter how you place, you'll at least make some money. Because I think that is something that should have also been changed back in the day. You were changing it now. I'm just saying, you know.
I know. I mean, you say some money, a little bit of money.
I mean,
let's
it's
take
better
a
than
look
zero.
at how much people can earn, because the prize pool for ESL 1 Kuala Lumpur 2023 is $1 million, Effie.
Yeah, I think that when you have a prize pool that is in this size, especially for third party, which pros really aren't accustomed to in terms of prize pool, it makes it so that the level of Dota, like we mentioned earlier, has to be higher. But also just by virtue of just not having these things that we talked about earlier, these DPCs and these tournaments that you depend on, it actually makes it so I feel like your earnings are going to even out throughout the year anyway, right? Because these are the only ones that you're getting. So I would imagine that most people should be feeling the pressure, especially if they're not in those really high tier orgs with the really high paychecks.
Yeah, and I know that there's a lot of people tuning in. They're like, okay, you know what? I kind of know what's coming in terms of the teams. I kind of know where they slot in because, you know, you might have just watched the international. You know a little bit about how they should be doing over this event. But there's a couple things that changed as well. We can first take a look at the group stages because, again, 2 groups of 6 teams means it's very important to know which team's in your group. And it's so hard to tell because we can't know what is the group. There's no group of death because there's so much unknown, right?
Yeah, honestly, I have no idea. Like half the teams change. You have like, what, 2 teams that didn't change. So it's like kind of really hard to tell. But for me, when I take a glimpse, we'll see Group B after, I have my eyes a little more on that group than Group A. Just personal take and hunch. I don't know.
Okay, that's exciting because Group A's got, you know, the giants that we were used to watching last year. You know, BetBoom Team, Gaming Gladiators, and the re-emergence of Team Secret as a potentially very good team or contender just by how they played in the closed qualifiers. So I feel like Group A is very exciting to watch too. You know, regardless of your preference for Group B.
Okay. We'll see. We'll see later tonight.
We'll see.
Later today.
I mean, it's good that you mentioned that because we will indeed have Group A play at the start of the day, Group B playing at the start, over the second half of the day rather. But there's a couple team names that, you know, you might be a little bit confused by. Like, for example, I'm very confused to see Tundra standing there because they're not
who's
even
that?
here.
They get a quick invite here.
Yeah, a quick invite.
Day.
Last day. Last I checked, there was only Thompson listed in Thunder Esports. Kazu, was that correct?
I mean, he's not there anymore, right? But yeah, he was the
I think
one
he's
guy
still
left.
listed
Oh, he is?
on Wikipedia.
I mean, this guy just makes it everywhere. What can you do? And another team that many people maybe don't know, Falcons. But you know, they've got some good names. We'll touch more on them later.
Yeah, and of course the team name that should be there instead of Thunder, it's Team Undying.
Yeah. Or TSM.
No, Team
Okay.
Undying.
True. Team Undying.
TSM. They know
Bye-bye.
They left the Dota 2.
Bye-bye.
So
You don't deserve to be mentioned.
no.
Whoa.
Whoa.
I mean, that's what I just got.
Whoa. Team Undying. But there's a lot of things that changed because we mentioned all these teams and we mentioned that there's only 2 teams that stayed the same. And this team, you might have never heard of before because this is a fresh team. This is Team Falcons, and I know there's a lot of familiar faces, but for me, Effie, this is one of the more exciting teams to watch because we have no idea where they slot.
For sure. I mean, it's exciting just because you see a lot of these names. For example, Crit, who's been a fan favorite for so long, Skeeter, who is a TI winner alongside Snake King, and ATF, who is a very, very famous player in terms of his playstyle. But also, I just want to point at Malrine. This player is very exciting to watch because he's been bouncing around the Dota 2 scene for a while, but hasn't quite found a team that actually reflects his skill level. Because in terms of skill level, he is insane.
Yeah.
He is a very, very strong player. So a lot can be expected coming out of this team, in my opinion. And of course, Shiver, I have to mention Middle East representation.
Yes.
As a Middle Easterner, it's really exciting to watch our scene thrive in the last year or so, and you know, another team to root for.
And it has its own region to qualify from as well, so extra important to have a team representative coming out of the MENA region is what it's called. You'll be hearing a lot of that in the future because I'm sure that it's going to produce a lot of superstars, as we have already seen a lot of superstars coming out of the region itself. Now there's another team that is a little bit fresh, and I say a little bit because there's the team itself was already there, but I just really because we want to talk about seeing Abed here because it's been 4 years since Abed has played for an SCA team.
No, Abed is back. The first time I saw him too, he was in Execration. Yeah, Execration like 2016, 2017. That's like when he first came out. He was this like, what, 15, 16-year-old kid playing his Meepo.
Yep.
You know, he's back to his roots. I feel like Gabby also, he's grown a lot as a player. He looked pretty good in Entity. Carlo is a player I don't know as much about as the others, but I feel like this whole team with, you know, Raven as well, they're really built with like kind of superstars and like prodigies of their own region and are put together. And I think if they can kind of figure out what to do, how to play, and how to help each other in the games, this team has some real big potential.
Oh, I would agree entirely. And I feel like the SCA region in particular has a lot of potential this year because another team that, you know, didn't quite make it to this tournament, which was Geek Fam. I thought they played incredibly well in their series versus Blacklist to make it here. So it's just an exciting time for a region that they honestly did not have the greatest year last year, but it seems like a lot of these roster shuffles and the excitement of a new year is making it so that SEA Dota could be back.
Yeah, I hope it will be. And I think if any place for SEA Dota to be back, it will be right here in Malaysia. So really exciting to see them play in front of a somewhat home crowd. I know that there's a team that has a little bit more of a home crowd. IG has 3 Malaysians in it, I believe, so that definitely takes the crown there for sure. But very excited. Hope they make it to play in front of that crowd. And we're gonna have to go through these group stages. They're gonna be brutal. There's gonna be so much Dota, and luckily for us, we will learn everything, not just about the Dota being played at the time that is being played, but we'll learn a lot about the teams as well and the players as they play, because we have a reporter on site in the name of Purge, and we're going to find out what he's going to be up to.
Thank you, Shiver. Yes, we're here at ESL 1 Kuala Lumpur 2023, and lots of things in store. Now, the DPC is no longer a thing, which means we're going to see a lot more LANs, and ESL is going to be one of these. No more forehead cams. We've got real cameras centered on the players' faces. Don't have to deal with that anymore. We've got players on LAN. This is one of 6 player booths in the hotel that the teams are playing at that you're going to see lots of great Dota happening. So 3 games at one time possible here, and lots of great matchups as well. Now, we've seen players around the hotel here in Kuala Lumpur. We're sitting downtown. Everything's very nice. The food is interesting. They've got SSDs on all their computers. They've got the top tier gaming chairs and everything. So a lot of really good stuff to look forward to as the rest of the day and the tournament continues. So you'll be hearing from me, various player check-ins, player interviews. I'm going to ask them a lot of Dota questions, that boring stuff, right? And try to channel my best slacks, which I'm doing my best over here. So hopefully you guys enjoy that, and we will catch you guys later on when first matches have been completed.
Thank you, Burns. Yeah, can't wait to see what he gets out of the players. He's saying he's going to ask the Dota questions, but he's also saying that he's got to channel his inner slacks, because it worries me a little bit.
It worries me too. But the thing is, I feel like most people will fail. Trying to get out the inner slacks, something scary could happen to Purge. I'm a bit worried for him.
I'm worried for Slacks, because have you seen Purge crack jokes?
No.
He is secretly very funny. He's somebody that you don't expect to be funny, but it's there.
And now I'm ready. Now I want to see it.
I want to see it. I want to see a lot of things. I also want to see you guys at home. That's right. I want to see everything. So if you have things to share, if you have questions for Purge, or that you want Purge to ask players, if you have questions for us, if you want to just show off how you are watching ESL 1, or if you just want to scream into the void and get your opinion out there on anything, make sure to use to use hashtag Rise Above Fate and tag. Well, you can tag us, you don't have to, but Rise Above Fate, and you will be seen, you will be noticed, and join in the conversation anywhere.
Anywhere.
On X. I was going to call it Twitter, but on X.
I love X.
On Instagram, on Facebook, on YouTube, on TikTok, everywhere. Everywhere. So do that. And, you're going to have a lot to talk about, because there's a lot of Dota to talk about here. We have 3 streams. You heard Purge say it. If you did the math already, which I'm sure a lot of the people already did. But there's 6 teams per group, and you heard Purge as well. There's 6 booths, meaning Group A will play all their matches for the first half, and then Group B will play all the matches for the second half. And we have 3 streams running at the same time. And now, of course, you're watching right here on the main stream. We also have an Ember stream. And the Ember stream, you'll be able to tune in to Lyrical and Fear, and they'll be having some top-tier Dota 2. Any match in particular, Kezu, that catches your eye instantly?
Falcons Liquid.
Oh, mine too,
right
actually. Yeah.
I just see it, and I don't need to explain it. I just know.
Yeah, I agree. It's going to be a test for Falcons, who a lot of people, like we mentioned before, have really high hopes for. And it's also going to be, a test for Liquid, who were one of the most dominant teams last year. And we want to see if they're able to carry that same dominance into the new Dota year.
Yeah, they have also have some roster shuffles there, so that's going to be exciting. There's going to be a Storm stream as well with T-Gov and R Cryptic. Effie, which match?
What is that logo?
That is a dog.
You only have 2 options.
That is a dog.
Yes.
That is Vavitas. And the other one is not Tundra, it's Team Undying.
You need to choose one of the dog games.
I've got it. Okay, I'm going to say VV versus Vavitas.
Vavita.
Good choice.
Yes, that for me that's pretty exciting because I am curious to see how well this new South American team performs, but also Bedboom, who didn't change roster. I need to know if that was the correct play or not, because it is a bold thing to do to not change rosters. You're basically saying that everything we did last year was perfect. We just need to fix a few things here and there. So to see if they had the right call is going to be
You know, I thought there
very
was something
curious.
happening when Toronto Tokyo came back from TI. His stream title was mid-practice. I was like,
He
huh,
did trick
maybe,
us.
you know,
He did
something is
trick us,
coming, but
yeah.
this guy's just debating us.
Just debating us. So, you know, we're going to start off easy, you
Okay.
know? We're going to focus our attention on the Dota. We don't have to deal with any roster shuffles because Gaming Gladiators and Bedboom, those will be our first two opponents right here on this stream. And they didn't change a single thing. So we're going to take our attention to the Dota 2 and just recap what the years have looked like for Bedboom and Gaming Gladiators, and we'll see you after a short break.
Steam out.
I see you turn around.
Stay out.
You shine the brightest now.
There's no doubt.
This current's changing, changing.
Still about.
There's danger
Waiting, waiting. Steam out. I see you turn around. Stay out. You shine the brightest, brightest. There's no doubt. The current's changing, changing. Still
You are watching ESL 1 Kuala Lumpur 2023, and we are seeing BetBoom and Gaming Gladiators set up for their first match of the day. And they've been very busy, so have we, which meant that we did not check our social media properly this morning, which meant we were uninformed that Tundra did indeed
Surprise!
pick up on the Team Undying. So there was no mistake. That was just our uninformedness here showing as, we'll have Team Tundra who picked up Team Undying. It's not what we focus on right now, but I did want to correct ourselves just a little bit. But BetBoom and Gaming Gladiators, very exciting stuff because nothing changed, Kazu.
Yeah, they both thought, okay, you know, the teams are good, we keep it the same, and honestly, I kind of like it. I feel like back in the past, it was more like, you know, 2 months go bad, boom, you're out. 2 months bad, next one out, next one out. And right now, I think it was probably not too easy for BetBoom to do that because they're a team of like a younger squad and maybe there's some issues, but I think if they can just work through it, because we all know their individual skill is like off the charts. They're really good.
Yeah, and it's also promising in that in this region, historically, EEU, that roster shuffles happen like
every time.
Yeah.
It's like changing your clothes over there. Every time a tournament happens and something goes wrong, there's always one player that's identified as an issue, and that issue is always, it tries to be remedied, and then by bringing in a new player, the entire dynamic of the team is thrown off, and suddenly someone else is a problem, and we've seen that happen time and time again. So for BetBoom to make the call that they're just satisfied with every player that they have, and that they can just tweak on a few things here and there, is really it inspires confidence in terms of how they perceive themselves.
Yeah, for sure. This is a team also that during the entire 2023 year, they've done better and better and better. And they've constantly had a little bit of a step up on their performance. They came top 6 at the International, which is very good.
It's good.
It's very good. So I'm very happy to see this squad still together. You can see also that they seem to be in good spirits. It is very interesting. I mean, this is for me one of the favorites of the event. This is also a team that we have seen already because they did have to qualify to get here.
Yep.
So we have a little bit of data on them, and I would call them some of the favorites here of this group. But I would also say the same thing of their opponents, because Gaming Gladiators, they've also not changed, and they came second at the year.
I mean, Gaming, we know that they were, you know, probably the best team of last year, or maybe, you know, top 2 with like some Team Spirit and Liquid, but they're really good. Maybe they didn't look as good in the like grand finals, but come on, you got second place at TI.
Yes.
You're a pretty damn good team.
Yeah, I mean, they completely dominated every ESL tournament of the last competitive year in Dota. I mean, it feels like they were just a step ahead of every other team up until it came to Riyadh Masters and the TI of the last competitive year. So of all the teams to not change rosters, this does make the most sense.
Agreed.
I mean, they only faltered at a very few moments, and it feels like the way that they faltered had a lot to do with the patch shifting so enormously for a team that was so patch dependent, in that they're the ones who defined and innovated the meta that we saw them dominate through.
Yeah, and here and there, they seem relaxed, and maybe not as energetic as we saw BetBoom be on the camera just now. But you know, slow and easy start to the day. It is very cool. This is a team that we haven't seen for a very long time. Actually, 43 days ago we saw TI Grand Finals, and Gaming Gladiators, because they came second at TI, they got an invite directly here. So no qualifiers for them. Meaning we have no idea what they're going to be pulling out here, as we have here the results of Gaming Gladiators last year. I mean, this is stacked.
Yeah.
First. Okay, there's 4th in there. They're second at TI. And the Dream League that we had right before TI, they came 7th, 8th, which was an event that they had 2 events in a row, right, Effie? So it was maybe a little bit of a more relaxing event for them.
For sure. I mean, you can't always expect a team to consistently perform that well, but I think that was the result of the meta changing so drastically and them not being able to adjust to it as well, because the tournament that they played before in that year, BetBoom Dacha, they were probably one of the only tier 1 teams there. There were maybe 3 or 4 also, and they weren't really contending in the same way that they had to in the upcoming Dream League. But I mean, this team got the meta changed. This is the team that got the auras changed.
Yeah.
This is the team that got the Leshrac and the IO changed. So when you're so good at one meta and it shifts so drastically, it's very natural that it takes time for the team to find their way again and find their footing again. And I think that's where that result can be explained.
They did have like a lot of time now, as you were saying, since TI. And I've seen a lot of them in pubs like keep playing and of course try things out. Because I think they're very good when they can play like a type of 1-3-1. The supports go to Quinn because he's strong early, play with him. Duracho joins because he's a very aggressive carry. And then Ace is kind of like, he's the hidden real carry. And he then helps after like 15 minutes. If they can kind of get that recipe again, then they're going to be one of the best teams at this tournament again.
They need to do well. I do want to say that I have heard that Tango is still good. So I have my eyes set on
Shocker.
that one.
Shocker.
Seeing how much has changed here, but you know, we don't have to wait that much longer anymore because the draft of the first series of the day on this stream is right around the corner, which means we'll head to a quick break. But when we're back, it's drafting time here for ESL 1.
So stick around. You're so cool, You're so
Alright, here they are. We got BetBoom Gaming Gladiators. They're soon ready for the draft. I know I said I'd be back with the draft, but we like to work, you know, with a little bit of, you know, anticipation. And absence makes the heart grow fonder and all that jazz. So while we wait for the draft to begin between these two teams, it has me with a little bit more of an opportunity to talk about these two teams and more specifically, Effie and Kezu. I don't know if I want to do this in a pub quiz, but of course we know that Gaming Gladiators, they've been throughout the year, apart from TI, considered the best team in the world. What team was the one that beat them most? Kezu.
Throughout the year?
Yeah, 2023.
Team Spirit.
That would be wrong, Kezu.
Is it a
That
trick
would be wrong.
question?
It is BetBoom.
Wow! Crazy.
It is, and it's not even close. Like in terms of games,
We're talking games or series?
you decide. Okay, so I will tell you in terms of games, they have played together 21 games. 7 of them were won by Gaming. 14 by BetBoom, Effie.
Sheesh.
Yeah, I actually remember them being Gaming's kryptonite, especially in the Dream Leagues of the last competitive year. And honestly, you can just attribute that to BetBoom's insanely strong laning phase. Like, it is nigh impenetrable. That's what it felt like last year at a lot of the cases. And versus a team like Gaming that was very, very dependent on just snowballing out of their laning phase and crushing and getting that net worth lead so early, that strategy did not work against BetBoom because their lanes were even stronger than Gaming's team. So it was very interesting to see that dynamic play out last year, but that can explain the results that you're talking about.
It can. I'm also will be curious to find out what Twitch chat thinks is going to happen in this series. You can put your votes in, as you can see, that you can put all your channel points on one team if you want to.
All
Which
in.
probably shouldn't. But you can definitely predict your vote, which you should. We're going to check in with you later. And going in on this series, surely, because I don't know how much this is true, because I say it a lot as a host, because I feel like it should be a thing, but I don't know how much this is a thing, because Effie just mentioned, you know, why BetBoom has got the upper hand of gaming so many times. And we also mentioned that BetBoom has played in the qualifier, so they have some data. So surely, gaming should be prepared for what's coming. And they should have a lot of prep done, because they have so much data to work with.
No, of course they will, but the thing is, like, some things are very hard to fundamentally prep for. Like, yeah, you can take out their strong laners and like take good ones on your own, but if a team is just better than you at a certain thing, you can only weaken it like a little bit. Like, they're still gonna have whatever, you ban their, I don't know, Muerta and offlane Axe, and then they just pick I don't know, Rubik Centaur, like who cares? You know, Pure's gonna play some Centaur, some stable hero, or some Legion Commander, and it's still, you ban some stuff, but you still face the same stuff anyway.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, when you're talking about laning ability, that just comes down to the technical ability of the players. And the players on BetBoom are all top 5 in the world at the roles. And I say that very confidently, especially after watching their performance at TI. But I think for Gaming Gladiators, they prepped for it just by nature of playing the year out, because at the start of the year, they were just so dominant over every other team, and when they faced up against BetBoom, when BetBoom peaked, maybe they weren't used to a team bringing them that level of competition in the laning phase, and just by nature of playing it out throughout the year, playing at TI, they have evolved as a team. They're not dependent on lanes the way that they used to be, so I would hope that their matchup versus BetBoom would be better now.
Yeah. There's one thing that I always say about, like, when it comes to laning, if I could choose one skill to be the best at, it would be laning to me. I feel like, so when I talk to people...
Laning is very broad though, right?
Yeah, it is, but it's kind of like, if you're the best laner, it's kind of like cheating, because you have more gold, you have more experience, and then you start at minute 5, you have like 2k net worth, the other guy has 1k.
So you basically get a head start in every game. Yeah.
So, because that's kind of why, like, oh, these guys always talk about laning, but so do the pro players, because it's just like, it sets up the entire game. It is so important, and it really just cannot be understated.
But if you're talking about a skill diff in the laning stage, right?
Yeah.
No, that's effectively what we're talking about with these two teams. Like, how big of a difference is this? Because Gaming is considered the best team in the world. Does that mean that they normally win, even regardless of if the other team's given a head start, Effie?
So, I mean, I wouldn't necessarily say so. I think Gaming are also a very strong laning team. Like, I don't want to misrepresent it and say that, oh, they're getting stomped on lanes by BetBoom. They're not, but BetBoom are always getting ahead slightly, which was not the setup that Gaming was consistently winning on. And yeah, that's when we did see them falter, when they had to play from behind at some cases, but at some point during the year, they got good at that too. I mean, Gaming are a team that are honestly really good at everything. They're good at giving up objectives, they're good at taking fights that they know that they can win, and they're good at drafting. I think drafting is one of their biggest strengths, and it really helped elevate them throughout the last year. So I wouldn't want to paint it as, oh, this is going to boil down to laning. It just was a thorn in their side, Kazu.
There's like one last thing I would like to touch on with laning as well, is just that it's very snowbally. It's not just like, oh, Ace is better or worse at last hitting than, you know, Nightfall. It doesn't really boil down to that. It could be like, at 2 minutes 50, one guy made a mistake, he has 2 little regen. Now you can't contest the Lotus, and now in the next fight, you know, because of the Lotus, they now win the fight and it all snowballs. Like, Dota moves very fast. One small mistake, it just, you know, could blow your entire early game open.
It could indeed. Would also say, though, I mean, if you want to... I mean, the last point about laning, guys, I'm probably...
For real this time,
for real this time. It feels like if that is such a, you know, pivotal concept, laning, and that's what you're saying, the pros talk about all the time as well. Surely, you practice that time and time again. You're like, minute 15, quick game, repeat. Like, is there not like a scrimming partner that you do that with?
You can
like,
just play 2v2 in your own team. Your safe lane plays against your off lane. Boom.
Yeah, so why is there still this difference?
Because everyone does it. And everyone plays 2 billion pubs every day. You have 10 hours of laning practice every day. And some teams have more knowledge. You know, you have AOI 2000. He tells his guy, oh, you need to creep pull like this, and then pull it on 2 creeps.
Okay, let's take it away from laning, because I think we could continue talking about that for a long time. I do want to talk a little bit more about the Dota that we're going to witness. I just been told that we got about a minute to go before we have that draft on the screen. And in case people missed the early start of the day, which, you know, that sometimes that just happens, and that's fine, we forgive you. But we did mention a couple of heroes that we expect to see pop up. We mentioned Luna, Slardar, Pugna, and Lone Druid. I wanna extend that though, because I mentioned Pango earlier. I have heard mentioned that Pango is still good, so we're probably still gonna see it pop up, especially when we're watching a game with Quinn in it.
Yeah.
Hey,
Very
you're
likely.
laughing, but it's
I mean,
true.
just because it's funny. Like, he's just gonna play Pango in every tournament.
No, I want, but well, yeah, but if it wins, it wins.
I mean, I'm not blaming him. Would you blame him?
No. The thing about Pango is I think that he's still good, but now it's a situational pick, whereas before it felt like you really could just start your draft with Pango and still win. And that hero is in that position for the entirety of like the last 4 patches, it felt like. And that's when a hero is just good. It's just too broken. If you can first phase it and still win with it, it's not in that place anymore. If you first phase Pango, you're most likely going to lose. But if you're picking Pango into a good Pango game where you need his tempo, you're playing against illusion heroes, you're playing against a laner that isn't completely going to crush you out of mid lane, it's still a great hero.
Well, here we go. We have a draft on our screen. We got ourselves Bedboom on the Radiant side with second pick, Dire side and first pick for Gaming Gladiators, and we're in the first ban phase. We already have the Lone Druid removed that we mentioned earlier today. It's Kunkka, Lina, and Chen that are the ones that are removed as well. And the Pugna, Kazu, you're not going to see that one either. So of the 4 we mentioned earlier, Slardar and Luna are still the ones in the mix. And yeah, Gyro removed now as well. One more ban before we hit the pick phase.
Yeah, I think the Gyro being removed is actually quite interesting because I don't really think it's the carry that it used to be, but recently a lot of people have been playing magic damage support Gyro in pubs. So I wonder if that's what they're eyeing too, now that this hero is a pretty strong flex just based on the high MMR pubs of the last month. It could be something that a lot of teams have been experimenting with. You've just been playing on your Veil and your Shard and just doing ridiculous amounts of damage in the early game.
Yeah, it is pretty good with the buff as well. I got to the Rocket Barrage, just like having more damage early. And you mentioned the Shard, and I think it fits well to Gaming. Because, again, they want to play a lot around Quinn. You want to give him follow-up damage, you know, some Caudal, Pugna, Io. I think Gyro fits the bill too. Just go with your mid laner, press Rocket, easy game. So, Bedboom, just want to take that out. Absolutely seems, you know, fully correct.
And there's the Dazzle. Now, at TI, we saw Dazzle played in a couple of different roles. Is it still as flexible as it used to be, Effie?
Yeah, I still think it's just a very strong hero. You can play it on support and have consistent impact with your Grave, especially as you get the talents as the game progresses and you get some kite items. The hero is such a nuisance because it forces the enemy to pick teams, heroes that can get on top of it and target it in fights. And of course, it's still one of the best mid laners in Dota right now. The Poison Touch is just too strong of an ability on lane.
It also makes, or it puts a bit more like logic behind their Lina ban. I think that would have been a very nice response pick for Bedboom here when they close it out. But as Effie said, you want heroes that get on top of you. Centaur is great. You know, you lane well, you have the Stampede later, just get on top of the Dazzle. So for Gaimin, I don't know if I like the mid Dazzle as much as like a first pick because you need to protect it very well. So I want to see if, I don't know if there is the option to put it support. I do think it is weaker there, but I think Bedboom are like, you know, already setting themselves up nicely to kind of counter it.
Yeah, and you're also just giving away one of Pure's comfort heroes in the Centaur. I mean, the story of Bedboom last year, to me, when I watched them, it felt like if Pure got one of his very, very strong initiating heroes, in particular the Centaur or the Legion Commander or even the Spirit Breaker later on, Bedboom looked like a different team when they could pick and choose their fights. And then when teams started to target ban Pure's hero pool in these initiators, Bedboom had to play for the late game and they looked a lot clumsier. So just giving away Pure's best hero, I feel, isn't a good thing to do versus Bedboom.
They are letting it through consciously. I mean, it's so one thing that we actually didn't say. It's not a best of 3. It's 2-game series. So it's not like, oh, you can have one game to test stuff out because you can always win the best of 3 maybe afterwards. So no, every single point counts. Every game counts. So they must have a plan against this Centaur. We're going to find out what it is probably a couple of picks from now. For now, though, it is Bedboom that got their second pick in, which is Enchantress, which is still considered to be one of the strongest laners. And, of course, picking it up for save, probably, is amazing. We see save be a carry with it. But it also means that they deny it from Celery.
Yeah. And it's just also very good, I think, again, if Dazzle goes offlane, he doesn't deal with Eng too well. If he goes mid, he's susceptible to Eng roaming on you as well. I think it's nice for Centaur, just good early game. Just, I would say just like a team comfort pick and just overall a great hero.
Yeah, and it's a support that deals consistent damage throughout the entire game. You're not worried about scaling, and the story of this patch is that games go very late. I mean, all of TI, we saw 50-minute games, 60-minute games, and the teams that had scaling supports like Enchantress and Dark Willow always seemed to have the edge over the teams that didn't. They had the more traditional support heroes like the CMs or the Ancient Apparitions.
I do think here, so the Gaimin, one of the things that Centaur can struggle against is like high physical damage early on, with which Tusk can give you, of course. You know, you have Ice Shots to block him in, tag team the Centaur. I think if you are Bedboom, you might have to consider like at least a support hero in the lane that can kind of, you know, counterplay it. I think Eng, yeah, has a lot of aggressiveness, but it doesn't really save your hero too much. As this is not a hero I have seen lately.
I mean, no, this hero was actually unpicked at TI, I believe. So this is unusual. Better yet, there was a small patch in between TI and now, and a lot of people were expecting that the heroes that weren't picked getting a little bit of a buff. That was not the case. Untouched. So this is the same Crystal Maiden as it was a month ago, Effie.
Yeah, but even that, being the same Crystal Maiden that she was a month ago while other heroes were getting nerfed, naturally makes her a better hero. And in the past, this was a game and specialty hero, especially when they were Team Tickles in the DPC in 2021. But I understand the CM pick here, right? You have the Frostbite versus the Enchantress creep, which is going to alleviate a lot of the early game pressure. You don't necessarily have to put CM versus Ench on lane, but she can just respond to when Enchantress rotates mid. You can just TP in, bite the creep. Also, when Centaur is stampeding away, Frostbite's a very good tool versus that. So I do see the logic with the CM pick.
Yeah, honestly, I kind of like the double pick, actually. If Eng goes safe lane, something she doesn't like are heroes that kill her, which is Tusk. If she goes offlane, if you talk about CM kind of nullifying the hero, so I think you now pick two supports that kind of can alleviate pressure from the Eng on both the side lanes. So, you know, I kind of like that. As Bedboom, they go for an Invoker. Makes it a little worse for the Dazzle to go mid if he were to go there, because you just kind of chill there. You can buy Vessel if you want, which is also good.
Yeah, it's definitely a good hero. Like, it holds its own versus Dazzle.
Yeah.
It's a GPK specialty hero, and it's going to have setup through the Centaur, and now the Faceless Void that was just picked up. Yeah, his spells are definitely going to go off if Bedboom can take these fights correctly.
I see great wombo combo potential on the side of Bedboom. That is scary, the amount of team fight they bring to the table already with that combo. On the side of Gaming Gladiators, you mentioned that Dazzle is maybe going to be a little struggling against the Invoker. Is that reason enough to potentially move it?
You
to Ace maybe on the off lane?
You could. It kind of depends on how, because Faceless Void is a carry you need to address. You can't just be like, oh, you know, he has a free game where he just keeps time walking around. So if you feel like you kind of do that by picking some mid DK to then do some pressure later, or you just keep the Dazzle mid and now you pick the hero for Ace that kind of like really shuts down the Void, which I think it's sometimes hard to find a hero that does it both in the lane and also in the game. Like maybe there's some, you know, axe, but I think even that is a very double-edged sword.
Yeah. Very correct, and this Faceless Void is also just a really good pick versus Tuskar, right? Especially if this Tuskar is played as the aggro support for Gaimin. I mean, typically, Tusk doesn't like to play versus carries that can leap out of his shard or have some means of mobility so that they don't get stuck. So Void is naturally one of the counters to Tusk's kill potential in the early game.
I was thinking that maybe they will go for some Alk, or Wraith King was the hero that I kind of had in mind, but I think Alk is nice. You want another hero that can go in, you want to kind of play aggressive, maybe have some minus armor against the Alchemist as well, against the Centaur, and play on more tempo with your Dazzle Alk, so I do think that makes a lot of sense. Now for Gaimin, it's more up to like, okay, what do they want? I feel like I would probably want to pick a new mid.
Yeah, it seems like Bedboom was on the same side as you. They removed Puck.
Yeah, and just maybe one that, again, when Alk is strong at 15 minutes, when Dazzle gets his axe at 15 minutes, you just go together and try to run the map over. Because Void, Invoker, Centaur, I don't think you're beating that scaling. You need to play on tempo and speed up the game.
Exactly, and the key to the tempo here for Gaimin is that Gaimin are playing on no cooldowns, right? That's the appeal of having an Alchemist on your team, especially if he has a good lane and hits his timings early on. He's going to hit his timings before Invoker and before Faceless Void too. And he's playing with a Tusk and a Dazzle. He's not dependent on any of his team's ability to have like CD abilities like the Chronosphere, potentially the Stampede, maybe even Invoker's abilities. So Gaming are all about just running down the enemies over and over and over again.
Yeah.
But to be able to do that, they have to have a strong laning phase, and I feel like BetBoom's laning phase just looks really good to me.
It looks very solid, as it generally does with them. They're very good laners. They pick good heroes also that will make that happen. They might even last pick a hero for save, like some Dark Willow, but I guess we can focus on the Gaming pick first, which I still feel like should be a Quinn hero. I'm not finding one where I'm like, oh shit, you know, that's the one where it's just going to be like super easy for them. But I still am kind of leaning towards some Dragon Knight type hero, just one that lanes well against Invoker and can like speed up the game from minute 10 to 15.
Yeah, it has great tower push potential there as well. So if they can tick those boxes, then they don't have to worry about the wombo combo of BetBoom, because at that point, BetBoom should be behind and should never be able to really get that team fight going. But we have the Pango removed, so another one of Quinn's heroes out of the pool. Another support probably removed on Gaming, which is the Wind Ranger in this case. Surprising.
Save has played it in pubs. A bit surprising, but you know.
So you want, because I've been used to seeing Save as the Enchantress, but we want Toronto Tokyo play that Enchantress.
I
mean, I know they both play
both
it.
is open.
I know they both play it.
I think kind of both is open.
And I think it's just a player-specific ban, because Save is a Grandmaster tier Wind Ranger.
Okay.
And he used to play it a lot back in the day. I don't think the hero's in a particularly good place, but like I mentioned, it's player-specific.
That's a Huskar. And they got Dazzle Huskar, which is amazing.
They have Dazzle Huskar, Dazzle Alk. Like, there's definitely a lot where if you make one small mistake as BetBoom, your next 3 minutes on the map are going to be really hard to play.
Yes, and you probably will lose like 3 towers with that as well. Also, I feel like there's a lot of pressure on Ace to click his buttons right. We know that he can do that, but I know I'm going to look at that Dazzle and see where he is, what he does, because I feel like that's a key point in their draft, pivotal.
Oh, for sure. But they do have good heroes to get on top of the Dazzle as the game progresses, especially with the Void and the Centaur. The thing is, BetBoom already have a really excellent Vessel Buyer in the Invoker, and they have a support that rotates mid through the Enchantress. So if they pick a playmaking style support and they can just try to shut down Quinn's early game, make it so that he doesn't hit his timings on Huskar, and GPK can just play a game where he's, you know, ghost walked around, maybe trying to get picks on the supports, just getting his gold up. I feel like BetBoom will be able to take this into the late game.
Yeah, I kind of agree. I feel like BetBoom have 2 choices here. You either pick kind of what Effie just talked about. It could be some, you know, save Dark Willow. Or step 2, if you want to be a little more fancy, you could put the Invoker to 4 and like pick some Sniper mid. I think you have Void frontline, you have Stampede to kind of push you around. I think Sniper can outlane Huskar. But either way, whichever route they choose, I think they're totally okay against this Huskar.
How much, as a mid player, GPK, how much will he be jumping for that Sniper? Like, because I can imagine you don't really get a chance to play Sniper mid that frequently, and when you see a Huskar, you do feel the need to punish it. I think as a mid laner, you want to be in the lane. Necrophos is great against Huskar. I mean, not like great with the Dazzle there, but again, he has to grave not just Quinn, but also Dairetso. We're gonna have the
support Centaur actually.
Yes, support Centaur. We're gonna have Pure on the Necro I see now. So.
I didn't even talk about support Centaur yet. That has looked very good in pubs. I also played it a few times, so I had a bit of a overlook. I would say, Necro in the game, very good. I'm happy he's not laning against Huskar, because that lane isn't actually good for Necro at all. It's only good after the laning stage.
But you know what it's good against? It's really good against Alchemist. I feel like because Alchemist doesn't have natural sustain in that laning phase until he gets that level 6, he cannot withstand all of the death pulses and the Heartstopper aura coming out of Necro. So it's an interesting concept of we're just going to completely shut down this safe lane, and then we're just going to rotate our heroes later on and deal with the Huskar after. So to me, this is just a battle of ideas. I don't necessarily think there's a draft win. I think BetBoom have very stable heroes and they're comfort picks, and Gaming are bringing something new potentially with that Crystal Maiden, but they're just playing tempo, and we're used to seeing Gaming play tempo too. The question is, will they be able to play that tempo? Will they be able to break BetBoom's lanes?
I think Effie said it very nicely. I like both drafts, and they're kind of more up to execution. If Gaming can find these 2-3 minutes and like push the game forward. Because if not, I think BetBoom scaling is very good. If they can find Ace on the Dazzle in the fight and allow Pure to get a good scythe off, they're A-okay.
I know you guys might have missed it, but there was the percentage was 68% for Twitch chat in favor of Gaming Gladiators.
They don't know.
I mean, they're just gonna pick the team that's more popular, I feel. That's what Twitch chat's gonna do.
They just see like the
fair.
more disgusting pub lineup. They see Huskar, they're like, I choose you.
No, there's gonna be a couple that have already put their points in without even
Yeah.
seeing the heroes. They just, they come first so many times. Must be good, must be winning. We're gonna find out if they're correct. We're gonna find out how this Dazzle is gonna grave everyone, and how Bedboom's lineup is gonna fare against the tempo that Gaming Gladiators is setting. And we're gonna do all of that together with our commentary duo, It's Cap and SPG.
That's right. We've got a new season underway. We've got a new patch, but seems like we're going to be dealing with some of the same old things that we've been dealing with the last year, including these two teams, Bedboom and Gaming Gladiators, two of the only rosters who didn't really change a damn thing, did they?
Was that good or bad?
I don't know.
That's the actual question here. Should have they changed something? Who should have they changed?
Bedboom in particular, I think you would expect, okay, you made TI finals. You did really well this year. You're not going to change much on Gaming Gladiators, but Bedboom, the roster that just keeps on shuffling, actually maintaining a little bit of stability. That seems a little weird.
I would have kicked Quinn. Just for the
Well,
memes.
of course, yeah.
I think it would have been funny. But
yeah, but if you kick Quinn, you wouldn't be able to last pick Huskar.
Well, then you bring him back. You just
okay.
Just kick him to, hey, don't get too cocky. But then you bring him back.
That's what we need. Dota 2 rosters to be able to actually fill out past the 5-man.
That's right.
We need like 7-8 man
bench him.
rosters so you could
Bench his ass.
bench his ass.
You know, if Save doesn't go like 10-0 on the support center, bench his ass. Bring someone else in.
All right, that is actually a little bit of a new flavor. Feels like something you easily could have done before, but support centaur is all the rage right now. I've played it a couple times. I like it.
I just
You don't?
I've never believed in support centaur. I don't think his spells are strong enough to justify it.
Okay,
and his
but you don't
lane's
believe
atrocious.
in centaur, period.
No, that's not true.
Okay.
I believe in letting your opponents pick centaur. I think that's a great strat. I think when your opponents pick centaur.
Okay, but if centaur, if centaur
we're
is
not
going
done
to
with
fit into any role, surely
we're
support
not
is
changing
actually the best role.
Tell me a international that centaur won. Right now, Austin. Name that international that centaur is in the cathedral of the stained glass heroes. There's centaurs faced there. Tell me which international that was.
Okay. I'm not sure if he has ever been a final game of TI finals
That's right.
hero.
You know why?
But he was a hero.
Because no one
2013.
No one has ever screamed, "Oh, massive 5-man hoof stomp," and nobody has ever
I'm
screamed.
pretty sure I've screamed
Nobody
that
has
at
ever
least once in my career.
Nobody has ever screamed, "Massive double edge." It just destroys the
I
fight.
think I've
you know?
also said that.
It's not like you can't double edge someone. You can't displace someone with double edge.
Yeah, it's called the double
You can't
double.
drag him with stampede. All his spells do are put you in the precarious situation, and they're all snowball and lane dependent. So to me, this hero is all about the laning stage. If you're going to pick Centaur on any role, you better win the damn lanes. Because if you don't win the damn lanes, you're in trouble. That's how I always view it.
Okay. Well, I mean,
That's a
doesn't,
broad
doesn't
statement,
that
so.
fit with Bet Boom MO in general?
Also, just for the record, the hero's okay, but you know, whatever. I have my personal biases. Yeah, it does fit with Bet Boom because they want to win the lanes, especially versus Gaiman. A lot of the games they won last season versus this team were because they came out really strong in the first 10 minutes, and they just snowballed that. They didn't let Gaiman play their tempo game. This draft, I'm actually very favored towards Gaiman in this draft. I think Bet Boom have very long cooldowns. They are very dependent on their ults to deal damage and take the fights. The downside of support Centaur is you kind of need cores to be able to carry you towards your Blink Dagger, and that means you have to be able to win early skirmishes. The Necro is going to probably do well in his lane over time, but Faceless Void and Invoker can be a little slow on the map if the supports are not playing around the Invoker especially. I'm thinking what happens 20 to 25 minutes when this sustain lineup between triple sustain cores in Dazzle, Huskar, and Alchemist with a grade behind your front line in Huskar and Alchemist come knocking at your door, high ground to 25 minutes. We've seen Gaiman do it the entirety of TI. They're doing the same thing here, right? They don't need to crush the lanes to get to that strong ball timing. They don't need to be head on goal. That's the power of Alchemist. You take a bad chrono, he's going to go high ground. And you have the damage to take that high ground defense without a big spell like Chronosphere.
Okay, but if you don't slip up, isn't this Necrophos in a pretty dream scenario? He's matched up against Huskar, he's matched up against Alchemist. I mean,
yes, scale-wise, for sure.
Yeah, they're going to scale well into this game. So if they can win the lanes, which I don't think is totally unfeasible. I think Centaur and Necrophos are going to do pretty well. I think you've got an Enchantress for a reason.
30 seconds to battle.
Like you just gotta chill, you know? Don't throw any bad chronos and you're good.
Just chill.
Diotis is on Gaming Gladiators, and when have they ever executed in their careers, huh?
Yeah, that's true. Definitely never seen this team do that well on LAN.
Yeah, they haven't won that much. Well, we'll see what Save's able to do with this support Centaur. I'm a believer. Avery's not. I'm a believer in Huskar being countered. I'm a big believer in ganking this guy as soon as possible, and they're going to try and do just that, but the gankers are going to turn around, and it's going to be Pure who's going to be dying first as they easily pick it up with Dyrachyo. They really misread that situation on BetBoom.
Yeah, that's a tough first blood to give away. Extra XP to Quinn as well. This is the downside of some of these clunky heroes. Like, you can't even win these early fights. You're going to be in trouble on the lanes. Now, I do think this Necro lane is almost guaranteed to win over the course of the duration.
Yeah.
The theoretical downside, I think, here in BetBoom going for the lane win on the Necro lane as opposed to the Huskar lane, which I think they had an option to do as well. They could have played support Invoker. That was the other route.
Yeah.
And, you know, we've seen Toronto Tokyo play it for sure, right? And I actually don't think it's that weak in the meta.
No, I've seen a lot.
Yeah.
In,
so you could have picked another mid laner in theory to slow down the Huskar instead of slowing down the Alk.
Yeah, I thought initially they were going to Necro straight into his lane.
Well, the Necro doesn't beat the Huskar mid. That's part of the problem, yeah. I think it's a
okay.
rough lane. The Necro will beat the Alk over time, but he's not going to win the early waves here. Alk CM is a very strong dual lane. It's a very strong shove lane as well. So Alk will get something here, and he's just going to go jungle. And that's the downside, right? Alk is one of the best junglers in the game, especially if you have stacks. Now, the Necro can chase him a little bit, but with the support Centaur, is it the best invasion? I don't know. So it's an interesting idea to, okay, if you're going to pick between Alk and Huskar to shut down, I would rather shut down the Huskar. Because I think he's going to drive a lot more of the tempo, and Alk is always going to do Alk things. I feel like it's a little hard to stop with your supports here.
Sure. Okay.
Maybe that would have been hard either way. And maybe they just prefer to give Pure like the dominant laner, right? Because they like to play through him a lot of times.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, if you're going to elevate anybody in the laning phase, I think it's definitely Pure. You want this guy to feel comfortable. I think anytime you take a traditional carry and put him into that off role instead, the first requirement is, okay, he's got to be feeling good about the game. Like, you can't have this guy, you can't just, like, this isn't somebody that you could just put him into a terrible position and have him recover. Because most of his skill set is not set around that.
That's probably true. You got to cater to the carries, as always.
Yeah.
So this is a game I think he has to make sure the Reaper side counts and fights on the big core targets. Because I'm pretty sure Gaming are going to have fine lanes here. This Dazzle Tusk lane is very, I mean, it's a free lane versus Void. There's no aggressive real potential here outside of maybe a cheeky time dilation kill. Your Necro lane's going to maybe do okay, but it's going to draw early. And the Huskar is going to have a free-for-all. Because Huskar is not going to get shut down on lane. I've seen Quinn play this matchup way too many times. I think he has a pretty good edge here against GPK. And Invoker's just not a hero that's going to shut him down on the early waves. So you're going to have a very fat Huskar that you're going to be able to play through on the side of Gaming no matter what. It's just a question of can you take the fights. And we've seen BetBoom do that. So I expect them to take very smart fights here, not give up bad core kills on the map, and make the ults count. That's the biggest deal, right? Make the Chronosphere count, make the Reaper Scythe count, and get the big core kills. Like, I don't want to be seeing you Reaper Scythe that Crystal Maiden, you know? I just don't know if it's good enough this game.
Sure. I mean, considering the fact he's got 2 different strength cores to be targeting, if he ever wastes that Reaper Scythe like that on a support, then something's going wrong. But he is also matched up against a Dazzle, so it's not going to be the easiest time getting these Reaper Scythes off in the first place.
That's another question. Did BetBoom address Dazzle in these fights?
Yeah, when you were already talking about the fact that, like, can you actually hunt down the Alchemist when he's jungling? Like, that sort of active playstyle, if it's missing and hunting down the Alchemist, it probably means it's also missing and hunting down the Dazzle in a team fight.
Yeah, you have the Stampede, you have Faceless Void you can get on the back line with like some Sunstrikes or Cataclysms later. I think they have some tools to deal with Dazzle. The issue is you have double save. You have Tuskar Snowball too.
Yep.
So this Reaper Scythe is not guaranteed in the fight. There's potential for Blink Snowball save, there's potential for the Grave, and that can turn a lot around when you have heroes like Huskar and Alk, right? Vessel could be very interesting for BetBoom as well. They can get it going. And we'll see how far GPK decides to commit down that path, because one of the things with Invoker this patch is like, you really do want the Midas, right? I mean, the Midas, everybody wants a Midas.
Everybody wants a Midas in this patch, yeah. But
I want a Midas in
Vessel
real life.
seems like must-have. Got to generate that side income nowadays, you know?
All right, check Pure's PC right now. Let's just make sure we don't, we don't start a new year with the same mistakes. All right, he looks good.
Referee, keep a close eye, please.
Well, I'm not officially telling the referee to do that, okay? That's a little too far. Okay,
I
well,
will.
that's fair. I'm just saying, you make sure that Spotify's closed. We don't want any interruptions here.
Yeah, they're not even at this tournament.
They got closed. I guess somebody closed Spotify for the event permanently. God damn. Absolutely savage. Austin no longer has any fucks left to give, apparently. On day one, game one. I mean, that's why they hire him.
You know, once you reach your peak in your career, then it's all downhill from there.
I mean, look at this lane. What's happening, though? I want to shift the net worth if we can, because CS is telling you one story, but of course you have Alchemist, you have Dazzle farming. He's top of the board by a huge margin right now. He has pulled almost 1,000 net worth out of this lane matchup, which is not getting better for Nightfall at all.
It's going to get even worse if they start giving away kills, too. Ooh. Beautiful stomp. What a great three-man stomp, Avery, and a double edge that hits all of them.
And
who said Centaur can't make plays?
And he's dead.
Yeah, but it was a big move.
I think Pierre's dead, too.
Nobody's going to TP rotate for this? No?
And Tarachu got the last hit.
They have to kill him bottom lane. You must kill Ace here.
I mean,
otherwise,
with what? That's what I was saying. Nightfall's just getting bullied in this lane. He has no aggressive potential here.
Yikes.
This is not... Even if you go for the kill, it's going to cost you more than you get out of it. This is not the laning phase bet boom we're hoping for, I think. Because, again, you're staring down the barrel of a very fast tempo lineup.
All right, well, now this feels like desperation, but if it works, fantastic. Unfortunately, a disarm's going to come through. That's going to be a problem. State's going to get another double edge and get himself killed.
Unfortunately, he's a Centaur. He has no armor. So. I want to say that's... Okay, this is also my biggest issue with support Centaur. Centaur works because the way they balance this hero is they gave him insane HP regen at the cost of armor. So when you go to lane, you buy Ring of Protections, you get a fast Vanguard, and then all of a sudden you're an incredibly obnoxious laning hero. You don't have any of that as a support. He has Windlay Stick, 1 armor. You run in a lane, you double edge yourself, you nuke yourself for 300. Every right click they do is basically pure damage. You can't win these trades. Like, the hero does not trade well as a support. It's deceptively awful. My rant is now complete. We'll see how the rest of the game progresses here.
It is a good point, especially like it feels like there's a weird like overlap then at that point in time with Tranquil Boots when your advantage is supposed to be HP regen anyway.
Right. The way you win lanes with Centaur is through the HP regen. That's his biggest strength. It's not really his spell. So I don't know. I've always felt the support has some big holes you need to cover here, and I mean we're seeing it. These rotations have not worked out for Pep Boom. I think they have to converge both supports, right? That's the biggest factor, and we've seen Gaimin do that. Like, they'll bring the Maiden and the Tusk to a lane. They'll make the double kill happen top. They're happy to converge bottom here on Ace, who's another very strong kill opportunity for them. Bet Boom just haven't been able to make the same happen with the Enchantress and the Centaur, which is one way you can enable Centaur's lack of tradability. You just bring the better numbers, and then you can't stand there and hit him back.
Sure. Yeah.
But the problem is the laning pressure has been too severe. Like, Toronto-Tokyo does not feel like he can leave Nightfall in this lane, and for correct reasons, because he cannot.
Okay, so the lanes are already a loss.
Yes.
In which case, we are all in on the game changer of GPK, I think, right? Like, that is the advantage that they do have over Gaming Gladiators, is they have a mid laner who will make moves.
True.
Once he gets to that item set, which I'm not sure if he can wait for a full-out Vessel, though he really needs it. He may have to make moves with just an urn. Because this current situation is not looking too good.
Gotta invade the jungle, get some wards out, or play off Sunstrikes, which, I mean, like, even level 1 Sunstrike is a decent spell nowadays if he wants to sit mid. But he has to get involved in some capacity, right? Like, what Quinn's getting away with right now is, it's deadly, man. When Huskar gets this free flow of a game, even at 23 denies off the mid lane, which is just a brutal amount of XP. Like, we're looking at a level 8 Huskar to a level 6 Invoker. He's almost level 7, but, man, Quinn just had his way on the lane. He's having his way in the jungle. And this is a hard hero to contest when he has the game flow he's having, right? I mean, we've all been in these Huskar games. You know, you see Huskar on your team, flip a coin, right?
Right.
The guy's either 0-10 or he's 10-0. And it starts from, like, that first 1 or 2 kills that slow his pace, so he's always trying to catch up. But if he gets ahead, you know, enemy Huskar is always 10-0. Huskar on your team's always 0-10. True. But I'll let you in on a tip. It's because you're a bad support. So,
well, I always thought you were just talking to the audience in general, not to me.
Yeah, that wasn't the audience in general.
Oh.
I'll let you in on a secret. The reason the Huskar on your team is 0-10 is because you don't go and play around.
That is true.
Ooh.
GPK kills Quinn. He got a Sunstrike on him. Oh, I hope we're able to get a replay of that one.
That was a nasty Sunstrike.
That was we're not going to be able to get a replay of that one.
Damn.
Sorry I brought it up at all, production. Toronto Tokyo is dead. Nightfall is constantly under the gun in this bottom lane.
They're going to bring Dyrachio down here just to try and push this tower in. All right, he's going to go back through. But again, the double support's just outnumbering Beppu on the map right now. This is a fairly low impact early game from Save, who usually I point to as one of their best early game players in terms of making moves around the map. Like we saw them ban the Wind Ranger. Because his Wind Ranger is a very strong laner and he likes to gank with it. It's just going to be a slow game for him, which means you're going to go into the jungle with the Huskar and the Alk. You're going to have to let the fight maybe come to you, and then they're going to smoke up the Necro to mid with the Blade Mail completed here.
I think they're going for the Huskar again, right?
Yeah, they want to find him, but again, they don't have the deep wards to scout this.
Yeah.
That's why those early invasions matter. You get the deep obs, and these next smokes,
I mean,
connect.
it would work if they go between the tier 1 and tier 2. That's a hard line to get through.
I mean, yeah, looking
like
here,
without
though,
breaking the smoke.
they know where he is now, right? Process of elimination.
Yeah.
And that new Sunstrike, man, I feel like every time I play against Invoker, it catches me off guard because you have the Spell Amp built in now.
Yeah,
so
much damage.
The pure damage from Sunstrike is always like 30 or 50 more than you're used to.
Yeah, anytime you amp up pure damage in any way. Thing is, Quinn's not going to be abandoning this this jungle spot.
Well, he is going to abandon it for a little bit. I mean, and a Reaper on the Crystal Maiden. Pierre's like, whatever, I guess he killed himself, I'll use it on the Maiden.
I was literally going to talk about how experienced Quinn is on the Huskar, and how he's not going to put himself in a position to get ganked, and then he literally just fumbles an armlet toggle.
I mean, it's early in the
That's some
tournament,
basic
you know.
5K stuff, you know?
He's jet lagged, neutral creep lagged, what can you do? That was pretty embarrassing, though.
Are you impersonating Quinn right now?
No, that was embarrassing as hell. I'm laughing my ass off at it. He had Fairy Fire, too. Didn't even use it here. Just got ganked by the lizard. What can you do? I mean, it actually hurts a lot because he was DD farming Ancient Stack having a free-for-all, right?
Yeah, it was like that Reaper Scythe actually landed.
Yes, in a way, because they got the mid tower off the Skelly Boys doing work off of Toronto Tokyo's rotation. So suddenly that stabilized a bit of this early game. It was really nice for Pure. He got something out of that move instead of just wasting his time. There was the Chrono use bottom that did not yield anything, should be mentioned. So that is a cooldown for another 100 seconds on Nightfall. Unable to defend this safe lane tier 1. Green light for a game in to just move in and take it over. Inevitable here. But this is all a bit slower because Quinn got ganked by the giant Frost Ogre mage.
I mean, listen, it was like a 6v1. What could he do? Pure needs to be bailed out here. They already had the tower under control, so Gaming Gladiators tried to make the most of the situation. They said, okay, they're giving up this tower. Let's make the move to top immediately, try and catch Pure off guard. Doesn't quite land thanks to the interception there from Save, but good attempt by Gaming Gladiators anyway. And it's not like they need these things to succeed. The game is just naturally going their way.
Oh,
4K.
Quinn fighting some more neutral creeps down here. So
It's
he's
a
gonna take the
rematch.
1v1. He's like, okay, sick of getting ganked in the jungle. Need someone my own size.
This is
Imagine
this
he
is a
gets
1v1.
Sunstruck right now.
God, that'd be so
Imagine
good.
he gets Sunstruck right now.
Well, it's going to be instead Ace, who is going to get Sunstruck. Not quite enough damage, but they'll get there in the end. Nobody's coming to save him. Looks like Pure, they're going to try and do some damage to him here. Good use of that Ghost Shroud to dodge damage from that unstable concoction. Unfortunately, the damage from Celery being level 7. The supports are just feasting on Gaming Gladiators.
This is a last pick Necro in a favorable match that went 1-3 because this maiden Alk lane is just so damn strong, and I like how they've played it too. Dyrachio has just held his ground up here. Like, he does not give Pure a lot of space in this off lane. Held his tower.
Oh, nice use of the Tumbler Toy there to sync up with the Tornado, allowing the EMP to land, not letting him get off the Snowball.
Damn, EA.
Great stuff from Save.
Making that Centaur look viable.
Pulled him out of the trash can there for a moment.
Just for a moment. So it's going to be some road to a little bit of recovery here for Beppu, but they're making some good moves. Finding some openings, and most importantly, letting the Midas go to work for Nightfall. You're even going to smoke him with that Chrono coming back up, stampeding 20. Again, you want to use these ults off cooldown if you can in this game, and you want to find the big core targets. So they're going to look deep here.
Yeah, I mean, one target is the Huskar has an Aegis, so Can't really go for that. They just catch Celery. That's not going to feel great, but they use the Chronosphere to lock down all these heroes. Can they get the one kill that they're looking for? They do. Tornado not quite clipping Quinn there. Maybe would have been able to take away his Aegis, which they do with a Sunstrike. Well done.
Damn, he is on point today, GPK.
Gotta has to be to turn this game around. Tofu and Ace still feeling like they can keep being aggressive. Another good stomp that's gonna land on a Tofu. They'll both die. Support for support.
Another kill for GPK. He's just racking him up here. This is pushing him towards his Midas off that Vessel.
They have the Reaper Scythe that they wanted to put it to use here. There is Ace sitting in the back line. So Pure's got to push away Ace to make sure there is no Shallow Grave save, but they don't even need it. They just put the damage in regardless, and Ace never really got the opportunity. Shallow Grave not leveled up yet, that's why. Only level 9.
He was holding the point, but I mean, good point holds on both sides. That's why they're not Reapering. Just walks him down.
Yeah.
The only upside here for gaming is you have Alk in the jungle getting uncontested, but those are great kills for BetBoom. Changed a lot of the momentum in this game. Off a weak lane phase, suddenly they're like coming alive, right? Making the moves, collapsing with numbers, and getting Pure involved. Now back to the bot, so his game is cruising once again. And those are really big kills for GPK. This Invoker start was really slow off the lane because then the Huskar just outlaned him, but now all of a sudden, he got Midas. He got an entire Midas basically off that sequence. Got to use it, still has 2 Vessel charges, and now is almost level 12 on this Invoker. He is higher level than Quinn. And with the start Quinn had and all the Ancients that he died to, that was a lot to overcome here.
I think the levels are particularly important, right, when you do the Quaswex Invoker, where you need to transition into being a damage dealer at some point with the Exort build. You have to have the levels to be able to actually do that, right? So
absolutely. This is the combination is I mean, it's Invoker Faceless Void, right?
Yep.
I can't tell you how many tournaments I saw Miracle Invoker with a Tumba Man Faceless Void go to town. It's an old school combination for a reason. You go late game, like I do not doubt BetBoom's late game capability here, right? Yeah. So you are on a bit of a clock if you're game. Alk generally does not win late games in this meta. He is not that great of a late game carry. I mean, if you have other carries that can split some of the load, he does fine, but in all of these carry matchup man fights, you're going to get absolutely manhandled. His damage falls off pretty hard. So if you're BetBoom, you got some of these big kills. If the game slows down, you get the farm. That Aegis as well got wasted. Really important, right? Because if you're looking to push with this BKB coming out on Deracho, if you had an Aegis on Huskar for another minute or something here, you could force objectives pretty confidently. And these Aegises are going to be really important, forcing it into the Reaper, forcing it into the Chrono. So that was another big win. And you're getting your supports back in the game. Blink Dagger is going to be completed for save off the tick gold here as it comes into play. So, hey, your support Centaur, he's online.
17 minutes in, Gaming Gladiators, that net worth not building up the way it was supposed to. Kind of been stuck now at this 4 or 5K net worth lead, which is a lot, yes, but it's also an Alchemist lineup. With a Huskar, you're expecting to have a pretty sizable net worth lead.
We should mention, however, this Alk is fairly big, right? He got those Necro kills on lane. He's level 14, which is just ridiculous. He is so high ahead of the BetBoom course here on an Alk.
That's a move. Save, having a poke here in the top lane, just trying to get a reaction out of them, and yeah, it was a reaction. Derachi will pick up the free kill.
Yeah, Deracho pokes a bit harder here.
Yeah.
And once more, he's still defending this safe lane tier 1. Like, Deracho has been incredibly active, giving the space on the triangle to the Huskar, giving space to Ace on mid lane, for example. So once more, Deracho, I mean, he kind of gets shoved into like the reposition on carry and still finds his way. And he's going to be who they play through here. With double BKB coming out, now completed on Quinn and Deracho here. This is where Gaiman want to get the next Roshan and force objectives with the debuff immunity here. It's going to come down to where and when Deracho wants to take that fight. And if you're BetBoom, you're just holding ults, and you want to meet him there, right?
I love how our wonderful our camera crew, they're like, all right, we missed that one Sunstrike kill, never again. All right, we're keeping an eye on this Quinn GPK situation for the rest of the game.
I mean, he's not going to die to neutrals again. He's not going to die to Sunstrike again, randomly.
He's definitely dying to Sunstrike at least one more time.
That would be a curse. There's just a Quinn cam now. They call this the embarrassment cam. We have to keep an eye on you. Nice D ward here. on the Centaur.
Big D ward from the support Centaur. I'm just going to hype up everything support Centaur does from now on. Just for you, Avery.
Let's say he gets a cart in this game.
Oh, a cart Necro?
Let's say you load GPK into the cart.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's it.
Okay.
That's the... I just think it'd be funny.
Carry him off the field.
Man, right-click Invoker in the late game is no joke.
True.
There's an invasion smoke from Game trying to find something. It's been a while since they've found anything other than, you know, Dyrachyo finding these cheeky kills top. But they aren't really progressing the map or progressing the game. They're not closing out BetBoom farming right now. And you got to remember, they have double Midas. So you're going to pull ahead a little bit with Greevil's Greed here, but not by a huge margin.
He goes for it straight up. Sees an opportunity to blow up the Dazzle, the hero that they are most worried about when it comes to the counterplay against their Reaper's Knight, but Nightfall is going to be caught. Not that Time Walk is going to be able to get him away. What a stomp, though, coming in from safe. Not enough to be able to help him, but it does bring down Tofu. Now they just need to be able to kite out this BKB and get away from Quinn, but Quinn is going to be able to catch up to Pure, slowing him down further, and that'll be the end of him. Hey, you can get a little bit more here. Looks like the, they caught up to save. Celery trying to defend himself against Toronto Tokyo, gets the help. A lending hand there from the Sunstrike of GPK gives Toronto Tokyo the vision to land that last hit.
And Toronto Tokyo, he's getting a decent amount out of these fights.
Yep.
This is a hero we've seen BetBoom go back to time and time again because it gives you the laning and it gives you some extra damage scale in the fights, which they love. So Toronto Tokyo getting some work done, but that is a costly gank. The upside for BetBoom is you gank that on game inside, you force TPs in a defensive area. Now they have to run back on the map, right? It's slowing the game down still, and they know this, so that's why they make the move there. But Dyrachyo, man, he is just so damn big. He gets it all done on his own here. BKB, dodge the hoof stomp, and then these corrosive blades just can't run away. You are stuck there forever, so Dyrachyo makes his presence felt with the first BKB usage. It's a damn good one. More last hits for the Alchemist, who continues his reign of terror, really. Like, I think BetBoom can deal with the Dazzle and the Huskar in these fights. It hasn't looked too difficult for them, but they have not been able to answer the Alchemist so far.
Which means the toughest part of this game is very likely going to be this next Roshan timing.
That's
right,
the
where
biggest
if they get an Aegis on Quinn, do you think they give it to the Huskar because it feels like the Alchemist is untouchable?
I think that's the ideal, right? Dyrachyo, you can't go on him. He has a Grave behind him as well, and then you give the Aegis to the Huskar so you can play aggressively into the Reaper Scythe and the Vessels and all of that. I mean, that's like the dream. But this next 5 or 6 minutes is... I mean, it's most of Gaiman's game plan, right?
Yep.
They want this to go well. And if BetBoom can stop it, shut it down, kill the momentum, they're going to be in a really good spot because they have that 4th core coming online in the Toronto Tokyo Enchantress.
Yeah, this is the part of the game that determines whether if, you weren't watching, you just check the scoreboard afterwards, you're going to see, oh man, Game of Gladiators just stomped the hell out of BetBoom. Or you're going to see it was a 55-minute comeback by BetBoom. One way or the other, it comes down to these next few minutes and how these team fights are executed. In this one, BetBoom do manage to get away without a casualty.
Which is great, because they have 2 cores farming both sidelines here. And one of them is the boots of travel on Pure. So they're ready to react to the fight.
And they're even going to be aggressive here, moving down to the bottom lane where Ace...
This is a really nice gank if they get it off. They have the Sunstrike to back it up. So they have enough damage here with Reaper Scythe. They can get on top of him.
I think Ace definitely knows he's being targeted. And a lot of these situations, like he has been the one that hunted down the most, right?
The life of the Daz, man. You're just too damn powerful. Dyrachyo looking for another aggressive initiation of his own. Taking matters into his own hands.
GPK.
Other than being able to see a hero.
Any detection? Vision? Ooh, thought he went left.
Tofu
actually has a ward sentry, though. Tornado is going to be able to catch him. The shard. Pushing him away, but they get him with the unstable concoction. Dyrachyo was never too far away.
8-0 on this safe lane out. He's just putting the game on his back right now.
Yeah, seriously.
I honestly don't think the rest of this game is going too great for Game.
And he has probably just cleared the way for Game of Gladiators to do that Radiant side Roshan number 2.
That was a big pickoff. Imagine that pickoff goes BetBoom's way instead of Gaiman. You might be able to take that Rosh for yourself because you have the PKB on Nightfall here.
Or at least stall it up long enough that then it becomes a dire side Roshan, which, maybe you are able to stall it up even further. You still have your offlane tower if you're BetBoom. So the other pit is something that BetBoom does control pretty well.
And once more, they're just going to let Quinn solo it. So trying to be ultra efficient on the map. Once more, if Quinn gets Sunstruck here, you're going to be very sad. I'm trying.
You're trying to will it into existence so badly.
But it will not happen. He will collect Aegis cheese here. So you can also give cheese to one of the other cores.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
And it could be pretty influential if you don't get the burst off. This is...
Trying to burst down the Alchemist, and they get it. The damage has...
God damn, that was fast.
begun to rack up.
Yeah, that Ag coming out definitely helps you there. Now you have Chrono Kata. You have to be pretty fast with the Graves and maybe a Snowball on the edge if you can manage it. That's a big find. That's an 8-0 streak as well, so 2,000 gold. Most of it going into GPK's pocket. Easy clap. Man, playing Invoker's the life, man. You just farm creeps, put a Forge Spirit in a lane, don't even have to show. Your team does all the work, you just Sunstrike the guy at the end, you're like, I'm good.
It's like it's a nicer life than Zeus.
Yeah, it's more brain dead one too. Everybody thinks of Invoker like it's a hard hero to play. Oh, you gotta click a million buttons.
Oh, you gotta be a pianist to be able to actually play this hero.
After drooling on your keyboard for 60 minutes. Like, congrats. You know, that's why I respect Tinker players. You know what I'm saying? Because the Tinker player.
Do not hype up Tinker players.
The Tinker player must struggle for all the 60 or 80 minutes to win that game. You know?
Shallow Grave is the counter, ready to go.
Yeah, that was an ambitious
And with
grave.
the Aghanim Scepter, Pure's not going anywhere.
Or an ambitious Reaper Scythe, I would say.
A foolhardy one, perhaps.
Ooh, look at this.
Oh, look at that! Quinn aggressively TPing onto the creep, uses the glyph to make sure it stays alive.
Yeah, where you going, son?
Can you enchant a glyphed creep?
Yeah, I think so.
Wonder if it was on cooldown.
Huh.
Radiant structures are fortified.
That's a weird interaction. But we're going to see the high ground here because, again, you mess up a little bit, use one of those ults. Go high ground, they're going to try for another huge kill thing, get it, but no Chrono this time.
No Chrono, so this time around, Arachio's able to get off the
who's
BKB,
ganking
and
who?
boy, does he chunk down. And it's interesting how Wheeling Gaming Gladiators is to continue to take fights without the Alchemist.
I mean, this lineup, just, there's so much sustain. Any of their three cores can back the other one up. So as long as they have two of the three, they're happy to push objectives. And this is that 20 to 25 minute period where it's 26, so it got delayed a little bit. Your lineup cannot deal with the sustain going high ground unless you have everybody together with the ults off cooldown. It's just not an easy fight to take. And boom, they slipped up a little bit in this game and it cost them a lane. Which is definitely not game over either. I mean, this is a game where they can give up 2 sets of racks and still easily win.
Yeah.
It just points to how precarious some of these situations are, right? That they've been playing this game fairly well, but one bad death bottom for Pure in the wrong part of the map, and a failed gank top, and it's a lane.
And because of their boots of travels that they have, they're able to quickly rotate to another lane. These lanes are constantly being pushed in.
And Gaiman are not going to stop, right? As long as they have this Aegis, they want to force the fight. They want to make you come into them and up the chance you make another mistake going into the multiple lives.
And even just to pick off on a support, seriously limits BetBoom's ability to be able to respond here as they're trying to bail out save. It's just not going to happen.
Yeah, that Dazzle hurts with the 2 armor Centaur here.
Yeah, he's underneath all of this minus armor. Solar Crested.
Yeah, there's a lot of armor synergy coming out from Gaiman right now. Solar Crest, Acid Spray, bad juju. With a Tuskar to go through with the physical burst. It's nasty. And Toronto Tokyo once more, he just gets caught out a little bit.
Bash puts him away with the Hurricane Pike, and that'll allow him to be able to reset no problem.
Where was the quick cam?
Took away the Aegis from Quinn. That's going to make things a lot harder for them to take this high ground fight, but they're still going to go for it. Immediately pop the BKB with Ghost Shroud, protects the Necrophos for now. They're cutting this out. Now Pure's going to use a BKB of his own out of fear.
Nightfall trying to look on the side for a Chrono opportunity. You got to remember Quinn has this cheese, so he's trying to bait out this Reaper.
Nice little pickup there. Tofu trying to get too aggressive there. Gaming Gladiators, the rest of them on retreat. And they're picking up all their Lincolns too, so that this is going to make it harder and harder for Gaming Gladiators to get the initiation that they've been thriving off of.
Yep. If they get to like another set of items after this, I think they're in a pretty good position. Again, I don't think these lanes are asking me too much. They're kind of an inevitability unless you played a perfect game here. The biggest thing for me is Toronto Tokyo. I think a lot of these fights for Bet Boom, you need to have the Enchantress there at the start, and that's how you want to start them, right? Because Toronto Tokyo is very strong.
Yes,
he has the
Enchantress
shard.
is a pretty good counter to Huskar, right?
Yeah, it's a good Ench game. I mean, it's not like it's the best, but it's good enough where you can go in, start poking people with this Grove Bow plus Hurricane Pike, be really annoying on the high ground siege, and force Gaiman to jump you or maybe make a slight mistake, an early BKB, whatever. That's going to give you an opening, right?
And I would say one of the best buffs to Enchantress recently was the fact they changed that the pounce, right? Over to the shard, so now you've got a bit of mobility. You're saying you have
More
to jump
damage.
this Enchantress, but now she actually has a way to be able to reposition herself against the shards.
I think it's a decent way to poke and see how the fight develops. And I think if they jump your Enchantress, you should be pretty fine with that.
Yeah.
Like, the burst is not as fast as we've seen it on Save, who has no armor here.
Yeah.
So I think that's something that Pep would want to consider. But it has to be together, right? It has to be Toronto Tokyo at the front, the bulwark in that formation, and then everybody's ready to take the fight when it happens. He gets caught out like this. That's a very different story where, I mean, you're just a pick-off, right? There's no chrono turnaround on the clump. There's no setup here. It's going to be another death on the field, 50 seconds. He does have buyback. He wants to commit it here. But damn, no Aegis. They are still forcing the issue. Look at a Glyph. And you got to remember, cheese on Quinn here. Something you have to keep in mind when you're playing around with the Chrono and the Reaper.
I feel like the Enchantress is actually maybe one of the worst pickoffs. They get the Chronosphere, actually
Found
managed
the
to get it.
Dazzle.
Quinn walks into it, and they win for the Dazzle, trying to blow him up before the shot range
dead.
comes factor, but Ace managed to get it off just in time. Now he's turning around, getting off these hexes while Darachi goes for the kill on Toronto Tokyo. He wants that support. Dengani gets it on the dieback. Now Nightfall has to retreat. Darachi's too much to handle during his BKB, but it's going to wear out soon. Now they can start pumping that magic damage into him. Snowball save, pushes him over onto the center, managed to finish him off. Darachi getting low, though, kited out, and will end up dying. Ben Boom will hold this fight for now, and they will take it. It cost them a bit, but they do manage to walk away the victors.
Man, GBK doing mad work damage-wise at the end of that fight to help take out the Alchemist, but, I mean, Pure's just alive the whole time. He's just running around with Heartstopper, melting everybody in these engagements.
Yeah.
And that Chrono ended up being very nice for Nightfall, because he catches the Dazzle is true, but the big thing was Quinn walked into it.
Yeah, no, it was a better Chronosphere than it should have been.
Yes, because Quinn walked into it and then ended up getting Reapered at the end. So instead of double here with the Kata coming through the Reaper, the Dazzle's in it, he can't save Quinn. That's maybe the biggest thing on the fight, right?
Yep.
Because if Quinn's still alive, you can maybe take this turnaround if you're gaming. It's going to be close, but there's potential. You lose 2 cores in a Chrono, that is the dream for Nightfall. And now it's just cleanup duty. Heartstopper, Vessels, and the right clicks from GPK are going to give you everything you need here. Nothing left in the tank. That's a great team fight for Pep Boom. And you had the right targets getting gone on in the jump, right? You had this like support sacrificial play where you had the buyback from Toronto Tokyo. Save just goes in. A lot of the attention at the start of that is what are these supporters doing on Bet Boom, and it allows a flank from Nightfall to get the good angle. So that's the type of fight setup I think will favor them the best. And that is the best role that Toronto Tokyo and Save can play.
Now, ideally,
It's a lot
Bet
of momentum.
Boom would have wanted to be able to take a fight like that and take away that Roshan from Gaming Gladiators, but they are now back, and Roshan, the potential spawn time is literally starting right now, so it just means they have no cooldowns. So if it's a fast Roshan, it's free for Gaming Gladiators. If it's a longer one, you're probably still having a tough time fighting, and you're still going to be stuck in another situation where you're defending for your life.
But I think the game is way more comfortable for Bet Boom off that fight. That was a pivotal fight, right? This is, again, a lineup where are you confident going into your late game scale with the Alk, Dazzle, Huskar? You kind of are. I mean, you have some good tools. You can also get like the Ag's kickback on the Tuskar, right? That's always a very influential item.
Yeah.
I think Huskar Dazzle scale incredibly well. I'm not worried about the 6 slots on them. I'm a bit more worried about the 6 slots on Doraccio, especially since he was the one having the big game. I don't know. It's just Necro, Invoker, Faceless Void with an Enchantress core to back it up.
Yeah, I
It
feel like
sounds
this
tough,
this lineup from like in a theoretical position, Dazzle can do so much, but the way the game is actually going in reality is he's being hard shut down by Bet Boom. It is
They're
a
going to
huge
focus him every
focus
time.
for yeah.
Nightfall wants to find this Dazzle in the Chrono. There's no real save for it. You can't snowball save him in the middle of the Chrono. So, yeah, Aeon Disc coming out for Ace here tells you the story of his life right now. He just wants to survive the initial jump. And it's going to be Perhaps Signal to go Nullifier or something later on Nightfall. He also wants Scotty in this game. I think Scotty for the Faceless Void is maybe one of the bigger items. Really good versus the heal lineup here, but also just giving him the HP where Gaimin might not be able to burst the Faceless Void, even if they catch him with the Husk Rags or a stun from, you know, the Alchemist jump. You have 4 staffs bailout between both supports on the side of BetBoom. You have Tornado, Deafening Blast. It's a lot to go through. So your BKBs on Gaimin are ultra important right now. You need to make sure when the BKBs get popped on the Alk and the Huskguard that you get big core kills out of that. Otherwise, BetBoom, I think, are winning that long fight. Time Dilation and the Invoker spells are just going to push it over the edge. And another
wraparound here. Nightfall.
Yeah, interesting angle.
It breaks, so they know the Game of Gladiators in this spot. They need to be able to group up a little bit more here.
The Wolf will tank a Huskguard jump.
Get a little vision. Duraccio, he's going to pop it. Running into Toronto Toku. He hops himself away.
Oh,
The comes here. Doesn't manage to get the Dazzle on the side, but he's got a Neon Disc this time around. It's going to be a much harder kill, but he still managed to get the Stomp. Can they finish him off in time? The Bats are coming through, but no, he got off the Shallow Grave.
Now
and now they're going to start running out of damage. Duraccio and Quinn placed aggressively, not going to allow Nightfall to be able to jump away so easily. Gets another time walk off. Into the pit he goes, but he's trapped in a corner, and there's nothing GPK can do to stop it.
At least he'll get out. I mean, that is big news because your Invokers, your map pressure, and your base defense, right? And Roche still not up here. And you're actually going to be up by the time the Roche is up as well. That was a very weird fight because Duraccio just went into them. And as we saw, Nightfall does not want to go on the Alk with the Dazzle behind. I mean, it's a terrible fight setup for them. He wants to find Dazzle, forces a super deep jump. Really heads up play by GPK to hold the Cataclysm, actually, because that Cata hit after the Aeon Disc. I don't know if... I mean, I'm sure he noticed it, but that was the only thing that made that fight close.
Is this the pick? Is this just trying to get away? I'm not sure what's going on here because GPK and Stay both look unsure about this situation. Oh no! The Snowball pulled him up into the high ground after they tried to chase after GPK, who blinked in a direction that pulled that Snowball straight into Pure.
That was not the gank he was looking for.
No, it wasn't.
I like the poke from BetBoom because I think poking, maybe losing Centaur there is okay. You're getting information, you're slowing down the push here. But damn, losing the Necro actually feels really bad there as GPK will throw his teammate under the bus.
I think there was an assumption there that Gaming Gladiators were going to be playing for Roshan, and anybody who showed anywhere else was going to be a pickoff.
There's no glyph here. Got 45 seconds.
No buyback.
Algold's coming up at 15. No chrono for 35. This is a very awkward situation.
And if they get this kill in Toronto Toku, that makes it even harder. That's supposed to be their big poke in the back line.
Do you commit for throne here if you're gaming? You know. Okay, the glyph actually just came up. Don't know if they had the clock on this.
Make things a little bit more awkward. Duracio's going to make the jump in onto the Faceless Void. They've got the damage to blow him up, and that Chronosphere is not there. The Cataclysm wasn't enough to get a kill, and that's the end of the game. Gaming Gladiators look for an opportunity to end it quickly.
Okay, I mean, a sequence of unfortunate events would be the call from BetBoom. A sequence of, well, yeah, that's what we expected to happen all along if you're gaming. You win one fight, make a couple mistakes outside of BetBoom's base, and you're just gone from the game one here. And that was part of why I feel like Gaimin's draft is, I favor them, not necessarily because it's better on paper, or like, you know, I think if BetBoom execute that game cleanly, as we're starting to see the momentum was shifting, and maybe you're more comfortable going late there. But damn, like the mistakes are way more punishing on the side of BetBoom's draft. That is undebatable, right? You mess up a couple fights, a couple pickoffs, 1 or 2 chrono or size, as we saw here, that game just ends. And the reverse is not true. Like Gaimin, they look sloppier than I think maybe we expect them day one, jet lag, whatever. That game was not that smooth for them, but the mistakes that they made were just not punishable. Like, you couldn't get anything off the map. You can't do Roshan on your own. You can't push game inside in terms of objectives. The towers were defended for a very long time. I think that was the biggest difference for me. And, you know, you want to make the game easy for yourself.
And Game of Gladiators made it as easy as possible. Who needs a third Roshan? Let's just go and hit the throne. Right, Cheever?
Sometimes all you need to do is hit the throne and wait for the enemy to call a GG. And that is exactly what happened at the end of this game. Gaming Gladiators to take game one. It's a 2-game series, and every single game matters. You need to get all the points on the board if you want to get on top of the group, which you do want to do, because top of the group makes it to the upper bracket. But we're here to break this game down and tell you exactly why this game happened the way it did. I'm joined by Effie and Kezu. And Effie, this game in particular, we already said it was going to be a battle of styles, if you will, and we saw Gaming coming out on top. It was very dominant. towards the end.
Even though there were, a few uncharacteristic mistakes coming out of Gaiman, this is the style they're famous for. This constant pressure, this like bringing in a tri-lane early on, like they did versus the Necro, which I think was very pivotal to that game, and just building that net worth lead early on with their Alchemist and just maintaining that throughout the game and eventually ending. We saw the story of the game was just they were running at them over and over again, and even though BetBoom were able to get a few key pickoffs with their Void and the Chronosphere, they killed the Alchemist, they killed the Dazzle a few times, it just wasn't enough.
I think even with the position of the game, I would say BetBoom played really well, especially in the mid game. They had this base defense, they smoke around, they kill them behind, but then you saw it in like one of the last fights, they try it again on the, like, was it the Lotus Flower pool, where they go around and Ace just lives forever. That just goes wrong, and it's like you feel the entire game is just over. And even with all these mistakes, game in here, they're still up like, what, 4k gold after Quinn got Sunstruck killed once, died to Ancients once. It just kind of goes to show you the whole game for them, it was just easier to play. And I think Avery said it very nicely. It's generally what you want to do with Dota. It's such a complex game. You need to make it as easy for you as possible in the draft and like in your early laning stage.
Yeah, they were allowed to make some mistake and still, be fine. Whereas for BetBoom, that just wasn't the case. One mistake and you're going to lose towers. And if you make too many of those mistakes, you're going to lose your throne, which is exactly what happened. This was a fight that we had at the very end of the game where BetBoom had a... I was going to say a decent shot, but it felt so hard at that point already, Effie, for them to kill, well, in this case, Ace with the Dazzle that had an Aeon Disc, which of course made it extra hard. But I kind of felt like that would have been the pivotal point if they were to make a good game there.
Yeah, they were put in a position where they had to take out the Dazzle first if they wanted to maneuver around the rest of Gaiman and take a proper fight. And we saw that with Nightfall constantly trying to chrono the Dazzle in the mid lane and in that fight that we just saw near the Lotus Pool, but it simply wasn't enough. I think in both chronos he did live through it and get the Grave off, and afterwards it was just a matter of regrouping, maybe having a hero overextend a little bit to get the final bits of damage on the Dazzle, and you just lose the fight after that. So it was really just a matter of not having the damage be quite enough, and you attribute that to the net worth lead that Gaiman were able to secure for the game.
And that all comes down to the topic we talked quite a lot about before the game started because we had some extra time to talk. But I want to talk about it more because we talked a lot about the laning stage beforehand, saying that the reason why in 2023 BetBoom was able to have double the amount of wins over Gaiman as Gaiman over BetBoom in this case, that it normally was BetBoom doing better in the laning stage, and Kezu, that just wasn't the case this time. They were a little bit outclassed, it felt like.
I feel like it comes down to the BetBoom safe lane. Like, Gaiman had more pressure with the Tusk Dazzle lane, which then allowed Tofu to leave, which in reality, when you play Eng, you want to leave your lane at like minute 3, 4, 5, but he felt too pressured, he couldn't do it. Now instead it's Tofu doing it. Now suddenly they have 3 in the safe lane. You shut down a Necro bit, now you're out, it's suddenly snowball, it starts rolling.
Yeah, and we saw the pressure being brought to the Enchantress too, where also the Crystal Maiden came down and helped kill the Enchantress a few times. They found her near the tier 1 tower, they also found her near the Bounty Rune, and they were able to kill her. And while that was happening, this was just a free farm Alchemist on the other side, and that was just by nature of the early rotation that Tusk did, where they killed the Necro and they killed the Centaur a couple of times, and afterwards your CM is really high level, right? We saw a level 7 CM flank a Necro, and he was just out on the lane a little bit trying to get a net worth lead, steps out of position, then he's stunned, he's freezing field, and he's just dead. So it really felt like Necro couldn't find his way back into the game after that tri-lane.
And speaking of Necro, it's one of the two heroes that we wanted to highlight because we wanted to talk about the off-lane players. We got Ace and Pure, of course, one on the Dazzle for Ace. We got Necro on Pure, and this Necrophos was overall last pick, and generally when something is overall last pick, it should be the key to solve it all.
Yeah, you have overall last pick against overall first pick, and if you look at it, like Ace did way more on the Dazzle. I think this Necro can work, but it's just, you generally don't want to last pick heroes that are very volatile. Like if something goes wrong in like your first 5, 6, 7 minutes, Necro will fall off a lot as an offlaner. So that's just something maybe, going to the next draft, you want to pivot a bit. But yeah, I think if we just look here, I would say Ace's stats aren't like too pretty, but he did everything he had to do. He's playing Dazzle, he's graving, he's tanking, itemizing properly. No, makes it look easy.
Yeah, I mean, the stats for Dazzle don't really tell the story of the game, because just by being a Dazzle, you bring so much pressure on the enemy team to find you first. And their fights are different. They can't take the fights as they please. They have to have vision of the Dazzle, they have to have the jump on the Dazzle, and that just changes the entire way that the enemy team can play. So simply by being a Dazzle, you have impact in a game.
And you got your own save in the grave. You got you bought an extra save in the Aeon Disc. You've got Tofu with the snowball save coming out as well. And by the time that all those saves are done, the rest of your team has got plenty of time to make sure that the the offensive side of the fight is going your way. And that's, I think, for Gaming Gladiators, it just worked out so perfectly, so smoothly. I think that definitely BetBoom has to go back to the drawing board. And with that, I mean, we talked about the first pick Dazzle. I want to talk about the first pick Centaur on the side of BetBoom, because they flexed it to a position support, to a position 4. Kazoo is not something that we see very frequently, but it should be on our radar. But do you think that this was a pivot that they did at the end because they saw the Husker and they wanted the Necro, or was this a plan on the long?
I think it was kind of open, but they decided towards the end that it's going to be a support. I think it was probably picked with the intention of being Pure's hero, simply because he's just very good with it. But I don't like the pivot with the Necro pick. If you pick something else where you force him to come to you, I think it's okay. Otherwise, Centaur should be offlane, so it makes it easier for you to deal with the Dazzle. So personally, I was not the biggest fan.
Yeah, and like you were saying, Kazoo, during the draft, that BetBoom did have different approaches to that last pick. They could have picked a typical playmaker/roamer for save. They could have flexed the Invoker to position 4 and picked something like a Sniper, as Kazoo mentioned, for the mid lane. And then the last pivot that we didn't talk about or mention was actually flexing the Centaur to support and trying to shut down the Alchemist. But when that doesn't happen, when Alchemist has a good lane anyway and your Necro pick doesn't work out, you're left with heroes that are just kind of subpar at their role. They're not really placed in the positions that they're used to being placed in, and they don't have the space on the map to get the gold that they need to have impact. But with that being said, I think Save played a really good game with what he had. I mean, if it weren't for Save's rotations with GPK in the early game, I think BetBoom could have lost that game.
The game was over at 20.
That game would have ended really early on, but they did manage to find very key kills and make something happen, and that was on the back of the Centaur.
Yeah, they made a couple of things happen. They didn't make enough happen to win the game, of course, but they're going to have another shot at it because it's a 2-game series, and that means Game 2 of Gaming Gladiator and a BetBoom team is coming at you right after this.
You want to play like a pro and gain that sweet MMR? Watch the DHL Pro Tips to improve your gameplay. Then test your knowledge to win a Steam gift card. Become a pro by visiting esl.gg/DHL Pro Tips.
Taste the freedom.
never be like me. Flow so hot, but the jewels I see. Never think much of a fool I see. Them type of man we are school and teach. Fresh to death, head to toe. Smell the best fresh cologne. Finesse the best freshest clothes. I dress the best, yes you know. I'm that guy, pose for the photo, never been shy. Drips in the chokehold and I got vibe. Wardrobe looking so cold, put it on ice. Yeah, I'm that guy, pose for the photo, never been shy. Drips in the chokehold and I got vibe. Wardrobe looking so cold, put it on ice. For the photo, never been shy. Drips in the chokehold and I got vibe. Wardrobe looking so cold, put it on ice. Yeah, I'm that guy. Pose for the photo, never been shy. Drips in the chokehold and I got vibe. Wardrobe looking so cold, put it on ice. I'm that guy. I'm that guy. I'm that guy. Put it on ice. I'm that guy.
We're continuing on with ESL 1 Kuala Lumpur 2023. We are only one game in of our first day of group stages here, and it's time for game number 2. That's right, we got first game here won by Gaming Gladiators. They're up against Bedboom, and both of these teams have not changed. Like, they're the only two teams here in Kuala Lumpur that have not changed roster after TI. So there's a lot of pressure, extra pressure, if you will, to perform and to do well and to prove that they indeed made the right choice as to not change roster. So far, Gaming Gladiators coming out on top of that one. Gonna find out if Bedboom can strike back here in this second game. I'm joined by Effie and Kazu, and we're gonna be joining Bedboom on the drawing board here a little bit, because I want to know where they are gonna go with their thoughts. Kazu, where are they gonna go? What's their adaptation approach? What would you like it to be?
Honestly, I think the first few picks were pretty good. Sometimes it's hard where it's like, oh, we need to just change our last pick. I think the overall idea can be, okay, we want to be like a little more solid in lanes, and even if it's not solid, let's be ready for their first move.
Yeah.
So even if we're behind, if Tofu moves, am I mirroring his movement, or am I letting you know that he's coming so that you back off and don't die? I think that's where it should all start.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I mean, even that draft I felt like could have gone a little bit differently if they didn't take that skirmish at the Bounty Rune and give away First Blood to Alchemist, who then had a really great game. Probably a better game than we thought he would, just looking at the draft. And things like potentially trying to consider Tofu's rotations, like Kazu just mentioned. You can make changes in your gameplay before you make changes in your draft for almost every game you look at.
Yeah, so it's back to the draft. Should appear on our screens very soon. And I would imagine also, and I don't know how much of an impact this will have. The previous game we had, well, we already have an answer right here. I was going to say, previous game we had Gaming Gladiators on Dire with first pick and Bedboom on Radium with second pick. It's exactly the same. So we run it back. And not only that way we run it back, but if Nature's Prophet gets banned now by Gaming Gladiators, it means we've also run it back ban-wise, because this is exactly the same. Slight difference in order, I realize this, but the heroes are the same. Lone Druid, Chen, Pug Knight, Gyrocopter on Bedboom's team. And yeah, that's the same 7 heroes banned, same first pick from Game-In. Let's see where they thought it went wrong. Okay, first change. Pick up Tusk, deny pick on Gaming Gladiators, because they used that previous game. That's where they changed, Kazu? I mean, it's pretty exciting to see a team try to almost run it back, right? Because that's like the ultimate analysis, like where did it go wrong?
Yeah, I was like, you know, will they change something? Because all the bans are the same, but, you know, you take the Tusk. I think overall this hero is just rising a lot lately. I think this hero gives you like good lane, good kill threat, and enables range carries, which feel very nice. It's also one of the few melee supports you can still run with melee offlaners, because he's strong enough. So, no, I'm just a fan of Tusk. I think it's a good pick.
Yeah, and also if you look at this Tusk, he was the secret key ingredient in Gaimin's last game that made it so dominant. It's because they had this Tusk on the offlane with Dazzle that the lane was so strong. I mean, Dazzle alone is a good laner, but when you pair him with something like a Tusk and the amount of damage that can come out with Tag Team plus Poison Touch, that was a really key factor to Ace leading in CS after that laning stage. And outside of how good he made Dazzle on lane, it was the Tusk rotations that also completely shut down the Necro's games. So by taking this Tusk away from them, it opens up your ability as BetBoom to play these lanes that maybe you want to run back yourself, right? I can see them running back the Centaur if it doesn't get banned out.
Yeah, another change is there that the Enchantress is banned on the side of gaming. That means that Grimstroke or Phoenix will make it through, because those were the bans that gaming had last time. And I do want to talk a little bit, tiny bit about the Grimstroke, because I heard Kaiser, that this is one of the most popular supports at the moment in high MMR parts.
Yeah, no, Grim is just great, right? You have good lanes, you can sync up with anyone with high Inkswell, the new Shard or the new Inkswell where you decide when to pop it, you can break people free. It's just a damn good hero. And to go back to the Tusk a little bit, I think you generally want to play range carries against Dazzle in the lane, simply so it's harder to get Poison Touch, it's harder to get heal bombed. And I think Tusk, you know, also indirectly makes it a lot nicer for you. You feel good just playing range carries with Tusk in the lane.
A little bit of a frontliner.
Yeah, his stats are very high in the early game, and the way that people are playing Tusk again is they stopped playing on his Ice Shards plus Snowball. Now they're just playing on Tag Team. They'll get a Blightstone early on, and they'll just output so much physical damage that it makes it so that any kind of ranged hero with Tusk has a free lane, because you've got this guy just out-trading whichever support that he manages to get on top of, and his stats are so high that he can play in really risky positions.
Takes a while for BetBoom to come up with which hero they're gonna ban out here in the second phase. There is so little to go off of. It's pretty crazy that we are gonna see 10 heroes banned in total, even though 2 picks have only been done. So there's a lot of thought that has to go into it. They ban out the Templar Assassin just like they did last game, and they pick up the Grimstroke that we talked about.
Just a solid support duo. We touched on it on the Grim before. And I think for them, they should be... I mean, this makes, I think, their lane setup very easy. Both Grim and Tusk are kind of interchangeable. If they ever sync up, they're strong. And it means, if you want to make it very simple, you have Grim with some melee offlaner in the offlane. You put the Tusk with the range carry against the Dazzle, if it's going to be an offlane. We don't know that. But overall, just a nice foundation from BetBoom.
Yeah, and also a way to address this Dazzle that, you know, potentially it wasn't enough in the last game, but now you have this Phantom Embrace coming out of the Grimstroke, like a silence to Dazzle who's going to be chain stunned by Inkswell and whatever melee initiator is going in. You're more likely to kill this Dazzle before he gets the Grave off than you were last game when you just had an Enchantress right-clicking and had no means to provide disable on this Dazzle.
I do like the Tiny. I think it's like, I mean, obviously it's a different hero than Tusk, but it does protect the Dazzle and it can frontline for him too. It's also pretty good to like just counterplay when Tusk goes in. If there's some Grimstroke, he can put people out of position. When you know they're more likely to pick a range carry, Tiny is very annoying for range carries to just throw them out of position. And you get the Firebird. I just love Phoenix.
With that being said about Tiny, I don't think he's as good as Tusk. Like, not even close, honestly. The hero feels like it definitely needs to meet a lot more conditions for it to be effective. Like, Tusk can play very effective early game without a Blink Dagger, whereas at some point, if this Tiny doesn't have his Blink timing, it's going to be hard for him to get that toss back that he's looking for. So he has to play a stronger laning stage. He's also much more mana dependent than Tusk is. So yeah, it's going to be a harder game for Tofu to have impact, but conceptually it fits into the same idea as this Tusk.
There's another Centaur. This one, well, this one seems to be an offlaner, because otherwise we'll have a Tusk or a Grimstroke as a core, which I don't think is that likely, even though it's not entirely unheard of.
I've seen Pure play offlane Tusk in a pub, but that was just a one-off. So,
I mean, if you get to choose, when you want a pure Centaur or a pure Tusk, you chose the Centaur.
It's more likely. Like, I figured that they'd run back the Centaur just because there's nothing wrong with this hero in their draft, conceptually. And now that you have this Grimstroke, the Centaur is much more heavily enabled, and you have a means to deal with this Dazzle better.
That does mean that you want to see the Grimstroke as a position 4 on save together with the Centaur on the lane, and the Tusk on the safe lane with the carry, ranged carry. This is a win range, by the way, that, well, are we going to see it mid for GPK?
Probably. I guess it's a soft flex, but it should be mid.
Yeah.
And to go back to the lanes, I think that would make the most sense. You don't really want to lane the Tusk into the Phoenix, so just keep Tusk safe lane, put the Grim off lane with the Centaur. Just very chill lanes. And now you decide on the last pick, okay, where's Wind Ranger going? You know, this is a setup for a very it should be a very easy last pick for Bedboom. You know, make it easy, make it simple.
And you want to have a ranged carry, right? Then
Most likely still. I mean, when you have last pick, you know, you have more options. Maybe you see more, but.
Yeah, and I do like the idea of this Wind Ranger being brought out because if this Dazzle is not being played on the offlane, we've talked about it because we just saw Gaimin run it, but if this Dazzle is a mid flex at the very end, you've already addressed it with the Wind Ranger because she is one of the better heroes at laning versus Dazzle with her Wind Run.
Well, there's a Pango traditionally in the hands of Quinn, so maybe offlane Dazzle once again. Or maybe even support if you want to. How important is it to be able to kill the egg, by the way? I wanted to ask that because Phoenix obviously has a lot of great tools in her kit. I say her because it lays eggs.
It doesn't lay eggs, it becomes an egg.
Let's just say it lays one. When it spawns, it can make some eggs.
I don't know.
It's a mythical being, it becomes an egg.
Okay, so it. Yeah, that's a lot of tools in its kit. But how important is it to be able to kill that egg? Because at the moment I see Grimstroke Wind Ranger hitting it, and that's not going very fast.
Well, you need to be able to do either one of two things. You either get in there and you kill that goddamn egg, or you run away from it. So at least with Centaur, you can do one.
Run. Yeah,
and you still have a last pick, you know, like maybe Nightfall.
You can run in or out.
Exactly.
You still have your carry, who's going to be able to address this egg, so it should be fine. Also, I think that like Wind Ranger versus Pangolier is really quite interesting because while Pangolier is going to rotate much better than the Wind Ranger in the early game, once Wind Ranger gets to a position where she has damage and she has her BKB, she can just run down the Rolling Thunder and delete Pango from a fight in the late game.
These are two very hard supports to play Pango into. I don't want to play against Tusk. He just ice shards, you know, and suddenly, oh shit, where am I driving? And then the Soulbind, if anyone goes in with me, you need to be careful, kind of like communicate, okay, let me go in alone, you need to go somewhere else, don't jump in with me, because if you get Soulbound, yeah, you're just getting whacked away by the Wind Ranger.
And on top of that, Stampede is a really good tool at disengaging from a Rolling Thunder. If you're relying on this Rolling Thunder in the early game for initiation, and you have the Stampede to counter it, your heroes are just going to run away from Pango once that Centaur hits level 6, so it might shut down one or two key rotations coming out from Pango. So it's honestly not the easiest Pangolier game, but this hero can always work. If you just get a few good power runes, you get a few early game rotations, with a Diffusal Blade, you're going to be dishing out so much damage, and you're going to be able to secure a lot of your side lanes. But I do have to re-emphasize for the third time that it's not the easiest Pango game. It's not a very good one.
You know who thrives and got brought up by fire and hardship?
Quinn?
Yes. He comes from NA.
Yeah,
if anything, you know, this is his playground. So
Avery's not happy about that
in the corner, confused.
He does not agree. He just says it's not that hard. That's why you're on the casting desk.
Got him.
Go Sheeps. I mean, Kessie would know. He coached Quinn.
That's true. And Avery.
Quinn coached
and I'm also here now.
Oh no. What does this mean? We got Bloodseeker removed from the pool together with Luna. A lot of carries removed because it does seem like both Daracho and Nightfall don't have a hero to play just yet. And it's going to be Gaimin that has to choose first. They are running very low on time. After this, Bedboom still has over a minute to think about what they are going to pick next. But it's Terrorblade. What we thinking? There's a lot of thoughtful faces on my panel right now.
I don't know. It's like Phoenix TB doesn't really inspire me a lot when it comes to the lane. It's the type of lane where get what you can. I'm going to go jungle level 4. You take the lane, and it's kind of like you're not going to pressure the Centaur. So I think Bedboom should be pretty happy with this. I don't know. I guess I'm looking at Muerta, but then Muerta Wind Ranger are very similar type of heroes. So like if something goes wrong in the game, you both overlap in the same type. I think it could still work because you have a Stampede to go around. You can stay on high range. I think you have a good matchup against the TB. Or am I on crack?
I know you're not on crack. You're not on crack for that. Interesting. So the Huskar is actually taken in this game too, but this time around it's by Bedboom. And you know what? That is an egg killer, Sheever, that you're talking about.
It is also Wind Ranger carry then.
It is a flex.
Okay, so actually, the Wind Ranger pick, whether it was a mid flex or a carry flex now that we hadn't considered because it's been a while since we've seen her flex to carry, it's quite good against Dazzle, and Dazzle was one of the pivotal win conditions of Gaimin in the last game. So you have a carry who should be able to sustain very well versus Dazzle and hold its own, and now you have this Huskar Gotcha pick coming out from the mid lane. Like, Pangolier is not going to have an easy time versus Huskar, and you've addressed the Phoenix. Also, I think that Terrorblade might be a little bit too slow in this game because Centaur should have a free lane, and if Centaur has a free lane and Huskar has a free lane, Terrorblade's not going to have the space on the map to get the gold that he needs to carry this game. So it's a little bit of a reversal, Kazu, in tempo.
Yeah. I think Bet Boom, they got Gaming Gladiators in this one. They got them pretty good in the draft. First of all, Wind Ranger lanes super well against Dazzle. You can always just Wind Run. You're not going to get Poison Touch. You stay on high range. Your supports can move around. I think all 3 cores on Bet Boom are going to have a good game. And even if you get some Vestal on Gaimin, you're going to get the Dispel from Save Shards. So Gaimin need to outplay them somewhere between like the minute 8 to 15 mark to come back in this game.
That means that we are starting ESL 1 Kuala Lumpur, potentially, with 100% win rate for Huskar.
Yeah, it's possible.
That was not on my bingo card, I'll tell you
Same.
that much. That's funny. Do you agree with his sentiment, Effie?
Yeah, I agree for sure. I mean, that Huskar is a really good gotcha pick. A lot of the lanes on Betboom seem to be very problematic, and Tiny isn't as effective of a position for hero as Tusk to secure lanes in the same way. The hero just isn't what it used to be in terms of speed, in terms of mana management, in terms of like overall damage output. It does everything worse than a Huskar. So I think Tofu's in a position where he has to make a lot happen for his team, but maybe his hero isn't going to be able to do that.
Good luck, Tofu.
Good luck, Tofu. Good luck, Gaming Gladiators. And good luck, Betboom, as well, as they are looking to tie the series with the 1-1. We're going to find out how things play out. Together with the commentary duo, it's Cap and SVG.
There's something I love to see. Huskaring the Huskar player. I like that. Yeah. And he's playing Pango, too, which apparently they didn't get enough of that at the TI finals. So they got to, keep the faith.
Hey, Pango, he does some stuff.
He does do
He's
a lot of things.
He's kind of a real hero now.
Yeah, what?
Yeah, because Quinn lost with him at TI. So now it's like, justice has been dealt.
Time to fix your PCs. What?
All right, I like Bet Boom here. Do you know why, Austin?
Because the panel liked Bet Boom and they're smarter than you?
I don't listen to the panel.
Oh.
Because I'm smarter than them. I'll tell you why. One word. Yeah, are you gonna
Dazzle?
No. Grim stroke with a hyphen.
Grim.
Or is it one word? It is one word.
It's one word.
Well, with a hyphen anyway. He strokes you grimly.
It's a name. Don't say that ever again. Do not say that ever again on broadcast, or we are no longer a cast.
Well, there's worse things that can happen. I think this hero is busted. I think Grimstroke is
hell yeah
a first pick support in this meta. That doesn't mean you necessarily first pick him because, there's like orders and stuff. But this is my favorite support in the entire patch right now. I think he has insane synergy with all like the really good initiating cores. His scale is crazy goddamn good. And all of his spells are super impactful in the fight. They're all really annoying. They're all really low cooldown. His shard is great. He's a pseudo save. He's BKB pseudo lockdown. He deals with Pangolier because you're a fake ass hero.
30 seconds.
I expect Save to pop off, especially after he got relegated to Centaur last game. They probably tried to put him on it again. He was like, screw that. I'm playing a real hero. You take that ship here. I'm going to pop off. I expect great things from Save this game. I expect this Grimstroke to shine because he has great cores to go in and do it up for him. And very strong lanes coming from Bet Boom. I expect the Huskar to do well. I expect the Wind Ranger to do okay. I don't know how this Dazzle Wind Ranger lane actually is in the side lane.
Yeah, it seems a little weird. They're going to go for it underneath the tower. Tofu managed to bait them in a little bit, hits him with the double avalanche. A lot of damage returned back, and Pure keeps going that direction. He will be cut down very easily, and Toronto Tokyo might join him as well. Ace and Tofu chased a little bit there, met with some resistance from Save and Nightfall, though. Either way, the damage is done. The first blood is taken over to Gaming Gladiators.
One might say that he got grimly stroked.
No.
All right, let's see how well Quinn can do on the other side.
Kenzo, if you're listening, you can go ahead and come into the studio and replace Avery. That would be
he can do on the other side of this Huskar matchup. I'm surprised we did not see Huskar at TI. That was actually one of the really surprising stats there for me because I do not think this hero was that bad there. I mean, the factor is, he's kind of like a lane-based hero, and sometimes those heroes at TI are spooky to pick.
Sure.
Like, it feels cheesy or all in, even if it isn't necessarily.
Like Game of Gladiators made a very long run through TI.
But Quinn didn't play it either, right? So, like,
yeah.
I don't know. But I think this hero is very strong. So maybe now that we're not at TI, there's not some, like, oh, big ages up for grabs, Now you can just relax.
Yeah, it's just $1 million.
Right. And then you can,
small prize pool in the Dota 2 world.
So I think Bet Boom are going to be really happy in these lanes. I think the one lane that should do very well for them over time It's just pure Centaur lane, but you got first blooded again. It just kind of sucks. Push you back a little bit in terms of gold, but I believe in my boy Grimstroke. They'll pull through.
I will say that was one of my favorite changes they made to any hero. It's such a simple thing, but just being able to give you a little bit more control over Inkswell and how it's used. You know, they did the same thing to Techies as well. The reactive taser, now you can activate it to blow up whenever you want.
Yeah, but the hero's just bad. So, I mean, you can shine a trash can.
Maybe
It's
you're
still
right.
A trash can.
Maybe they need to buff Techies some more. That sounds like a great idea. I agree.
That's okay.
Thank you.
We can leave them there.
Weird little thing. GPK not opting for the what's his Q call?
Inner fire.
Yeah, he
What
didn't
you
opt for the
distinctly
inner
lack.
fire.
You lack all sources of inner fire. It's a little weird. Usually you take a value point for laning, but...
Yeah, especially against Pango because you can knock him down mid shield crash.
To be fair, though, like the skill points on this hero are kind of irrelevant. If you get that in a position where you can sit in front of the wave and or right-click him, you're going to win any lane. Right?
Do you think Quinn would say that it's irrelevant?
No.
Because watching that mid matchup, he
Quinn's,
was definitely not dominating the matchup the way he should.
I mean, part of Quinn's skill set is he is perhaps the best mid laner in Dota in the world right now. And he trained a very long time to get there. There's that Grim coming into play. As Celery gets stroked in the top lane. Just goes down. Over to you, Austin.
Stop.
All right, that's the last one, I promise.
Ooh, Ace is going to die, but they do manage to get the kill first. But all importantly, the Lotus is up for grabs, and Tofu managed to snatch it away from Nightfall.
Nice Lotus.
By using the toss.
And Pure is still suffering. You just can't get like a high enough HP pool to sit on the lane, and it is giving a decent amount of space over to Dyrachyo. They got the cheeky kill on the Phoenix, but they're not pressuring the Terrorblade yet, at least. But still doing all right, 19-2. Actually, the CS is looking fairly solid for BetBoom here. Net worths are all even, but they're doing pretty good on the board. And again, I think they're okay with just like smooth sailing through this laning phase. I don't think they have to crush the lanes here. They just have to get into the mid game where like this, you know, Grimstroke Tuskar can start to take over the skirmishes versus a slower support duo in the Phoenix Tiny. I think that's the biggest change for game in this game compared to game one. Their support duo is a lot clunkier. Like you need ult on Phoenix unless you have a crazy fast start on lane, which Celery's not going to have here. That's like their losing lane on the side of gaming, or their slow lane. And I mean, Tiny's just a pretty clunky hero. I think he's still very powerful. If you get to the items, he's still one of the best supports in Dota. Just his way to get there has been shut down a bit. Toss isn't as gimmicky a spell in the early game with the cast range nerf, so kind of have to be a lot cheekier. And I don't think there's a mid gank in this game. I think that's one of the things that can salvage Tiny in the current meta is if you can just go behind the guy mid and toss him in and get that kill, suddenly you have an early game.
Oh, why can't you do that to Huskar? Especially with the Pango who can pull him back even further.
I mean, in theory, you can do it in certain matchups, but I think in this Huskar versus Melee matchup, it doesn't always exist because in theory, the other guy, he's getting his regen burned constantly, and he has to use spells for creeps. So the harass against the Huskar isn't that high.
Nice shackle shot. Latching down the two of them. This is always a dangerous combination. Anytime you have tag team plus some decent attack speed. It's going to be a potent combo once you see Nightfall get his level 6, but for now, it's not enough to get the kill on Ace.
Honestly, I feel like Gaiman are doing pretty well in this laning phase. It's better than I expected. They're just taking it to BetBoom on a lot of these lanes. And
Huskar only has
back.
19 denies. They're going to turn back around. Pure. It's going to be a lot of magic damage dealt back to the Terrorblade. Not enough to kill him, but they will lead. Oh, they does actually get it with the beautiful stroke from Zay.
Say it. Say. All right, you don't have to say it, but we're all thinking it. I honestly think that outcome is maybe better. That's how much I believe in Grimstroke. I think if you give Grimstroke a good early game, this hero just takes over games. He takes over team fights.
I mean, Terrorblade is one of the better Aghanims heroes for Grimstroke, right? To get illusion of TD.
That's what I'm saying. That's the annoying part. This hero's really good with spellcasters. He's really good against spellcasters or mobility heroes, and he's good against the agi carry. So he has a lot of routes to be useful, which I think, in general, if a support has a lot of good routes to usefulness and his laning phase is acceptable, which it definitely is, the hero's almost never bad. And eventually those heroes rise to the top. I think the hero that it reminds me the most of was the patch where support Snapfire just became like first pick. Now that hero had some flex too, right? But it was mostly because the lane phase was solid, and then there's like no game in which it was bad. It just worked with everything.
Trying to get the toss back,
ambitious.
but one of the advantages of this matchup, Wind Ranger has Wind Run against the Dazzle, always able to make sure that you can't maintain that poison touch you're looking for.
That's annoying. And Beppu are going to try and make this mirrored move on the other side of the map, and they have a lot more spell damage to throw into the defenseless Terrorblade here.
Who is still silenced, but the Ghost ends up dying, and Celery running interception, beautifully covering both Toronto, Tokyo, and Save in the slows. The damage over time is going to burn out both of them with the Sunray. Yeah, he's got him.
Wow, what a disaster.
Yeah, that felt like it was guaranteed. Should have been.
Oh, this point in Retaliate, not having the second point hook stop, I'm not going to say it cost him that, but it's definitely not a miss skill or anything.
Is it not a miss skill? I feel like all the Centaurs I watch nowadays do not go Retaliate at
that's
all.
why. Okay.
Well, Kira gets it in the end somehow.
He went to
He's
Retaliate.
going for the kill on Celery.
Nah, he just wants to die.
Okay. I mean, it would have been sick if he got the double edge there and somehow got that kill, died to the tower.
What is going on here?
Quinn's just getting stuck.
All right,
Stuck in the mire and the muck in the river.
Quinn continuing to find weird things happen to him.
He is not that far behind the rest of the cores in net worth. Obviously, his one-to-one matchup is pretty rough, but...
I mean, his net worth looks fine. I don't really know how, because he's 30 CS behind and
frankly,
30
GPK
denies
dies
behind.
here to look a whole lot better. The Avalanche, though, they got to chase him down. They do.
What a sick rotation with Dyrachio.
Yeah, that was a cool one.
What the hell is this rotation on? If I'm GPK, I'm like, what? Guys, what the hell is this? Why is there a Terrorblade meta in my lane?
I think that's one of the special things about Dyrachio as a carry.
You know what that move was?
How active he is with hard carries. Yeah, what is that?
We're going to see Quinn maybe go down here. Uphill misses. Is it actually going to save him?
No. Stampede runs him over. They're going to get a return kill out of it, though, maybe, with the toss back on a save. Save just doing what damage he can before he falls, allowing GPK to have a chance to pick something else in return, but he has no level of his ultimate.
He's just playing for the farm. That was a big rotation from Dyrachio. That move, I've seen that move before. You know where I've seen that move before?
Where? He's thinking.
Manila. It was also a Southeast Asian tournament. Manila Major.
Okay.
Team OG. No tail, carry Terrorblade. Rotated into mid and ganked mid at like level 4 or 5. I remember that game.
Deep knowledge right there.
Yeah, and nobody can counteract that because none of you are all going to go look that
nobody
up.
possibly remembers that, so you could just throw crap like
No, I
that
remember
out.
watching that replay with Arteezy on EG at the time. And Arteezy was like, why the hell did he make this move? I remember that discussion. I don't remember what the conclusion was.
Well, it works for him, and it is still working, so apparently there's something to that move. GPK is not going to be able to deal with all of these various damage sources. Eventually he's going to take out here. Bedboom do have some heroes in a position looking to punish.
That's a second death for Huskar. And this is, maybe this is part of also like the team understanding of a hero, because again, when we saw the Huskar last game, Bedboom didn't collapse on it. The weakness of this hero is if you gank him, you give him some early deaths, suddenly he's not as scary. Because he's going to dominate the CS, but he is pretty susceptible to just getting killed early on, and then he's not doing like massive ancient acceleration. So gaming, that's why that Terrorblade gank was impressive, because I think it demonstrates the understanding gaming have versus what they're up against in this game and making cheeky moves that pay off big time, because it puts Quinn back in a position. We're talking about the CS battle. He's ahead of net worth on this Huskar. This Huskar is 65 and 30 to Quinn's 35. Like, this is a dominant CS performance from GPK. On paper, he decimated this mid lane and put Quinn in the dumpster. But what does it mean when you get ganked? It means nothing. This is why mid players hate ganks, because they're filthy and they're unfair. And I think we should separate mid lane from the rest of Dota, and we should just let them 1v1 for 10 minutes, and then they can join the rest of the team. And that would be more honor, you know?
Who the hell are you? When did you become the advocate for mid players?
Since big mid lane started sponsoring me.
Oh. How much they paying you, right? Take a cut there.
I don't discuss contracts on stream. Austin, you know that?
If anybody from the support lobby
There's no support lobby, dumbass. You think there's a support lobby? It took 8 years to get cheaper salves. That's your support lobby.
Toronto Tokyo getting a punch in before he is still going to be in some trouble. They have the Inkswell, but Tofu's going to cover him pretty nicely. No escape. 7-10, Gaming Gladiators up by just a K.
What do you think about Carry Win Ranger? Because I know you're a Dota player.
I do occasionally play some Dota too.
I've seen you out there. Now you play with Merlini. Merlini's a big.
We both play with Merlini. Yeah.
Okay. Merlini's a big Carry Win Ranger player.
Yeah. Yeah.
So you must have some strong opinions on it now that you've lost like 800 MMR to
it. Ace. He's gonna get a no.
Nice combo.
Punch straight to the face, and they have actually some chain stuns they can be using onto Duracho here with Pure coming in through the side. Has to use a stun onto Tofu, which means Duracho is still alive, looking for a Sunder opportunity. He's gonna push back some of these heroes, and they are too scared to keep it going on the side of Bet Boom. A reset, especially with Quinn coming in hot with this haste rune. He'll run down and save. Got something out of it at least.
They found Toronto Tokyo. It'll be a 2 for Quinn here. I'm sure he will do his best to chaos this. There you go. Nice little haste rotation for him. Again, catching up in this game off the rough Huskar lane. And another rotation from Duracho that would have been terrible if he goes down there because he just rushed Midas. But this is a Midas Terrorblade ganking both of the other lanes by, the 11-12 minute mark. That is kind of crazy. And he's top net worth. And goddamn, Duracho is playing some Dota today, I'll tell you that much.
He really is.
Like, this is a very impressive early game flow from a hero that we felt like was in a tough lane, is arguably their slower core, and not really known for making rotations with a Midas, right?
Yeah.
But he's just doing it all here. Won his lane, his tower's still up, he's highest net worth, he's making the rotations with greedy items in a Midas. It's not like some Yasha that helps you do it. Reddit's in absolute shambles right now.
Yeah, but Quinn still lost mid, so there's something to hold on for the Reddit community. Nightfall trying to outrun the Avalanche there. Quinn actually not popping the ultimate there. I guess he maybe saw the Tusk and figured, okay, he's just going to shard. I'm not going to be able to chain this very well. You're really trying for this one. He does have save right behind him. With the Inkswell and the Silence, they can bring down Duracho solo. That's the downside of being so aggressive and willing to just play.
Yep, it is.
Aggressively on the enemy side of the map constantly, the way he does, you will occasionally be dying like that.
I always prefer the aggressive carries, but, yeah, they're double-edged swords as he gets double-edged down. Now we're seeing this Grimstroke combination start to have the damage to get the burst through, which is what you want with this hero. Because once that starts to happen, you just pick up the pace on the map. It gets spookier and spookier.
Okay, so I gotta keep it real. You asked me about the Merlini Wind Ranger.
Yeah, let's go back to that.
Yeah. I know Ben is a beloved name in the scene.
Well.
And he's one of my closest friends in Dota. Preface all this to say, if anybody is doing something that Ben is doing,
this is very
I
aggressive,
think it's terrible.
Just while we're watching this.
Yeah, it's not great.
Space-making move. So you're saying if Ben does it, it's terrible?
Yeah, if you play Queen of Pain and you don't level up your Q,
well, that one's
literally go stats over it. If you're playing Carry Wind Ranger, I think inherently you have some wrong ideas about Dota.
The Carry Wind Ranger's fine. This hero is a carry. Will carry late game scenarios. It's very good versus Terrorblade.
It can work, and I think it does work against Terrorblade specifically. Okay, but I think most of the time it's a bad idea. Usually Ben's just trying some weird shit,
But that's Dota 2, right? You pick the tools that perform best in those situations. You're not going to bring a shovel to a knife fight. It doesn't make any sense.
Why not? You have the range against the knife.
That was a bad example. But you understand my point. If it works, it works.
Instead of a knife, he could be playing sniper right now and arrange the Terrorblade.
Now you're speaking my language. Sniper. There's a man's hero. Just a man with a gun. Sometimes that's all you need. I also like that he went the Maelstrom while we're on this Wind Ranger topic. I think this hero needs the early Javelin. Gives you some extra kill potential into the Maelstrom. I think it's just the best, man. I hate these Atos.
You see the Diffusal Blade build.
Hurricane Pike Rush. I don't believe this shit, man. Get the Maelstrom, threaten people with a level 1 ult. It does some serious goddamn work. Look, he's killing Duracho right now. He's just dead. What are you going to do, son?
Yeah, he sunders, and he's still going to be in some trouble, though Nightfall's win run is running out, so.
I mean, whatever, he had Sunder, right? I mean,
who could have seen that come?
Yeah, he got bailed out by God, but this is the threat you're creating. Like, you forced a meta. You forced a Sunder out. You go back to farming. That's what the Maelstrom could do.
Okay, I 100% agree, but it's largely because it's TB, right? Magic damage is the answer to this hero because he has 1 million armor.
But I still love Maelstrom on this hero because I think the early Javelin just propels you, and I think Nightfall is going to scale pretty well in this game. I think BetBoom are feeling very comfortable right now. If they get like a couple of good kills or fights out of this Aegis that they picked up on the Huskar, maybe a tier 2, 4 or 5k Goldie, I think they're going to be exactly where they want to be in this game. So it kind of shifts the onus back to Gaimin for maybe the first time in the series of like, can you make moves with your lineup that is perhaps a bit slower right now, right? Because this Centaur Tusk Grim combination is the deadliest combination on the map. The Phoenix Tiny plus whatever is not matching it. So you're kind of in dodge mode.
Radiant
And whenever you're in dodge mode, it's, I mean, generally you can't just say, okay, everybody just go farm and I'll see you in 5 minutes. Like, you have to play it well. You have to push the lane smartly, decide who's going to show where. If the enemy gets wards out, it makes your life harder. BetBoom invading the triangle here, hoping to do exactly that. Get deep wards out, find the Terrorblade. Dyrachyo will not get caught. It might be the counter smoke. Blink up on Tofu. He's going to toss him in.
Okay, there goes his Aegis. Beautiful stop, though, on the 3 from here with a snowball over the 3 as well. That's beautiful stuff with a double edge onto these two heroes, but he got off the Supernova. They realized their CC was going to be running out. GPK doesn't have attack speed to be able to finish off the egg either. They couldn't get a kill. Oh, what? Dyrachyo shot down by Nightfall right through the heart. And they're too late on the side of Game Gladiators to save him, but they can't get some revenge. Still battling it out. Quinn biding his time, waiting for an opportunity to go back onto Nightfall. Forced out a win run. Meanwhile, the snowball is going to put him in an awkward position. Tofu tries to go for the kill on Nightfall. Not quite enough damage, but Nightfall is in deep. He's got to find a way to juke his way out of here because he doesn't have a TP yet.
He looks fine.
Fortunately, he's got a ward on the high ground. It'll give him
good
information to dodge. Uh-oh.
He's absolutely
he is not fine at all.
Oh, he's fine.
Bound by Tofu. TP coming in. He's dead.
Nice. He's chilling.
Avery doesn't know what the hell he's doing.
Chilling in the fountain, you know what I'm saying? What a crazy fight. How did that... Dude, I can't believe he got a 3-man Hoof Stomp into 3-man Inkswell into a double edge.
Double edge, and none of it was enough.
Double bug, and nobody died.
Yeah.
And then the egg reset the Phoenix's HP. And like the other heroes are getting healed up by Dazzle, right? This is just the dream.
I mean, they have no damage dealers. No Huskar.
Well,
the Wind Ranger's not there yet.
Yeah, the Huskar died to the tiny combo and he's stuck respawn. But meanwhile, Maelstrom Wind Ranger solo kills Dyrachyo. 8 Toast would not be doing that, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the future here as Nightfall shows you why every little bit of your build matters, gets the work done. Remember, now that kill was also possible because he forced out some of Dyrachyo's spells earlier on with the previous Wind Ranger ulti. That's not even accurate, but it helps frame my point.
Yeah, he did have Sunder off cooldown. That is an entirely wrong point to make, but
I still like
good
that
try.
impact coming in. And the Maelstrom procs even later on. It's like some decent damage out of this Wind Ranger you might not expect. So I kind of like that.
I like how, like, what a big point you're making out of the fact that your carry shouldn't go a utility item like Rod of Atos. Like, that's ultimately the point you're making right now, is that carry should do damage.
Because I watched it for like a year and a half.
Yeah, but that wasn't carry Wind Ranger.
Let me tell you something. If Wind Ranger's in the game, you're a carry. If you're picking Wind Ranger for the stun utility, I mean, you can do that on support. But then, like,
that's bad.
But then you should pick the better Shackler in the Shadow Shaman that can more reliably disable
people. Of course, the Shadow Shaman huge right now.
You know what they say, all roads lead to the Shaman.
The back rooms, Avery is preaching, proselytizing nonstop about the Shadow Shaman and his return to the competitive scene.
I think that hero's pretty good right now.
He has bet that this will be the hero of the tournament.
That's an exaggeration, but I would not be surprised.
Kezu said it was a much more reasonable lone druid, but dream big, Avery. Dream big.
This is all Shaman players do. We all dream big.
You've got the same obsession that Reddit has with Lion right now.
No, that guy needs medical attention.
What, you talking about Flax? Because there's another person that we play a lot of Dota with,
actually understand.
who also goes a terrible hero
Yes, he also
build
needs,
combination.
He needs therapy for sure. I've told him this. I think Lion players, like, that doesn't surprise me because I think Lion players are in that category where they've fallen. Like, they've fallen out of society.
Okay.
And they need a direction in life. You know what I'm saying? And Lion, there's that Maelstrom going to work again as we get another big kill streak.
Yeah, great analysis.
I mean, this skirmish power's heating up. Dyrachio's going to try and turn
Dyrachio
this.
sees an opportunity. They don't have the focus fire, so now he feels comfortable taking the fight, especially into the Huskar operating on low HP. The physical damage is a threat, and GPK has to reset, especially off that Supernova being used, but that's fine with Bedboom. They got the kill on Quinn.
Yeah,
they
got
don't
the
get
meta.
more.
It'll
So
be a
meta used, and
smoke.
nothing really for it.
Man, Gaming are going to try and fight without the Pangolier.
Oh, they're still going to go for the... Wait. Nobody followed him in.
Oh, 2-man
Oh!
stun!
Pure, that's an opportunity to go for the backline instead of Dyrachio. Did they get the kill? They do, just in time. No opportunity for a Shallow Grave, and now Dyrachio is battling without his supports. Got him on the Grimstroke ultimate there, just trying to slow him down. Kite him out as much as possible. Another opportunity to hit a stomp, and it inks well too much. Chain stuns, back and forth, Bet Boom Go, working Gaming Gladiators in this fight. And Quinn, desperation, trying to make something happen out of this one, but can't really go back in. He's going for Pure instead, but Pure's pretty tanky. They have the Inkswell. Finish just pulls Celery out of position. They get another kill.
God damn, Betboom putting on a back and forth clinic right here as they just step in and out of the fight beautifully. Kite out Gaming. Again, the reason I started that entire sequence off with the smoke going, they're doing it without the Pangoliers because the Pango is your control and damage in the fight.
Yeah.
This support duo can set up the fight in terms of tossing someone back, giving you some stun and heal potential, but the Pango and Dazzle need to be alive for you to win those long engagements. They will get the Pure pick off. That is almost 1,000 gold. That's a nice one. I mean, Tofu's been doing some work. His Tiny is fully online. That is the hope here for Gaming as they're trying to go through these engagements. Like, if you get 4 or 5 Tiny combos off, you're probably winning that fight. Yeah. And the more utility this hero gets in terms of 4-staff Yules, he becomes a menace. But we are seeing right now the beast and the real triumph is coming through on these hoof stomps into the Inkswell combination. There is no answer for that right now in Gaming. There's no quick dispel. There's not defensive 4-staffs. You're just tanking it. And Pure is finding the openings with Save backing him up right now. Looking pretty good. He even went Kaya soft here on the Centaur.
GPK pop of the BKB, seeing if he can kill Quinn, but Ace will give him the Shallow Grave as he heads back to the fountain. Survives rather easily thanks to that, but it does mean he's going to finish up his Aghanim Scepter. There's a Yules for Tofu. That's an interesting choice. What do you make of that one?
I mean, it helps versus the Inkswell, the Insta-Pop if you want to do it. Yeah. It's also just a solid Tiny item. Like, I think Blink 4-staff Yules on Tiny is never bad in any game. You can save yourself, you reset your spells, you go back in, right? It's very annoying. The Tiny blinks in combo somebody if you go on him, he Yules's, comes back down, his spells are all half back up, you 4-staff out. It's just a classic Tiny.
The more attention he draws onto himself and the more time he buys allows Ace to be able to follow it up, right?
You're just trying to get to the next combo. It's also good versus Nightfall, if you ever catch a wind run. Good versus Stampede. There's a lot of reasons Yules is pretty nice here. You can maybe use the Tusk on like a Blink and Snowball save. I don't know how likely that is, but it is possible, right? If he gets caught in an Avalanche, for example.
Sure.
I think Tiny is a very good matchup. Like the support Tiny versus support Tusk has generally been very favored for Tiny historically, because Avalanche just destroys that hero. So I like it. It's just a good pickup here. And he'll probably look for the 4-staff next. I don't know if you're going to be greedy enough to go for like a pipe or something.
All right, Vision's going to be a problem for Gaming Gladiators to be considering soon. Aghanim Scepter almost done for Nightfall, which I feel like his motivation for all these fights is just get on top of the Terrorblade, focus fire him, force a reaction of some kind.
Kill Dyrachio. There's not much Dyrachio can do in a vacuum. Like Wind Run, BKB, ulting, Wind Ranger. There is no counterplay for Terrorblade unless you just want to sit there with MKB and kill him back. So if you start the fight on that terms, it puts Gaming in a weird position where they're going to have to grave the TB and look for the later Sunder, and that's going to create an opening for the Centaur. The Inkswell combinations going off at the same time, right? Ags is going to be really annoying here because you don't have great dispel options versus the Wind Ranger. Like, what's your control? I mean, you can burn his mana. That's been the most annoying thing, honestly, is the Pango mana burn. But it's going to be down to Tofu to maybe catch Nightfall out with an Ava or a Yule's post BKB. And another Aegis should be going Betboom's way here. It's going to be a tough contest, I think. Unless you get like a really fast smoke and an angle here, but it looks too hard. Because if you're gaming, you're also just trying to split the map with the Terrorblade and you know, get to your next TB items.
So the panel talks about, hey, you know, Huskar, switch sides, shoes on the other foot, both the hero but also the tempo of the game, right? Betboom, they want to be able to take this early control of the game. They haven't actually managed to do it through a net worth lead, but it does feel like they are in a decent position still in this game. Do you feel as confident for Gaming Gladiators going late game with their anti-Huskar setup?
It's tough to say, honestly. I think it's dependent on how much farm Save gets. You can start getting some Dark Portraits in or Octarine Grims and stuff, it gets weird. I think the Wind Ranger is a spooky hero late game for gaming, but so is Dazzle for Betboom, right? Like, Dazzle in any late game is just terrifying.
Yeah.
And we've seen Gain play really well around Ace's Dazzle. I think it's perhaps his best hero in the meta in a way, because it's a very dominant laner, and it's a utility hero, and that Ace can... It's like all these pipe and Zoo heroes went out of meta, but Dazzle kind of fills that role without being a liability that those heroes have right now, without getting nerfed and all of that. And at the same time, he's a damage scaler. So it's like the best of both worlds, right? You put Ace on a utility-based hero that can help you win the team fights with big, like, aura timings and heal. And at the same time, he's going to kill people late game. So I think it's, like, secretly one of their best heroes. I think it was why the Underlord also worked really well for them for a long time. Let's see. Yeah, there's your Yules in action.
Some return fire from Gaming Gladiators. Ace flicking forward to ensure the kit on Toronto Tokyo is complete.
Yeah, there's that poke damage. Between the Pango and the Dazzle, that's another way Gaming can play these fights. Let the Tiny set it up, toss someone in, just keep everybody split up. What's your counterplay to that if you're Betboom? You kind of just have to commit the Wind Ranger, right?
There is a point where, I mean, their pickoffs like this are always nice. Nightfall.
Who's picking off who?
Gets the Supernova out of him. I mean, ultimately, that's like the Phoenix. It's not really that useful of a hero without that.
Who also went for the pipe himself. So Celery's finding a lot of farm in this game. Both the supports on Gaming are finding a lot of farm, and it's a little concerning if you're Betboom, because you're going back for the Midas on the Tuskar. Like, Betboom understand they want their supports to find the extra items in this game. They're really good if they get to them. They're just not finding it on the same pace right now. And that might be what ends up hurting them in the super long fights. If you go for a single target initiation on the Terrorblade or something, it gets turned around by Gaming, you get a big Sunder. Then all of a sudden, the next round of support spells, it might be in your favor.
So when I saw the Hand of Midas, I thought it was because he wanted to make sure he would scale up into an Aghanim Scepter. Right? So isn't an Aghanim Scepter really good here because you have the single target pickoff of Wind Ranger combined with... I mean, naturally, any sort of positioning and stuff is going to work well against Dazzle. Right?
I mean, kick on Tusk is never bad, right? That's how I'll put it. But I think he needs the BKB to interact into the Tiny and into the Pango roll. He wants to guarantee that he can snowball save.
Okay.
Toronto Tokyo feels like that is going to be more impactful than kicking someone out in the fight.
I mean, but if you're just like, if your idea is my saves, if you're just like clashing your saves against each other, like surely Gaming Gladiators has the advantage there, right? It's way easier to play this Dazzle Phoenix saves.
Well, unless your Dazzle gets jumped.
Yeah, which would be the point of Aghanim Scepter.
Oh, that's pure job.
Okay. We'll see. It's you know, all fun and games when you're out in the open field to battle, but when you're trying to siege a high ground, it becomes a whole lot different game. But a surprise initiation does work out very nicely. Picking off Quinn there. Yeah, maybe they could just go right past that tier 2 in the mid lane and hit the tier 3 at top instead.
Aggressive cheese eat here. Yeah, Ward just got placed and couldn't get dewarded in time, and they find the jump. Single target burst is insane between the tag team plus Nightfall going in.
Yeah.
So now we're on the reverse, right? It's a little misstep mistake by Gaming, gives an opening to Betboom, and suddenly they're the ones hitting your high ground with this Aegis Huskar.
Which is funny, they really wanted to make this happen. The Aegis was expiring in a minute. And they've got now that full 60 seconds to be hitting buildings and see if Gaming Gladiators want to try and take a 2-life Huskar fight.
I don't think they're fighting this until the Pango's ready to respond. Though Tofu might go for some toss backs.
Might be able to take away that Aegis. They do, but they're going to get caught in the process. Immediately Toronto Tokyo looks for the jump in onto the Dazzle. They block out with a shard. Another stomp landing for pure beautiful stuff, and they'll clean up the Dazzle while trying to back away. Now they have to get away from this Supernova. Celery doing a great job of positioning this.
Gotta be careful of this Pango respawn getting chased down. This Scotty...
Oh, down a little bit. Tofu wants to hop out there, but afraid of a rebuttal there from BetBoom. And after all, you don't want to stretch yourself too much out here.
No, Gaming need the gem. This Invis Wind Ranger is giving way too much vision, and it's creating a invisible front line, basically, that gives the vision for the jump. It's making it hard for Tofu to go in, because he knows Nightfall's just lurking here. You really need the gem pickup right now so you can play around the vision that Nightfall's creating. It's the strength of this Ags.
Well, Game of Gladiators, they still hold a net worth lead, and they did manage to survive through that second Aegis timing without losing a lane of barracks. They just lost a tier 3.
And that got them to Duracio's items, which is the Scotty plus the MKB on the Terrorblade. So now he can shred this Wind Ranger, he can shred the Huskar in the fight if the stuns connect. And the best case scenario for Gaming that we really haven't seen the whole game is when everything connects, you're getting that stun, toss back a core into the egg. And all of a sudden, that's a fight that's hard for BetBoom to just commit into.
Yeah.
Because the Terrorblade's going to be hitting you, the Pango's going to be rolling through. You're not going to be able to kill the egg when all of it's going off, right? That's the team fight that Gaming are looking for. And if they get that team fight into the next Aegis here, for example, that's going to be a tough team fight for BetBoom to take. Right now, they still have map control, and they want to keep translating that into pickoffs because the pickoff game is very favorable for them. That is not a close, I mean, Gaming haven't picked anything really all. It's just been team fights. But the pickoff between the Wind Ranger Centaur setup, very straightforward.
Great find if you can get it. Stampede trying to run down. Ace goes for a TP, but he is found around the corner.
Quick pickoff here. Nightfall will reset his cooldowns.
Radiant are scanning.
Picking up the damage, man. Daedalus completed. This Wind Ranger, he is basically kitted. I mean, this is when Wind Ranger's like hitting her peak, right? The last item can be anything. Mobility, more damage, tank ability, Lincolns, blink, whatever. But I mean, this is where you're like hitting your prime outside of that level 25 talent. So these next fights are when BetBoom, they want to ramp it up into that Aegis and then end the game.
What's the 25 talent the most take? I forgot what they were.
Undispellable or the advance.
Right, depending if they have a dispel or not.
So both of them can be very strong in the right game. I think generally players prefer to take the advance, especially on carry Wind Ranger. See what Nightfall opts for.
And in this situation, there's no dispel he has to worry about yet.
Yeah, outside of the Yules.
Oh yeah, that's right, the Yules. But he's got BKB.
Exactly. And it's also like if you're going to go Lincolns, right? Like let's say Nightfall wants to make his last item Lincolns this game, which is what he's considering, then you'd probably rather take the aggressive talent. I mean, that talent's just so nice. If you get 2 or 3 ults off in a fight, you're winning the fight. And that's what you're designed to do at this point.
Yeah.
He is in a very happy place right now. Outside of that MKB lurking on Duraccio.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
It's all about next Roshan.
Yep, which is going to be a Dire side Roshan with 30 seconds left on the clock for its spawning, so... Meanwhile, GPK completing an AC pretty quickly, especially off that gold from the tier 2 tower.
So what I was saying about Lion players, basically, is that these guys are... they're degenerates of a special class because they're addicts. Now, everybody who plays Dota is an addict to something.
You're right, of course.
Right.
So what
but
makes that them special?
They're Omega addicts because
I
every
don't
game
think
they
that's
play,
a
they're
real
just looking for the next finger. That's all that matters to them. They're not playing Dota. They're not thinking about moves or rotations. It's just they're just staring at their ultimate cooldown, waiting.
Well,
waiting.
Nowadays,
then
they're
you need
looking
to
for
smoke.
the suck.
You need to smoke for a fight. You need to smoke for an ult. You need to play it safe so you can get that big finger kill, you know? That's an addictive mindset. And it's a deadly spiral. You just spiral down. And then one day, you're making ridiculous threads and ridiculous arguments that make no sense. You wonder how you got there. One finger at a time.
So you believe that these lion addicts, or these finger addicts, more specifically,
well, I prefer to, yeah, okay.
have gone clinically insane and started obsessing about a different ability that isn't finger.
Yeah, it's classic deflection from the real problem, you know?
Let's see.
I'm telling you, Finger of Death is a gateway spell, man. I'm telling you.
Radiant's top tower is under
One minute you're just ulting some people, the next you're talking about play mail on an intelligence hero. It doesn't make any sense, man. It just doesn't make...
All right, so you know you're jumping into
big team fight.
5 heroes.
Very pivotal team fight for Roshan.
Shard
Fine.
not
Good
going to be
job.
able to block anybody off. Quinn gets a really good roll in though. And Duraccio get a kill off of this control. Actually bumps into the Tusk as he comes out of the snowball. Perfect opportunity. They do get something out of it.
Oh,
now the toss back. No, toss straight up. But
The shackle.
jump in from Pure with a
What a
shackle from behind. Nightfall does manage to get that execution, but without the focus fire, can they handle Duraccio? Still just beating down heroes. Whoever shows up, the TP away is not good enough for Pure. Once
There is
again,
Nightfall.
the Supernova allows them to be able to push back Bet Boom. Nightfall almost dying. Unfortunately,
Duraccio.
Swashbuckle was
On the
in the
other
wrong
side.
direction. Duraccio was
Team.
left alone. The entire team abandoned Duraccio on a second
Team.
life, chasing after this Wind Ranger. They do finally manage to get him.
Other team. Help your carries.
Ah, well,
DK's
that
just
one's not on
farming
Bet
here?
Boom. You can't keep up with Wind
He's
Ranger.
just farming here. He has no BKB. Is this good?
We're about to find out. It seems like it's perfectly not okay. I can't
This is
tell.
really bad
Oh,
for
Miss
somebody.
Swashbuckle, that's no longer good, but at least he was able to blink away before GPK could get his ultimate on him. Speaking of which, he does land it. Managed to roll up just in time, dodging some of that damage, but he's going to be, trying to get swashbuckled out of there. Looked like a kick there for a second. Another Rolling Thunder, but he doesn't have much health to be able to work with. The chain stun's working well. They just don't have the damage to
this is
kill
sad.
GPK. Quinn's got to find a way out of this one. He's going to start rolling on away, and he's going to be okay, but GPK is in a position to start threatening that Roshan if he wants.
Huh. Well, that was pretty good for GPK, I guess. Very weird fight. That got kited out very hard at the start, but then Toronto Tokyo got left behind. Nightfall with a crazy good shackle on the back end finds the Dazzle plus the Phoenix. Eliminates the save on Ace. Solo, basically, which just salvages the entire situation. And then eventually that just leads to the egg getting kited out on the backside, and you can re-engage on Duraccio, who gets left behind because he's just too slow to keep up. But damn, has this Wind Ranger been annoying. Just so hard to catch and lock him down. I feel bad for Quinn, though, man. He did not get any lucky shots.
That's the first time I've ever heard you say that.
Well, that's probably the last time, too, but
Radiant are scared.
he was not getting a lot of lucky shots throughout that fight, so I feel a little bad for him, but what can you do?
Celery being pulled. Oh, the full-on drag. GPK actually gets pulled way out of position thanks to that dive. Supernova, though. Will it result in anything here? The only person up there is Pure. Meanwhile,
another
Nightfall
crazy
jumps to
good
the back.
shackle.
Once again, managed to get the lockdown on the Dazzle. The Eel Scepter, though, it's stopping some of the damage, but the stuns continue to rain on in, and Pure is massive. Look at that horse, boy. He's huge. He's a goddamn lifestyle. He's just manning up against Duraccio for now, trying to draw some attention away from GPK, who does manage to get the 8-12. Dispel, straight fight. Oh, it's a close one, but he does manage to get the kill before he... No, he doesn't even die to the Tiny. Now it gets popped by Ace. Meanwhile, Quinn finally gets his man, hunts down the hero in this Roshan pit.
That's Toronto Tokyo with a gem. Quinn will reclaim it here. Actually, that's Toronto Tokyo's gem. That'll pop the buyback out of GPK, who just wants this Aegis, man. That's all he wants in life. Just leave me alone.
And they should be able to get it because there's no buyback from Duraccio on the Terror play.
Look at the damage numbers, man. 8,200 for Pure. He is starting to carry these engagements with this late game heart that came online out of nowhere.
Yeah.
It just feels a little bit untouchable unless they want to focus everything on him in the BKB plus Trickster Cloak. A lot of defensive capability there.
I mean, he's going to be even more untouchable when he's got Shivas.
Yeah, that's a very big pickup for Bet Boom. Pure starting to take these fights over because he's the Inkswell carrier too. Like that fight, he got a 2-man hoof stomp into like 3-man Inkswell proc. That is just nasty. But all that is off Nightfall once more, finding Ace with a full shackle on the backside. He's just getting on top of the Dazzle and setting everything up. If that doesn't happen, these fights are wildly different, right? So that is the most important piece of the puzzle that is still working for Bet Boom, and it'll force 2 buybacks out of them, but they will get an Aegis Cheese for their trouble. And a Refresher Shard, as Pure's holding on to it for now. Big teamfight win for them. They're happy to pay that buyback cost to get the objective momentum in this game, for sure.
Since they had the Aegis, they had to consume the Aghanim Scepter on the Huskar to make some space. Pure has the Refresher Shard in his inventory. If he gets the Shivas, he may actually have the mana to be able to hit a crazy stomp, Inkswell stun, stomp again.
We'll see if he slots it for the fight. I mean, there's also an argument you could give it to Could even give it to Nightfall here if he even wants to sub out his Blink.
That's what I would expect, just because then he could hunt down the Dazzle, but still have the Focus Fire and Wind Runs against the Terrorblade.
I mean, backpacking is useless, so whoever if he brings it out for the fight, great. If he wants to give it to Nightfall or Save, I think even Save could use it pretty well. Double Grimstroke spells here could be pretty nasty because you can go in with one of the links, then Quinn rolls in, then you have another link.
Sure.
Some of these things can be pretty damn obnoxious as tier 4 items are coming out.
Mindbreaker Wind Ranger.
That's a good one right there.
That's the best one.
That's why you play carry Wind Ranger. Ooh, that feels good. He's gonna make a hero disappear. He gets a shackle, you're gone. It has to be a grave, and if you're the Dazzle, well then, I mean, you already messed up, right? So that's why the gem is pretty important as well. They got the gem back, so they have full gem control now. That's pretty damn nice.
Gaming Gladiators got the gem back, right?
They got Toronto Tokyo, so they have full gem control in this game.
Oh, okay.
I don't think Bet Boom have capability to buy another one for a couple more minutes here. I like this like interlude music, you know. Pretty hype. Maybe we just keep it on the entire game. Just it should be a volume control when the more damage gets done in the team fight, the louder the dubstep gets.
You can only do that if it's Doom soundtrack. So. Here, using the Stampede and his BKB to get away. Gaming Gladiators taking the chance to try and all in the Centaur, but instead they find GPK, who is going to lose their Aegis. Now, a beautiful link there. Soulbind onto 2 cores. Pure coming back in, but he doesn't have the same kind of HP. Refreshes Stampede, but he can't get away in time.
Can't refresh the grave, son. It's just too damn late.
Toronto, oh, nice. Oh, even better. Toronto Tofu pushed himself over the shards to be able to still catch Toronto Tokyo and a Yule Scepter. And GPK in some trouble. Does have the invisibility here.
Gem on Quinn, though. But no Basher.
No Basher, so...
A very disjointed fight from Bet Boom, though. Like, are you going in? Are you getting out? Are you kiting this role meta? Are you fighting the role meta with the link?
That was definitely one of the bad reads from Bet Boom.
Yeah, that was all over the place.
They've been really, really good. In fact, I would say they're probably currently one of the teams that looks best at this in and out play style that they've got going.
When it's working,
but that was an example of it not working at all.
And that's a big loss. Another round of items coming in for gaming, and now they're the ones pushing your high ground. No meta on Daracho, but they don't care. That was your Shiva's fighting for the Centaur as well. And your Aegis. You had Aegis at the start of that fight on GPK. So he could have just sat there and tanked it and you all go in behind him, right? That's why that disjoint was... It's kind of weird. Like, why wouldn't you want to take that fight with the Aegis? I mean, I felt like they were kiting the meta in the role, but then the turnaround was not all together. Yeah. It has to be a single punch.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
So big win for Gaiman as they strike back. Get some objectives on the board, and they're picking up utility, man. Full E-Blade done for Tofu here. Toronto Tofu, as you said.
Now you've got another save.
Yeah, exactly. It's a way to bail out the Dazzle.
I didn't say Toronto Tofu. I said Toronto, comma, space, Tofu, beginning of a different
with
sentence.
a hyphen, for sure. It is a big item pickup. This E-Blade is a guaranteed save for Ace if he gets shackled by Nightfall now, right? There's no way Nightfall gets through this. So that's very big, and it will save him. It's a long enough duration to outweigh the shackle, and then Ace has a Yule's Trickster Cloak with his own grave. He's going to be Gucci. So this is a big deal. Like, the fact that Tiny's gotten this much farm out of the game. He has Spell Prism on top of everything here, so... Damn, you're just looking at the cooldowns, man. This is where this hero becomes one of those broken heroes in Dota. Honestly, it's ridiculous.
Is there any validity to leveling up Maelstrom to Mjolnir? I mean, surely there's got to be some value.
I mean, the damage increase on this hero isn't really worth it most of the time. And he went back for the refresher instead, so sacrifices the boots. We'll get 2 of everything, including Gale Force. So he can Gale Force them in opposite directions. That's a secret technique, by the way.
I don't want to hear more about your secret techniques.
I'm just saying. Try it out. See what happens, you know?
Yeah, the Venn diagram of uselessness when they're getting pushed by both of them at the same time, resulting in nothing.
No, you gale force the front line forward and you gale force the back line back.
Yeah, I'm saying
And
right
that's
in
like
the middle, there's a little overlap
That's
where it
right.
does absolutely nothing.
That's where the real party is. That looked like a unassembled Aeon disc for Celery, but he hasn't flown it out yet. So that'll be a nice pickup for him. Again, it's just getting harder for these initiations to go well for BetBoom, right?
I feel like it would get easier. There's like one little timing where it gets easier, and I think that's Nullifier on Wind Ranger.
Yeah, that definitely helps. Tofu jumps
That's
into
going to be a
5.
ways away. You'll have to be able to dodge the jump there from GPK, and a big hit there from the Pango. Quinn
out.
trying to follow it up some more. He got the BKBs out of him. Honestly, that's good enough for that initiation.
I mean, they got Egg and Meta and Roll.
But there's nothing to really get here with that meta. There's no Roshan, so they kind of need to be able to find more, and they got it with the toss back there.
Another
GPK.
Yule's dodge, man.
He's got a lot of movement speed. Look at Pure. He's getting a position here to be able to get a big stomp. Only gets it onto the...
they found Dazzle.
Hey, they do manage to get the Dazzle. Nightfall really quick with the refresh. A
Oh,
Thunder
the
save
Thunder.
from Durantio. Pops BKB,
And he's
but
in
it's
trouble.
too much. He got himself killed. Saving Ace, but no Shallow Grave to be able to return the favor in time.
You should have thundered yourself, man. That was not worth it at all. He's going to have to buy back here. There's so many stacks on Pure right now. 6,600 HP. That is not a fight you want to go back into as Ace cliffs himself for the escape.
It's a massive difference when Pure is threatened early, when he doesn't build up that strength, versus when he gets kind of like this free fight initiation and gets like 2 double edges.
100%. And that was a much cleaner re-engage by BetBoom as they're still hunting for Durantio, trying to get a dive back out of him, but a little too far here. Another great shackle by Nightfall, man. He has just found them every fight.
Another one.
This is the dieback.
Is that the end of the game?
That might be it. I mean, sometimes Nightfall just got your number. Speed dial, man. He just punched it in. Looking to return the favor here as maybe that single core pickoff outside your base is just going to be the second game here. You will have respawns in 20 seconds to fight it, but it's going to be a 4v5.
Yeah, the fact that they were able to do some shenanigans with the lanes in that moment was pretty important. Top lane
This
got delayed a lot.
shard was also very annoying. The shard plus the link on 2. You stop the tiny mobility. I mean, this Thunder makes sense, right? Because if you get the Grave off on Durantio, then you can save both heroes in a sense.
Yep.
It just didn't. You much rather have the Terrorblade with full and a Sunder than a live Dazzle, right?
Yeah.
Dazzle's not carrying this fight. Just didn't work out. Now you're going to lose some racks as punishment here. But they're not going Throne.
They are not. Probably going to go for full-out Megas, and then we'll see what they do from there.
I'm surprised they're not going Throne. I mean, you know he has no buyback. It was a minute ago.
I will say that it's tough. Oh, Toronto Tokyo gives them an opening here with the Aghanim Scepter, but they do have that upgraded Yules to be able to get Ace some distance back into his base, and they Supernova's covering him as well. With the constant refreshes, man, it's pretty annoying. The stun is going to be able to land on GPK. He's a little bit low, and his BKB is wearing thin, but Quinn really deep in there, gets caught by a shackle. Now he's going to buy back. Once again, the Wind Waker being able to bail out Ace, but they don't really have the damage to stop BetBoom. They maybe are keeping their Dazzle alive, but they can't actually keep BetBoom.
I mean, buybacks and Glyph, Durantio's up in 10. This is actually a hold.
This is enough. It's enough to be able to stave off Mega Creeps.
That was honestly... I thought they were going to lose the game, so that was a pretty good outcome. I mean, obviously, it's incredibly costly, right? But there's a world where BetBoom just try and go Throne there, and you might lose if that fight goes bad. So Game and salvage it. They get their Terrorblade back on the map. Costs them Quinn's buy, Tofu's buy. Those are big buybacks. I mean, that's a lot of your team fight control.
Yeah, and the game may just end anyway if Game and Gladiators decide they have to contest Roshan, which it does look like that's what they're going to be playing for. They lose this fight, they don't have buybacks on any of their heroes, and that's it anyway.
I mean, the big laking items for BetBoom have come out. Double Ags on the support. So you have Dark Portrait on save, you have the kick on Toronto Tokyo like we saw, and the Nullifier on Nightfall. So it feels like they have the tools now to deal with the utility and the saves as long as they can get on top of you, find the right targets.
Oh, they might be able to find GPK first. No, this is perfect. A toss back into the Rolling Thunder, chaining the Suns beautifully. And now he's so low, he's not going to be able to do anything. The perfect pick off A dieback on the carry with 2 minutes on the clock. They're going to fight this out 4 versus 5 anyway. See if they can go
the
through.
toss away.
The double edge is pretty nice. The toss away onto Dazzle. Dazzle's low and he dies. Immediate buyback coming in. They need to be able to bail out. Duracho here is caught in the soul blind.
Yo, this
Constantly
Dark
stunned
Portrait.
up. Ace, yeah, the Dark Portrait is going to work here, but Ace, they can help deal with that one. They have the sustain to keep their fight going through. They have to get this Roshan, though, in
Nightfall
this
has to
window
heal.
of time.
Nightfall does not have enough to commit to this fight. He has to go to base, so it's all up to Pure, who finds them all on the hill, but is that the fight you wanted to go into there?
Yeah, they're stalling him from going through the portal to get to Roshan, but he'll die for it, and now he doesn't have buyback. Is this a change of plans for Gaming Gladiators? They're going to look for more now. Save does manage to get out, jumping forward. Ace, he can catch him here.
Yeah, this is Tinker Dazzle.
He has this Blink Dagger. He's going to be able to catch up. The Wind Waker first, then follow it up with the
BKB.
Poison Touch. He does have the tag team into Blink.
Didn't get the
perhaps?
Blink?
No. Couldn't get the Blink away. Hit
What
by the
is
damage.
happening?
Another pick off. Another hero. This
Game's
one
just crumbling.
does have buyback, though.
I thought this was just GG for Baboon. They went through and somehow Gaiman, with no buyback on the Terrorblade and a dieback from him, it found some glimmers of hope in these team fights. Still down 15K after all of that. And of course, the Roshan switched sides, so now they have to walk all the way down there. Nightfall still looking for some cheeky pickoffs.
Nice roll-up reaction there from Quinn.
I mean, Tofu is doing so much work in these fights. Like, even the toss back there on Ace just to stall that fight out, right? And Ace is the one hero who kind of had buyback and get back there for Gaiman. So that was a big factor as well. Like, they did not get Ace's buyback out in that high ground push. It was the paying the leer that they got. These are all those little margins Gaiman playing pretty well around to try and come back in this game right now. And, hey, if they get this Roshan, this is an Ags Roshan. I mean, that's potentially a Terror Wave. What else? An Ags egg for a save, maybe? I don't know. I mean, you're probably giving it to Duracho here for sure. It's a lot of net worth.
It's a massive net worth difference. It's also enough time for them to reset their buybacks, very likely, right?
Yes. They could just wait, right? Something
It's
all
gonna
that
be the
advantage
Terror
you have. That makes sense. I mean, it's definitely the most powerful here. We want the extra HP and stats. This game, I thought that fight was going to be a lot more convincing for Baboon because of the 3 big items that came out in the Nullifier and the double Ag Scepters, right? Like that Dark Portrait killed Tofu, doing some decent work. This is a fully online Grim right now, and you can always start these fights with the kickbacks as well. Both teams have the displacement, so initiation counts for a lot, vision counts for a lot. Your vision on Gaming is Terrorblade Illusions and him frontlining. Your vision on Betboom is the Wind Ranger going in. But if you don't have the gem control, it makes it Nightfall's life a little harder. Still, Nightfall was able to find some great shackles in those fights and find the Dazzle again. It's like, how many times is that going to happen, though?
Yeah.
One of these fights, you might not find that Dazzle.
Yeah, one of these times he might stumble into being caught first, right? Spotted by some sort of gem, chain the stuns, and then there goes not only your control, but a healthy amount of your damage.
I mean, you can only put on your Light of Heaven impersonation for so long.
That reference is too old for
That's not too
Dota
old.
players
I guarantee you
nowadays.
everybody watching knows who Light of Heaven is.
I guarantee you that is not the case.
Well, you know what? Fuck them then. You know, I don't know. I mean, do your goddamn research.
Yeah. Dota 2 is a hardcore esport. If you
That's
want to be
right.
a fan of this game, you got to go back and watch
That's right.
13 years of Dota 2 and another
Damn
5
straight.
years of Dota 1.
Damn straight. Glad someone will say it. What we were all thinking.
If you don't want to put in the work, then get the hell out of here. We don't want you.
I mean, if you don't know who was playing 10 years ago.
ESL is like, abort. Do not scare away the few Dota 2 viewers they're watching right now.
Some guy in the stream, I think I'll check this game out. What's going on in this MOBA?
If you're not willing to dedicate your entire life to this game.
I mean, there's some truth in that, though, right? Like, you don't go halfway into Dota 2. You either let it ruin your life.
Yeah, Dota 2 is not a gateway
or you
drug.
get a real job. It's the finisher. Dota 2 is not a gateway.
It's the final sweet release before.
Yeah, it's a ventilator in a hospital. You just try and grind it out as long as you can.
Oh man, we're really good advocates for this esport.
Almost level 25 on the Phoenix.
Yeah, what is that game?
What does he want? He also has 4,500 gold. So
Supernova hit. I mean, I feel like he hasn't actually been hit that much, so I'm not sure if this is going to change anything.
So the thing here is he will take the hit count. I think it's just generally better.
Yeah.
You can go the Ags, and then you're super secure with the save, right? You can go a Shiva's here. Should be pretty nice.
I mean, I think
Or
that
you
it
can go
only makes a
Hex.
difference if he gets 2 Ags in the first place. But when was the last time
Yeah.
his Supernova took a single point of damage?
Well, I'm saying if he can save, right? Like the save could be pretty valuable.
If he
Now
gets
they're only
the save.
aggressive. Yeah, he has 4,500 gold.
Yeah, but he needs buyback. And he's going to lose this fight. Maybe. We'll see.
That's a good
Toss backs.
taunt.
Pure using the Stampede to get back to his base. Gaming Gladiators, they're kind of in a weird position here. A pickoff would have allowed them to push high ground more confidently.
I mean, they got to keep going, right? Getting the BKB is nice, but he does have Refresher on Centaur. 50 seconds for Stampede.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Ace
that Gust.
being pulled out of position by the Gust. That was a dangerous moment there. Fortunately, the Wind Waker.
He punched the creep.
Yeah,
did not
he
get the
punched a
kick.
creep and didn't get a kick.
This is where you sell the Midas for an Aether Lens. I mean, you don't really need any more value out of it just to make your life easier, you know? The Courier from Save has done a daring mission, did not pay off.
It distracted him for a
I've
total of
scouted
1
the
hit.
enemy forces.
They're in front of our base.
And a jump.
Where was that Solba? What was that?
Yeah, that was... Well, your Soulbind's down. So our gaming going to try and force this right now. I think Tofu's going to look for the jump. He just doesn't have the vision.
No,
Yes,
it's going to be
jumped
him
instead.
getting jumped instead with Toronto Tokyo pouncing first. An avalanche onto 3, but they have the nullifier to stop
Oh, he's
him.
in trouble.
Any Yule shenanigans are ruined. Meanwhile, taunted up, so he's going to bounce off the wall and bounce back into them. Pops the cheese, but the damage is overwhelming. He needs to shout
another
Grave. He
one.
needs another one. Ace is going to be able to keep him
Got
alive
it.
a little bit longer, but now Ace out of position. Now he's going to be locked down with a tearaway, trying
Quinn
to push
died.
the ball back. Ace still up, but Pure will put him down.
They did not get the Pango off. After all of those Graves, now Ace left in no man's land will have to Wind Waker his way away, but this fight has been abandoned by Gaiman as there's just not enough Graves in the tank to bail the Pangolier off that taunt ulti.
And they went for it, but now those buybacks that were coming off cooldown may immediately have to be spent, and some of them aren't even going to be there. The Dazzle doesn't have his for another minute.
And they know that because that is a timer-based CD here. So Tofu has his back up, but this is a 4v5. If Bepin won it, they already got the Pango one just to try and get that cooldown back to where it was. But honestly, Quinn is not winning you the fights at this point, right?
No.
Like Pango is not dealing near enough damage. He's just control for the other two to go to work. And that egg, the thing about that egg was it was really defensive because it was trying to bail out Quinn with another Sunray. But then he died anyway, and then no one was there from Beppu. So that egg got wasted as well. That Roland just really backfired there.
Radiant are scanning.
We're looking at Omegas.
Once again,
more. Will
the
not go through 'em.
initiation going to be so important. Toronto Tokyo looks for it and gets it onto Duraccio. BKB immediately going to be put to use as he resets with the Thunder as well, but
Oh,
still
he got
caught by
taunted.
GPK with the taunt. They need the help, but the Tofu's holding onto his buyback. They're going to go for a tossback play. That's their really only option now, but it's too late to get him in the fountain.
He does not have buy. He's 150 gold short, 120 gold short,
Somebody get out there on the map, find a bounty
50
room.
gold short. Taking up fast here.
But it may not be coming up at a time
It's
because
up.
Quinn's already been jumped. The nullifier's put onto Tofu as well. They're both in trouble. A toss back onto Pure into the fountain,
He's
but
too
he is
big.
too tanky. The fountain's not going to be enough. Not a couple hits like that.
This man's got 10k HP. Can't even buy his item. He's too damn
Duracio's
big.
trying to jump in. Prier's just waiting his time. Come out of your fountain. Get stunned immediately for a billion seconds.
I just sit there for the memes. But Pure, he has more discipline than I do. He was looking to buy an Ags in their fountain and he didn't have enough slots. He couldn't manage it. The man's too big. 10k HP. You even want to touch that? Still, this game continues. Triple buyback from Gaiman. They get 2 cores off the Terrorblade and the Dazzle, but the base has been held. That Ags will fly in for Pure. So now he has Workhorse, which is, I think, the better part of this, honestly. Right. 24 seconds.
You're talking
or like
about the
another mini haste, you know?
You're right, yeah.
I think that's like the nice part of this Ags for the Centaur is,
Why do they even separate the abilities?
I don't know. Does he want to cart anybody? I don't even know.
I mean, he can cart the Wind Ranger. You get bonus attack range on
all right,
it,
hear
right?
me out, hear me out.
Okay.
You cart the Huskar and he just hits the throne. And your Centaur, after he builds some stacks. And then they have to kill the 10k HP Centaur to get to GPK.
Why don't you do that with the Wind Ranger and he focus fires the throw?
Because that's too easy. Got to do it the hard way. Send a message. It'll be the last fight for Gaiman. No Pangolier.
There's the toss back. This is what they got to use with the blink back as well. They got Pure pretty far in,
that
but once again,
shackle!
he's too
Light
taken
of
to deal
heaven.
with that. A shackle from Nightfall is just beautiful. Fortunately, the heals are there. Problem is their base is in trouble.
Yeah, the
it's
throne.
no longer about keeping your heroes alive. It's about the throne that's happening, and the stuns just keep on raining in. The Soulbind, they actually have to toss away. Does manage to break some of that one, but it still managed to get the kill, and it's too much for Gaming Gladiators. They can't handle the heat the Bet Boom brought to this game, too. Off the back of the Huskar. They'll be able to do it. Huskar, 100% win rate in ESL 1 Kuala Lumpur.
I mean, that's what we all expected, right? You come in day one, you drop some cheese, let it ferment a bit. I mean, especially when Gaming hits you with it, then you got to be, all right, you know what? Two can play this game, bro. Like, you're not going to be the only team here that cheeses people. And I think that's a good message to send because I think you can't let them get away with it. Too much mental damage. GPK strikes back here. But damn, what a performance from Nightfall. He was my MVP for sure. He knew exactly the priority in these fights, always found his targets. Ends this game 17-2-16 on this Wind Ranger with over 50,000 hero damage. I mean, what more do you want from the carry Wind Ranger that went Maelstrom first and just set it all up from there?
Really obsessed about that Maelstrom. But it did do very well for Nightfall. Great performance by him. This is one of those great team performances. Pure Save also putting in some great work there. And that allows them to be able to take a tie in this two-game series against Gaming Gladiators. Got to feel pretty good against the TI finalists. Right, panel?
Thank you very much for that commentary. And, of course, congratulations to BetBoom for taking game number 2 here in this 2-game series. That means the series is done and the score will be 1-1. Both teams will get a point to their name. You can see here, Gaming is not happy with this this point loss. They thought this game should have gone differently, and we're going to talk exactly how things went wrong for them and how things went right for BetBoom. I'm joined by Effie, I'm joined by Kezu, and with this series, a tie, Kezu, is where we end things up. And do you like the sentiment that we just saw on Gaming's cameras?
Yeah.
I mean, do you feel that they should be feeling like that?
I mean, they did very good early on.
Yeah,
I
I thought
didn't
so
even
too.
like expect them to do this well, like first in the lanes and then how the mid game went. But then I feel like it all came down to like this one fight where Nightfall has Refresher, he gets some double shackle. He goes on Ace. Then Darachi wants to do some play, which, you know, I kind of understand. He wants to save Dazzle, then Ace can save him after. But sometimes in the heat of the moment, when an enemy player like Nightfall goes in and pressures you like that, it's going to force a reaction from you.
Yeah.
And sometimes you mess up, and they definitely mega messed up, and I think that's kind of what is leading to this frustration.
Yeah, I mean, even then, that wasn't the end of the game, really, because they did lose a fight.
Yep.
They had the dieback on their Terrorblade, but they were able to hold, and they pushed back into BetBoom's base. But that last fight, when they were pushing, it wasn't the last, second to last fight.
Yeah.
When they were pushing into that bottom lane, it really felt like BetBoom just outplayed them there. They were weaving in and out of the fight. They were studying the correct targets. And I would just attribute that to, of course, there was the dieback on the TV, which had a net worth deficit, and they made it so that it's harder to counterplay. But just having the double refresher, right? Having one on the Centaur and having one on the Wind Ranger, suddenly you can play these extended fights a lot better because you have 2 BKBs. You're able to go in and out, whereas before, when they were going in and committing, and they couldn't get enough damage to burst a target, suddenly there was a Phoenix Egg, the Supernova, all of the sustain coming out of Dazzle. You couldn't quite get on your target. You have no BKBs, and you're just out of the fight. But as the game progressed, BetBoom didn't run into that problem anymore.
They did not, and I feel like there was a quote from Quinn a little bit ago that was, you either don't go high ground, or everybody's dead, then you can go high ground. I think he said it the other way around, like, you know, only go high ground when you kill everybody, or just don't go high ground at all. And I feel like Kazuya did not follow that philosophy.
Well, you gotta follow on your words. Stay true to your words.
Yeah.
They gotta learn.
They do gotta learn. Something that we did learn, and something that SVG has learned now as well, is that Wind Ranger carry works out. It's great. It popped off. And speaking of Wind Ranger, we're gonna have Nightfall standing by with Purge for a winner's interview.
Hey everybody, this is Purge here with Nightfall. Nightfall, you had an excellent performance in Game 2 with the Wind Ranger. Do you want to talk to us a little bit about Wind Ranger carry? Because we don't see it very often.
I mean, we just saw Dazzle and we already had the task, and it's like kind of hard usually to get good like hero like with task 5 against Wind Ranger. I mean against Dazzle 3, especially they banned like Weaver, which we was kind of wanted to take. So it was kind of improvisation, and it worked.
Yeah, it worked really good. We've seen it some years past at some various tournaments, but I feel like when you play a Wind Ranger carry, I worry personally that you're not going to be able to farm fast enough. Like Maelstrom obviously helps, but compared to like a normal carry, it's just not quick enough. So how do you alleviate that problem when playing?
I mean, it's kind of true that you don't farm really fast, but if you have good lane, you will have your networks. Like you will be able to like have some like I don't know like top 2, top 3 networks like overall in game. But usually like to like for this problem to not disturb you, you need like kind of mid laner to have like super good game, and like mid hero kind of be like a carry like style hero like Huskar, like Necro, like we was considering this type of heroes, Monkey King. Like, and if he has like free game from mid, like he will scale as well. So we have like 2 cores.
That makes sense. And then you can be like the gank hero, and he can be the carry hero, right?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. How are you feeling about Dota 2 right now with the DPC being removed? Obviously, you guys stayed the same as a squad. You had really good results as a whole. Maybe not as good as you would have liked, but generally good. Do you feel like there's less pressure now at events because you don't have to worry as much about using those to qualify for the DPC?
Yeah, I mean, if you talk about pressure, obviously I feel like this, for example, this tournament compared to like some major in last year, it like kind of feels like less pressure in the air. Like you can really like feel like all teams or like players like being stressed out. You just kind of like chill. And overall, like if we talk about system, I like it more than last year. I didn't really like the system with like majors and like DPC leagues. It's kind of like boring to like play DPC and like play only against your region. So I really like the change, and it's I'm glad like this like tournaments like this are gonna like happen more.
Awesome. And last question was with your team not roster swapping, was there any worry that any of your good players would be poached, or were you like confident that you guys would stay together?
I mean, I guess there's always like worry like this, but you can't really do much about it. Like it's already up to like each person if he wanna stay or if he like feels like he has better chances on like winning tournament in another team. So you can't really do much about it. But I'm glad we stayed, and hope we can achieve more this season.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for the interview, Nightfall. I appreciate it. And back to you guys, Sheep.
Yeah, there's always a chance that one of your players gets poached, but for BetBoom, they're confident that they can do better this year. And this series for sure did look very good on their part. They came with something fresh, something new. Wind Ranger carry, of course, was one of them there. I'm sure we're going to see it more often, but I also want to talk about the Huskar a little bit more, Effie, because it did feel like, you know, these 2 games that we just witnessed, is this something that we should see, or we will see a lot more over the next coming few days?
Potentially, but this just feels like a series-specific hero. I mean, obviously other teams may look towards it and see that it worked out very nicely in situations like this, but the Huskars came out in the last pick in both phases, and especially in this game too. It was a complete gotcha pick. The Huskar shut down Pango in lane, was good versus Phoenix, and it posed a lot of problems for GG in the draft. I know, with that being said, I do feel like I have to praise Gaimin a little bit because that early game went way better than expected.
To be honest.
And I think that's entirely on the back of the Celery Phoenix. I do want to talk about it while we still have time. I think this Phoenix did so well in shutting down the top lane, rotations to the top lane, and then mid lane, getting that Supernova off and getting the kill on Huskar was such a key pickoff for Gaimin that actually enabled them to extend the game for this long, because I feel like if Celery didn't play this game as impeccably as he did, it probably would have ended around minute 30.
I mean, I do think Phoenix is just a very strong hero right now against a lot of the aggressive heroes like Ench and Tusk. You have the Fire Spirits early on, you have the Sunray later. His items were very good too. I think the way Celery itemized in both games. First the Solar Crest for your carry, make people more tanky, then the Pipe for the team fighting. Looks good.
Looks good. We also saw that game when they got their Tusk stolen away from them. They went for the Tiny, and that ended up working out for them as well. For a while anyway, which also I feel like, you know, opens the playbook a little bit more. That's of course what we're looking for. And while this series was happening, there's been a lot of series going on. 2 other streams other than this one. I'm sure you had all streams open, but just in case you didn't, we can update you a little bit on how things are looking right now. So everybody plays 2 series today in their group, and for Gaimin, they have played against BetBoom here, which was 1-1. We also had Azure Ray play against Team Secret, which was a 2-0 in favor of Azure Ray. And then the other series, and you gotta help me out a little bit here, Kazu, because
Wawitas versus
thank you.
Blacklist Rivalry.
There you go. And that was
A 2-0.
a 2-0.
Good job.
Very
got
good
you.
job. Yeah.
Great
I mean,
synergy, guys.
I got a crash course on how to properly pronounce it, but apparently, even though I think I say exactly the same, it's not. So
Wawitas. I hope I did it right.
Wawitas, because I did Vavitas,
Yeah,
which
but it's
is
a wa.
is wrong, but it sounds the same. But we've learned, and we're gonna be continuing to learn. You're gonna continue learning as well right now, actually, because we have another DHL pro tip coming your way.
Fortunately, for those of us addicted to ranked, drafting is important in pubs. It just looks a little different than in competitive. First, there is the banning phase, where all players vote for a single hero to be banned, with each vote having a 50% chance of succeeding. This phase can be abused for free MMR, because some OP heroes only have one OP hard counter. For example, you can ban Spirit Breaker, then pick Nature's Prophet if the Spirit Breaker ban succeeds. After that, 2 players from each team pick. Generally, this phase is reserved for A. OP heroes, B. supports, and C. griefers. Let's talk about OP heroes. In a Dota patch, there are usually a few 60% win rate heroes. You have to pick these. Any double-picked hero gets banned, which can happen up to 2 times. If all the busted heroes are banned or picked, then the first phase is for the supports. There are a few solid methods that you can employ here to have a good pick. 1. Pick a specialty hero that you can perform on while hard countered. 2. Pick a jack-of-all-trades hero that will be useful no matter what. 3. Pick a lane dominator and end the game before counters even matter. Round 2 has 2 hero picks and is reserved for the offlaner and whoever between your mid or carry has the smaller ego. Here, look at the 2 enemy supports and find some weakness that they both share. For example, if they're Oracle plus Phoenix, then they have no stuns and they're both squishy. So it's a perfect Storm game because he abuses both of those things. Round 3 has 1 hero pick and is for your win condition hero. That can be absolutely uncountered in the game. Do they have no AoE? Pick Phantom Lancer. Do they have no stuns? Pick Weaver or Slark. If you can't apply any of these rules, then pick your hero earlier and give your team the counter pick.
Takes by their money to foster change. Takes by their time to heal the pain. Heart break will light the fire. Heart break will light the fire. Fire will light the fire. Fire will light the fire. Takes more than money to boss a change. Takes more than time to heal pain. Heartbreak will light the fire. Heartbreak will light the fire. Fire.
die gehen, schau die schläft, wenn die Sonne untergeht. Runden drehen, dich erlebt, ich will nicht mehr gerade sehen, der Verstand ist lahmgelegt. Im Coupé hinten links, ich schreibe und ich trink, mit den Brüdern und wir chillen. Heute Abend ohne Sinn, sie will, dass ich sing. Ich mach mir noch einen Drink. Ich brauch nur die Klick. Und sie weiß, dass du stimmt. Die ganze Nacht nur. 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 Die ganze Nacht nur unterwegs, vor Coupé.
Welcome back. We're continuing the group stages here for ESL 1 Kuala Lumpur 2023. And we just had a short break after our first series of the day, where we saw a tie between Bedboom and Gaming Gladiators. And after that, we saw a DHL pro tip. And I know that in the time from that till now, you've spent the last, what was it, like 3-ish minutes learning things that you thought you didn't know, but now you do know because Jenkins, you know, that he opened your eyes to some pick strategies that you did not know about during those detailed pro tips, and that means that you've learned something, and with knowledge comes power. The power to win potentially a €200 Steam gift card. Is that right? If you know who should not draft first, you should go to esl.gg/DHL Pro Tips and fill in the right answer and have a chance for that €200 Steam gift card. So make sure you do that right now. Or maybe do that in a little bit, because right now we're also going to listen to some very smart people, because Kazu had to leave. We'll hear him again later on. But he's been replaced by SPG. Effie's still with us as well. Hey, SPG, how you doing?
Hello.
Hello.
I'm doing great. I moved from over there to here.
Wow.
It's a lot better over here, I must say.
Is it?
Yeah, that one of those chairs is kind of busted. I almost fell
Is
off.
it yours or was it Cap's?
No, Cap broke it. He gets too excited.
Wait, no.
Starts jumping up and down.
I could throw you under the bus right now.
Yeah.
This morning we came in. There's
No, we
chairs
don't need
behind
to-
us.
we
This
don't
is
need
a
to tell
little
us.
bit of a ruining of the third wall. And he's like, this chair is broken. And he grabs it and he puts it down to where Cap was sitting.
No, that's unconfirmed.
It's not-
Unconfirmed rumors.
Did that actually happen?
Yeah, you moved
No,
the
that-
broken chair
Avery.
to Cap's side.
That's not.
Think about your co-caster.
I don't.
Think about his sanity. His
What
health,
about my sanity?
his overall happiness.
I have to work with him. It's awful.
He thought
That's
about
true.
the potential, you know, clip hits if someone would indeed fall off their chair, which would be quite funny. But that's not what we're going to talk about more, because we're going to talk about some Dota 2 that's going to happen, because we're going to see Gaming Gladiators again. Yay, but extra yay because of their opponent's team secret. But first, let's just highlight Team Gaming Gladiators here. They got 1 point earlier today, Effie. They still looked good, kind of continued where they left off.
Yeah, they looked really good. I mean, it wasn't peak gaming performance where there were a little bit of, you know, individual sloppy plays going on, but overall they brought the tempo, they brought the aggression. I mean, they brought the playstyle that they popularized last year, and they also have some new ideas that they brought in, like the Crystal Maiden in that Game 1 versus Bedboom. And in that Game 2 versus Bedboom, it felt like they were at a draft disadvantage, but they took the game to minute 60. So they are in really good form right now, Avery.
I feel like the game 2 is really slow for them, though. Like, I didn't like their support duo. I think that team plays best when they have really fast supports. They can dominate the lanes, go in the enemy jungle, play around Quinn. I think that's like 80% of their strat, honestly. Like, if you're gonna give mid lane a lane dominator for Quinn, then you need supports who can collapse him early in the game, contest the runes. That's what makes that team really annoying to play against. If I'm playing against Gaming, I see Phoenix Tiny, I'm like, we won this game. I mean, you know, or like statistically, you're more likely to win it than normally, which is pretty low. So I don't know. It's not intimidating.
No.
Like, conceptually, it could work. I think they can play those heroes. I think Tofu had a great performance, but I think as the tournament progresses, this team becomes the scariest when they figure out the heroes that work best for their strategy, which is the support collapse and what is Ace's hero pool. If they figure that out, they become very scary. If they don't figure that out, then I mean, you should have kicked Quinn when you had the chance. When he
They did not change roster. They
No.
came in with new ideas, but no new players. Now their opponents, they did change things up a little bit. We got Team Secret as the opponents for Gaming Gladiators, and they got a couple people the same. And to be honest, nobody is a stranger to Team Secret because, yes, they, FBZ was on loan. The loan ended, so he went back. And they also had Armel, who is out. They brought back Boom, who they kicked earlier this year. Boom is now the offlaner. And they also brought back Midone, who also used to play for Team Secret for a very long time.
Yeah, I mean, Midone and Puppy are no strangers to each other. Secret had a very dominant run with Midone as their mid, was it 4 or 5 years ago? 4 years ago? 5 years ago?
I'm too old, don't ask me.
Something like
Long
that.
time ago.
4 to 5 years ago. So the chemistry is inherently already there, and the same can be said for Boom, who I feel like after getting kicked for that short stint, he went on a little bit of a training arc or a training mission, because when I watched Secret play during the closed qualifiers, he was one of their stand-up players. So yeah, there's a lot of excitement looking towards this team.
So he had like an anime revenge arc?
Something like that, yeah. Or that's what he's trying to do. He's just trying to prove everybody wrong.
I think this roster is the most hated and loved roster in some ways that we've seen in a long time. I have never seen so many people disbelieve in a roster and then they qualify, and even then it's like, oh, well, like, of course they were going to find some form, and then the other half is just like, I still think they're terrible. It's very weird, but it's very volatile.
Yeah.
I still think it's hilarious that they got a sponsor named Kick after they brought back all the people that they kicked. I think that suits Puppy. He's kicked a lot of people over the years, so why not just get the kick?
Oh, it's very on brand. That
Will he
is-
kick?
that is
You
for
don't know.
sure.
I mean, anything can
And
happen.
they also added players that kind of appeal maybe to the local audience, because obviously Midone's Malaysian, so that helps. They also got a new coach, and that's been a long time. Now that's been a very long time since Team Secret got a new coach. They got one in Afu. Afu has never coached a team before, so this will be his first coaching LAN. Very excited to see how that goes, and also very excited to hear what he has to say to Purge.
Hey, this is Purge here with Afu of Team Secret, who you recently joined as a coach. You were playing on Team SMG with Midone prior to this. So what's it like joining Secret so far?
It's like my new challenge because I was a player, I becoming a coach, so I trying to learn some new thing for the team. Yeah, for Midone, it's like, I think he's like changing his position, so but he's quite confident on his mid role. So I think joining Secret is good for him also, good for Secret too. It's like he bringing a lot to the team. Yeah, blah blah blah. Yeah.
So what's it like so far for you as a coach, shifting from that player to coach role? Is the workload is different, right? You're not playing scrims, you're watching the scrims. So what's it? How's that adaptation for you so far?
For me, I feel like from player to coach, I have more vision because I'm new to the coach, right? But I was player, then I can see more for my player. So I study for them and I just tell them what's going on. So what's the thing happening? So we just study about it and we learn about it. Yeah, that's how I do. Yeah.
So how long have you been working as a coach with Secret so far? Has it been like weeks or like a month or two, or
like almost one month? Yeah, most likely. Yeah. So we joined at the qualifier. Yeah, just almost 1 month. That's all.
And the qualifier was kind of tough for you guys. You got knocked to the lower bracket right away. You managed to make it all the way through and qualify. Was that what's your stress level as a coach versus a player? Because I've heard it's typically more stressful as a coach.
That's totally different thing, bro. It's like when you're playing, you don't feel pressure. But when you're watching, when they are smoking, okay, there's something gonna happen. It's like I would say it's different, but I don't know how to explain it. Yeah, whatever.
Okay, so with the DPC being removed now, what's your guys' comfort level for tournaments like this one in comparison? Does it just kind of feel like the Wild West once again?
I feel it's good for Secret because we kind of new because we are like from other teams, SMG to Secret, blah blah blah. So we have more time to be together. Then we can practice our thing. So DPC is too long, The last year is like too long. So yeah, that's how I feel. Yeah.
Okay, awesome. And last question: how are you guys feeling for your upcoming match against the Gladiators?
I think we just bring our things up and we don't care. Yeah, that's it.
Okay, great. Well, thank you so much, Afu from Team Secret, and good luck in your upcoming match.
Thank you, Afu. Thank you, Purge. It's very exciting for me to see Afu in the coaching role because I'm just very... I'm very excited to see players like step up into a very different role and well, hopefully for him thrive under it. And I would imagine, SPG, you've also had, you know, your first coaching role at some point, which I bet was very different for you as well. Going from player to coach.
Why are you laughing at
I'm not laughing. I'm like...
Sorry, finish.
No, but like that must have been... Like that must be very... It's a very different experience.
Yeah, what actually resonated with me was he said the pressure difference.
Yeah.
Yeah, when you play, you don't care.
Like,
Because
you're focused on the game.
Yeah, you're just zoning in the game. Like, after you lose at TI, you know, you're like, oh, my life's over. But then, like, 3 days later, you know, maybe the check hits your bank account or whatever, and you're like, all right, it wasn't too bad.
Yeah.
Maybe not anymore. I don't know. But but now as a coach, you're watching. Every time your team is losing as a coach, all you're thinking is like, I'm gonna get fucking fired. This is awful. Like,
Yeah.
and I can't do anything. You're powerless. You're just sitting there in a room.
Yeah, also I would imagine when you're going from coach to player, like when you're a player, you just see what's on your screen. But when you're a coach, you see the POV of both
Everything,
teams.
yeah.
So you have the knowledge if the enemy team has more net worth, which you don't really have as a player. You're a lot more fearless. So if you're sitting down watching as a coach, you can see all the ways that it can go wrong from a perspective that players don't really have. So I definitely understand the kind of anxiety that he's talking about.
Yeah, I felt very connected when he said, when there's a smoke gank. He specifically mentioned smoke ganks because I can imagine that's like a pivotal moment in a game. So yeah, the pressure is on for Afu in this series as well to watch from the sidelines, see how his team performs. But before that, a part where he is heavily involved in, I would imagine, is the drafting side of things. And that is what we're going to witness very soon. We'll see you after a short break.
흔들리는 나의 눈빛 모두 알고 있는 걸 아무리 숨겨보려 해도 가려지지 않는 걸 I'll never miss this chance make it dance 해가 뜨는 것도 모르게 Dance time to dance 집에 가는 것도 까먹게 붉어진 너의 하얀 불을 좋아해 움켜진 문제들은 모두 가볍게 손 들고 태워 이 순간을 빨갛게 녹여진 분위기는 뜨겁게 아무리 어렵다고 해도 시작하면 되는 걸 처음이 어색하다 해도 이미 익숙해진 걸 I'll never miss this chance make it dance 해가 뜨는 것도 모르게 Dance time to dance 집에 가는 것도 까먹게 붉어진 너의 하얀 불을 좋아해 움켜진 문제들은 모두 가볍게 손 들고 태워 이 순간을 빨갛게 녹여진 분위기는 뜨겁게
And we are ready to see some Dota once again here in Kuala Lumpur. Series 2 here in the group stages for Gaming Gladiators and Team Secret. Team Secret no points on the board just yet, where Gaming Gladiators has won as they tied earlier. And we're ready to see things kick off. Drafts around the corner, and I am joined by SVG and Effie, and it's time for me to ask the hard-hitting questions. I want to know what we're going to see, Effie. What heroes are we going to see picked? What lessons have we learned so far? Because we had not that long in between series. Neither did the players, so how much can you really learn from that series?
Yeah, I mean, you can just learn what felt the best for you. So I think Gaiman really liked their Dazzle, and Secret have already taken it out. So it seems like they did have a little bit of time to prep, but they looked good on their Dazzle. They looked good on their roaming heroes for Tofu. So I think maybe another Tusk is in store for us. Whereas with Secret, I mean, if you're talking about Secret, you're talking about Puppy Chen, you're talking about Chrysalis Razor, you're talking about, you know, potentially all of these Chrysalis heroes actually, either the Bloodseeker or the Monkey King coming out.
I could see Lone Druid actually get through this bans in this series. I don't think Secret will give it to Gaming, but I think Gaming could give it to Secret and put them in a position where you have to first pick it or they threaten to automatically take it. I think that's like a pretty decent strat. I also think if you're going to give Lone Druid, give it early on in the tournament, prove you can beat it. I actually don't think this hero is even that good. I think it's kind of just a... That's my belief. You know, like the hero's good, but like he's beatable.
So earlier today at the start of the show, we had a couple heroes highlighted in terms of which heroes we think are the ones that we're definitely going to see today. Which if you were to have to name two heroes, which two would they be? I will tell you what we mentioned. We mentioned Luna, Slardar, Lone Druid, and Pugna.
That you're gonna see or that are good?
That are strong right now.
Grimstroke. Grimstroke 100. I mean, I'm a support player, but I'm going to say Grimstroke and
Grimstroke.
Okay, I think we're actually going to see Shadow Shaman at this tournament.
You're laughing after you said it. It's not coming across very seriously here.
Because I don't know if he's going to do well, but I think that hero has been buffed a lot of times. I think his laning is a lot better than it used to be. It's actually incredibly good. And I think the new Hex, people figure out you can just go this 1-4-4 build or put less points into the lightning and just play off your Hex being more of a damage spell in the team fight. It's a crazy strong spell. It has a very good value point at almost a 2-second stable, and the damage amp on a single target burst is, for an instant Hex, is insane. So I would not be surprised to see more of that hero. I think Puppy is someone who could play it because he's willing to play these kind of like garbage supports.
Yeah, he does play a lot of unconventional heroes like Venomancer and Ogre that maybe a lot of other teams aren't looking at. But I like that SVG brought up Shadow Shaman because I really think that hero is sleeper very strong. I've been seeing him in a lot of high MMR pubs recently, and he just trades so well on lane. His spells have such high impact, and he gives teams tempo through his Serpent Ward. So that's definitely something I can see someone like Crit picking up or innovating throughout this tournament. So if I'm watching Team Falcons, I definitely think there will be a couple of Shadow Shamans coming out at the very least. And it sounds like one of those heroes that a team has to run successfully before it catches on.
Well, there's a Lone Druid ban. Look at Primal. I mean, it's like a TI throwback. I think Primal was performing pretty damn well at TI. It's also pretty well-rounded first pick. There's not a lot of downsides outside of if he gets crushed on lane. I think Team Secret, what I want to see out of this team over time is like they up the flexibility, because I think it's something that has hurt like Crystallis in the past, because his hero pool is pretty expected, right? You see this Bloodseeker, Monkey King, Razor, whatever. A lot of times Secret was first phasing it, which is, you know, like people give Crystallis some shit because a lot of times he has rough games, but a lot of those games he was first pick his carry. Like at the TI, they went to the finals, right? That's a very different setup. And if you're going to do that, I think usually it means you need some flexibility between your other two roles. And I think between Boom and Mid One, they can do that. Like that should be one of the strengths of this team. Puppy is a drafter who's always willing to pick outside the box and do some creative stuff. So when you open something like a Primal, for me, if I'm Team Secret, I'm willing to play this on 2, 3, and Puppy. You know, because Puppy will play anything.
Yeah, that's a really great point. And also, Team Secret are one of those teams that does learn very quickly from, like, within the series drafts that are happening. So they just got 2-0'd by Azure, and in that game too, they got 2-0'd by a Grimstroke and Primal Beast opener. So maybe it's something that they do want to recycle here. And game and go back to that Tusk that we touched on a little bit earlier, but it looked so good in the hands of Tofu. It felt like not only could they pair it with some kind of ranged offlaner that gives them more flexibility in their draft, but the way Tofu played it was he just twin-gated early on, tri-laned for a little bit, and completely shut down the enemy offlane, and it gave them so much net worth advantage early on.
This is also a nice hero versus the Primal. Like, you get the BKB interrupt with the punch. He's a tanky hero for Primal to go on if you end up playing the Tusk core, and it can do fine. You can just match him on the map. You can use power winds pretty well. The interrupts in the fight are really annoying. You have a spell to pull someone out of the Polarize, you have another one to disrupt it. The shards can be obnoxious for him trampling through. I think it's generally just a pretty nice matchup for Tusk. And like, I feel like Tusk is one of those heroes, if you ever get to the second, third item, Ags, later on if it's support or core, you're pretty damn happy, right? The biggest question mark for me going into the second phase is Grimstroke, because I think it's very strong for both teams. I also rate this hero very highly, so I'm biased as hell. But I would not be surprised to see it get taken out of phase here, especially since Gaming only have one ban. And I don't think they're going to ban it here. Like with their one ban, it's usually not a ban you want to use on a random support or something. You want to ban a big core to set you up for later in that second phase. I expect it to go here. And of course, the Shadow Shaman will be taken.
Of course, the Shadow Shaman, the hero of this series coming through.
Hero of the tournament.
The tournament,
please.
yes. Sorry, we're not there yet, but we do know because, you know, Avery is the mind reader. Everybody knows. But I want to talk about this Tusk a little bit because I think that this is probably going to be one of the top 4 contested supports in this tournament. And he has really risen in value in my eyes because I mean, basically before when people were playing him on his Shard plus Snowball and kind of using him to wave clear and then kind of setting up for something like an Aghanim's and playing on that, it felt like he did really well. But then his spells just got nerfed, right? He didn't do that as successfully. So everyone's gone back to basics with Tusk. They're starting Blightstone and they're playing on Tag Team. And it's so effective in shredding these really tanky heroes that are popular in this meta. Like these Centaurs on the offlane, these Primal Beasts, heroes of this archetype, even these Treants from the safe lane that you can trade with. Tusk is one of the best solutions to something like that in the early game.
Yeah, he's a big boy killer for sure. We probably should have seen a bit more of him at TI with how popular the Heart meta was. It's just the Heart Blade Mail meta is... It's also weird for him because he kind of has to go in with his burst and sometimes you're just like... I mean, you literally punch yourself in the face, right? It's just... It's pretty obnoxious for the hero. At the same time, he's also can be a Heart buyer. And they gave him the Grim. I feel like this is... I don't know if this is worth the Lina trade. Like, I don't know what the Lina is really threatening here, honestly. Unless they're willing to flex it around or if they just think the mid matchup is unplayable for Primal, which it very well probably is. But again, if I'm looking at Secret as a team, I'm fully expecting them to be willing to flex his Primal.
Yeah.
Maybe you're willing to flex Lina?
I think Lina is actually a super... she's a very strong mid laner, and she feels like a very hard mid laner to counter if the jump heroes are taken out of the pool. And Spectre is probably the hardest counter to Lina and Dota. So for them taking her out and seeing the Primal Beast, it probably just feels like enough. And outside of her synergizing very nicely with her Fiery Soul and the tag team, the new way that people are playing Lina with the Aghanims and the Kaya, and there's just so much burst damage coming out of her throughout the entire game, and it's another way to address a strong hero like Primal Beast in the late game.
Yeah. Jakiro is one of the highest win rate supports in the game currently, like over the last week.
That's fake.
Is that fake? It's literally across all different...
Yeah,
you know how you can see that with Dota Plus? You can see like across all different medals. Across all medals, it's around 55%, which is pretty high.
Jakiro's a trash hero.
What?
That's why Puppy picked it. I'm telling you, Puppy is like... He's just like me. That's why I respect him. He loves these heroes that are... Like, he knows are bad, but he's like, I'm going to make it work. You know? Also, the two-headed heroes. He likes two-headed heroes because...
Okay. Yeah, no, I mean, he does play a lot of unconventional supports.
Then he can yell at both side lanes at the same time.
He does play for sure, but I think the reason, Cheever, why Jakira's just risen up in popularity is a lot of the popular supports from TI got nerfed, but Jakira's just very, like, strong on lane, and we were talking about the importance of lane in the pregame, but it feels like your entire game is just set off of how well you can secure the game for your carry. And Jakiro has spammable spells. He's very tanky, very difficult to kill, and he has impact throughout the entire game based off of one spell, which is Ice Path, right? With Ice Path, you can consistently throw it like 5 or 6 in a fight with good positioning if you're not jumped on first. And then you've got Macropyre, which allows you to defend towers really early on, right? One point in it, you drop it, and you're just... You've shoved them away with an entire wave, and that can be very helpful for teams like Secret that want to go to late game with a carry player like Crystal is.
I feel like this hero's like in the Witch Doctor category. Like, his spells are nice, but they're not good enough for me to ever really justify the hero. I think Secret much would have rather taken the Phoenix for their Primal combination. Like, we've seen the Primal Grim, Primal Phoenix. Jakiro kind of fits that role. You can throw the Ice Path macro off the Primal Initiation, and it's like kind of nice, but it's a bit slower and clunkier. And now you have a lot of heal coming out from this IO pick, which, back to the IO Gyro, I mean, Gaimin, they always have these strats they're willing to go back to no matter what the meta is, which is something interesting they do that it seems like a lot of teams give up and they move on.
Yeah.
But they're like, oh, we'll go back to it. I mean, even the Lina with the IO tether can be absolutely terrifying in this game with the spell amp.
For sure. And now that you have this IO tether that you're talking about, not just the spell amp, but the sustain. We're talking about how Lina is countered by getting jumped on. But Team Secret have not addressed this Lina yet, right? They do have this Primal Beast, but by picking Jakiro as their second support, and that's a ranged spellcaster support, it's not the archetype of hero like Tiny or Tusk who can get on this Lina and disposition her. That's how you have to play versus it. Or even a Vengeful Spirit who can swap her out of position would have been better as a solution for Lina. So actually, I'm actually quite shocked that this Lina has gone unpunished when she came out this early on.
And what is Crystal's going to play? Because they just gave him 2 more bans. You know it has to be his hero coming out here. He's not going to play Primal. And I would have said Faceless Void's good, but Secret banning themselves. The Spectre's your one big jump carry. Like, what's left in his pool, right? You can go for, like, the Morphling, the old IO Gyro counter, but you're doing it into a Magic Burst Lina. You can go for, like...
We earlier saw the Terrorblade.
Yeah.
He plays that.
I mean, he can just play, like, a generic right-click carry, right? But I don't think it's amazing into what gaming are proposing with, like, IO Gyro that can frontline. You have this Lina just throwing out spells. Okay, there's a other jump hero that's fallen a bit out of meta, but
yeah, I wanted to bring her up just because traditionally, like, she has been the counter to Lina in that when she gets her BKB, she gets on top of Lina, and Lina can't do much, right? So that.
Yeah, it's very nice for the Lina. Like, it solves the Lina problem to some degree, right? You don't care about the sustain because you're dead in 3 seconds. You get to burst the Lina, potentially get out. There's not a lot of BKB control on gaming. The sustain was supposed to be the answer to all the magic damage, but now PA gives you the huge physical burst. Potentially Inkswell to go in with her, so she can hold her BKB longer, and Alacrity potentially on top with, like, Primal Interrupt. That sounds great, right?
Yeah. All of the reasons you mentioned, I think PA was honestly the best pick that they could have here because they needed an extremely high damage carry that can also jump the Lina, and the only one left that fit that archetype well was the PA. And now you have this vessel coming out of Invoker that's going to deal with the sustain coming out of the IO. You still lack the burst to be able to kill within that vessel, and PA is one of the heroes who can provide that very well. With that being said, this hero does have a lot of issues in that she needs time to come online.
So do you just push IO Witch Doctor? It's coming back.
I mean, we're looking for a hero for Ace with this. Who knows?
I think it's going to be the Underlord. I think they're going to pull the Underlord back, but I would love to see Underlord or Witch Doctor. What's Visage? Oh, come on.
You said push. You said push.
Yeah, it is push. I think I mean, this is classic gaming. Like, they want to go high ground every game at 25 to 30 if everything goes well. That's the scary part about that team. If you mess up, they're going to go high ground. Just slay you.
So, I actually think this is a great Visage game. I was thinking about it for a while, but it's not that well addressed within Secret's draft. Like, I feel like if Visage doesn't get punished in that early game with potentially some rotations coming out of either mid 1 or from Boom early on, then Visage is just going to take this tower early, take over PA's jungle, and make it so that Team Secret have to address the early tower pressure. And that's not really something that you want to do if you're the Invoker plus PA lineup.
This is also one of the offlaners that developed as a counter to PA because you ignore the instant jump burst and you play a much faster pace by dealing Roshan's taking towers. You're going to have a strong laning phase here if you're gaming as well. The only downside is you played right into the puppy Jakiro, you goddamn fool. Do you learn nothing? The dots, the attack speed slows, the AoE control. Oh my god, puppy just got given the best Jakiro game he's been given in a long time.
The high ground defenses.
That's right. I mean, he geared up. I mean, he knew this was coming.
But going back to the issue that we brought up early on with the Lina, who then got solved, quote unquote, the PA, I still think it's a really great Lina game. It's a very strong hero right now, and it's one of Quinn's comfort heroes. So I'm eyeballing the Lina in particular outside, like on the side of gaming, to be the hero that carries them into the late game and not Durachio's hero.
So if I simplify this here, Avery, race against the clock on side of Gaming Gladiators? Or are they going to be fine later on anyway against PA? Because PA needs time, as we established.
If the Visage is having a very good game, I don't think the PA clock is that scary. Okay. But they just want to play a momentum game, right? They want to get ahead and push the high ground, like second or third Aegis, and be in that position. It's how they like to play. It's how this draft will function the best. But I don't think the late game is that horribly out of reach. My only prediction for this game is I think Quinn is going to be like... He's going to be like 40 and 20 to mid one's like 10 and 0 or something. I think he's going to get destroyed mid.
Okay.
I think Gaiman got this just because, just based on their performance today, I feel like they're feeling themselves. Their tempo is coming back, and Secret are coming off the back of an 0-2. So it does feel like there's a little bit of a momentum disadvantage.
Okay, well, let's find out how this one's going to play itself out. We're heading over to our commentary duo. It is none other than ODPixel and Kezu.
Thank you very much, GBS. Looking forward to this one, of course. Team Secret versus Gaming Gladiators. Kezu, indeed, as the panel touched upon it, it very much feels like they're resting a lot on this PA getting a decent start, right? If Chrysalis gets shut down, this game could start to get very hard very quickly for Team Secret.
Yeah, honestly, Secret need to help him to have a very good game, because even in the early game, they touched on it as well. Visage is a very annoying hero right now to play against. Like, you're going to have this early Solar Crest, you have the early Vlads, a lot of, you know, physical reduction against some PA and all of that stuff. So in this early game, Secret need to be able to hold their ground and then fight back and help Chrysalis to get a couple kills.
PA, you know, they're absolutely a hero that can kind of single-handedly carry the late game if you get there and if you get that farm. So let's find out today if Secret are going to be able to get that going for Chrysalis, or if Gaming Gladiators can continue to find that magic that they pretty much have had for the entire last year. Not an easy matchup for Secret, but maybe today. If they can take a game, if they can take this series, this could be the beginning of quite a spectacular run for Secret, if they can take these matches against Gaming.
I mean, we don't actually know too much about Secret. They didn't have the best series, you know, just now, but of course, it's the, you know, first type of matches. It's time to, you know, make some changes in between the series and show up here. But, you know, you always have the PA. Like, you know, you have Chrysalis, you have mid 1 Invoker. You know, that shit is pretty good. You get the Alacrity going later. Just got to get through, you know, this early stage. That's going to be the hardest part of this game.
Talking about that mid matchup as well, I think Avery was saying on the panel, a matchup that could be quite a difficult one for mid one. Do you agree? Is this a sort of lane where Quinn could pop off on the Lina? A Lina that was, of course, picked very early on in the draft, was the second pick in. Do you feel that Quinn's got kind of away with that?
I don't know if it's going to be as bad as Avery said with some 40-20 to 10-0, but it's a slight Lina favored lane.
So they got the shard trap on him here, but at the same time, Secret, they're going to see if they can try and run down Duracho, look for that first blood. Should have a solid chance of getting there. The dual breath comes in, it'll pop the Fairy Fire, but he's not living, he's going down as Yamich will take first blood against Duracho.
Pretty nice start. Start with 3 heroes down bottom, get this first blood going. I think it's definitely very good if they can slow down this Duracho Gyro combo, because the combo later with Io, Gyro, and then you have Visage giving all these auras. Yeah, you better slow down these gaming heroes.
Let's see if on this bottom lane, Boom and Yamich are able to use the synergy between the two of them when they sort of hit that level 2, level 3 spike to get on top of Celery, or even Duracho. A lot of explosive potential between these heroes in the lane. Celery, of course, doing his best job to keep Duracho constantly topped up towards that full HP, making him a not too appealing target to go on.
I mean, they should be okay in as well. I mean, if they can just keep high HP, right, against this Primal Grim, if you don't drop below like 80%, you should be fine there. So I don't think that's going to be fine by the top lane already.
Crystal is taking quite a beating here for the two of them. The shards are out as well as the nuke from Ace. Crystal is out of the lane. Puppey should be able to find Tofu in return at least.
Fairy Fire.
Fairy Fire does come in, and in fact, with that in mind, Tofu's going to survive. They can maybe turn for this as well. They get the slowdown onto Puppey. It's under the tower. It'll live, but left incredibly low as this top lane already off to a fantastic start for Gaming.
At least now they're a bit low on mana on Ace, but yeah, it's just low HP carries laning against Visage is not the dream. Sure, you do have Jakiro, the Puppey Jakiro, who's going to try to help you to get through this lane, but it's not an easy task.
And that mid lane, I mean, looking at the first wave or so, maybe Avery was
Avery
right.
was right.
I mean, so 9-3 against the 2-0. This is not looking to be any fun for mid one to play.
Well, if it continues at this trend, then Avery was just straight up right. Yeah, just a god.
We'll see if, you know, already the mid lane and the top lane in particular, difficult starts here for Secret. Despite the death top, at least Chrysalis still able to get the creeps in. 9 CS so far here on the safe lane PA. Again, has to be very, very careful. As soon as Gaming Gladiators sees a chance to get aggressive onto him, that burst damage from the two of them comes in very hard.
Yeah, I think this is just a hard lane to get through. Like, I would say Visage is a bit deceptive right now. Like, people think this hero is going to hit for less damage, but Ace has like 65 damage at this point already, and mid, I don't think this lane should be this bad.
And the thing is, does it ever get any better?
Which one, mid or top?
Mid,
or both?
when it's had this sort of start. I mean, how does mid one recover from this beginning?
Much better. You know, maybe the range
this has got to be one of sort of the most one-sided mids we've seen so far. I mean, we've not had too many games, of course. It's still early in the tournament, but this is, you know, this is
not good.
Let's dwell on the positives. You know, this is amazing for Quinn. He's having a brilliant time mid.
Really well played here by Quinn, of course, holding the lane. He's going to get his arcane boots early on. I'm sure he's comsing right now. I'm destroying this guy in the mid lane. So, you know, some more momentum boost for the bros in the side lanes.
It's going to be, you know, a quick timing on the bots into arcane, so just consistent spam that that mid one's going to have to deal with getting thrown at him in this mid lane every time he turns up to the creep wave.
Well, at least it's a 3 minute in the top lane, which means Chrysalis can buy a raindrop, so he can withstand the Visage pressure. Of course, going to be very good. But yeah, for them, for Secret, it's going to be damage control time. And then hope to play through this Boom Primal Beast with the Grimstroke. Maybe even, you know, Puppey takes the gate on bottom, Chrysalis. You do what you can, brother.
I mean, that's the thing, right? In this sort of game, for Secret, Boom, you know, Yamich and Puppey, they're going to have to do a lot of early game carrying, right?
Yeah.
Because mid one, he's not going to be set up to make plays with this sort of slow start. And of course, Chrysalis is the PA. He doesn't want to get involved in it. So for the 3, 4, and 5 as Secret, a lot has got to be done. Boom. Going to try and get aggressive in on the Drasho down bottom. They've got the Inkswell. That'll do it. They'll get in under the tower. They'll take down the Gyro. Same time, top Tofu is getting caught upon, but it looks like it may have been just a bit of a bait as Tofu and Ace are ready to turn back towards Crystallis. The Soul Assumption comes in. They bring down Crystallis. Puppey will get Tofu in return, but another death here for the safe lane of Secret.
At least it's always kind of a, you know, like a trade. Of course, it's not great that your PA is the one dying, but Puppey Jakiro, nothing to be underestimated. At least they're getting some levels. Yeah, I don't want to look at mid anymore. This is not pretty.
Oh no.
I'm closing my eyes.
It is on track for Avery. He might actually have been absolutely bang on. He said it would be 40-20 Quinn, 10-0 on mid one. He's not far off. He's not far off. Bottom lane, they might just get the two of them. Yamich is gone, Boom. And they're going to try and dive in for him. They certainly are. Celery's just tanking the tower. Langdracho to get the last few hits in. Gaming Gladiators to get the two of them down here. Puppey.
Oh, it missed.
I guess the slow, but not quite the damage onto Celery. And even if it did so, probably going to be okay. Further TP's coming back in. But already the two of them are out of their Secret. They're not going to be able to punish Gaming Gladiators on that bottom.
All right, Crystallis, enjoy your top lane. You're on your own. He has to like pull his easy camp or something to get the lane back. Cause yeah, so your PA not too happy. Your Invoker ain't too happy, which means eventually you need to try to break the map by just bring 3 heroes somewhere, or like bring everyone to this mid lane. You know, have a party and kill some of these gaming heroes.
Let's see if they can catch Quinn by surprise. Not going to be easy. Already sort of swinging away from the mid. So just get a ward down around that creep camp, but not trying to make any sort of plays against bottom lane. Yamich being chased down by the missile. He is salving up. Keep him alive. They're getting to the point now that even on this bottom setup with this combo of the Grimstroke and the Primal Beast, Secret, they're going to struggle to make aggressive plays into Drachio and Celery now.
I've got the Arcane Boots. At least the active rune, it does not go to Quinn. So a shield rune for Puppey. But most importantly, you just don't have Quinn to get it. Looks like he's going to move up top, maybe start looking at Chrysalis a little bit. Perhaps even force him out of the lane. Yeah, I mean, once Ace gets level 6, I think this map for Secret is not going to look too good. They need to be ready and already aware of bottom Drachio. Okay.
Once again, they'll get him. Tofu comes in with the TP, turns it over towards Yamich. Will manage to be able to get a trade. Definitely the one positive Secret have had here. Despite the fact they've lost Chrysalis a few times, they have been able to also take down Drachio on the other side of the map. Slowing down Gaming's carry as well, a little bit. Keeping them on the same sort of stage in terms of CS. 31-3 on Drachio, 30-6 on Chrysalis right now.
These plays on bottom are super important. And also looking at the Wisdom runes right now, Chrysalis is trying to steal the one up top as well, who should just be able to get out. I mean, this is a big move. Like, you have no XP, you're honestly like saving your team a bit. This is big.
Radiant are scanning.
Just doing anything you can really to find these levels. I mean, once Ace does have the 6, what sort of moves do you expect to see from Gaming? Are we going to get backup coming in to try and force that top lane, get that tier 1, or is Ace going to be moving to other areas of the map?
Yeah, I think Ace is going to definitely look to stay here, push in the lane, try to take the tower, and then it's more like, I don't think Secret are going to look to play too much through this PA, rather just have him farm, and if Gaming oversteps somewhere, that's when he will strike.
See who Yamich wants to team up with again. If perhaps another look towards the bottom lane might be the call. Tofu in the neighborhood as well, just in case Secret do try for another play against Drachio's Gyro. As it seems, Secret, they've got the 2 supports, Puppey and Yamich, hanging around mid. Ace with the 6 and the Familiars out. Causing Chrysalis to have to be extra careful in how he plays around, trying to pick up the XP on this top lane. Tofu's taking the gate over. Chrysalis has got backup of Puppey, and further TP's coming in. Secret, they know that Gaming are going to try and poke for this sort of move, and they'll look to punish it. Chrysalis jumps straight away over towards Ace. Ace able to hold him back temporarily with the familiar stuns. Snowball across as well, but it won't save Ace. Ace goes down. Mid one comes in with a rotation. Cold snap over towards Tofu. Secret, they were prepared for that move, and they will. Dagger, last right click, they'll get the two of them. Duracho, brought over by Celery. The six was hidden down bottom. But Duracho, he may not want to be brought into this one. Celery's going to tether back across. Quinn, he'll get caught by the ice path. Duracho's gone.
Nice
Secret, they're punishing Gaming Gladiators hard here for this move. Dagger out to Quinn. They'll chase on further. Dual breast out. Quinn surrounded by the three of them. Ace trying to do his best with the Familiars to protect Quinn with the stuns. But it's not going to work out for Gaming. Secret, they slap back hard there.
I mean, what a nice punch back from Secret. Gaming definitely overplaying their hand there. You don't want to get gone on first like that. Tofu ready for round 2.
Mid one. He's got one more cold snap to throw out. Celery. Boom's just completely trampling all over him. Celery's gone. I mean, it just doesn't stop. Secret, they're going to get 2 more kills off the back of that around the mid. As Secret now up 10-6, they completely closed out that gold lead that Gaming Gladiators had. I think Gladiators were up to sort of about a 3k, 4k gold lead off the laning stage. That whole last minute of play, that's completely shut that down.
Hey, if you're gaming, you gotta take a quick deep breath and chill a bit, because everything you've done over the last 9 minutes, you just threw it in the trash can. It's straight up gone. And Secret ready for the next move. They are smoking down bottom. Looks like Duracho will sniff it out for now.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to feel great about that Secret. They're just going to keep trying for this. And these are moves as well that are being made in areas where Chrysalis was able to get involved. Maybe even down here as well. He's pushing in the bottom wave, ready to join the rest of the 3 of them.
Yeah, his entire game is like kind of back. Sure, his net worth isn't great. He's like in the middle of the pack, but stealing the Wisdom Rune, making these plays. If Ace dies again, this is ruh-roh.
I mean, they've closed the gap in upon him.
Hello.
Puppey lining up the dual breath. This is looking like a very dead Visage. The relocate comes in. Duracho get the cooldown out. To the 2 of them. Trying to turn over towards Yamich.
Oh, they see the reload behind.
Through the trees. It's going to be hard to get Yamich. Yamich is able to turn with the Soulbind. And they'll just take themselves back out of there. To the side. And that's going to be one of them gone. It's going to be both of them gone. I mean, these last 2 minutes, I mean, Secret, they are going to be feeling fantastic about this. Quinn's tried to turn up. Yamich has got the slow. Boom's closing in on him. The light strike's still on cooldown for a few seconds, so Quinn's got nothing to throw back to stop this primal beast. What on earth's happening here? I mean, you look back at the first 8 minutes of this game, you know, some people, I'm sure they were watching at home, they thought this was probably over. It absolutely isn't. Secret in this last 2 minutes, I mean, they're looking the best they have in a long time. This has been a huge highlight reel these last 2 minutes. If Secret could keep this going, Gaming Gladiators, they're not going to know what's hit them.
It went from like a 50-50 to like an 80-20 in like 2 minutes. I mean, Secret have full grasp of this game right now. So Chrysalis slowly climbing up, but it's mainly Boom plus the support just running around, making stuff happen. I mean, even Mid One in all this time is getting levels and gold because...
Oh, he's catching up.
He was also getting dumpstered in the lane.
Yeah, if you consider sort of the CS situation and the fact now, the Mid One, he's only, what, 600 gold behind Quinn at 11 minutes in. That just really goes to show how much of a momentum swing we've just witnessed in those last couple of minutes here.
And now they're ready to chill. You've got the Midas online on Mid One. They even held their top tier 1 tower. Like, it's not gone yet. So if Secret can, keep this up, they're very happy. If you're gaming, you have to chill a bit. You have your mech available. You can still play together, but it needs to be done more nicely.
Huge plays for Secret. See if they can keep it up here. Against none other than Gaming Gladiators. Indeed, yeah, Secret. Actually, by the looks of it, going to be the team that, off the back of that all, are going to be the team to take the first tower this game. Not something you would have expected after watching the lanes.
No, definitely not. And they're going to have to help Ace to kind of get out of this weird place on the spot as Quinn. Should just get some harassment. Like, when you visit your top network of your team and you don't get to take this top tier 1, it's really, really awkward. They're going to have to look to help Ace out in this game.
Gaming Gladiators very much huddling around one another. We have 4 heroes around that mid area. Very much feeling that Secret, with the way that they're able to play aggressively in those last moments, Secret, you've got to be full prepared as Gaming Gladiators for Secret to come running at you again. Because Secret, they know that approach has worked very, very well for them.
I mean, I do like how Secret are positioned on the map right now, right? You've got your Primal Beast on bottom. He has a very aggressive ward that we just saw. You can just play here on your own. And you have, like, kind of this roadblock on this top tier 1 tower. Like, if Ace runs up alone, he's just straight up dead. And it's kind of weird because you have IO Gyro who don't want to be here, right? They want to reload in. As Lina, you don't want to set up this move either, so that just leaves Tofu.
No, for sure. And even with the fact that they have the ability to do so, right? Quinn with the bots, and as you mentioned with the relocate, the last few times, it's not worked out for them. You know, when these sort of fights do get forced on towards Ace, I don't know if Quinn, Dracho, and Celery are going to be looking to join him.
Yeah, I don't think they feel too good about it anyway either, especially when you have also abilities like, oh yeah, I can reload to you. Oh, I can boost with travel.
We're going to see it here, potentially. Ace booms in on top of him. Quinn, he is going to bots over. He's going to stop it. Yeah, this time around. The relocate is coming across, though.
Oh.
I mean, Quinn, he knew not to be here. They've got a snowball, which will buy them a bit of time. Looks like it will at least keep them alive, but not a chance for Gaming Gladiators to take any kills themselves. Tofu, he's not going to live. Gets caught on the high ground. See if he can step away from Boom. He cannot. Channel pulls out. I mean, Quinn backed out of that one, and rightfully so, but...
Yeah, I don't want to TP into an ice path.
And I don't know if Derecha wanted to be brought over. I mean, Derecha and Celery, they're glad that they were able to walk out of that alive after relocating into the action. I mean, mid one quick on the plays here, down towards the bottom. Giant Wisdom setup, Boom's in with the backup. They're in on towards the IO Celery. He gets popped by Boom.
There's no tower, there's no reload.
They've got the grab as well to go for more. Derecha, he's going to try for the TP out, but the Inkswell's going to be there to stop it. Secret just continuing here with this showstopper of a performance.
Secret are demolishing them right now. Honestly, they're just right now ahead in terms of where to play on the map. They're always attacking Ace first on the Visage. If Game don't want to fight back, someone needs to break a smoke for him.
Yeah.
Like, if you want to just scale and farm, okay, but that has to be done differently. Because Secret, they're just outplaying you on the map right now. They're punishing you everywhere.
And there we go. Mid one now ahead of Quinn. An incredible recovery this game from him. Bots are going to be done for him. And now it's going to be even harder for Gaming Gladiators to react to the moves that Secret's been making, because even if mid one's not there, he's going to be ready to join the fight again. And the coordination from Secret, pretty much every time, it's all 5 heroes. They're ready to fight, ready to get involved. Crystal is starting to make his timings now in the PA.
Yeah, like a lot of these early timings that you would wanted to have hit with Gaming, where like you rush the Vlads, you take top tier 1, you get mech on IO, you go mid tier 1. None of this happened. You need an open map with these very mobile heroes, abuse the relocate, keep farming. Whereas Secret, they just get to hold everything.
Secret in position to start putting pressure onto another tier 1 tower here. Ace trying his best to deal with the top tier 1 with the solo push with the familiars. See what Gaming are going to try and pull around this area. For them here with the setup. Tofu ready to lead in. Secret step up. And Secret they're not giving any of these opportunities to Gaming Gladiators then. I don't know how Gladiators have reacted. Therefore, we'll start to split back away from this mid area.
I think for now it's totally okay. Just wait for Boom. He's very close to his BKB. Once he gets that, like, what's going to stop this guy going in with some Inkswell, follow-up damage, you have tornadoes behind you.
Yep.
You know, let your bro, he's going to have his Blade Mail BKB. He can get all the way in there. You know, you can give up the map for 1 minute.
And then in terms of saves, the snowball, sometimes the clutch familiar stuns can come into play. But things such as the relocate, not necessarily going to be there for all the heroes, as most of the time Celo's going to be looking to stay connected to Derecha alone. Derecha, see the tether come in, take him out just in time. This time round, the relocate there, keeping Derecha alive. Crystallis has been found. They've got the combo to burst him low. Got the stick charges. He's going to jump back over towards Quinn, try and get a bit of lifesteal off here with a strike. And it's not enough, as he will fall back down bottom, of course. On the return, Celery gets caught. So Gladiators, after what's really seemed like the last 8 minutes, finally able to make some sort of a successful move as they get the PA kill. But it's still at a cost. They lose the IO down bottom, and Secret are still able to keep that pressure on down there. At the same time, mid one looks like he may be trying to set up onto Ace.
Yeah, that's a good ward, and Puppey is coming over, but the Ace...
He's going to step up into the jungle.
He's kind of staying.
Mid one with some good information here. Set up into the ice wall and the ice path. The Macropyre's down. Ace. I mean, TPs are coming in over towards the tier 1. Can anybody get here in time to help out? They cannot. As Puppey off the back of that setup there from mid one, able to take out Ace. Secret keeping control of their jungle.
Well, Vestal's going to be up next for mid one as well, who's definitely not only recovered his game, but he's moving very well around the map, setting up these plays. Darachi, I don't think he's going to feel too good about fighting. You have the Chrysalis, you've got the Io speeding you up, you're going to have your Ags as well. He's going to need to get this Ags and the BKB completed before he's available to fight.
And on the side of Chrysalis himself, obviously Battle Fury going straight for the BKB afterwards once he has his 2 items. It'll no longer be easy for Gaming Gladiators to catch him out and burst him in that combo as they managed to do so just prior.
I do think Roche is perhaps on the menu here for Gavin as mid one does run it pretty aggressively.
Got 4 heroes of Gladiators going from here. The missile heading over. They'll hold back Duracho with the tornado. Bots coming in from Quinn. They're going to send the full team here to dispatch him mid one. They'll get him. See if Gladiators can make something more happen here with the presence of the full team.
It's probably just Roche, right? You've got the Auras, you've got the tag team, you've got the Overcharge as well. So perhaps, you know, Secret, they're smoking, they want to fight it.
They're going to be fully aware of how much Gladiators put into that play to take down mid one, and therefore likely to make this move into Roshan after. See if they can get her in time. Roshan down to half HP.
I think someone needs to break the smoke, or this could be very bad for Gavin.
If Gladiators stay this grouped up in the pit, this could be terrible. We'll see them start to step out now. Boom's going to come crashing forward. Snowball's there. Try the silence out. The light strike around towards Boom. Celery's getting bashed up by Roche. The Macropie is killing Roche off. But Celery will still manage to not only get the kill, but also get the pick up on the Aegis. We'll see how much that matters, though, as he instantly gets taken down. Boom, he'll charge back out of there, over towards the safety of Yamich and Chrysalis. Secret, can they get back in on this? Oh, force nice Boom out of the side. Mid one, great angle with the Tornado. Hold back Duracho and Ace. Throw a dagger out to Duracho, but no interest in jumping back in as the heals are coming out from Celery. Secret, they'll back off. So not quite able to stop Gladiators from getting the Roche kill, getting the Aegis, but at least able to force a scenario where Celery has to be the one to pick up the Aegis and subsequently immediately lose it.
All right, they did get 1 kill on the Tusk, and yeah, they nullify the Aegis, was honestly, it's like the biggest point of all of it. It's going to allow Chrysalis to keep farming, because once he has his BKB with some Alacrity levels coming in, I think Chrysalis is about to be popping off over the next 5-10 minutes in this game.
It definitely feels like this PA's gotten through the part of the game that could have been a rough part. Secret stepping into the triangle area now of Gladiators. Mid one on the hunt. Celery and Duracho both relatively low here. Mid one has got the opening on towards Duracho. Booms in with a follow-up. There's not a chance here for Duracho. Secret, they'll get the catch.
Nice
Mid one with the angle of the tornado and the ice wall laid down will secure themselves a second kill. 23-8 now.
I really like this timing of this move here from Secret. First of all, there's a chance they're killing the Tormentor. If not, you're getting here in time for the Wisdom Rune, 21-minute Wisdom Rune. You take it. You're probably going to get to take your own too, so just really nicely done. Mid one, on to the next.
I mean, this sort of constant movement here from mid one, it's been fantastic. Setup after setup, and maybe into even another one here. Looks towards Quinn. Boom. He's closing in on him. Ace. He's got the familiar stuns. Quinn popped the BKB, but Boom. Yeah, it was Boom's BKB. He's able to just stay on top of Quinn. See if they can get the turnaround as they look over towards Boom. Yamich by his side. Yamich turns with the Soulbind, gets the silence out on both of the Chrysalis. He's also ready to consider turning up to the fight. We'll throw out the daggers onto the 2 of them with that Soulbind connection from Yamich. Now looking towards Tofu. Tofu's got the punch up. Chrysalis, he's got to be a little bit careful. As Boom's very, very low. Mid one waiting for his cooldowns to come back up. Ice Path from Puppey shuts down the escape here from Tofu. Duracho.
BKB is here
Puppey.
now.
Sidestep of the tornado. Mid one trying to do his best to continue to get present in this team fight. They've burnt the mana of Ace. Chrysalis is back in. BKB's done. Looks for the crits. Finds them to take down Ace. And now Chrysalis, he can look to go for more with the duration of this BKB. Boom. Coming back in incredibly low HP with the grab onto Duracho. Will set up for Chrysalis to clean up the gyro. Temptations here to dive the tier 2. Chrysalis, can he see an angle to get in? Striker Ray won't catch onto the PA. Excellent play there from both Chrysalis and Boom with those BKBs. Boom getting really as much as he could out of that team fight, getting it started and also hanging about to be able to get back in and secure that setup so they get Duracho on top of it all.
It one might be breaking their smoke. That's the first one.
I mean, they're just getting picked apart here. Snowball comes out.
No BKB.
They've got the combo. This time around, Chrysalis may have bit off a little bit too much, and indeed he has. He'll get punished for that one. Mid one. He's going to quite be able to find Tofu. Another stun from Quinn. Catches onto mid one, but the force is there. Mid one out to safety. Quinn closing onto Puppey. Tofu. He's got the snowball. Puppey just to get his dual breath off. The stun is there. Puppey's still got a fair bit of HP, so they're not able to immediately commit for him. They'll get the light strike array, but Puppey's
the
fine.
grabbers.
The soulbind into the grab onto the two of them. I mean, Secret
Boom,
again
baby.
just kiting Gaming Gladiators with these heroes on such low HP. Yamich will finally fall. They'll look towards Boom, but Boom is full HP right now. He's able to walk away from this one. Quick roar, he can step away. Boom is perfectly fine, and honestly, Secret, they may be just ready to go again. As mid-one, he has been setting up so much here for the team, and Gaming Gladiators continue to get shaken up here by Secret.
I mean, Mid was just constantly going in as his Boom was
It
having
just never stops.
Up the Ratio, round 18.
Sort of save here from Gladiators. I mean, Ace, he's in with the familiars, but
got
there's
him.
no keeping Duracho alive. The EMP comes in, Ace out of mana, Tornado setups there. We've got TPs heading in around the tier 2. And it is just mid-one and Boom at this position right now. Further TPs to come in from Secret. Yamich is going to be back up in a few seconds.
I think Boom still has BKB too. I don't know if Gaimin really want to fight into this. I think the Raji would love to get like a quiet 2 minutes maybe.
I think so. I mean,
get to farm like your BKB, your Lina Ags. I mean, Secret have, you know, different intentions. They want to keep fighting.
I mean, mid-one. He's got the opening. Ace. They're straight in on top of him, under towards the tower. The
Nice
mana's been
job.
burnt. The silence is out on towards Tofu, so there's no saves from the Tusk. Both dead once again. As the push is coming in, Secret, they can get a bit of pressure onto this tier 2 tower, cleaning up some of the familiars as well from Ace. The Ice Puff into the Sunstrike, down onto Quinn. Chrysalis, he's ready to jump up to the tier 3s. Boom comes crashing through. The relocate, they're just in time to keep Quinn alive, but they've got the grab onto Duracho. Chrysalis in, taking him out underneath the tier 3s. Laguna Blade will punish Chrysalis for this play, but mid-one picking up the kill. They're on towards this gyrocopter underneath the tier 3s, beyond a tier 2 that still stands. I mean, mid-one, he has kicked back so hard after what was one of the rougher laning stages we've seen him in. It didn't matter at all. It did not matter at all. 9-1 and 14. This Invoker completely taking over the game, whilst Quinn, he's struggling to hold on in this one as Lina.
They're just getting overran in these fights. The only thing Gaming get out of any of these fights is like one kill. Sure, you get Chrysalis, but look at all the other networks. Like mid-one is back.
Yep.
You have Boom on the top of the network chart. Also really nicely done by Yamich. You have the instant Soulbind because you know the snowball is going to come out. So here, Soulbind silence onto both EMP clips, Tofu as well. Just make it look so simple.
I mean, how is it that Gaming Gladiators is getting caught time and time again like this? You know, what do they need to be doing against these moves that the mid-one is being able to set up time and time again? How you deal with this Invoker that's starting to run out of control?
I think you need to either be ready with like a ward and sentry and like instantly blink snowball, blink punch this goddamn mid-one Invoker and like kill him, or you need to play a very open map. Sure, if you lose one, at least the others keep fighting because it's one kill that turns into 4 every single time.
It really has. 34-12, it shows down the kills. Just 26 minutes in.
We still don't have the BKB on the Ratio. Like he's still missing the entire recipe. Sure, you know, Quinn has his Aghanim, so his damage is very high, and you have good auras in your team. You've got the Mac on Celery, you've got the Vlads on your Visage, soon an AC, Boots of Bearing, a Mac of Solar Crest. You just need your Duracho to get his BKB so he's ready. Because he is not ready right now.
2-10 and 4 has been a rough game for Duracho. Many fights that Secret have been able to successfully force against their Gyro where just hasn't come out on top. But here's that move you were talking about. They set up with the vision. The shards will grab him.
Anyone? Okay,
They've got a missile coming in. The crits are there. They'll finally be able to punish this Invoker. The money as well going to Duracho. Very much needed here for the Gyro.
Well, suddenly, you know, BKB isn't too far away. I'm sure mid-one is going to be like, yeah, whatever. You know, the last 18 times I got your ass. This time, sure, you got me. But very needed kill for Gaimin.
Yeah,
like,
they had to stop
yeah.
letting him get away with what he's been getting away with.
Yeah, like stop this illegal gameplay from this. He's just running around and beating your ass the last 17 minutes.
Well, let's see how much the BKB changes things here for Duracho. He can get it out.
They will have to gear up for this second Roche. We don't know yet exactly when it will spawn, but it looks like Secret really like this move, right? Like 28 minutes, Ancient's Wisdom Rune, they're ready again.
Gladiators.
Ratio.
He's got the BKB out. He'll open up with the grab. He'll immediately put the BKB to step back to the safety of the tier 2. In fact, he's considering trying to punch back at Boom. Obviously, with as much farm as Boom has got and as much HP as he has, it's not really a target they can tackle right now, so they'll continue the retreat. As the BKB from Duracho put on cooldown. 75 seconds. See if Secret's able to punish this.
Go relocate, bro. There it is. At least you get a 1-for-1 on the Wisdom.
So that's pretty good. But, I mean, if you're Boom on his Primal Beast, do you care about this Gyrocopter? I don't think so. You're 4k HP.
Yeah,
boy.
it tickles him.
Yeah, you just don't care. You just keep going in. You help Chrysalis play a good fight. I mean, first BKB usage just defensively. You're not too happy if you're Dyrachyo.
Because at the end of the day, sort of for Gaming Gladiators, when they have to take these moments to take a breather and wait for things, it's only allowing this Chrysalis PA to get even bigger.
Yeah.
Right up there at the top, side by side with Boom. The PA factor, it's going to be absolutely real this game as Chrysalis. He's going to have the items that's going to enable him to jump in. A crit or two, and it's going to single-handedly destroy most of the heroes on Gaming Gladiators lineup. They've got a lot on their plate that they're going to need to deal with, Gaming Gladiators, and pretty soon as well, because Secret, they'll get the Roshan, get the Aegis on PA. Secret, they may be ready to push for the aggressive.
Aegis and Cheese, you're down 10k. This next fight, Gaimin really need to talk about exactly how they want to take it. Because I think you need to deal with the supports in this Invoker. I don't see how you're really killing this PA twice before you take way too much damage. And this Primal Beast has 4k HP in a Cheese.
Trying to set up around the vision they have here at the cliff. At the same time, though, Secret, they should be pretty aware of this. As this was the area where, of course, mid one did just get caught out. So Secret are going to know that there's a high chance that Gaming Gladiators will set up like this. Send in Boom first. Boom, he only gets brought down to half HP. He's perfectly fine. And now mid one, he can wrap him from the side, try and get the setup over towards the Tofu Tusk. They'll finish him off. And now they can maybe look for more. Jump forward for Chrysalis. Laguna Blade thrown down onto Boom. It's time to burst enough to finally bring down the Primal. Chrysalis considering how he wants to take the rest of his fight. He's got a homing missile heading his way. Secret, they'll begin the retreat. They'll settle for that. Gaming Gladiators, they'll certainly take that. They lose the support, they take down the Boom Primal, and they put a bit of a stop to potentially what Secret want to look for whilst Boom's dead. Saying that though, mid one, he still looks to be interested in finding something around this tier 2.
It's a good punish from Gaimin, because I think Secret were a little late on popping the Inkswell into the Cheese there. Of course, Gaimin, they will take that trade down to an 8k lead.
Of course, one of the reasons why Gaming has had such incredible success over the past year has been their ability to get out of tough situations, like the one that Secret's holding them in right now.
Radiant's middle tower has been denied.
I mean, the auras will start to kind of matter, because Secret, they don't really have any hero who's looking to build auras once Dyrachyo has his MKB, and then again with the Vlads, Boots of Bearing, AC, Solar Crest, Mech, Overcharge, everything on him, he could stand his ground even with a net worth deficit. So definitely cannot count out Gaimin here in this game.
Trying to push out this top lane as much as they can here. Dyrachyo and Celery.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Spotted out under this lane ward that Secret do still have. Quite late portion of the game to look for these sort of moves. They're in Dyrachyo, they know that it's getting a bit spooky out there though. So back to base. There you go.
Okay, so Aegis is still on the deck, of course, for 2 minutes. I would really like if Chrysalis picks up a shard. I think the hero you actually want to kill first, you need to start looking at the Visage and I think the supports. Like, if you're just building items to try and kill this Gyro, I think that's exactly what Gaimin wants you to try to do.
Okay.
They have so much backup to, like, help him just stand his ground. I think shard against the Visage, try to burst him and, like, help to kill this Tusk first and the IO. I think that's what you want to be doing.
Approaching the high ground. Quinn, Ace and Tofu just trying to find what farm they can elsewhere, but soon they might be forced to head back for the defense. Mid one now with his own BKB. Will they get much more done with this Aegis timing?
Well, Gaimin are doing a good job at like playing kind of an open map, right? They're farming enemy ancients, they have a ward here available. They need to wait for this Dyrachyo MKB. And it is, honestly, it's coming up any moment. It's like this wave, boom, he's got it available. They can look to fight back on this Aegis Expire of Team Secret.
See if Secret get away with one final move before it times out. Mid one. Start to poke towards Quinn. Boom. Gonna find himself on the high ground here with that move forward. Tofu's got the punch up, but they want the soul bind instead of onto the two, and then Boom turns with the grab onto Tofu. Tofu to get punished. Boom.
Duracho in the back.
The BKB trying to step away from Duracho and Celery. Duracho himself popping the BKB. Chrysalis, he's gonna get an aggressive over towards Celery, but it's so much damage from Duracho. But it was coming towards the ending of the Aegis. Chrysalis happy to lose the Aegis in that situation. See if they can get the setup on the respawn. They can't quite. Light Strike Array attempted by Quinn, but the timing not quite there. Chrysalis on the retreat. Heavy damage from Duracho now. As Chrysalis brought down to about a third HP. Puppey will turn with the Macro Pie, with the Laguna Blades there. Instant buyback here from Puppey. Secret, they want to try and take this fight. Boom. Backing onto Ace. Ace protecting himself for now with the Stone Form. Chrysalis still has to be careful how he jumps back in. He's still very, very low on the PA. Flat cannon hits coming out. Slow down Duracho's approach here with the Stroke of Fate. Chrysalis is going to jump back in with the BKB. The X-Well stuns there. They take down Duracho. Duracho out for 50 seconds. Tofu, he bought back for this. Straight into the grab. They take down a second. Secret, they can push on for more as they perfectly bait Gaming Gladiators back into Gaming Gladiators' own jungle with every intention here from Secret to continue to take this fight.
They did not expect Secret to turn like that. Honestly, that was a big baller move by Chrysalis.
Chrysalis jump, he trusted in Yamich to pop that swell at the right time, because even maybe just the one more hit, one more crit from Duracho, this PA might have died, but Secret pushing it to the limits here.
Like, if there's one hit coming out or just the tether comes out with an overcharge into heal, you will die there on the PA. So he must have known, trusted his teammate. Now they're on the high ground, Alacrity's here. I think this might just be -1 Rax. Quinn is looking for a wrap-up potentially. He is smoked up.
It's so hard as well for Gaming Gladiators to step up towards this Rax. But the way that Secret's been playing, we know they will not be afraid to dive you. Duracho.
He's here.
He's going to see if he can do his best to keep the melee Rax alive. They'll get the homing missile out towards Chrysalis, but they're able to separate him off to the side. Duracho, he's going to get jumped upon, pops the BKB, but Chrysalis is straight back in onto him. The dagger crits there. Duracho out again for 50 seconds. Chrysalis underneath the tier 4s. Another dagger, another kill as Gaming Gladiators effectively team wiped. The creeps are coming in on the mid, so Secret, they can continue to finish off this melee Rax. A failed attempt there from Gaming Gladiators to try and slow down this potentially game-ending push. A Secret, they're onto the tier 4s. No buybacks available on Duracho, no buybacks available on Quinn. The first tier 4 gone. The second to be falling, they just have to use whatever they can here. Celery buying back.
What can they do? It's a 3-on-5.
And they're closing it up. The tier 4s are gone. They're onto the Ancient. Ace and Celery throwing out whatever they can, but Boom comes crashing through the three of them. Celery and Tofu out. As this game, it is absolutely over. Boom diving into the fountain. What a performance here from Secret in this game 1 against Gaming Gladiators. As that, I don't think anyone expected. I don't think anyone expected that after the first 8 minutes of play. We'll see if Duracho can do anything to put a slowdown to this one, but it doesn't look like he can. The game's over. GG is called. Team Secret will take this game 1 against Gaming Gladiators.
I'm still a little bit shocked. After that early laning switch, you had 2 lanes who just got completely smashed, and that is even putting it lightly. Like, the way that Gaming were winning those lanes was pretty damn hard. And then Secret, they just kind of turn it around. They fight you top, they get you killed. Mid one is back in the game. He just moves everywhere. I think this Boom Primal Beast and the supports, they put on some heavy lifting in this game.
They really did. They really did. We said it at the start after lanes, the 3, 4, and 5, they needed to do a lot. They certainly did, but I think the real surprise on top of that was just how much those first few movements around that sort of 9-10 minute mark that Chrysalis was getting involved in, and just that whole sort of 10 minute to a 30 minute window, mid one, it felt like with that sort of performance, if you hadn't watched the start, you would have thought that he dominated his lane because he just did so much, and Quinn, he just couldn't get a lot done at all. A couple of opportunities where they were able to burst the PA, but outside of that, it was all the mid one show in the mid lane.
Gaming felt very disjointed in this game, and I think you can tell a little bit they should be frustrated. I think rightfully so, because with this early game, I feel like in the other games, they're just going to walk away with that, but they did not at all. Like, a lot of missed opportunities.
Oh, there we go, ladies and gentlemen. What a showing here for Secret in this game 1 against Gaming Gladiators. We'll see if they can do it twice or if Gaming Gladiators are going to be able to punch back.
Thank you very much, ODPixel and Kazu. Yes, this was Team Secret getting their first point on the board here at ESL 1. And they did it in great fashion as well. This was a treat to watch for all Team Secret fans out there, because this was the Team Secret that you wanted to watch for a very long time. And I think, well, where do we want to start? Because there's a lot to talk about with this, with the way they played and with the heroes they picked, SVG. And I kind of want to start with the support duo, because the Grimstroke and the Jakiro both worked out fantastic.
I mean, Grimstroke's a hell of a hero. That's all I'm going to say. I value this hero highly because I think Grimstroke, with any initiator, makes that initiator twice the hero, twice the man, twice the primal that he once was. This hero just combines with everything right now, and he even made Jakiro look good. Just like, god damn, you know. If you,
Jakiro, highest win rate.
yeah, if you can,
support.
well, maybe, you know, unconfirmed.
And everybody that watches Gork stream has also known that Grimstroke is busted.
I mean, Gork, you know, he knows some stuff sometimes. I'll give it to him. So I'm on the same page. I think this hero, I'm surprised that Gaming gave it away for a Lina trade. I think Lina has big issues as a hero. I think the hero is incredibly powerful in the late game. I like to call the hero trash. I don't think it's completely trash, but I think the first 15 minutes is very weak because I think the hero needs Axe to function. And I think even with the lead Gaming had, the hero falls flat because it's hard to transition it.
Yeah, no, you make some really good points. I want to add on to like the talk of the Grimstroke. I really think that Grimstroke plus Primal Beast is one of the strongest combos in Dota, and when you're playing against lane like Io Gyro, which is typically very dominant, one of the few lanes that can out-damage through the sustain of Io is the Grim plus Primal Beast. So for me, the hero of this story was really Boom on that Primal Beast. Not only was he running down Duraccio over and over again on his lane, he brought the pressure top. When it looked like his team had that net worth deficit after the laning stage, he was just everywhere on that Primal Beast. And yeah, definitely enabled by the support duo of Jakiro and of the Grimstroke, but because this Primal Beast had such a good start, it was able to bring the Invoker back into the game, and then Invoker just delivered after that.
Yeah, on top of that, I think we mentioned that the Phantom Assassin is generally a hero that needs a little bit more time to you know, have a big impact in the game, and it didn't seem like Team Secret needed that much time as VG.
I think Alacrity definitely helped that last fight where he fights the MKB timing from Duraccio. I think that's a point where Gaming can swing that game and get a lot of momentum into potentially like a next Aegis, but Crystal is just going in with Alacrity from mid one. Swings that so much. You have the Inkswell to throw on top of the PA as well, and then you have two tanky heroes in Jakiro and Primal who can soak some spells, make some space. I think the build for Ace also ended up backfiring a little bit in that regard. Like, I think he kind of wants to end up with a Greaves in this game more than like the upgraded Bongo Boots. The Bongo Boots are better if you're snowballing the game and you're aggressive, which is I think what he was going for because the lanes were so good. But then when that mid game falls flat, the Bongo Boots kind of backfire a bit. You'd rather have the extra armor from the Tranquils because Crystal does not care about your move speed. No. He's just running you down. Invoker's very good at controlling you in the fight. So I think that's like the only itemization that ended up not working. Not that it was a bad choice, but it gave Crystal some room with this Desolator to go to work until the AC came out, and by then it was it's too late.
It feels like one of those things where sometimes in Dota you're starting on an item build, you have a vision for the game just based on that point where you start building towards that item, but then the game slips out of control really quickly, which is really what felt like happened to Gaming Gladiators here, because they were in a great position after the laning stage, but Secret completely caught them with their pants down. I mean, they started this cataclysmic snowball effect off the back of the Primal Beast rotations, and it felt like Gaming never really got their footing after that, because like Avery mentioned earlier, once that Gyro got the MKV, it looked like a really pivotal point for Gaming where they could potentially win off of that, and then you saw at what point their draft would have been effective, right? If that Gyro actually managed to get that MKV earlier, plus Satanic, which he never managed to finish, it could have looked like an entirely different game, but Secret never gave Gaming their footing, and that's really impressive to be able to say.
Especially when we consider the middle lane. We did want to highlight the mid lane for the Acer player versus player, and Avery, it was, I mean, you called how this lane was gonna go down. You called it.
Yeah, it wasn't 40-20. I think it was like,
I mean, still
40-15 or something.
It was pretty close. It was pretty close. Quinn definitely had the upper hand.
I mean, what are you going to do? I think Quinn is a much stronger laner than mid one. I think mid one strengths are in the mid-late game. I think Invoker, like, this is a vintage mid one Invoker performance, right? Like, who cares about the lane? Whatever. You're going to get destroyed. It's a great hero for him because you just need to be able to land your spells in the team fight, buff up your carry, and you're going to be super impactful. And here we have mid one going back to position 2 with a 1-2-2-2-2-2 score.
What more do you need from that?
It's the ultimate 2 player.
I do want to touch up with what you said about Lina earlier. You mentioned that you think the hero has a lot of weaknesses, and it does, but I think that the issue with Lina there is that they couldn't capitalize off of it simply because of how badly the Io and Gyro's game was going. It felt like at every point in that game after the snowball for Secret started, there was really no way for Gaming to take any fights. There was no way for Lina to do Lina things and, you know, stand on a high ground, stand on a corner, burst a target. There was no space on the map for Lina to get that Ags either, and I mean, normally you have a little bit more leeway, especially when you're running something like an Io Gyro. You don't expect the safe lane to go that poorly.
That's my issue with the hero. Like, is Gaimin's supposed... I feel like they're supposed to go to the Visage lane. This is their tempo creator, their objective taker. They want to ball the supports around him, take over a lot of the early map. But Lina, she uses a lot of mana to farm and accelerate. She's not the best rune user. She doesn't buy the super early bots to be able to do that. Like, imagine Quinn is Necro in this game. He's going to go first item bots. He's going to bots top and Reaper sight this PA, and it's going to result in a tower down, and suddenly they're up like 3k gold off on the one move. Lina just... I don't feel like she does these moves. Like, maybe she can. Maybe someone can show me the true Lina gameplay that I'm unfamiliar with, you know? Prove me wrong. I just don't see it happen. And the hero just feels like a AFK farmer carry.
Because they picked her second, right? They picked her very early on in the draft.
Which is also a little weird.
Yeah.
Like, maybe they had a flex option, because Duracho used to play carry Lina back in the day. Maybe they were, like, going to bring that back. I don't know. Maybe they're willing to play its support. That makes it more interesting. But... it is a lane dominator for Quinn. It's lane he's very comfortable on. The hero can have impact in fights, but it's very weak versus early BKB buyers, which the Primal is great at, and he's a gap close hero. And the hero generally doesn't do that much damage unless she gets multiple rounds of her spells off of, and Secret's lineup is very burst-oriented. Yeah. They're going to go in with PA Primal BKBs, with Inkswell and Alacrity on top, and you're gone in 3 seconds. That's the fight. Okay, you threw a Dragon Slave LSA. You know, round of applause, right? Like, I just think... the pick, for me, I don't understand how teams are valuing the Lina based on what I see. Maybe it's performing better in scrims or something, but to take it that early says they had some like super high vote and confidence.
Well, you know, maybe they had something in mind and it didn't really come to fruition here in game 1. But there's always game number 2. That's right, it's a 2-game series. And for game 2, we're going to have a quick break. But when we're back, it's more Dota time for Team Secret and Gaming Gladiators.
Give me enough gold dust to fill my cup. Yeah, make me dance like there's no way to stop, way to stop. Give me your love, 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 can't get enough. Just give me that love, 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 don't give me up. Give me enough gold dust to fill my cup. Yeah, make me dance like there's no way to stop, way to stop. Give me your love, 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 can't get enough, get enough, can't get enough. Love, love, don't give me up. Give me enough gold dust to fill my cup. Yeah, make me dance like there's no way to stop, way to stop. Give me your love, 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 can't get enough, get enough, can't get enough. All the time I wasted on something. Growing up, I dreamed just nothing. Ooh, what are you? People talk loud, I get what they're telling me. I fucked up, but I didn't give a bit. Ooh, what did you? Hey, I gotta say, something's going wrong. And everything's upside down. I'm falling. Hey, I gotta say.
Welcome back, Gaming Gladiators and Team Secret. They're getting ready for game number 2 here. It's 2-game series all around in the group stages until we know which 2 teams get dropped away from the tournament. They get dropped just straight up out. And which 2 teams go to the upper bracket, which 2 teams go to the lower bracket, because it's 2 groups of 6 teams here. And we're in our final series of Group A. After this series, on all 3 streams, it will head over to Group B. So this will be the last game that these 10 players will play today. With Secret taking 1 point, that means both teams now even. Both teams have lost 2 games and won 1 game, so this will be the deciding game to find out who comes out on top at the end of the day. And I wonder, I'm joined by Effie and SPG, and I wonder, SPG, at the end of the day, as a player, how important is that end score for day 1 in terms of morale going into the rest of the tournament?
If you suck, it's very important. If
Okay,
you're good,
I
it's
will
not
be.
important.
I will be. Obviously, Gaming Gladiators, they don't suck. They've become second at TI. We know that they can do well. I will be maybe slightly harsh on Secret. This is their first LAN since last TI.
Yeah, I mean, I said
and it's
it
a
like,
very different roster. So how important is it for them to do this
right,
today?
that's like the polite way to put it, right? If you have a good track record, it's not as important. If
Yeah.
you're trying to prove yourself, it's more important. Because you want to come in, you want to do well day 1. You're like, all right, we got some confidence, we can win some games. If you come in day 1, you have no track record, you go like 0-4. It's over. You know, very few teams recover from that. If you're gaming and you go 0-3, 1-3, 0-4, whatever, you can recover. We've seen them do it. You adjust to the meta. You're better at adjusting, right? You have less things to fix because you have more things working for you. So I think it's kind of that straightforward.
Would you also say, Effie, that for Team Secret, taking a game off of Gaming Gladiators might weigh extra heavy because it's such an important team?
Absolutely. I mean, that's a massive morale boost for a team that hasn't competed in this kind of setting for a very long time to, you know, take a game off of the second best team in the world currently based on TI's results. Proves to you that you can compete with the best of them, really. And going into that last game, I did not expect Secret to out-tempo Gaming Gladiators. That was not in my bingo cards for the day. Seriously. I really thought that Gaimin would just out-tempo them and run them over, and that didn't happen. And this proves that this version of Secret is here to play. I mean, their performance in the closed qualifiers was very impressive, especially the way that, you know, they were knocked down by OG, and then in the they got to beat them in the very end in a really convincing 2-1 series. It's not just a fluke, right? These players have been improving massively, and we mentioned Boom earlier and how he was considered a weak link, he was considered a bad offlaner, he gets kicked. Suddenly, he's on this revenge arc, he comes back, and he is just destroying everybody. That last game was a masterclass performance by him.
Yeah, I think also for a squad like Team Secret, they also changed their coach for the first time in forever. We heard Afu earlier has been working with the team for about a month since the qualifiers, and perhaps that qualifier run that they had was the reason, like they really kicked into gear there and therefore can continue that momentum. Whereas on the side of gaming, SVG, we haven't seen them play in 41 days or something like that.
Oh, I thought you were going to say 40 minutes.
40 minutes?
I saw them play earlier today. They play everything.
43 days ago.
Yeah.
There you go.
That's a long time for them. I mean,
yeah.
The biggest thing between these two teams for me is like Secret's fresh. Like these guys are not necessarily worn out. They haven't been playing or grinding a lot of lands, maybe good or bad. But Gaming played everything last year, and they went deep in all of those tournaments. They went as deep as possible. They won most of those majors, but that means you're playing a lot of series, a lot of games. It does take a toll, and then like you go second at TI, another massive deep run that takes a lot out of you, and then you're straight back into it, and you have the biggest target on your back. Like everybody was studying this team the entirety of last year, along with probably Liquid and Team Spirit near the end, right? These were the big targets. So people are more familiar with your gameplay. They are looking at you. They want to beat you. They're motivated. It's a benchmark. Whereas if you're gaming, like you don't have a lot of that versus a lot of these teams, especially someone like Secret who formed a month ago. What do you know about them?
Yeah,
you know nothing.
You know that they play a mean primal Grimstroke lane. We'll see if they get away with that one again. As we are in the draft, so we got Team Secret on the Radiant side this time around with second pick, Game Gladiators on Dire first pick, so that's swapped, and Gaimin does ban out that primal beast. Respect given.
I mean, as they should, honestly. The tempo that this hero is able to provide for them, on top of the flex potential that it gives Team Secret, is just such a nuisance to play against. And I feel like if they eliminate this playmaking ability from the offlane, from Boom, then if they do end up dominating their lanes the same way that they did in the last game, there really isn't a way for Secret to swing the snowball back in their favor.
It does push me to wonder what Gaming won at first pick here, though, because you have to assume that LD is going to be, it's going to be an LD +1. Puppy's probably going to try and leave the Chen. I think he values the Chen more for him than he does for what Gaming can do with it. I mean, I think that's how Puppy always thinks. He's also not afraid to give a team their signature hero. So if there's one person who's going to give Gaming LD, it probably would be Puppy, but I don't know if he's too pressured on the bans here to like, what else are you banning here?
Well, when you're a second pick, are you really feeling pressured on the bans, considering you can do 4?
No, I mean, as the tournament develops, it'll get more pressure, but like here, we're seeing a Lifestealer ban. I mean,
That's
this is extremely specific, right? This is, I think we've seen it be an answer to Naga, LD in some cases. It's a very weird ban. He has some specific core in mind, for sure, because this is not a characteristic first phase ban, as particularly against Gaming. Like, Gaming are not going to first pick a Lifestealer.
No. I mean, we've seen the Resho play
I don't know who would.
They ban out Spirit Breaker as well.
Yeah, so he's leaving the Lone Druid. So this is like classic Puppy. He's leaving the Lone Druid, banned Phoenix and Lifestealer, even the Breaker. He's like, take it. I dare you.
Okay, I learned
You
something from the
fools.
DHL Pro Tips just a little while ago. And maybe people at home did too. We heard Jenkins say in the DHL Pro Tips that when you see Spirit Breaker banned and Nature's Prophet still in the pool, you should pick Nature's Prophet. Is that a thing in Pro Dota as well, or no?
It can be, depending on the team, but I feel like right now, Puppy has put Gaimin in a position of, okay, pick your poison. You either ban the Lone Druid here, because we've banned the Lifestealer, or you ban the Chen. You're gonna give me either of those things, or you're gonna be forced to draft around it. So I feel that sometimes in this first phase with the 4 picks, they'll just ban out a hero that they don't necessarily care for that much, but it puts the other team in a position where they have to decide between 2 heroes, and that's what happened here for Gaimin.
I feel like he's baiting LD. He's going to take the Naga. And he wants to trade these two, get a hero that Crystallis is very comfortable, or like can play. Maybe it's not his biggest comfort pick, and he has this Lifestealer ban for later. It's like one exchange or one line that Team Secret can go. I'm also surprised that people aren't just jamming Slardar into the Lone Druid. I think it's a hero that can match his pace, does well against him. I think you can even play it on the lane that LD's in and just kind of flex things up. It could be another route, though the Lifestealer ban would not really make sense for that, since Slardar just dumpsters Lifestealer along with the LD. So that's why I'm leaning towards Naga here, but maybe he has something else up his sleeve.
Or the Chen. I mean, I think it's a Lone Druid Chen trade. It just feels like they're so consistently good on Team Secret with this Chen, and Azure, who just played a series against them, have banned out Chen in both games, and they won both games. I mean, there's a bit of a pattern here that teams are going to start to look towards.
So my question, though, is if, like, did Puppy feel like he was not going to get the Chen if he banned the LD, then Gaming take Chen? Maybe that's a better trade, he feels, in their mind, but it's dangerous because Chen can be very good versus LD. You can focus the bear down with Penitence. He's a Solar Crest buyer. You can get like Frost Armor off the mage. You have some really good tools for dealing with the LD, so I don't think this is a bad trade, but I think LD can dictate the game better than Shen can, and I do think it is, in theory, one of Gaimin's best heroes. If they start to get this hero to work, like, I mean, Ace is an OG LD player, and he did it under Puppey.
Yep.
Maybe Puppey's just too familiar with him.
I think that Secret play a lot of heroes that could be, potential gotcha fix for the Lone Druid, and one of them is Drow Ranger that I was watching during the closed qualifiers, and I really like the concept of things like Drow Ranger plus Slardar with insane physical burst versus the bear to run it down over and over again. So I really hope that Secret have something like this cooking, and it's not going to be some generic Weaver response to the Lone Druid.
Would it not be good if a Weaver comes out for Team Secret, or is the other option that you suggested better?
I mean, the Weaver itself is fine, and it could be something that they're looking towards, but I'm just talking in terms of creativity during the group stages. It would be really interesting to see the Drow Ranger as an approach.
I think Weaver can dumpster LD, but I think you need a more aggressive early support. You want a support that can impact the LD and the Bear's life total a bit more at the levels 1 and 2. Like we saw Team Spirit, they played Yatoro Weaver and Miposhka Treant versus Ace's LD at TI and absolutely dumpstered him in that game 1 of the grand final, right? They just ran that lane completely over. I think Treant is great with the Weaver. He gives him extra HP as well as the aggressive potential to man up on the Bear. Chen is a bit slower. Like, you kind of have to play for the 3 to 5. That's what Chen wants. Chen's a greedy hero. He's a scaler. He gives you the auras. It's not necessarily about the lane dominance anymore. So that's why this carry pick for Secret is going to be, I think, the toughest one, but it's also the one that they need to get working the most, because it needs to be able to stand against the LD, but also help Chen play his game. And there's not a lot that does that. Like, there's these old heroes like Troll Warlord or something, right? But nobody wants to play Troll, so...
Like, give me Drow Ranger or give me Death. That's all I'm saying.
But you want to play Drow Chen, you know, that's pretty greedy.
You might be able to, depending on what you can pick for mid one here. But I want to talk about this Tusk a little bit, because I love this pick here. I think it's one of the better heroes to play versus Lone Druid because of the tag team burst and what it gives you. And of course, the rotation ability early on. We saw it in Tofu's hands in his series versus Betboom today, but this is also just a deny pick for Gaimin, because I think that Gaimin would have run back this Tusk whenever they're given the chance to, and taking it away from Gaimin and picking it for themselves as a response to the Lone Druid is very, heads up by them.
And they stole the Jakiro. So.
And pair it up with the clock.
Yeah, this is like old school support
Very old
combinations, man. This will take me back like 7 years. I feel like I'm in a time machine or something. Weird meta developing as we speak, but Clock has also been one of these heroes that has performed okay on stats, and like it seems better than it should be based on how infrequently it's being picked. It's also like one of those primal counters. If we see more primal beast, we could probably see more Clock. One of these things, right? If certain heroes come back in the meta, it'll come back. It's a Jakiro enabler, but it's also a hero that teams have struggled with in the lane phase, and they will go for the Weaver. And now this Weaver's open because you went with Jakiro Clock. It's like okay versus the Weaver, but I don't know if it's that good versus the new Weaver. I think it's better versus the old Weaver who didn't just like 3-shot you. Maybe it's still fine. I mean, Clock used to be okay versus hero.
I actually think it's still pretty good. I mean,
yeah, maybe.
Yeah, it's still pretty good, especially if you are pairing it with this, like, Bear, for example. He's playing alongside this Clock. You can just, kill that Weaver pretty quickly early on. But I also think that Jakiro is just a really great solution to Chen, right? I feel like Jakiro is one of the better supports that you could be playing into these, zoo lineups, these heroes that could potentially overwhelm you later on. You just have so much AoE ground target abilities that you can throw over and over and over again. And it feels like it might force this Chen to buy a pipe, and maybe that's not something Chen is looking to do in this game.
Where's the LD? Definitely not. Yeah, it goes both ways too. Like Chen can, if he just gets a sustained ball going, sometimes your nukes on Jakiro can be too low damage. Like you want to play a long fight, but if Chen's just sitting there healing, it's like it's a very weird matchup. I think Jakiro is better in it because his laning is a lot stronger, and of course you have like this Tusk matchup, which is probably the one they're trying to match with the attack speed slows, and then throw the Clock versus the Chen, just be annoying with like camp blocks and jungle obnoxious. By the way, I swear. My eyesight is not good enough. I thought that said poor ban instead of prior. Like, I was like, damn, that's harsh.
For production coming out. Ban. Not great.
Okay, ban. Poor.
I mean, the
like
fact that it was not actually a ban didn't give it away.
Yeah, well, I said my eyesight. And I'll go Kunkka. So like, these are like I feel like that's going to be the mid one hero. They still have some flex potential, which is something I like. I think flexing between Boom and mid one is going to be really nice for Secret if they can figure that pool out. And I mean, it's just classic mid one, right? They're just going back. It's like he never left the team. We're in 2016. Puppy mid one back at the majors, cruising through.
But it just also gives you that ability to run down this lone druid early on. If you have this Kunkka who can rotate on him with his X and his torrent, you can secure kills on a hero that you do need to shut down early on. And then once that Kunkka gets this blade mail, he's just going to be frontlining, right? He's going to enable this Weaver to output so much damage. And I mean, I don't have to tell, you know, the viewers at home how much of a nuisance Torrent Storm is. I mean, we've all endured it throughout TI, we've endured it in our pubs, but Torrent Storm is one of the most disruptive abilities in Dota, and that can be very annoying for supports like Clock and Jakiro that are trying to find the right angles and get the good jumps.
There's the Naga.
They get the Naga.
Yeah, I thought Team Secret were gonna like end up considering it, but when they take the Weaver early, it opens it up for a game in here, and that's a bit of a pivot, right? Because Naga is not a hero that plays the same tempo Lone Druid plays. Like Lone Druid is that you get Diffusal, you fight, you get your next item in Echo into Harpoon or whatever, and then you just start taking Aegises and you're ending the game off. Nobody can fight this hero. Naga's like, I'm gonna farm for 3-4 items, take over the map, and play a pick-off game. Traditionally, Naga and LD do not go that well together, so this is like a pretty large pivot for gaming. Maybe they feel like they couldn't have forced the tempo here, or they maybe think that LD's game is just going to be bad because what you're looking at is you throw this Kunkka mid, not a mid you have to play around. Team Secret are just going to tri-lane your Lone Druid here with Tuskar Chen. Old school puppy strat. He loves these like Chen Tuskar tri-lanes. They used to run it with Yapsor forever, and you can't stand there. Almost nothing stands against that. With a Weaver on top of it, it's incredibly nasty. Like, what is Gaiman's response if Secret bring the tri-lane against the LD, just throw some hero in the offlane for Boom? Like, you start the Tusk there, bring the tri-lane later. Maybe Gaming felt the pressure like, okay, if they do that, then we need a carry that can put the pressure back on Secret in this mid-late game.
Yeah, potentially. You make a great point. I also feel like this Naga just gives... I mean, it's going to be a hassle for Team Secret to play the map against this Naga because they don't necessarily have the fastest heroes or heroes that deal with lanes that well, right? When you're looking at these Chen lineups and you see like this concept of Tusk plus Weaver's damage that they want to do versus a Lone Druid, you see this Kunkka who's going to be leading this rotations. A hero like Naga who's going to be farming the entire map, pushing these lanes, forcing heroes on Secret side to, you know, unfavorable locations, unfavorable situations, maybe break their formation. It gives them on the side of Gaiman a means to play the map, a means to actually play this game.
Yeah, it's really tough. You have no illusion clear right now. And on top of that, you have the Naga support combination, right? Naga, sleep, into the cogs.
Yep.
Absolutely.
Oh wow, there you go.
Into the macro fire.
Yeah, you have the Jakiro Naga. It's a very strong combination.
I think on this 18 pick that you have, if your first pick, that's your most important pick. It's your pick that has to cause the most problems for the enemy team. And I feel like this Naga does create a lot of problems. So they've put Secret in a position where they have this, you know, their strategy is clear. It's obvious what they want to do, but they pick a hero that disrupts that. So now Secret have to either triple down on their strategy with this last pick or pick something to deal with the Naga in the very end.
It's your favorite hero!
I think Lena's a great hero. I'm gonna say it. Avery was hated on this hero, but I think Lena is one of the strongest mids of this patch, and some teams are gonna play it and prove it to us.
The laning's very good. She can. I just don't like the 3 cores for gaming, which is rare because I love a lot of their drafts, but like
Lena?
I don't know how these 3 cores go together. That is an insane pick. That is like
that is a great pick.
That is mid one saying I assume it's a mid one Rubik. He wants to play it into the Lena. Yeah. I mean, this is a very good Lena counter. Like, you just take the Lena spells, you're stronger, you turn around in the fight. But this is an insane draft from Secret because what is your...
Insane good or insane bad? Don't know. Up in the air.
I mean, I have no idea because what is their Naga answer in this game?
Yeah, so they tripled down. They ended up tripling down, right? They pick a hero that lanes well into Lena. It takes Light Strike Array and makes it better. It takes Ice Path and makes it better, right? The 2 best spells in Dota that you can steal as a Rubik, I mean, 2 of them are Ice Path and Light Strike Array. So they have a, you know, they're gonna have a means to disable to run heroes down over and over again on the side of Secret, but they don't have the ability to scale into Gaiman. Like, Gaiman have the much better scale in this game, but they don't have the tempo that Secret are bringing to the table.
You gotta find a way to push in this game. I don't know. You gotta make this tri-lane work, shut down the LD, accelerate your Chen and Weaver, and then like Boom. Maybe he has a rough lane phase, whatever he brings about, and mid one's gotta pop off because mid Rubik it can do some work, but like you're on a clock, and at some point it just falls off a cliff. I think.
Yeah.
There's a lot of scale on game inside in this game, so if I'm Secret, I'm looking to go high ground with like first, second Aegis, like
Death
really
ball
push it.
time.
Yeah, this is just some old school like
For
tempo
sure.
death ball from Puppey. You got to make that lane phase work.
Maybe they can do it. I will also say that in terms of high ground defense, does look like Gaming Gladiators is also prepared for that hero-wise. But we're going to find out how it will play out. Will it be a 2-0? Will it be a 1-1? We're finding out together with Odie Pixel and Kezu.
Thank you very much, Steve. Yes, looking forward to this one. We're getting a mid-1 Ruby. Of course, mid-1
Somehow.
having quite a game one. And this time around, you know, he doesn't want to just show that he's the better mid. He wants to kind of be the better leaner this game.
That's
He's
true.
going to be stealing these spells, using them against Quinn. And it could turn into quite the show-stopping performance. The question is he going to get away with this?
He will for at least some time.
Okay.
That's what I'm gonna. He's gonna have a good at least 20-25 minutes, and then it depends if he can, you know, do more with that. It is a pretty good mid Ruby game, but there's a reason we don't ever see it.
Okay.
There's one crazy enough player out there, which is Thompson. He's not here, so maybe mid one, you know, can channel that and do more and take it with him.
All right. I'm looking forward to see if he can do so. I mean, Secret as a whole, they really did have, as I said, one of the best performances we've seen from this sort of newly formed Secret squad. Understandably, they had a great run for the qualifiers, making it through, but turning up and doing what they were able to pull off in that game one against Gaming Gladiators. Very impressive. Let's see if they can do it again. And if they do so, it's going to be an even more style around a mid-1 Ruby.
I mean, so the thing is, Secret's early and mid game is very strong. Like, you've got the Chen Weaver lane against the Lone Druid for now, very good lane. We saw that even the exact lane at TI against Asus Lone Druid, and Team Spirit destroyed them. So Secret kind of, you know, copying that. And then the mid-game team fight from Kanka is not really addressed. So I totally agree with the panel. Avery, Effie, we're both saying it. I would say you're kind of on the clock here if you're Secret. You want to get this early lead, push it forward, take those fights, and, you know, keep getting the gold rolling in.
Let's see. I mean, at Gaming Gladiators with their approach, this first pick Lone Druid, do you think that's been punished then?
I would say so. Like, right, especially in the lane already. Like, you've got the, what for now it's maybe Chen Weaver, but the Tusk. I think Yamit should look to either play bottom or then gate down there. And I think the team fight as well with the Conculator is a bit hard. So for Ace, it's going to be important. Did he learn from the TI finals? Because he played against this matchup. He should know better.
Let's see how much he's able to get out of that early laning stage. Bounty runes, it's just going to be 2 for 2 here. Let's see how these lanes go. Of course, last game, despite the overall result going to Secret, the laning stage was not a fun few moments for them.
Secret, Mr. Gaming Gladiators are doing a lane swap-a-roo. They don't want Ace to play into this stupid Weaver lane.
I mean, can Secret get away with this first blood attempt?
Okay,
Penitent. Shard Trap is there. Into the blood grenade. Ace is looking pretty dead here. He's going to be going down. First blood for Boom.
Yeah, nice lane swap, nerds. As easy first blood for Secret, so Boom is definitely going to take that. But no, in reality, I still like the game and are swapping the lanes, but it's important that when Ace comes back, he cannot get punished.
When they were setting up like that, do you think Secret knew that it was going to be Ace walking down the lane, or they didn't kind of know what they were going to be getting from that?
I don't think they knew.
No?
No, I
mean, they'll
don't
take
think
it,
they had
of course,
any
yeah.
idea. Sometimes you get lucky.
See if Boom and Puppey are able to put the pressure on, or if indeed Ace is going to be in a much more comfortable situation with the swap towards the top. See this mid lane. One thing for sure, this mid matchup on the CS shouldn't be as massively different as last game.
He already has as much CS as he did last game in like minute 4.
That's actually true.
Well, let's not die here.
Last hit wise, this is going to be much better for mid 1 early on.
Yeah, this has to be a very like farm trady lane, right? You're fate bolting, you're dragon slaving, haha, I hit you, you hit me, we bottle up. So let's focus on the side lanes. We go back to mid when they're level 6.
So with the way that this bottom lane's ended up, Duracho farming down here with the backup of Celery. Do either side kind of have kill potential? Who's got to be careful down here?
It's a lot of like little pressure coming out. I would say with like level 2, 3, Secret should have a little more pressure on the center. You've got the bugs, you've got the tag team, the ice shards, but I'd say both teams should be pretty happy. But perhaps Yamich can look to like, go top and dive this Lone Druid again.
That's definitely true. Yeah, they've got to watch out for potential with the Twin Gate plays. Top. Tofu trying to get the wraparound onto Boom. I'll get the torrent on towards the bear. Tofu trading in nicely here with the battery assault. To the bow for them.
I mean, this early first blood for Boom is definitely helping him a lot. Like having double bracer against a hero like Lone Druid it does a lot, because this hero, he doesn't kill you from full to zero. He hits you a few times, he backs off. So it's like a lot of this little sustain. So having 2 braces right off the bat, it's going to fully negate that.
Getting a good amount of denies in on the lane. Mid lane, one.
Careful.
Keeping it cool, he's still got the Fairy Fire to rely on. Courier just about to make a delivery as well for him in that mid matchup, so should be able to top himself up.
Because one of the nice reasons why Weaver Tusk is so great together, it's not just because of the lane, it's because you can leave the Weaver alone for like 30 seconds, 1 minute, right? He's got the Shikuchi, he's not really going to die. It frees you up to go somewhere else. So I'm really looking at Yamage to like blow this early game open a little bit on some of the other lanes.
Step lively now. Your admiral is on board.
Top lane. Sitting rather low here on the bat. Tofu, every single time Secret attempt to step up. Tofu, he's in on that, trying to make sure that Boom and Puppey don't find the position to get aggressive. Really trying to do his best to free up the lane for Ace to farm in, but so far it's been a slow start here on the Lone Druid. This, of course, despite the fact that Gaming Gladiators did switch these lanes about just to try and make sure that Ace had a bit of a better beginning. Still ends up being quite a slow one.
Yeah, I would say Gaiman's lane will get a lot better with the more levels they do get. Celery in some trouble. Tag team bugs.
Celery should be fine underneath the tower. Deep with the illusions out. Dracho able to trade back towards Yamage. Not too easy for Secret to go for the plays down here right now. Mid matchup. Quinn once again with the lead, but nowhere near the same amount of difference as we witnessed between the 2 mids in the laning stage last time. One just about a wave or so behind.
Yeah, I guess with the Dragon Slave dot damage later, like Lina just too good in these matchups, because he's beating him quite a bit again in this mid matchup. I thought it could be, a little more even, but I think the spam is just too much. You can see mid one already. Raindrop starting to get tickled down. Maybe Tofu's going to start shooting some rockets as well. Kind of get that out of the hands of mid one.
I mean, that's true. A rocket and a Dragon Slave is getting very close to threatening this mid Rubik. The top lane is the Twin Gate move that you anticipated. Maybe not so, but the fact that Crystallis level 4 is also joining the action. A very early move here from the carry to join with the rest of the team will allow them to take down Tofu. Bit of a surprise move there from the Weaver.
Yeah, this is like some TI, I don't know, 4 or 5 movie before I started playing. There's 4 heroes here at minute 5, but I kind of like it. There's no wave down bottom, Crystallis. He just joins real quick, helps it out, because Lone Druid hates when this happens. You don't want to get ran over like this. You want to chill in your lane, hit the enemy dude. You're losing a tier 1 at 5 minutes.
They really are. This sort of adaptation that Gaming Gladiators tried to make things a bit better for Ace's Lone Druid, not really working to full effect right now. Secret continue to punish this first pick Lone Druid that Gaming Gladiators tried to bring out against them.
Active Rune will be spawning soon. Tofu is here. Good move.
Should be an easy enough setup onto mid one. The stun here, the control of Tofu. Making sure that it's not an easy start for the Rubik. Nonetheless, we saw how much Midbomb was able to do with the very little that he was given on his Invoker in Game 1, so every reason to believe that once he's hit that 6, still very much potential for this Rubik to have quite the impact.
Definitely a good move from Gaming. You can't really save this top tier 1 tower, like whatever. They bring 4 heroes. Let's just go mid, get something else done. Looks like Quinn does get the first active rune of the game with a DD, so we'll see if he can kind of convert that into anything.
So have to be careful how they farm up here as Crystal is still very deep close to the tier 2. So they're sort of playing around their vision, maybe seeing if they get any sort of catch. Bottom lane, see Duracho and Celery get aggressive on towards Boom. She's getting blocked up as well by the illusions. Nice little micro here from Duracho to keep Boom in range of Celery. And for the final touch from Quinn. Top lane, Secret, they will manage to catch out Ace. They're very patient for that one. Crystallis and Yamich waiting in the trees. Puppey joins up to add a third hero to the mix. Ace punished once again.
It's a little annoying for Boom to play in this bottom lane, right? You don't have phase boost yet against the illusions. You're kind of slow against all the slows there. But at least, in the meantime, your team, they did kill Ace up top again. You also have a super aggressive ward up there, which will always spot him farming. And let's see, mid 1, level 6. He is ready to game some Dota now.
He absolutely is. They get anybody in on top of even Tofu might be under pressure. They're starting to bring in the Lina back towards the mid. Quinn will step up to try and push back against this pressure that Secret were beginning to set up for around this mid tower.
he's queuing up a Hurricane Pike for now. I want to see if he's gonna, continue with that.
Okay.
4 staffs, kind of cool against against the clockwork and stuff.
That's good stats.
Haven't seen the first item Pike on Ruby before. So we'll
I hope we do. That's pretty hype.
Don't
see if he
copy
goes
this
all the
in
way
your-
on this one. No, yeah, I mean he's getting the arcane boots first.
He might pike it up again. We'll
see.
We'll pay close attention to his quick buy, guys. Don't worry about
That's
it.
the brilliant thing about mid Rubik. So many ways you can build him.
And of course,
Whether they're
going to
work out, who knows? Well, okay, there we go. They're all viable. Okay.
Anything
They're
can
all
work,
viable.
guys. Remember.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Celery
Dire's middle tower
might be in trouble here. I'll get the grab. And indeed, Celery is going to be going down. Puppy will take the kill. On a killing spree hit on the signature Puppy Chen.
Puppy Chen killing spree. I don't know if there's anything more scary at 8 minutes in the game.
Boom.
Boom.
Got the catch onto him with the light strike, but not quite enough duration of the lockdown there with the early levels to allow Tofu to close in with the battery assault. So Boom's away. And Secret are beginning to put this pressure on the mid. Here with the push of Puppy. Damage grabbing the creep wave. Now TP in for Celery, but already this tier 1 taking quite the beating here.
And they
Celery's
got
got to
it.
be careful. If Yamich gets in on top of this Jakiro, they could kill him.
It's honestly a really strange map. So mid one does have Ice Path, which is going to be nice for him, but the map side is really weird, and it all goes back to like this 5-minute move, right? Where
look
you
at
lose your
Crystallis.
tier 1 tower.
He's up at the tier 2.
He's back to mid again, but he's going to walk his way to top and keep farming there. But the whole map is just so strange. Like you couldn't defend your top tier 1. With Kunkka can't lane bottom, so he, kind of screwed up from there as well. It's, I feel like for a gamer, this is some unexperienced territory. You don't really generally lose your first towers at like minute 5 and 9.
Yeah, these 2 games so far definitely showing that maybe there's something about Team Secret play style that just kind of catches Gaming Gladiators by surprise. This mid matchup, and mid 1, he's been able to get enough out of it. The setup's there, on towards Celery, but Tofu present himself, stopping Yamich, and mid 1 being able to push for this. So that mid 1 might try and get another grab in. Quinn's turned up to provide extra backups. Same as we said here for Puppies, coming in from the side. They get the telekinesis back onto Tofu. Penitence in the hoof stomp. On towards Tofu's clock. It's Tofu taken out by Boom with the drag back of the X-Mark into the torrent. Celery.
Here's Crystallis again.
I mean, they're ready to dive the tier 2 here. Secret, 10 minutes in, with the same level of team players we saw at a similar moment in that game 1. They are just very bloodthirsty, this squad, and they're getting away with it.
Yeah, like these Gaming Gladiator heroes right now, you don't want to fight back. So we have some Ice Path on Ice Path action. Like, look at how much high range like spells Secret can throw at you without really committing. Ice Path, Torrent, Fables, Ice Shards, like whatever it may be.
Yep.
And you can fight back if you're gaming right now. You have Lone Druid. This guy doesn't want to click a hero. And Naga. They just want to farm creeps for the next like 15 minutes.
10 minutes in, this sort of 5-man play around tier 2s. Looking very good here for Secret. It's only a 1k lead, but with the way that we saw them get away with that sort of move time and time again in game 1, we've got to see Gaming Gladiators just set up and respond to it, or not respond to it in a much better fashion than they did in game 1.
Okay, so mid 1 is getting the phylactery. I think that makes a lot more sense, just to like, added slow, added damage on all your high range stuff, which is very good. And you've got a lot of other timings coming up for Secret for nowadays. You've got the Solar Crest already on Chen. You've got Crystallis on the Weaver, who's also going to be working on some Dragonlance into Desu, speed up the game. So yeah, still for a game, and they need to be able to hold on to this game and not bleed too much within the next couple minutes.
Tofu trying to find his 6 around the mid. A long way for Ace to go on that road to the Radiance. Jamich just teasing around with Gaming Gladiators, keeping their efforts focused around this mid lane, which is allowing Secret to put the pressure in on top. Trying to find these cores, see if they can find Duracho in the tree line. Be able to. Duracho very deep right now in his half of the map.
Gaming are trying so hard to get level 6s on their supports right now. Once they get it on Celery as well, he's like about 1 creep off. You can look to smoke, hookshot, cogs, get the Macropyre getting in there. Hookshot somewhere.
Trying to get it
on the
onto
creeps.
towards
Stolen
mid-bot.
hookshot. Get him, bro.
Does he want to go back in with it? He does. Shot in from mid-bot. Into the Fade Bolt. Yamich holding back Quinn and Celery. The backups here from Boom. They've got the X-Mark set up on towards Quinn. Quinn turns with the Laguna. With the snowballs there. Drag back into the boat combo. Yamich, he's going to be able to step away from this. They brought down Tofu. And once again, it's a repeat where Secret, they're ready to dive tier 2s. Crystallis in, nearly up towards the tier 3. The uphill miss, keeping Quinn alive. But Celery caught outside of the base. as just, you know, a couple of minutes ago we saw this from them, diving the tier 2. Once again, they do it again. This time they get 2 kills. Gaming Gladiators, they're just not in any sort of shape to fight this Team Secret at this moment.
And I don't think it's going to really change within like the next couple minutes. Like, the only play to really have is like, you try to hook, hit it, and like follow up spells, get a kill, and back off. But hook misses, mid one steals it, you get these turn kills. And if Secret ever catch you out, I think Gaimin, there's no way they can respond. They just keep farming. Oh, you got caught, you're dead, bro, I'm sorry.
Quinn, very lucky to get out of this one.
There was one miss, right?
I think
the first one here, yeah.
Maybe even a couple coming in. Either way, Quinn managing to survive that time. Gladiators, they're still hovering around. With the way the last few minutes have gone, and they really have to get a perfect hook shot. Tofu, it's not to Yamich, but the snowball's there over towards the creep wave. Yamich is going to be able to step away from this. Tofu continues to try and chase forward, but Puppy's coming in from the side. Penitence is in. Should be fine this time round. They were ready with a potential Ice Puff if Secret continue to chase, but it looks like they still continue to hang around. And Tofu does end up getting caught once again here by Secret. This mid lane just not a place for the battling.
They cannot fight into these Secret heroes. Like when you go mid, you just feed. Celery, what up, bro?
I mean, he's also going to get caught. The punch-up's there. He'll turn with an Ice Path, but he's not walking away from this one. Double kill for mid one. I mean, it does feel like these 3 heroes of Gaming Gladiators, they're kind of just throwing away their lives just to make sure that Ace down on the bottom, Duracho up top, are able to get this space. And Quinn will catch Yamich. Make sure to pick up the Wisdom Rune and should get the kill on a Yamich. Oh, I say that with the punch-up on that.
Yeah,
an attempt there of the Hand of God to try and keep Yamich alive, but Quinn will survive the trade. I mean, these moves around mid, even though they're losing heroes, Gaming Gladiators, it is buying space for Ace and Duracho. You can only imagine that's the plan from them right now.
The idea must be that we can't just fully concede mid, because then it starts, like, you know, kind of bleeding into the side lane. So let's just go mid. If we get a kill, okay. If not, then, you know, I think there's maybe a better balance of how you can do it, but that has to be their idea. Make space for our bros, and in 5 minutes, hopefully, they can come help us.
Quinn. Got Celery by his side. Boom. But did you get any sort of X-Mark setup? That's the side.
Tofu.
Tofu's been found. Mid one hitting those timings, playing aggressively now with the Phylactery, that extra bit of burst and control. And now with the grab on towards Celery, they should be able to find, once again, both the supports here from Gaming Gladiators as Tofu and Celery continue to suffer.
Honestly, I think this game is going to keep going like this for like the next 6-7 minutes at least. You're going to want this Radiance, get your next couple items on Naga, on Duracho, get Manta, split some waves, and for Sheikah it's a complete opposite. Get this Pipe, Solar Crest, Deso, go Roche, take the towers, and like really take down this map from Gaming Gladiators.
Chrysalis and Yamich, they're making plays around the tier 2 over towards Quinn.
Tag team punch.
They've got the punch up. Quinn's caught by the shards, he's gone. Light Strike's not going to be able to clip Chrysalis. They've got the hook shot in over towards Yamich, so at least able to punish in some shape or form, but they won't catch Chrysalis. As Quinn's gone, and Chrysalis continues to really bring in the farm. At the moment, of course, the Naga Siren at the top spot here for Duracho, but he's going to have to do a lot of heavy carrying this game, as elsewhere things very much going Secret's way.
Just look at all this long-range damage. It's Ace's Bear. Let's see how much poke they can get onto him.
And Chrysalis coming in to bring the extra bit of damage. Slow there from the Phylactery. They want to try and dive in to finish this bear off. Wins back up with the TP. Ace not going to lose his bear here.
I mean, Duracho is in a very good position to just be annoying on the map, right? He's farming enemy ancients, he can cut some top waves, cut the mid waves. Just overall, you know, like try to set back this tempo from Secret a little bit. As we said, nothing's really stopping them. They can pressure this tier 2 tower, stay around, have a good ward.
He's been caught again. Boom's going to find him with the X-Mark. Not a fun game here for the supports of Gladiators.
That will be the completed Desolator on Crystallis, which means Roshan definitely on the menu soon. You've got the Penitent, Solar Crest, not that you even need it, but you've got the max tag team, the Deso. And the next kills, if you keep feeding this Weaver with the Deso now, it will matter. Like those Deso stacks racking up, it will definitely pay dividends later.
Quick smoke up from Secret as well. They've got Yamich and Midbon on the hunt as they step towards the jungle of Gaming Gladiators. Seeing if they can maybe find one of these cores. You know, Ace of Duracho that's been getting away with quite a bit of space.
They scanned out Ace.
They're going to find Ace. Straight in with the burst. But of course, get the ult off. That extra bit of HP. Bear sent over towards Midbon. Went from the low ground, Dragon Slave over towards Yamich. Yamich is going to get left behind a little bit, but the Hand of God is there. Light Striker Ray still catches onto those. Yamich will fall. Macropire out over towards mid one. This time round, Gladiator's able to punish. Secret, they're considering fighting back into this one. Boat comes crashing in on towards Celery. Quinn ticking down incredibly low here to what was the stolen Macropire that the mid one was able to get out before he dies. A couple more hits from Chrysalis takes out Quinn. This could end up being quite the cleanup still here for Secret as Quinn is going to lose his life. Chrysalis finds the bear. The rest of Gladiators they have to get out. So not a bad start to that play there from Gladiators. They are able to take down 3, but still losing Quinn and Chrysalis. Getting the cleanup, getting a few sets of stacks here up on the Deso. And maybe even more, they've got the X mark onto Duracio. As Boom, he was into the jungle, still catching out Duracio in this situation. Tofu and Celery are here to try and hold back the 2 of them. Chrysalis turns over towards Tofu, they've got the snowball in, closing the gap over towards Tofu, shards in. As Tofu will fall, another stack here for Chrysalis and Deso, maybe even more. Quinn's in with a TP, but the Light Tracker is going to be on the mark. Chrysalis turning over towards Duracio, the Fate Bomb's there from everyone, and now they can turn over towards Quinn.
Zap him.
He's caught, burst down by the stolen Laguna. As Secret, I mean, a little bit of a shake-up earlier in that jungle area of Gaming Gladiators, but ultimately it still ends up in Secret's favor. Mid one coming in with some cleanup kills, and Chrysalis, as you said, these Deso stacks, they're building up already. He just picked it up, and in the last minute, pretty much up to 12 extra on it.
I love how Secret are moving and like playing on the map, and even the prior fight, mid one stealing Macropire was so important to keep it all going and even make that first fight even. Then the second fight, they get him back in. Torrent Storm comes out. Chrysalis is there for the 18th time in this game to get even more kills, and mid one comes in again. Laguna Blade. He's making this mid Rubik look progress as hell.
He's making it work.
Yeah,
he really is. 7-2 and 7. Having that lead against Quinn's Lina once again. Going to look towards the Roche here, Secret. Just with a couple of them, it has been scanned out by Gaming. And if anything, that scan hitting on the Roche area may have meant that Gaming did not expect the sort of move around mid. Backup does come in immediately, though, from Gaming Gladiators, as they will punish mid one, and it does work out for Gaming in that sort of situation. The question is, if they can do anything about the Roche attempt, doesn't look like it.
That's very greedy. You want Roche, you want to kill them, what else you want? To kill their base at the same time?
Yeah, I really think sort of Secret were buying is the fact that maybe Gaming Gladiators were starting to make a move over to the Roche, but they weren't.
Good
Gladiators
punish.
get the kills, they get something, but it is, Aegis on Chrysalis, who's still yet to die this game. Gladiators, see if they can catch anyone on the retreat top. The smoke comes in. Looks like Boom's ready to anticipate this, but at the same time, Gladiators, they're ready to sweep pretty deep here, and they will catch off Boom on his attempt to retreat. They're in with the silence, was able to put that blade now, returning quite a bit of damage, but with the stun control, won't be able to get off any further spells. They take down Boom. Chrysalis logs in from the side, the bear is going to get the first hit route on towards him. Upon the time lapse, caught by the ice path. Chrysalis, he's going down the ones.
They're going to have Orchid for him.
So if they can catch him off here on the respawn, they can. Light Striker Ray comes in. Chrysalis taken out the twice. They've got the cog. There's a cogs on towards Puppey. The song there is well, this time it's Gaming Gladiators that want to dive towers. They ignore Puppey.
Don't care about Puppey.
They look for the big kill. They look for the mid-one Rubik, and they'll get it. Gladiators double kill for Ace. They may even get Puppey as well. They know he's hiding in the trees. The silence is there. Gladiators, they'll take the kills, take the tier 2. This is not what Secret expected moments after they were the ones to pick up the Aegis.
Ooh, that was a very nice punchback here from Gaming. They just find a super nice catch with the Orchid. They get moved first, and then just turn it into even more. Now you steal the Tormentor. I mean, they were behind this whole time, and now it turned from, what, a 2k deficit into
a massive set of kills.
They're up 5k.
Of course, all this time, Duracio has been farming away perfectly, now getting involved in the action. It's going to bump him ahead even more. This build really paying off around the Midas. He's well on the way to start building towards that heart. And at that stage, he can really turn up to the fights, and it's not going to be easy at all for Secret to find the opportunity to lay down enough damage to kill this heart Naga Siren.
The Orchid is quite annoying too. Like, if you can get on Boom before he casts spells, Kunkka is going to be your best target. Same with Chrysalis. Before he finishes this BKB, he is in trouble, but they are looking for Ace with a smoke here. Or anyone, really.
See if they can find one of the big catches. Now they'll settle for Tofu. Actually, a bit split attempt here. They'll look to Celery. It works out. They didn't need Boom's efforts to take down the Jakiro. Ace.
Good pullback.
Get the bear out of the way, but Tofu does indeed get dragged back by the tidal wave. Laguna thrown down on towards Kunkka. The boat buff is there, but Boom will still fall. Gladiators punish the Kunkka, only losing a support themselves. continuing to build this lead that they've just managed to grab a hold of.
Gaming are pretty online now after farming for a while. Both the Ace on the Lone Druid, we've got the Rachi on the Naga, even a Pipe completed on Tofu. I'm not really quite sure where he scrapped that farm from, but Arcane Boots earned Pipe available to help his team out as well. When you pair the Pipe with the Heart later on the Ratio, he is going to be pretty nasty to deal with.
They're going to have some very beefy targets on Gladiators, as opposed to that of Secret. You know, this Weaver, this Rubik, any sort of silence and stun control, they're going to die pretty quickly.
Let's see what mid one can get cooking in this game. Because first 20 minutes, very good, kind of ownage, but now where do you go from here? This is like this kind of downwards trajectory that mid Rubik sometimes fall into until like, 30, 40 minutes where maybe you get some Aghanims or whatever. Because right now, one Orchid, you die. You get hook shotted, you're in trouble. So it's next couple minutes, not the easiest for them.
Already saw that 7-2-7 KDA going to a 7-4-7. Highly likely that if Gaming Gladiators continue to find him at the start of the fight, that the deaths might continue to rack up, the kills and assists not so much. Not easy as the minutes pass here for the mid Rubin.
They know that that's the real one. Okay, Snowball, Punch,
and they burst him. The lift up into the Laguna and the boat. It's a lot of spells that have only brought him down to half HP. The song's there and off on the side. They've lost Puppey, and not only this song is going to save Duracho, it's going to allow him to set up aggressively onto the three of them. Ice Path into the Macropyre from Celery. A Secret here burning and surrounded by Gladiators. As Boom, they'll put the blade mail, try and run, they get the drag back onto Yamich here with a harpoon. Boom, caught by the hook shot. It's going to be 4 kills here for Gladiators as this game really beginning to crumble for Secret.
Well, that was a nice catch on the Naga, but where's your damage? Like, you've got the mid-root. He even had Laguna. They didn't get anywhere close to killing him.
Only about half of the HP of the Naga Siren burnt through there by Secret. Definitely showing sort of the situation here when you have this mid Rubik that had a cool start, but not a completely out of control start. It's going to get tougher and tougher here for Secret as the moments pass.
Because the thing is, you've got a lot of control with Secret, but the damage output is not really there. Sure, you've got the Deathstone Chrysalis, but he needs to get out so many right clicks against this Pipe, the 3k HP Naga, the 3k HP Lone Druid. And yeah, I mean, Gaming, they're up 16k gold. The entire map is now theirs.
It was quite something from Secret in Game 1 to turn things around after the laning stage. If they're able to turn this one back around, 25 minutes and 16k down, it's going to be even more impressive.
Should be okay.
Still a lot of damage though.
Mid one, not okay.
Caught out. Durachi is going to continue the chase over towards Chrysalis. Gaming Gladiators, they're onto the tier 2 mid. Not a lot the Secret can do to stop this tower from falling.
They got the Torrent Storm out of them as well, so probably just a free tier 2 top tower as well. Nope, that one's already gone. He poked the tier 3, why not?
They grab back.
Oh,
straight into the
spear.
side. They call it Chrysalis. They're going to jump forward to try and save Chrysalis. Having to get the BKB off. The tidal wave will push back Duracho and Ace is there.
Nice stun.
But the stun's out on towards Yamich. Yamich, he's going to go down. Chrysalis, he'll have to Shikuchi away from this one. A Secret, they can't take any of the lives of Gaming Gladiators. They lose their support here, and maybe even more as the dragbacks from us into the silence. The Ice Path, they're on a boom. Snowball save will come out. As Yamich with the buyback trying to keep his team alive, but Boom will not be saved. He'll still fall. A dieback on Yamich. The song setup as well here from Duracho. Will they be able to catch out Chrysalis after this Shikuchi? They might just settle for mid one, the easier kill. They surround the Rubik. Dual rep on the boat. They get the stun. In fact, Quinn, he'll set up for the triple. They catch the both of them. Triple kill for Quinn. As Gladiators are cleaning up Secret. They've had enough. They tap out. GG is called. As Gaming Gladiators back to form here in this game 2 as they get the 26-minute win.
It's kind of like before. For 20 minutes, you just have one team that's just rampaging over the other. And then Gaming are online. 1-2 kills. Boom. Easy comeback. And it's like the entire game just flipped. Like Lone Druid's ready. Naga's ready. One good fight. And suddenly Secret ain't got nothing in attack.
Yeah, it really did. Did fall apart after those early moments. I think as well, you know, as I said, well, for mid one, did he end up not indeed getting anything after the 7 and 7 was in ending KDA?
7-7-7.
7-2-7 to 7-7-7. That's just the way it goes on a mid Rubik. That's the mid Rubik life, right? If the team as a whole aren't able to continue dominating, you're going to fall off pretty hard. And unfortunately, that was the case here for the mid Rubik. As flashes, it was in the opening segment. It was punished hard by Gaming Gladiators play in the second half of this game.
I mean, Naga and they just got away with so much farm too. Like eventually, sure, you run over the map, but they get online, they fight you. They get this one good fight and even some auras ready on Tofu, and then it's like, oh, what do we do now? We just can't do anything.
Things continue to be very interesting here with these teams. You know, another series where we've got it going 1-1, this time between Gaming Gladiators and Secret. Gladiators take game 2.
Thank you very much, ODPixel and Kezu. Yeah, we did say that if Team Secret was to have a shot, it had to be the ultimate death ball. And generally, death balls maybe should be 20 minutes max. And that just wasn't the case because it's about 20 minutes, or maybe it was 20 minutes and 30 seconds. It was Gaming Gladiators' turn to strike, and they hit hard, especially when their Lone Druid is online. I'm joined by Effie and SPG. We're going to break the game down. SPG, I think you kind of said it at the end there, the death ball. It needed to happen. We saw the start of it. It started to look decent.
Kind of. I think they have to be way more ahead off lanes. They had the combination of the supports ganking the Lone Druid. That's the part I liked. Like, they took numbers to the LD, they ganked him, took his tower, kicked him into the jungle. I think that's when that hero looks the weakest, when he's down here on the net worth chart. You know, Puppy's almost ahead of him. That's a great position to be in. But there's too many problems to solve in this game, and if you're not going high ground with Aegis's early off the back of a really strong Weaver, I don't know really what you're doing in this game. Naga is just going to destroy you on the map. It's going to destroy you in the fights. You don't have illusion clear. You are getting outscaled. This game didn't even go to late, because the second that paradigm gets flipped, what are you doing?
Yeah, I mean, that 18-pick Naga really went unsolved, and the Rubik in the very last phase couldn't have solved the Naga, but it does kind of give them a means to play a more aggressive game, and they did play an aggressive game as best as they could, but unfortunately there was no point in this game where you feel like Secret hit a really strong timing where they can go high ground early and end. I mean, their heroes just don't do that, and they're just playing against this really strong Tricore from Gaimin, and they were on that timer, but the issue is when you say they're on a timer, that means at some point within the timer they can win, but it really felt like at no point was like, oh, this Weaver's just gonna run up high ground and 3-shot these towers, right? Because you're just gonna get sniped by the Lina, you're gonna get hook-shotted, you're playing into this Jakiro tower defense. It's just a very tall order for Secret.
Yeah.
I think Chen can enable these like kill-oriented lineups where you just run around and kill everybody with like these Rubik spellcasters, because then Chen gives you the objective pushing in the high ground potential. We've seen Gaimin do that a lot with the Chen. I think that's one of the strengths of the hero. So I get conceptually where Secret's draft comes from, and I think if they execute super well, that's a possibility, but like, damn, is it hard?
Yeah.
Like, it's a very tough game if you don't snowball the lanes really hard, which I don't think it was enough. It was still pretty good, and I still think Secret's had a pretty good showing this series.
Yeah, for sure.
They've really impressed me. Secret typically isn't a team that I think about when I think about tempo, or not a team that I've considered a tempo team in a while, right? Just because they haven't had the greatest couple of years in terms of performances, but they brought the tempo today. And even in this game too, where it looked like there's this very tall mountain to climb, they played incredibly aggressively, they played around their Chen well, and they had really interesting drafts conceptually. So honestly, very high expectations and high hopes for this team after this showing.
For sure, this draft for me, maybe it was a little bit old school, because I think in the past we did see games that were able to end early, but I haven't seen a game end before 20 minutes in forever, it feels like, because going high ground is so hard. So I think it was a little bit of an unfortunate plan for Team Secret here in this second game, but that's okay. It's 2-game series. It was the end for the day for them. They do get a point on the board because they were able to take a game off of gaming, of course, the previous one, because the series gets tied, and there's still a lot to learn, a lot more to come. So, you know, it could be worse, and I think this is a team, SVG, that's coming in with you know, guns blazing. They try to do everything, but people don't place them very highly, so they're still coming in as a very big underdog.
I mean, underdogs is a hell of a quality to have. There's a couple teams that won some TIs off being an underdog.
That's for sure.
It could be worse. You could not be here at all. So, like, yeah, I think they're learning a lot. I also like, my biggest thought in that game, too, is what if that's on the old map? Like, let's say you play a lineup like that that's like this kill-oriented, run around, close the map out off of a really strong mid-hero that just, like, owns the map at 20 minutes. I think if that's the old map, they might have, like, a 5 to 10k gold lead. off of how well they were playing around mid one in some of those fights. This map is so damn hard to close out. It's really that's why it's really hard to play these like early kill-oriented lineups that just run around and slay you, because you're killing one guy, 2 other cores are farming.
Yeah.
You run over there, you kill him, the Naga got 2 lanes in.
Naga could farm anyway,
Yes.
regardless of where you are. There's always some place where there will be still creeps. You can't block all the jungle camps anymore because there's too many.
And that's the story of these tri-core lineups. Even if you address one core really well and you shut it down early on, there's 2 that you have to worry about. And if you're even caught slipping for 1 minute, 1 minute of bad or not or subpar execution, subpar gameplay, you haven't maximized your farm, but the tri-core lineup is, all of a sudden everything you built up in the first 10 minutes of the game can be negated instantly. So it is a hard map to navigate in terms of these kinds of playstyles, but just like Avery mentioned. But with that being said, it's been a while with this new map, right? So you as a team should have this kind of knowledge and you should adapt to it.
I mean, maybe they understood that too. I think it's maybe that's a draft they can honestly learn a lot from, which doesn't necessarily make it a bad idea. Like, I kind of respect Puppy trying something like that, and like we're gonna go for it. Like, I don't think a lot of teams would ever pick mid Rubik there, even if mid one suggested it. It'd be like, you're insane. I don't know where you can't win the game. Like, he just goes with it. I think that's kind of cool, and they'll learn something from that game. Like, not every game in the group stage has to be valuable because you win it.
Hear me out. Instead of a Kunkka offlane, it's a Slardar offlane. Suddenly, you have another core that can scale alongside your Weaver, and you play this mid Rubik. That would have looked like an entirely different game.
I actually agree, because the Roshan's faster, the physical damage in the fights are faster. It pairs better with the Chen, I think, and then your 3 core lineup has a lot more punch to it. Like the Kunkka Rubik, it's just all spells. And the second they have any sort of sustainability in hearts, in pipes, in BKBs, your team fight just disappears.
Yeah, and we talk a lot about Team Secret right now because they are the challengers in this case. You know, we've seen Gaming Gladiators in the same roster for a long time, and they dominated, came second at TI as well, whereas Team Secret, this is a fresh roster, and they haven't been doing so well, so that's why we focus our attention a little bit more on that. But to give a little bit of extra limelight to Gaming Gladiators, we are going to head over to Purge because he is standing by with none other than Celery. Hello.
Hello, Shiver. Thank you. I am here with Celery. You guys had a very interesting game. You said some things about it. Can you give your summary of the last match that we just watched?
It was rough times for most of us. They keep running, killing us. Naga's farming. Ace full despair, and then we won.
So what switched it around? Because it did feel like Quinn was just getting punished constantly, killed. The fights weren't going well, and then you just started getting kills. Was it like the typical Rubik mid thing where it's like it feels good and then you just dive him and he dies, or something else?
I'm not sure how far behind we were, because we did realize they're running with a lot and they're going really deep to get a kill here and there, and they're not farming a lot. And we have the perfect hero for this, Naga, who's farming everything, pushing lanes. So that felt good, but for me it felt really weird. I'm just some punching bag. My core's having rough times, but yeah, I don't think we ever felt too bad about it. Well, besides Ace. When Ace has a bad game, he's not a player. You don't want to play with him.
Are you saying he's toxic?
No, we just have to protect him, and then we won.
Which normally does happen. I mean, he's normally like top net worth and that kind of a thing. So, okay. How are you feeling about the team state right now? Obviously, you had an amazing year last year. You guys did the best out of any team with your overall qualifications. So how are things going forward this season? Are you guys de-stressed? Are you just looking forward to a good year and decent performances, or what's your mentality?
We talked a lot about this, and we felt we should be on the same page about it, so we all talked, and we don't want to just chill around. What we enjoy is, like, we just enjoy nerding about the game and practicing and talking all the time, and then as a result, we did pretty good last year. So we just keep on doing what we enjoy, and hopefully it will show.
Yeah, that's awesome. So what are your expectations for this event? Just another casual first place or second place, or?
Yeah, that would be nice, but there's just a lot of work to do. We just need to nerd it up now, look at what we can do to protect Private Ace, and then it should be good. Hopefully Anton and me can tank the bad lanes. We are used to losing lanes, so it's better if we do it.
So in terms of the nerding it out, do you feel like there was enough meat in the patch to properly nerd it out, or do you guys feel any kind of lack of motivation due to things not being different enough? Or does the pro scene shift enough? Because I know there's like counters, like, oh, you pick some hero because it works against all the good mids. Is there enough there for you guys to feel motivated to nerd out?
Yeah, I think there's a lot for competitive.
especially since every team had quite a while where they were practicing in private, and now the big tournament is starting. So everyone has their strats that they cooked up, and now everyone gets to show it. So it's really fun. You see all these things that they practiced, obviously, but we just didn't see them yet, and now we get to experience it.
What's like the weirdest cook-up thing that you encountered in Scrim? You don't have to name the team or anything, but is there anything like really bizarre that you encountered?
No, not too crazy. I mean, against Bad Boom, it's kind of funny. We always have a lot of pauses in our scrims. Then we played official, and there's a lot of pauses. So I guess I should have seen that one coming. I thought it was pretty funny. I was checking what Secret played earlier against Azurve, and they just first picking Ogre and Veno. Thought that was pretty cool. I did not expect that.
I did not expect you to say that either. I was watching different games. Anyways, thanks so much for the interview. I appreciate it, and good luck on your future games. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Celery, and thank you, Purge. Yeah, that was a funky one there earlier today with Team Secret and Azure Ray, and this was a pretty interesting one as well. We saw earlier a Huskar going 2-0 in the series, so maybe we're seeing more of that. There's been quite a few things being brought out already that shows that the teams definitely have got things up their sleeve, which is also always exciting at the start of a tournament. It means there's much more to come. And there is more to come here as well, because we have a full day of Dota 2. As you can see here, this is the schedule of today on this stream. We've got 3 streams going on at the same time. First 2 now finished, and that means that we're going over to group number B. Actually, that's not a number. Group letter B. There you go. Group B, we're going to have PSG, LGD on the screen. No, we're going to have LGD. Jeez, that's a habit that I'm going to have to get rid of. LGD on the screen here twice. The first one, they're going up against the Falcons. Afterwards, they're going up against G2IG. See, that one I do have down. Easy. And then we're also going to update you a little bit about what's happening on the other streams. We got Azure Ray versus Team Secret. And there is still a game going on. As you can see, Blacklist and Azure Ray are still playing their second game. And after that, also that stream goes towards Group B. Team Liquid featured twice, 9 Pandas, Falcons, a lot of action that you'll be entertained by. And then there is the Storm stream happening as well. That series just finished on the Bet Boom and Wawita's series. Where it was Blacklist at 2-0 at the start of the day, and it was a tie later on. And again, that one goes to a Group B series, and it is Tundra featured twice with G2IG and with 9 Pandas there as well. So a lot of Dota to get you through the day. And I know all of you guys are watching Dota from well, hopefully comfort of your home, or sitting on transport, or just anywhere really. And we would love to hear from you. So if you want to share anything, why don't you use any of your favorite platforms? There's a lot of them, social media platforms out there, and just use the hashtag RiseAboveFate. And then we can see what you're up to, and that way, you know, it works both ways, because you can see what we're up to, we can see what you're up to, and it's all fair. So make sure to share all that. But the end of Group A here, SVG, anything that you're surprised by so far? I mean, we've not seen that much yet, right? So there's not that much data to go off of, but what are you excited about that you saw?
Veno. I hope we see more Veno.
You really do? Yeah?
I think that hero's awesome. Why are you laughing?
What?
I like the underplayed trash can heroes that someone are willing to throw out. You know, it's just, I think they're exciting. Like, I want to see more weird counter picks.
Okay.
I feel when teams are confident enough to do that, it makes a creative meta, it makes an interesting meta, it makes it more diverse. Like, teams are bolder. Maybe you're not held back by the shackles of DPC anymore. You can let your creativity out. You can let your freedom out.
It's true. I laughed because who on earth says they're excited about Veno? That's not something you hear very often.
Veno's a cool hero.
Like, you ask somebody what they're excited about, it's like, I can't wait to watch the weather report today. You know, but but
to be honest,
when you framed it in that way of creativity and, you know, unchaining the shackles of the DPC SVG, I agree with you on that for sure. With that being said, maybe Shaman. We talked about Shaman earlier. I really love watching Shaman players when they have a patch that the hero is actually decent. They're always doing funky things like running through the trees, like split pushing towers, setting up bizarre kills. So I want to see some more of that this tournament.
That's all about support heroes
the
here.
Shackle. That's my shackle.
Speaking of the shackle. All right, well,
weird.
I'm not sure. We're going to see Shaman. Perhaps we're going to see a Shaman today.
We are going to.
We're going to see. Okay, well, if you want to see a Shadow Shaman played today. Oh, am I promising things? No, I'm not promising.
I'm promising it. It's fate.
Just stay tuned in
Rise
because there's
above
much
fate.
more Dota to come, so you're good right here. We'll be back after a break with more ESL 1 Kuala Lumpur.
Am I wasting time? 'Cause I'm already gone. So long. Can you stay the night? 'Cause you're the thing I want. I want. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out. But even with no makeup, you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now. Like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Whoa. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. When it's late at night, I feel you on my skin. My skin. You're all that's on my mind. It's finally sinking in. You're it. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out. But even with no makeup, you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now. Like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Oh, it's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. You move your body. Electricity. You move your body. It's electricity.
No, I'm not a king. I'm the king.
Welcome back, everyone, to more ESL 1 Kuala Lumpur action as we're getting ready for the second half of this group stage, day number 1, which means that I'm going to be guiding you through it. That's right, it's me, Tsunami, and we're getting into Group B. But it's not just me. I've got a face and an old face, a new face, 2 faces. It's Winter and Kazu.
I'm back again.
You're back again. You're really working out, Kazu. Have you done every series so far?
So far, yeah. I think I need to test every other panelist that's available.
Wow.
So we'll
I'm
see.
honored.
We'll see how good you can do.
Yeah, this
if
is
you show
my-
up tomorrow, you did well too.
This is my first interview, I presume.
Okay.
You know they have multiple stages, so if
Right.
you pass the first one, you go to the second one.
Yeah.
And
You
then
get the
go
call
to-
back.
If you get the third one, then
you got the job.
Yeah, you get the job.
We'll keep track, of course.
We'll keep our eye on him. Meanwhile, though, we're keeping our eye on Group B because we've got a whole variety of teams that you guys haven't gotten a chance to look at yet. And most of them may even have the most roster shuffles. I think Group A was... Actually, both the teams that mostly stuck together were spread out. BetBoom and Gaiman were on Group A.
Yeah.
And then we have Liquid in Group B, which technically they shuffled one player
One little
who's
shuffle.
not even here.
True.
But
so did they shuffle?
they were kind of forced to. And then Pandas, 9 Pandas are also in Group B. They mostly stayed static, but they also have a stand-in right now.
And Ramses is playing offlane. I don't know if that's permanent or what it is.
I think it is. I think that's his new role now.
All right.
It's the same role. Offlaners and carry players, they always claim that they can play the other
I mean,
role
sure.
better.
Like
Especially for Eastern Europeans.
Because they just need to farm, but it's still in the mid late game. It's very different.
Yeah, I guess.
What the hell? Carry and offlane is the same.
What was your role when you played Winter? You played a support, right?
Let's talk about it.
he was an offlaner. I defer to his authority in this.
No, it's a
Hey,
4-5
hey,
is
I
the
used
same.
to play offlane. I used to.
Really?
Yeah, there was this one TI I played offlane.
Really?
Yeah.
I didn't know
Holy
that.
poggers. What was your best offlaner?
Tide.
You had one, right?
How about who's the best offlaner in China right now? Let's take a look at LGD's lineup because this is not the LGD that you think you may know. They are also, maybe I would say, a victim of the shuffles because, well, we didn't even know what their lineup was going to be, even though they were invited to this tournament. But the pedigree speaks for itself. Shawit is still coaching, and they've got well-known names. But how good are they these days? Question marks all over Emo, specifically, Kazu. Where are we ranking him these days?
I don't know. I think this guy can be very good.
Okay.
But it depends on like his current form, right?
Sure.
Like there was this tournament where he question marked some noobs and then he beat their ass and he was very good. But then I saw him play in IG after and that was not good. He swapped from like carry to mid and mid to carry depending on I don't know what the hell was going on in that team, but
Yeah,
it wasn't good.
Mid and carry is not the same with offlane and carry.
Okay.
Not
Yeah.
but you do very different
That's
things.
true.
The heroes were being exchanged regularly, and I remember Emo specifically was kind of confiscated Morphling because he had a couple of questionable Morphling performances, and so they were like, yeah, we're not giving Emo Morphling anymore. And I forgot who his carry was at the time that he was splitting duties with. But now he's on LGD, and he's back with most of the same LGD as last year. Y and Shiro and New.
Neo definitely the star player.
The foundation's still there, and New has probably been the standout player for them.
Yeah, he's been the player that I think I enjoy watching the most, like playing offlane in a very... I like the way he plays, like very aggressive, and he plays for the team when he needs to. He's not like an offlaner that I'm only going to be trying to be a carry all the time, you know, he plays for the team.
No, I mean, I think it just goes to show when you have like newer players maybe come in under like Zhao Wei's leadership, that he can like really change them and like mold them into what they should do and what they have to do in the games. And I think New can kind of do, like I've seen him do everything. He can go in, he can build auras, he can kind of like take over the game. So I think, you know, this guy's good.
But we haven't really seen them play yet because they were directly invited, so we didn't have to go through a qualification process for them. Meanwhile, the next team that they're facing off against did have to go through a qualifier in a region that did not exist prior to this tournament and I suppose the Riyadh Masters of last year. Team Falcons. Malrine, Skitter, Snaking, ATF, and Crit. Kazu, what are your first impressions
That
on
this team is very good. Like if I just look at their raw skill, it's like they have 2 TI winners in Skeeter and Snaking and like the experience. Same with Crit. Like he played for Shopify/EG for like what, 5 years or maybe more. I don't know. Like he was an OG before. Like he knows a lot. Amar is obviously super good. Probably one of the best offliners. And Malrine, he's like this type of, you know, the new kid on the block. He's young, but he has experienced players with him.
I feel like this team can go very far and they have a lot of potential.
Yeah, agreed. If you look at their age, they have the right mix. Their cores are the younger players, and the supports are the older. Yeah, the older ones are the support players. And normally, when you have that kind of mix,
it works.
It works.
And I imagine there'll be a little bit of a honeymoon period because, like you mentioned, Crit had been. I looked it up. Crit has basically played with 3 carries for most of his Tier 1 Dota career. It was No-Tail, Miracle, and Arteezy.
A pretty good carries.
A pretty good carries. And now he's adding Skitter to the list, another TI winner. And with that process, they made their way through the meta-closed qualifiers, which I imagine maybe like 3 months ago, it was just PSG Quest, or originally Quest, or Ooredoo Thunders, or whatever, just plowing through everybody. But now it seems like it's a bit competitive between these two teams.
Yeah, I mean, like, Falcons, they even lost to Quest in, like, the upper bracket and then kind of brought it back. I think Quest is just, like, a very specific team, and this just goes to show that Falcons, of course, they have experienced players, they know how to adapt, and they kind of brought it back. Like, they played a lot slower games, and what I saw specifically from that series is that they had a very easy time adjusting, like, to their opponents. So, of course, they can do their own thing, but they will adjust to whoever they play against and then do it accordingly.
I mean, what I would say about Falcons is I think they have very good balance between their offlaner and carry player. Since Amar is like a greedier offlaner and Skitter is like a more active carry player. And I feel like that's a very, very good recipe to start a team with.
I think Skitter has, like, he's already done that before, kind of. He played with 3-3, who I think is like a very special offlaner. And I think Amar
Nobody's like him.
That is true. Like, and with like Amar, you need to, again, you want to like give space. You're going to have to like play some Wraith King, go in first, you know, like do this type of stuff for your offlaner, and then Amar, he can take over.
Yeah. You have to twin gate and help him in the early game. That's basically what he's saying.
But these two offlaners would return the favor in different ways. ATF, the stereotype of him is that he will always build carry, no matter what hero he's given.
You're not telling him to buy pipe.
Definitely not. And you're not really telling him to like make space either, because I feel like 33, the way that he would return the favor to Skitter if he was helped out early on, is that he would just be annoying on the map. ATF will get kills, but I don't know if he'll necessarily draw attention in the same way that 33 used to.
Yeah, what I would say, one of the difference between 33 and ATF is, I think, especially for the support player, you would be much happier if you have 33 on your team.
Yeah.
But if you have Amar on your team, you feel like, where are my creeps?
Yeah.
Where's my space?
Where's my dead lane? It's gone.
Yeah, exactly.
You're helping Amar to then hope that he will carry you.
Right. Which oftentimes does happen.
Oh, I think it will happen many times.
Yeah, he's telling your captain, I want Slug. And your post-4 player's like, Slug
Shit.
off lane, oh no.
I am actually wondering who the captain of this team is, because I don't know if during the calls I saw the crown on
Amar?
I think it was on Amar.
Yeah, Amar kind of feels like he's the person that you should let him run the show.
Yeah, and they don't have a coach. This is the only team that is... actually, 9 Pandas also doesn't have a coach currently. But I don't know if that's because Solo was supposed to be coaching him and now he's playing.
Amar was also... He had the crown in OG, but he wasn't technically the captain.
Exactly. So that's why I'm not 100% sure what the mix is.
We had this discussion. Whoever has the power to click the button.
That's true.
I
guess he does
have
the
last
power.
say.
Yeah. I think he has the power.
Well, we also have the power to actually speak to one of these players, because we have another sideline reporter on the ground getting a moment with the players. Who is it?
Hey guys, it's Banana Slam Jamma here, and I'm in the player booth, ready to kick off some Group B action. And I'm in the Team Falcons booth today, and with me, I have Crit. Crit, how you doing, buddy?
I'm good, how about you?
I'm not too bad. I feel like there's a lot to talk about for this interview compared to a lot of other interviews. I'm looking at a new team for you, a new region, new season, so it's a new team. Last time you were on a new team 7 years ago. Do you even remember what that feels like?
Not really, no. I mean, I remember it now after playing for a month, but before that, it was definitely very new, like something that I wasn't used to. It was good to be in a different environment for sure.
Okay, so before we get to your new team, your old team went through a lot of iterations, but you played with Arteezy for 7 years straight. How does it feel to like have to say goodbye to like an era like that?
It doesn't feel bad because I feel like we kind of both knew it was time to like split up. And I think it's just like more of a relief that we don't have to like go through like, because we had like 2 rough years, and it's like weighing on our friendship as well. So I feel like it's kind of a relief that we can just be friends now and not have to worry about being teammates as well. So yeah, it was nice.
Good to hear, my man. So the new team, you have Skeeter at the 1, Malrine at the 2, ATF at the 3, you at the 4, and Snaking at the 5. There's a lot of fiending that goes on at TI. Was this a team that was created during TI? What happened? What exactly formed this team?
Well, only 3 of us were at TI, and Skeeter left, I think, after they lost. So it was pretty much just only me and Snaking. But we did talk at TI. We had some chats about what was possible, and it kind of started there. And then obviously we talked to Marina and Amar, and then kind of figured it out as fast as possible because she want to get it done after TI instead of waiting too long. So yeah, it was somewhat at TI, but also we had people that weren't there. So.
Okay, so far so good. You guys qualified for this tournament. You won the Pinnacle tournament, I believe, just last week. Does it feel like it's kind of the honeymoon phase right now, or are you guys still finding your ground?
I wouldn't say so, because we played the qualifier. I think that was probably our honeymoon phase, but it was still like a week and a half of us boot camping. So I feel like we're kind of past that. I think now it's like we're at the point where we're playing tournaments. You know, it's not a new team anymore. We kind of know each other. Obviously, there's some small things that we learn about each other every day, but I feel like we're past the honeymoon phase at this point.
Okay, so last question about you specifically. So for this tournament, I've already been seeing a lot of Tusk. I know it's only day 1, but if I think of a Tusk player, I think of you. Are you excited to be having your boy back?
We'll see. I don't know how much Tusk I'll play. It'll be nice if I do. If I don't, that's also fine.
Thank you, buddy. I appreciate it. Back to you guys at the panel.
Thank you very much, Crit and Brian, as we take a look at Falcons' potential honeymoon phase. He's mentioning the qualifiers was the initial honeymoon, but then after this honeymoon, they won a tournament. They won the Pinnacle Cup. So maybe he found that more challenging, or maybe he just found that, like, okay, it's back to business as usual. Our wow, new roster feeling is starting to wear off, and now it's just like we're playing Dota.
I mean, I'm just really happy for Crit. I feel like the last, 2-3 years maybe in Shopify, I feel like that kind of ate probably at him and his career. I think when you play with the same people for 5, 6, 7 years, you want something new at some point, and it just has to feel good for him. Because I feel like his career was kind of going like this trajectory. But I can just see it go up all the way again. Like, this guy is some TI winner caliber player. So I think this change was very needed for him.
Yeah, he just needed a fresh start. You
I
know,
think
sometimes
so.
when you play with the same people over and over again for a long period of time, it's difficult to tell him what you did wrong in the lane.
Yeah.
Or in the game itself, you know, because you have that friendship that he mentioned a little bit, like the friendship. You have to worry about the friendship, you have to worry about your working environment, your working relationship and everything else, and it becomes difficult sometimes to talk about the things in the game.
So then outside of that team comp, where do you rank Crit amongst 4 positions for the past 3 years or so? Because I don't really hear him be used in the conversation of, oh, this guy's the best 4 position these days, but 4 or 5 years ago, he was in that conversation.
I mean, it was kind of maybe him and Jarex who would be on the, pinnacle, on the very top, and then I feel like it kind of fell off. So I think it's kind of on him now with a new team and have this new motivation to just
He was also during a period where the position 4 players were more roaming, they were running around the map, setting up kills, and then when it became the static laning phase, then he felt like he was in a very weird place. He doesn't really know where he should be going on the map.
Agree.
And right now with the twin gigs back, I feel like he's starting to find his footing. He knows that, oh, I'm supposed to help this core now, use the twin gate, abuse this, abuse that. And I feel like he's definitely going back to his old self.
And then I guess one of the last players who we didn't really touch on too much, Snaking, is also going to be his support duo here. Obviously, at TI, our most recent TI, Tundra did not match the expectations that we thought they would have. And it seems that Crit and Snaking were talking to each other based on this interview as TI ended, thought maybe both of us are ready for a change. How do you think he's going to slot into this Team Falcons lineup?
I mean, probably very good. I think they've got the experience. Of course, they'll need some time to work on their support duo or whatever, but you've got the young cores, help shape them, worry about your own game, and just take your time. I think there shouldn't be too much pressure on Snaking and the rest to, I don't know, win this tournament. Just kind of take it slow.
I have high expectations for this support duo. I think they have the right balance. One guy likes to push up the dead lane, and one guy likes to roam around and kill people. That's actually a very good combination between the 4 and the 5.
You like your combos.
Yeah.
The old and the young, the dead lane and the farm.
Listen, you gotta have all the ingredients mixing together and homogenizing to create a perfect team, and creating a perfect matchup as well, because they're going to be facing off against LGD after the break.
wasted on something. Growing up, I dreamed just nothing. Ooh, what are you? People talk loud, I get what they're telling me. I fucked up, but I didn't give a bit. Ooh, what a true. Hey, I gotta say, something's going wrong, and everything's upside down. I'm falling. Hey, I gotta say, I'm always on a run. I'm getting closer to the light. By the time I'm changing my remedy, blowing up, I get sick and tired of this. What a truth. No one talk now, I'm feeling lost on it. Silence is loud, I get it safe from it. What a truth. Hey, I gotta say, something's going wrong, and everything's upside down. I'm falling. Hey,
Sometimes, don't let it stay on your mind. Don't let it stay inside. Gotta let it out with the sunshine. Maybe walk it out. Sometimes gotta scream and shout. Let them know that you're here, no doubt. Took a long time, but we here now. I know you're ready for the hardships. Know you're ready for the progress. I know you living your truth, but don't forget to always stay honest. So do a little dance, do a little wiggle. Yeah, it's your turn. Yeah, learn how the universe works. Yeah, come on. Can't control the world, but I'm trying to control myself. Yeah, I'm trying to control myself. Yeah, we can't control the world. Yeah, but baby, I just can't hold it. I'm just trying to control it, control it. Yeah.
Welcome, friends, to the Group B action here at ESL 1 Kuala Lumpur 2023, where we're going to be covering LGD versus Falcons, but elsewhere, we also have 9 Pandas versus Team Liquid going on the Ember stream, and we've got G2IG. That's going to take some getting used to say. G2IG against Tundra, who are indeed here at this tournament.
They are.
Contrary to popular belief, the team formerly known as TSM and then briefly known as Undying is now under the Tundra Esports brand, and they are currently playing on the ESL_Dota2_Storm channel. But us, we're looking at LGD Falcons. And Kezu, I know that you've been here all day, which means that you've seen all of the Dota for today, which means that you should probably have a good idea of what the meta's looking like.
The meta after now. There's
you should
no meta.
ask him about how many Falcon Blades are we gonna see this game.
Because it's Team Falcons.
Yeah, how many?
You're gonna see one at most, my friend. If you see more than one, I ain't coming on next time.
How about the heroes, Kezu? Anything taking you by surprise or things what you expected?
Husker has 100% win rate.
Yep.
That's one surprising thing. Only 2 games.
Only 2 games.
Other than that, I haven't seen enough yet. I want to see if any team will let through the skeleton Zuckerman, aka Pugna.
Okay.
Very good hero. Because so far, he has not been let through. Lone Druid looks good. Honestly, I think Dota is still very open because the patch is still relatively new, even though not that much changed. People don't know what the hell's going on.
Okay, then let me give a more specific question. Winter, we always talk about a Mars hero pool and how it's famously, supposedly pretty small. Is this patch compatible with what Amar typically likes to play? Or
Yes. He loves his Slada, and Slada is god freaking OP right now.
Okay. True. We saw Mars on, I think it was the Blacklist Azure game.
Mars, I'm not so sure, but...
I mean, if anyone will, he will play. This guy doesn't care if a hero's good or bad.
That's what I'm saying.
Because it's up to him.
Yeah, but let me ask you, what is a good Mars game right now? What do you want to play against? What are the matchups that you want?
Range carriers.
So Blacklist played it against
I want to play against range carriers if I'm Mars.
They played it against a Zeus, so maybe that was part of it.
That counts. You stop him from going Manta or Shard right click, you see.
That's true. No lightning hands on my watch. How about Razor? He used to play a lot of Razor offlane.
Yeah, I mean, Razor is kind of nice for the drafter because you want your players to be able to play flex heroes. I think that's one benefit about having all those heroes that confuse your opponents. You know, you always want to have that in your arsenal.
Did you know they have 2 level 30 Razor players?
Nope, but now I know.
Maureen is it Grandmaster or Supermaster Master?
Grandmaster's 30. Master is 25.
He's the Grandmaster Razor in mid and offlane. That's why every game first pick, boom, baby, Razor.
So what is the Razor counter? Whoops, no Bat Rider in the game now.
Sniper.
Yeah,
try it.
Yeah, Sniper.
Try saying no.
Maureen also has a signature Timber Saw.
And Huskar.
And Huskar. Him and
Bad Rider. This guy has a lot of signature heroes
Bad
for
Rider's
being
irrelevant
like
right
19 years old.
Dude, this is so important for the captain. You know, when you have your core players sharing hero pools, then you're like, oh, the captain is gonna be like, nice. I'm gonna do this game. I'm gonna confuse you.
Yeah, but I see that be a double-edged sword because I feel like teams sometimes flex themselves into a corner where they get to the end and they're like, wait, who's playing what?
Are you talking about the game today earlier? Centaur position 4, was it? Like they first picked the Centaur.
Okay, I was kind of okay with that.
Centaur 4 is not bad, but that game was not the one to do it.
Right. It was a bad example. Yeah. But even amongst cores, like especially between offlane and mid. There are lineups, the names are escaping me at the time, but I feel like I've seen teams in the past have a lot of overlap between their mid and the offlane.
Primal Beast.
Yeah, maybe it was LGD that I'm thinking of then. Because I remember...
Kunkka or Primal Beast, probably.
Maybe.
It must be one of these two.
But yeah, it's an example of where sometimes there's too much of a good thing. And being able to flex between all three of your core positions.
That's why you need like a clown in your team who's gonna just throw out a stupid hero, and then like it brings it back to normal.
No, I disagree. If you're having a lot of flex heroes, you can't have a clown on your team because he'll be talking too much, giving too many ideas, and your captain
No, he
will
just
get
has one hero.
That's not a clown.
No, but it's like a stupid hero.
Okay.
No, he's talking about too much good. We need to bring in some bad. I'm just helping, the balance.
You're just reminding of my mid player.
Dude, shut up.
I'm trying to make a draft that makes sense. And this guy all of a sudden, okay, I want to play this hero that doesn't have any correlation to my first 4 picks, and I'm like,
you should kick him.
I can't.
Why not?
He's the boss. He's the mid.
You joined the wrong team, man.
Mids are rarely the boss. I don't see that being the dynamic anymore.
True.
Maybe back in your day, Winter.
Yeah, they tell me.
A long time
ago. Do you want me to gank for you? Do you want me to? Then shut up.
That's how you lay down the law.
That is definitely some 2012 Dota comms right there.
Who's the clown on LGD then? Kazu, you think one exists? Is it Emo? Or
he has to be.
He has to be the clown.
This guy is all chatting.
Question mark.
But the thing is, can you do that under Zhao 8's leadership? I feel like he's gonna give you a good whooping if you do that.
Wash your face.
Yeah.
It is actually the slightest bit of a rematch because Emo did do that against Crit's Evil Geniuses.
Oh, that's true. But does Crit still care?
I
He probably doesn't remember. Let's be real.
That one people remember.
But does he remember?
I would hope that he remembered. That was like the last grand final that... Was that the last international grand final that he was in? No, because they played Animator after that. So, but that year was probably the last good year that he's had.
Probably true.
Yeah.
Hope he's not listening.
Prove me wrong. I'm more than happy to see Falcons carry the torch for not only the MENA region, but this entire lineup, because Tundra was also falling off last year. And so I want to see Skitter and Snaking rise to glory. ATF was off the grid for most of the year. He was looking great on Quest. Contract disputes meant that he couldn't end up on their roster.
Yeah, I feel like he got a little bit... Okay, maybe I'm taking his side too much, but I feel like he got a little bit wronged. Like some stupid stuff happened with the contract. Maybe his fault, maybe not. I feel like he should have been a TI.
He should have.
But maybe this year he can be a TI. You never know.
I mean, at the end of the day, he's probably one of the most sought after free agents,
He must have been. This kid is too good. Like, even in some documentaries that you see from OG, maybe he seems like a little toxic and the way he talks isn't perfect. But he's young, and I think a lot of teams, they lack this guy that will, like, say what's up. If you have five people who just keep saying yes to each other, I think it's really bad.
I have this theory. You need a toxic player on your team.
You do to some extent.
That's what he was saying. He was saying you need a clown.
Yeah, but he's like, no, now you ruined my draft.
And
but now he wants him again.
Now you want a bad
clown doesn't have to be a toxic player. Sometimes the clown on the team, he's a PMA player, but he likes to lighten up the mood,
Okay, so you're saying it can't be too light.
Yeah.
Is that where you were the bad guy in the team?
Yes.
Good job, Winter.
You've seen him on panel,
something.
Right? He's the bad guy on our panel.
I see it. Sabotaging.
All right, our draft is going to be underway momentarily. We talked about Falcons signatures, or specifically ATF signatures. Anything I should be on the lookout for on LGD? How they're carrying into this current patch?
I don't have any data on them other than some pubs they play.
Yeah, because they didn't have to qual. They got invited.
I know that Shiro is very good on like some Morphlings and Nagas, if it will turn out to be a good game on those specific heroes. But other than that, I'm just blindly going in with faith on Zhao 8. I'm a Zhao 8 fanboy. He's going to put together a team. The team's going to be good. Winter, any contradictionary thoughts from you?
I just can't wait to look at how they plan out the draft. I've been telling you about how I'm a big fan of the first pick, the overall first pick.
Okay.
Can
you tell the viewers why?
Because you get the number 7 ban, and then you go into your 8th pick right away. So I always view that as a very valuable resource for a team. If you can always ban, if you're picking a core, you ban something that counters the core, and you pick your overall first pick hero. At least for me, I think that's a huge advantage. And you have also the 18th pick on the first place.
Well, I agree. I think it helps a lot.
One of the cores that you mentioned was that ATF has been loving Slardar historically. He's not going to get his hands on it in this game.
Yep. Too bad. And there goes the Razor. All right, we were on to something.
Some things never change. You're playing against ATF, you just ban out ATF heroes.
So do you then have to ban not Slaughter, Huskar?
That's like one of the things, at least with like having more bans in the first stage. You don't need to like ban the quote-unquote best heroes of the patch. You can kind of like show the middle finger to your enemy team. It's like, these are your best heroes.
Yeah, but at the same time, right now, don't you feel like there's a lot of things you kind of want to ban? Like
Sure, but what if you all leave them in? Then they get one, then you get the other. You know,
well,
next level
I
brain.
mean, if you have like you have players for every single hero, sure, you know.
They do.
I dream of that kind of scenario. I always have players that
Winter dreams of the things we've never had.
No, I can't play this hero. Sorry, sir. Nope. Not that hero. I'm not comfortable. Nope. I have never played this hero ever in my life. All right.
Well, based off the cameras, one thing that's interesting is that originally I thought Afromush was just going to be the manager for Falcons, but he's standing behind Snakehang, who also appears to be doing a captain.
So he's
kind of
like the coach?
I mean, he's got the headphones on.
Yep.
Maybe it's like make sure everyone is like, you know, in a good mood, good spirit.
Sure.
Spiritual.
I mean,
close for
Afromush
now.
definitely has that vibe, for
Oh, he
sure.
does.
Okay, so overall first pick Phoenix. There goes my...
I heard something in the green room earlier. I think there was another game and Winter went like, when you were first picked, you should not take Phoenix.
No, I did not say that. I say you should pick a core.
Okay. Well, Zhao disagrees.
Unless you want a core Phoenix. You want a core Phoenix?
Maybe.
Actually, not bad.
No, if I'm always want to fly.
Oh, okay. He only plays Phoenix.
Phoenix offlane. I think Neo actually played Phoenix offlane. I remember watching like 1 or 2 of his games where he played Phoenix offlane. I can't remember.
Wait, who's the player who plays Phoenix support but always rushes the Scythe of Ice?
That's a Kaori.
Kaori, that's right.
The guy's a goat.
Dead lane. He's the master of the dead lane.
Falcons get a first phase Weaver for themselves.
Yeah, kind of also a good hero against the Phoenix. You have the Gemini attack, kill the egg. Flex pick as well.
Crit has been playing it a lot in his pubs from what I've seen. So yeah, they can play it 4, 5. Of course, I mean, Weaver carry is good too.
But do you think it fits his playstyle, like as a Weaver? Don't you prefer to see him on like a Tusk, a Dark Willow?
I mean, I think Weaver, at least with some of like the twin gate shenanigans and I think helping out your core, you can still do a lot. I wouldn't say it's maybe like his best hero, but you know, Crit can do anything.
But is it his style though?
Yeah. I watch his pubs on Weaver. He pops off.
Maybe it's time for a new style. New teammates.
New team, new me?
Cores.
Some things never change, Neo.
Maybe. I mean, yeah, looking at the Pinnacle Cup, Crit's most played hero was Tusk. And then Shadow Demon.
Holy base, it's a Mars.
Okay. Alright, Mars.
You asked what do you want to play Mars, like Mars against? This guy doesn't care. He's like,
why do you want to play Mars against Phoenix?
Because he's a Mar.
So
he's like, I'm gonna buy a BKB. Like,
so LGD doesn't get the Mars Phoenix
you know
combo.
what I'm seeing right now here is minus armor and the slow, the nuke in the lane.
Yeah.
I mean, Weaver Mars
God's
is a good
rebuild.
lane.
I like it.
But let me ask you, as an offlaner, if you're picking Weaver and Mars, is the lane the only thing you care about when you're picking this combination? You have a strong lane?
Like if I'm just happy picking Mars here, you mean?
Yeah, Mars and Weaver together. Because I don't really see any apparent synergy for the
Me, it's
later
like-
parts of the game, you know.
Yeah, I don't think it's like necessarily amazing, but this is more like the player comfort thing, right? There's just like, okay, you probably helped me a lot early. You can leave after because I'm just really good at Mars, and you can leave, and like that's kind of it. I don't know.
I mean, Kezu's saying that anecdotally, but I can back that up with hard stats. At the Pinnacle Cup, Falcons played Mars 8 times, 100%
There
win
you
rate.
go.
100% win rate.
Stats don't lie, bro.
Stats don't lie, my friend.
Yeah, but when I'm talking about offlaners, right, and I don't see the enemy carry, and there are a couple of picks that I would consider good for blind picks, I wouldn't say Mars is one of them. Like Centaur is the first one that comes to my mind, you know, like Centaur doesn't really care what you are laning against, you're always going to be fine. But on the other hand, Mars kind of feels like some of the matchups you might get a bad start, and that hero doesn't like starting the game behind. So Enigma, you were right, you were telling me, oh, we're going to see some Enigma today.
I'm a little... I mean, at least for them, I just think Enigma is overall very good because it has like different type of item builds, and I think it is very good with like melee force like Tusks and Tinies. So they kind of have that going for them because I do think Enigma can flex into the support role, but we should just see it here as an offlane.
But do you think like he's like a position 5 hero? What is he gonna do here? Like is he gonna be a core?
Enigma?
Yeah.
I think he's just straight up offlane.
Straight up offlane.
Which I like the response from Falcons, right? You have the Gyro, the IO first to sustain through, and then Gyro, of course, with the flat cannon. You kind of deal with the Eidolons. You're going to have to do some microing there, but no, I think both teams just kind of getting the drafts that
they want. I don't think they're necessarily countering each other all that much.
LGD is always in this mindset where we have to have a lineup where we have kind of like overwhelming team fight, so the enemy can never take a fight on our terms. Whereas Falcons is more of a team like they want to have a draft that can play the map, pick offs, farm, push out the waves. Even if you kill one of us, we don't care. We are getting everything on the map. And LGD is always going to be on a lineup where they have a very long cooldown, so the enemy can actually abuse it.
Well, you talked about not knowing the carry matchup. Now we see it. LGD pick up the Lifestealer. How does Mars fare against that?
Not so good, I would say. Lifestealer is pretty good against Mars in the lane. But maybe the Weaver can upset the balance because the Lifestealer is laning probably with a Phoenix, not the strongest laner.
Yeah, I think it's generally Lifestealer favor, but since as Winter said, the support matchup is kind of in favor of Falcons by quite a bit with the Weaver. It could do something, but I think LGD should be pretty happy with the way the draft is going for now. I saw Gyro earlier today, the Rachu played it, they also had IO Gyro. Honestly, it looked pathetic. It did not look good. So I'm not too sure yet, of course, the hero can work, but I think, you know, some Enigma, maybe with some auras, or even for now, sure, you covered his laning stage with the Gyro, but Enigma's teamfight is not addressed in any shape or form. You want to go BKB later, free Black Hole, you buy some auras early with some Lifestealer going in, some Sunray with high levels into some Gyro Mars. Like, the damage is not there from Falcons, so their last pick on Malrine is going to have to be on point.
Do you think they need like a fast-paced mid-hero? Like something that can just run at them, abuse the cooldowns? Because you don't want to play a long game, right, against like Phoenix and Enigma.
His go-tos during Pinnacle were Lina, Puck,
Lina
Pango.
sounds really good. You get another hero that can right-click the egg, fast-paced hero.
I mean, he will see his matchup at least, which is nice. But I think you need something. You don't want like a hard scaling hero, but like a semi-scale with tempo, I think, would be pretty nice.
And for LGD, they're definitely going to need like something that can set up fights for them. Like Tiny alone is not going to be enough. Or do you think it's viable for Tiny to go mid now?
I don't know. I'm not too impressed when I hear mid Tiny. Because I think Tiny 4 is just totally fine already with the Enigma.
Especially if you don't know the matchup.
Yeah.
Well, their last band's going to be geared towards a mid. Puck, Invoker, Pango taken out. And earlier, Dazzle and TA were also taken out.
Kind of looking at... I don't know anything about these mid players. I know Malrine quite a bit, but he's the one, you know, that gets to pick after. Emo, for me, is
he's been off the grid.
He's a big box of question mark for me, yeah. I don't know anything. It's just a surprise bag. You don't know what you're going to get.
I mean, everyone always also used to associate him with Spirits, but I don't find the Spirits are very popular these days.
He's going to need to play like something like a co-op, you know, some mobile hero.
Yeah, that hero came to mind too.
Okay, so it's Lina. I guess you need like a hero that can shuffle out waves, you know, when you have all these big cooldowns. I always like to have that. And it also kind of enables your Tiny when you have a mid laner that can always dish out enough damage when you rotate to the mid laner's lane. That helps the Tiny a lot.
I mean, I just think this Lina makes sense for all the reasons you said. Also having some burst against the IO Gyro, even Weaver. You catch this hero out of position once with some LSA. Probably just wipe him out of the map pretty quickly. So Falcons need a Malrine hero. I feel like my bro, he's kind of a specialist. He knows a lot of his matchups. This is why, I mean, even the way he got a lot of MMR in pubs is like, you know, last picking your Huskars, your Bad Riders, whatever it may be. I think Bad is kind of hard to play right now. I don't think it's a particularly good Huskar game. So he's going to have to look at some of his other brothers.
Of which not the Spirit Brothers?
I mean, there's some heroes that would be kind of good in other games if they weren't a Lifestealer, like some Kanka into Lina. I think it's pretty chill, but I don't like it so much this game. I think Dragonite is a little sus too.
Yeah, it's quite difficult to pick here. There's a lot of the heroes that are banned. I mean, do you think they should have actually left the mid hero pool open here? Because they also themselves ban out like the Invoker and Puck that could be useful with their lineup.
Yeah. Yeah, there's like some heroes that are like kind of okay, but nothing is super impressing me.
Well, who are you more worried about, the Lifestealer or the Lina? Because you're saying that you can find ones that are good against one or the other.
For now, it's kind of the Lina. Sorry, the Lifestealer. Because if you have jump on the backline with like, you know, some Mars Arena on the Lina, you're going to catch him. But the problem is this Lifestealer is just going to be in the front and make it hard for you to do that in the first place.
Okay, then how about like a Razor? You were mentioning... Oh, it's banned. Never mind.
That's the problem.
Yeah.
Yeah, they also kind of need a hero that can rotate and kick out the lifestealer from the lane, you know. Because if you don't have anything to kick him out, I mean, it's not very impressive, you know. Like the DK doesn't give you the feeling like, oh, it's a really, really good DK game, you know. Sure, he can sit and anchor the map. You can take all the harass from Lina, but does it do a lot in this game? I'm not entirely sure. You are playing against Sunray, you know. Like I don't like playing DK into Phoenix.
I do. There's like this build right now that people do on DK, but just like the. I mean, I don't know if it's very new, but it's, you know, treads, Midas, you scale, you blink, you go Manta Axe, you just get really fat, you kind of split push the waves out.
Yep.
I think it helps them play their draft a bit more in what they want to do, but I think LGD are pretty happy with what they got. Like, you're playing 3 tanks into some Enigma, Phoenix, Lifestealer draft, they all kind of own you when you have high HP. So, I'll be pretty happy from Jawed.
Yeah, me too. I think they kind of have the ease of execution on their side.
Which also means that we're looking at a good test for Falcons, because them making it through MENA qualifiers, making it through Pinnacle Cup. Now this is their first real opponent, I would suppose, on LAN. Let's see how it pans out. And before my caster gets to ask his typical question of the co-caster, I'm going to ask it first. Mike, how the hell are you?
Oh, I'm doing very well, Tsunami. How the hell are you doing,
I'm
sir?
doing lovely, because I'm about to hear you and John cast, and so I'll leave it to you guys for game number 1.
Thank you so much, Tsunami. It is indeed MLP Dota and John X5. Jonathan, we're back in the lovely Kuala Lumpur. How the hell are you feeling, sir?
Doing great. We've got a really exciting series to line us up for here. Of course, Falcons is a team that I think a lot of people have been looking forward to how they perform on a LAN setting up against these international teams. LGD as well, right? There again, there's a bunch of question marks over Emo, fittingly so, and this should be a fun one. I think in terms of the draft, it's looking like a good back and forth. Like again, Phoenix into these tanky heroes doesn't feel too great for Falcons, but Falcons, if they play around that split push, if you can have a good time for Malrine, and you know DK is a very static laner in the sense that he's not going to lose to Alina. So he should still be able to hit some initial timings. How well they can connect in Falcons, I think, is going to be the big factor here for Falcons and kind of trying to uptick that tempo and
Give me a
not fall
prediction,
behind.
Jonathan. If you were to pick a draft for this game number 1, who would you say is favored here in this game 1, John?
I'd probably go towards LGD.
Okay.
I think for all the reasons the panel said, I think it's just a little bit easier when you have that Phoenix on hand up against these tanky cores. You've got the burst to deal with the IO in the back. You've got the front line of your own with the Lifestealer who can also make some saving plays. Right, with the Infest on hand, not that you necessarily have burst anyway here for the side of Falcons, but you do have some form of save as well from LGD. So I think it's a little bit easier to play. As the game scales on as well, you are going to have this big wombo combo with a Supernova and a Black Hole, and a classic stellar combination of physics coming on hand. So there's more, it's a little bit more forgiving for LGD to maybe slow the game down a little bit more.
Well, lane already a bit of a group up here from the side of Falcons. They might run right into Shiro. Shiro can actually break the smoke of Amar. Like they are going to be well aware that Falcons were looking for a very early team fight here against LGD. And of course, LGD just going to move their way back towards the tier 1 mid tower. I suppose if you are LGD, you're not exactly interested in a level 1 team fight with these heroes. You know, it's not exactly a, Enigma's not exactly a level 1 team fight kind of hero that you're expecting here. And well, Falcons, they are going to just retreat and maybe just relocate, see if they can find another angle.
Yeah, just maybe try to force the skirmish out. I'm really curious as to how the lane goes for Neo. I think that's going to be the interesting bit here for LGD. Just Enigma. It's still a really annoying hero. With a Malefice, there's some really good kill threat that can come out with PYW. Oh.
I mean, there's more heroes here. Like, you can't really escape if you're LGD right now. They're going to run right into you. PYW being targeted, but they are going to leave him be. Meanwhile, Skidder now getting stunned up with the Malefice of New. But grenade will land as well. Skidder still running, still getting hit by the Fire Spirits, but looked... the Fire Spirit, it is going to connect, but it's going to be just fine. He'll survive, just barely.
Gonna have to take a little bit of a walk back, but at least has that freebie TP to go back in. Nice little play from Snaking to get just that additional regen with a tether under the tier 2 tower. They do get away with an extra bounty, so you're feeling pretty good here on Falcons. All bounties actually coming out there for Falcons, so you've got a good head start. Taking a look at that bot lane here, you've got Shiro on the Lifestealer and Y on his Phoenix, Amar on his Mars, and Crit on the Weaver. Setting up this lane nicely, already having that preemptive sentry to ensure that Crit can just be annoying in this lane. It's going to be maybe a little bit harder to shove Shiro out once he has a few levels. Like this lane for LGD is very level dependent. Phoenix wants to get up into level 3. Shiro probably wants to hit 3-4 until you start to feel comfier. You are playing into a melee strength hero, so Lifestealer is not going to be that annoyed, but it's still a lot of early burst damage here from Falcons if they find the lineup.
Absolutely. Of course, mid lane, Emo and Maureen going to be going at it. Emo, I mean, the panel said it, John. It's been a while since we've had the pleasure of watching this man in the mid lane. I personally love Emo. You know me, Jonathan. I'm a big fan of this man, but how do you think? Like the Lina versus DK, obviously a very boring static lane, like you mentioned earlier. Does anything happen, John?
Not in particular. You're just sitting there farming. You're going to be clearing the waves on both ends. Maybe you get some good rotations out. And that's where LGD has to step it up. Again, when you pick that Tiny for PYW, you've got the Burst with the Tiny and the Lina. You can make an early rotation, say 4-6 minute water runes, and you can feel kind of good if you find that lineup. So it's mainly on those support rotations onto the mid to break that up.
Because what was that final lane? Of course, top lane, you had Snaking and Skitter going at it here against PYW and Newen. No, Winter has been calling out this offlane Enigma throughout this this group stage, at least for day one, and here it is from New. What are you thinking? Is there an advantage to be had one way or the other here at the top lane?
This is a little bit farmy too. You can get, again, pretty aggressive when you Malefice and line up like this.
Oh, Skitter. Tossback is there. New going to go back and just drag him even further back as Skitter. He's going to be okay, but it's a fair bit of damage being dealt his way.
Yeah, not enough to really threaten. Snaking has his wand, his stick. He has a Fairy Fire. They've got Burst Regen on hand. Lotus Pool control feels really pivotal here for LGD. So you don't want to hand that over to the IO lane. And see how well PYW does control it so far. Finding stable enough farm, it is a little bit easier for Skitter to just free farm. Like that laning pressure from Enigma isn't really shining out. You can't really play too much with the Eidolons as well, just because, well, you've got Flak to play with here.
Yeah, you certainly do. Well, so far, no kills happening across the map. Almost 3 minutes in. You got kind of close top lane, but that was about it. Both sides just more than happy to secure some creeps here. You're seeing mid lane Maureen having a very good time on the Dragon Knight against that Lina. We'll see Emo again, can't really do much about the DK. You've just got to kind of accept the fact that he is going to have a very good mid lane timing as crit. Double couriers his way, very, very nice. Weaver just being very pesky, and I believe there was tangos on one of those couriers, so it's very, very worth for crit to get that done.
A nice little snipe, a little bit of economy going your way. You're not cut off too badly on regen for LGD. Still at least have one tango left. You're eventually going to hit level 3 on Y, so you could try to apply that pressure. But the one thing that is difficult for LGD here, at least in the bot lane, is you can't really look for this as a kill lane. Even if you have that damage, you don't have the control. So even if crit's a little bit softer, you've got the sentries on, he's still going to be able to just poke the backline, make it maybe a little bit more uncomfy for Y to consider his position and consider his HP usage for harassment here.
I mean, it seems like ATF and Crit are very happy. Just look at the damage ATF deals. That Rebuke is... I mean, Shiro obviously farming extremely well on the Lifestealer, just again, just trading a lot of farm here between these two teams. But a 2k advantage has been established by Falcons. See a lot of that gold coming from the mid lane for the DK, and of course the Gyrocopter as well having an extremely good time as Shiro. Take a bit of damage on the way out. In fact, he could be in danger. Blood Grenade is going to land. Shiro still trying to run, but Crit going to chase him down along with ATF. They will secure First Blood.
Yeah, just no way to cut off that chase. But again, very durable, no Sunray up.
Oh, top lane Snaking. He's got no tether available. He just used it. Very, very good timing from PYW, just jumping in as soon as he saw that, and a nice easy kill to go the way of LGD now.
And kill threats are coming out in both side lanes. It's really off lanes with a little bit more control or kill threat on both sides. You still feel really good in Falcons. You can find a First Blood, you're slowing down Lifestealer. And that's a little bit of a risk if the Lifestealer falls behind. He kind of wants to get some early timings. You want to play aggressive. You kind of want to tie in with, say, your tiny blink timing if possible, and just start to connect from there. So we'll see how well Sheer can kind of hold this lane. He's still doing fine in CS. He's not lagging too far behind, but when you compare that to a Gyrocopter, even though the lead isn't massive, we know how fast the Gyro can farm with a Flak Cannon up and running.
Bottom lane again, Shiro. He get jumped here by ATF. Slow is there. Shiro still just trying to get out of there, but Crit is chasing him down along with ATF. Both heroes now dropping extremely low. ATF has a spear available. He'll chuck it out, but misses the snipe. Shiro barely avoiding it, but I bet he felt the win on the backside there.
That he did. Still, again, not too much sustain left. Shared tango only. It's rough right now for LGD down bot. Again, this is going to kind of exponentially increase in difference once you have this Gyrocopter in a very comfy time to farm. Lifestealer just doesn't farm at the same pace. So I don't think they're doing enough to slow down top in relation to how slow Shiro's lane is going down bot.
Absolutely not right now, they don't. PYW Top lane looking to loop around, see if he can find himself a target, and he has found Skitter. Skitter looking for a toss back here from PYW. We'll get to New. New setting up perfectly. Is now Skitter. Really has nowhere to go. He'll try to run towards the tier 1 top tower. Does have stick charges and now snaking. Barely saving the day is Skitter. Gonna try to turn. YU Smile is gone. In comes Crit now looking at New. I mean, he's gonna get the beetle placed on him, and he is just as good as dead. Very good timing there from Snaking and Crit to really save the life of Skitter.
Now, I like the idea from LGD. They know that they have to kind of slow down this gyrocopter. They don't see the IO. They feel like it's a free movement up, but the response from Falcons, very timely. And again, you've built up your stick charges. It doesn't feel great. They might have been able to get more if you managed to get some movement out as well from Emo, but he can't leave mid. You've got the Dragon form up. You've got the slow shove coming in from Malrine, so they take advantage of that. Tie in the mid.
Crit! Oh, he's trying, but he can't quite get it. You does get the click, and well, PYW obviously with the Avalanche going to ensure that Crit really had no chance in taking the Wisdom Rune away. They will still have their own Wisdom Rune to go back to, though. Nobody from LGD trying to snipe the one of Falcons is now snaking. He chased, but does get a very nice tether back towards Skitter. They'll know that the rotations are there, so LGD, while they do secure their Wisdom Rune, aren't really going to find too much else out of this rotation.
Not too much. And they lose their top tower as well, so the map's opening a little bit more for Falcons to feel secure in their forward top jungle. Again, you've got this free space down mid for Malrine, who he's had a phenomenal time on the DK top in CS. He's had a free shove in with his first use of Elder Dragon form. Quarter HP down on the mid. Could try to go for it again, keeping Emo tied in as much as possible on that mid lane, preventing any rotations out, or preventing any rotations from coming in as well, which is what the panel was looking at. They wanted to see that aggression coming in from PYW on the mid rotation. Hasn't lined up at all.
Yeah, it certainly hasn't. And you've got to give props to Malrine. Like, it might be a hero advantage he has going his way, but he has put a lot of pressure on Emo here in this mid lane. And now the fight comes for the 8-minute power runes. Crit gonna miss out on that, but does go straight after Emo, forcing the avalanche early from PYW, but that's gonna be more than enough to allow his mid laner to get away. But now Malrine, he has the mid tier 1 tower just opened up for him. It's just kind of the thing, like, how do you defend against this?
You don't have enough just yet in LGD. They've dragged the numbers in. You're a long way off from finding like level 6 spikes on your supports, especially for Y.
Another one. News coming in now. Snake King. I mean, he might be the sacrificial lamb. They're going to try and make the jump onto the IO, but I mean, for 4 heroes to rotate, I think Snaking is more than okay with dying here.
Oh, he definitely is. Look at the space on the map. Free top lane for Skitter to farm in. They've still done substantial damage on that mid-tier 1, down to less than half HP.
Yeah.
Everything's kind of lining up for Falcons early on, even in the kill board, but 5k lead built up from all these small wins on economy.
And even the rotations down towards the bottom side, like, there's plenty of vision to scout this out thanks to Crit. Emo around the corner. Crit just, continuing to be a bit of a nuisance with his own positioning as LGD just not able to really get any kind of surprise off. Shiro, meanwhile, bottom lane going to cop a spear from ATF, but looks like they're more than happy to just keep the farm game going. If you are LGD, you're kind of playing catch-up now, already 5k net worth behind. Crit even just sticking around the lane and just maybe getting a little bit of XP his way. I think Malrine looking towards that mid-tier 1 tower once again, and here we go. I mean, Dragon Form popped, just hit the tier 1 tower. Do you want to defend LGD? I mean, they are trying, but with 2 heroes there's just no chance.
Yeah, nah.
Nice
they do
deny.
get the deny, at the
Nice
very
deny.
least. Yeah, it's a nice little pickup, but again, the map space is growing for the side of Falcons, and again, it's just the way they're playing around the map, applying pressure where they can, giving free space out for Skitter to just free farm. Even Amar's not threatened, while he's just playing basically solo down bot. Lifestealer can't really do anything about that. Everyone's tied up on the side of LGD. Again, we talked about this early in the lane, but this...
Crit.
Oh.
Nice toss back onto YU Smile, but Crit is a weaver. He'll go for a run. Sakuchi back up in 5.
Oh.
Light Ray juked out as well, forcing the Laguna. And now, I thought that was about to be a deny from that Wild Wing Ripper, but not quite. Emo barely able to secure the kill. Again, Crit just on this weaver, just causing so much havoc here for LGD.
It's such a massive nuisance, forcing the early carrying of dust sentries to just ensure that they're safe, forcing this huge movement out just for the support weaver. It's just not achieving anything on the map. It's a nice pickup to find, but it's not enough to offset this start. And Falcons, again, there's just nothing stopping this kind of playstyle. Amar is just holding his lane. You're not managing to match that farm on Shiro, even though he's not being threatened out. You do have, again, level 6s are somewhat lining up. Maybe you reach this point where you hit the egg, you hit perhaps the BKB timing for new. That's when you can start to be a little bit more comfy. Try to aim for at least a 2-man black hole, or even just one on a slippery hero. You can build off of that. The bigger thing is maybe something like the Blink for PYW. That is also something like they just don't have a very easy way of starting these fights. Whereas for Falcons, it's just Shukuchi in.
Nice Icarus dive away, but Crit is right behind him. They want to try and make the jump in. It seems like they will. Y can do nothing about it. And in comes Skidder now. Shiro, he's in pretty big danger. He'll go for the Infest play away, but the arena is down, and ATF is not going to allow him to get away, though Shiro does rage to run, but Crit is just keeping up all the vision. Gets the blood grenade. Shiro, he's just got no gameplay. Look, what do you do, Falcons? They're just rotating so effectively across the map. In LGD, they are just finding nothing for their trouble.
That they aren't. And they're playing to their tempo really well on the side of Falcons. They understand that LGD just went off on slower lanes, have to wait for these item timings, have to wait for these level spikes.
Oh, ATF, he's found another one. He's got the Enigma now, New. Gonna go for a bit of a run, but in comes Skidder and Snaking running right towards New as the hands are up. ATF will wave him goodbye. And it just keeps getting worse and worse. Now 4-6, but more importantly, a 7K advantage 12 minutes in. That's a problem.
That's a problem. It's a massive lead for Falcons early. They've lost all their tier 1s in LGD. Again, it's just an issue of map control. You're playing up against an IO Gyro, an IO DK. They can be anywhere on the map. They're farming insanely well on pretty much all of their cores right now on the side of Falcons. And LGD just hasn't been able to exert that effort. You know, again, just no rotations onto mid. They're stuck in the side lanes. They'll try for a smoke out now. If they find a much more substantial pickoff, it would be nice, but all they see is Crit.
All they see is Crit. Now, PYW is going to try. He'll rotate past the mid-river. Crit still hanging around that area, but it's not an easy target. It is a Weaver after all. They are still going to try and loop around and get him, and they have got the Laguna out, so PYW able to set up nicely against the Crit Weaver. In fact, I believe that may have been the Light Striker A landing first. There you go. They do get something, but here comes Falcon's top lane. New in trouble. Jump is there from ATF. They've got the spear out, and that's a much better kill.
And just like that, just in the snap, New disappears, and again, it's just this timing from Falcons. They get this blink on Amar. He's just all over the place. They have that easy initiation, which is again, something that LGD kind of lacks. You have the blink being queued up now here on PYW. A while ago, who's kind of trying for phase boots, realizes the blink is a necessity in this game. They've also got, you know, Supernova and Black Hole ready. The issue is I don't see an easy way for them to connect both of the spells at this moment. Until that BKB's up on you, your combo is not going to go off in its full potential just yet.
Oh, bottom lane, they might run into somebody here. What's that?
Oh.
Got somebody. It looks like
PYW?
PYW does get caught out on the Tiny here down at bottom lane, but barely running. The Beetle's still giving the vision, though, and Crit just gets the kill. In fact, it was Malrine. Just the DPS over time, just getting it done.
Yeah, just caught him out, and that's a big hero to stall out. Again, that blink timing, every single second it's not there, it feels really hard for LGD. They have managed to let Shiro farm into the Midas, so he's got some recovery farm built in. He's going for the armlet next. There can be some plays that start to come in. It feels like it's hanging on this blink for Tiny. It's hanging on this BKB for their Enigma. And as long as they don't lose tier 2s, I think that's kind of your goal now on LGD. Prevent Falcons from taking more of the map away from you. Hug what you can. Hold what you can defend here for LGD, and just try to build back into the point where this strong team fight that you've drafted for yourself can finally kick in. And, you know, it's in the draft here for LGD where, again, you need levels. Like, this Phoenix needs a lot of levels to start to melt these strength cores. Sunray's still stuck at level 1. It's going to be a while until you can really put a dent in this sustain that Falcons has.
Absolutely. It's a bit of a timing-based kind of game here for LGD. Just drag this out as long as possible. Are going to get scouted by PYW. They'll go for the Avalanche and the toss combination. ATF going to drop the arena here, trying to defensively get the hell out as the Laguna is there, but ATF, he just casually walks out. No problem.
And gets a really good spot to block off the patting, so it's a good move. It's just not good enough. You know, Omar's just happy to rotate back through the gate, go back to farm. They've got Roche control now as well, which doesn't take too long when you've got the Weaver bugs around, even at the value point, and they'll just get that done. So they dodge the gank, they force out the Laguna, they force all of this movement and just go across and take another objective. they've got to be able to hold.
Smile. I mean, he could be a real hero here this Phoenix. If you can time this right, why, this could be a real big deal for LGD. In fact, they kind of need it to happen. Y's going to stick around. We'll see how well he can play the guessing game. Falcons still going. Fire Spirits are there, but no. He won't throw any out. He's got no vision. Y, at the very least, does save himself.
Yeah, he tries for it at the very least, knows the information's there. They've got the wards to spot that movement across, but it's scary. This is the moment where Falcons with the Aegis can start to look for those tier 2s, can start to knock on the high ground and really shrink down that map. And you still need a lot of catch-up for him here. The core difference is just massive. You know, your highest farm is on Emo, 6.9k, about a good 1.4 behind. It's not a great feeling for LGD, lacking that burst play that we were expecting, lacking that counter sustain that we were looking for, that massive team fight. Falcons, they've got the itemization already up and running. They've got that full Ags up on Skitter along with Crystallis. He's got a lot of output. You've got that same build Kezu was mentioning on the DK, going for the Mantis style on Malorine with the Blink up, has the Midas up. So they're really playing their tempo well here in Falcons, and it's down to LGD. They've got to weather the storm until they have their own tools, until that BKB's up at the very least.
Here we go, Falcons. Bottom tier 2 tower is now being targeted. PYW was around, but just leaves the area, realizing he cannot do anything by himself. Falcons, they're going to get away with a very early tier 2 tower by the looks of it. Left will be forced, but Skitter is not retreating. He wants to keep going. In top lane, they do have the option for ATF, but ATF's the one to jump in. Why? He's the one to get caught, and is there any help coming? Well, ATF's going to leave. It's not about the kill, John. It's about sending a message.
Yeah, too low on mana, Soul Ring on cooldown, so couldn't quite go for the burst play. Couldn't go for the right-click sider with the Fire Spirits running.
Unfortunate.
But he is holding the Mac. Like that slows down this movement onto the tier 1. That frees up that movement for the tier 2 bot. All of LGD is basically hanging around top. Tier 2 mid now is clear for them to keep pushing in. Like there's no answer for this tempo coming out from Falcons. It's all just trying to prevent the bleeding on LGD, but they can't fight back just yet. Although TPs are coming in at least.
Tier 2 mid tower is a bit of a bigger deal, I'd argue here, and LGD just kind of accepting that they cannot allow this to go the way of Falcons for free. They'll rotate, but Falcons more than happy with what they see. Plenty of rotations happening here into the mid lane, so they just retreat. You know, this is just all wasted time for LGD. They're just stuck waiting around this area. Look at Crit. What's Crit up to? He's just messing with them now. In comes PYW. Does get the avalanche into the toss back and Crit. He does get the time lapse, but they'll land the light strike array. Crit. It's just demoralizing to watch them. Like, you've got 4 heroes around to support Weaver, and now Shiro. Not Shiro! He gets infested, but Shiro, he'll run. But he's down. God. The armlet toggle not going to work out for him. Is now News in trouble. Skitter just getting tossed right in, but he won't mind. Willie, the egg is down, but they've lost New. They've lost the Phoenix as well, and it seems like Falcons may have just made LGD lose this game because it's looking a little bit too one-sided.
That it is. They chase so far for the Weaver. They lack the Laguna for burst on the follow-up, and it's just too much commitment for that Weaver. That's been the first game. Amar!
Hey, ATF, you gotta calm down, sir. I mean, he's got his BKB up, but ATF's looking a little bit too cocky here, John.
You know, that's just how Amar plays. When he's ahead, he wants to be further ahead. Wants to try to keep them down here in LGD, but these racks are certainly falling down. They do still have the tier 2 standing on mid and top, so at the very least, Mega Creeps for secondary racks isn't a possibility just yet. But again, it's still the waiting game for LGD. They're dropping egg. We haven't seen a black hole from New just yet. And, you know, he had a decent lane. We saw some lane kills. The laning pressure was there from the Enigma. But that teamfight contribution you're looking for as it scales up, it's not quite there, as we can see again in this replay.
Yeah, it was a rough team fight. Like, they tossed Skitter in. PYW trying to get something for his team, but Skitter, I think, just accepted it. Thank you very much for the free ride, and just cleans up. It's just so tough as now New getting caught by ATF. I mean, you've got the black hole if you want to throw it out, but you know, New's just going to run. He's going to try to run as ATF. He'll keep the chase up here with Snaking. They've got the homing missile. I mean, New, I suppose at the very least, is buying his team a little bit of time, but it's going to be another kill to go the way of the offlane Mars. Looks like maybe now they just go right after the Tormentor on the Radiant side. PYW could stick around, see if he can snipe himself a target, but doesn't seem like that's going to quite happen.
Yep. Nice little shard as well for Crit to find. So a little bit more coming out with that Shukuchi with the marks. And yeah, I mean, 6-13, 20k lead for Falcons. The one thing LGD has, again, is this high ground threat. Is this black hole that will eventually come out. They've almost got the BKB gold up for New, and he's got it now. So they can try for something. They've got to make something happen on that next knock Falcon gives them.
Mid lane. PYW will just retreat. Would still get caught out though, like they are wrapping. ATF, yeah, we know this guy just does not get intimidated by anyone. He's always going to go for the jump. Look, just look at this! New forced the BKB up. Here comes the cavalry. Black Hole is committed though. New, he might have turned this one around. They're going to try for snaking on the IO, but no! Oh, snaking, he finally goes down. But what is it going to cost LGD? It seems like the price is going to be high here, John, as Falcons. They will continue the chase. They'll at least finish off the range racks, but it's a 2-for-1 trade. I mean, you lost your IO, but who cares?
I mean, that's a massive commitment from LGD. It looked like a good turn from you, but that means on his respawn, no black hole. That means you're relying fully on the Supernova to try to turn things around. They forced the buyback out from PYW, so Falcons will show some respect, but without the threat of black hole for all that time, for at least 2 minutes, it's scary. Great patience from you, just not enough.
Certainly not enough. I mean, even the Laguna Blade coming out and snaking, but he just survives a little bit longer and just forces Shura to focus him down throughout this engagement. And it's just, once you've got the IO, it's like, okay, we got something, but it seems like we need to get the hell out.
Evo had to kill that IO with a right click. So I think he walked back. That gave enough time for snaking to use his mech right before he died.
Right.
Which was just enough regen for them to withstand that storm. Like, he had to find that kill. I get the confidence with the Laguna. It's just again, not enough. You're not doing enough damage. You don't have your Ags on this Lina, which we saw was an issue as well in other games. When Lina doesn't have that Ags, you're not flying around, you don't have that as spell amplification on hand. It's just not as menacing as it should be. And that timing for Emo does feel pretty late. It's coming up. He's only about 170 gold away, so
it's coming.
There is going to be play. Again, all of these things are slowly lining up for LGD, but they've lost so much of the map. Just way too much to try to hold back Falcons.
We'll see if this Axe does change the game here from Emo. Does officially now buy out the Blade of Alacrity, so it's on the way. They need every little bit of damage that they can get here on the side of LGD, and well, there you go. Axe now up. Still a 23k advantage the way of Falcons, which, you know, it's a pretty tough time here for LGD, that's for sure. As Falcons now taking the Radiant Triangle away. Satanic fully completed on Skitter, which makes life even harder. You know, like, you focus the IO, but now he's got a Satanic.
Yep. I mean, even if you stun this guy up, the side gunner will give a little bit of value healing, especially if you manage to pop that Satanic right before something like the Black Hole comes out. So looking for the burst play onto Skitter is just that much harder. All outer towers gone for LGD. It's difficult for them to try to take Roche control as well. By the respawn timer, it does look like it will be a nighttime spawn up north for Falcons to seek out if they want to wait for that timer. And they've got the full Ags up in Malrine. Like this, it's difficult to see this turnaround. Like, it has to be perfect execution from LGD. It's got to be this really nice Black Hole onto at least 2 with the egg this time around, and with instant burst onto the IO while that control is there.
It does feel like there is a lot of pressure on you, that's for sure. You kind of, the game is in his hands at the moment. You could make the argument perhaps PYW could also kind of set up nicely with the Avalanche Toss on a single target, but we've seen him do that quite a few times now, and generally they just struggle with the target he throws to them. So we'll see as they do smoke up. A 5-man smoke here from LGD. The Infest is there onto PYW. They will run somewhat towards Falcons, but Falcons are just hanging around their own dire triangle now. And it seems like LGD, they will decide to go through the Twin Gates instead. If there is a target top lane, they're going to find Crit perhaps for Crit. He's a slippery man though. No, they found Skitter. BKB pop. Skitter, he's going to man up. Black Hole is there. They do at least find snaking, but can they do it? Skitter, he's just giga chatting it up. They cannot get the damage out. Shiro is gone. So is Emo in the back. Genius call.
Oh my god. I mean, that was just the worst timing you could ask for.
What a mess.
From LGD. They see the TP in, they feel like they can burst him down. With the Satanic up and the side gunner, it's just too much sustain coming in. They commit everything again right on top of that IO and Gyro, and sure, they find snaking. It doesn't matter. With a Satanic, he's self-sufficient. He doesn't need the support help at that point. And again, Falcons played perfectly. The laning phase was spectacular. Malrine actually kind of bullied out Emo this time around in a lane that's usually static. He managed to really prevent Emo from getting anything. Like, the side lanes were so holed up that Emo couldn't go for that burst play with the potential rotation from PYW. It never came there, just because they were so tied in to trying to help Mew up top, and it just cut off this timing that LGD needed to build up on. That fast travels into Ags for the Lina, that faster blink timing for the Tiny just never came about.
Absolutely. Well, look, we are going to have to throw back to our panel, see what they have to say about this game number 1.
What a debut performance on international LAN from Team Falcons, going up against LGD and taking them to school. What a performance. I dare say, Kazu, it reminds me of some teams of yore, perhaps.
I mean, you know, I think that Falcons have the potential to be like the old OG.
Whoa!
You know,
how
Malrine,
old are we talking?
Malrine reminds me of Miracle.
Oh!
Look at the letters in the name.
I'm looking at
Do
them.
the math.
I'm changing the N to a C.
You
and
changed one letter.
I'm bat
and it's
chesting right
Miracle.
now.
No, just like this team is very good. Like this game, the way they won is just straight up a skill diff. They got 4 bounty runes, they destroy them in the lane, they make no mistakes, they play clean and simple. You were a hater about the Mars, I was a little bit too, but this is why they can pick Mars.
Ease of execution for the Dire team, not the
That's
Radiant.
not what you said. You did not say that originally. You said it was going to be for LGD, and I was on board with it because it's typical team fight. You have an Enigma, you have a Phoenix, so team fight ultimates are covered. Lina is proving to be a pretty strong mid, although apparently not against DK, because DK was just going to town. And then they picked the Lifestealer knowing the lane that he was going to go into.
If you can't play the lane, you can't play the game. You know, that's basically what happened. They just got dumpstered too hard in the lane. And I was kind of surprised with the Lifestealer lane going that badly, you know. Maybe it has something to do with the Weaver just being a Weaver in the lane. You can't do much as a Phoenix against a Weaver, so you just get bullied as the Lifestealer. But I did not expect the lane to go that bad. Maybe if you get 4 bounty runes, sure, you know, the lane go slightly worse for you, but not to that extent.
No.
See, this is why it's fake. You play against these other Mars players, you're like, wow, this hero's so bad. And all the people who keep saying X hero is unpickable, it's wrong. This guy, no one plays Mars. This guy picks Mars, you're telling me he dumpsters them this hard, the hero's unplayable? I don't believe it.
No, he's a mid player.
Who's a mid player?
No one.
I don't get it.
No one.
Okay, mute his mic. Mute his mic.
Yeah, especially since we were also cautious. We missed an amazing high five moment. Can you do it again for me?
Okay.
Beautiful. Especially because you picked it blind. We did not know what carry he was going to be going into, and you'd think one of the better ones would be the Lifestealer. But then, yeah, we'll have to see if maybe Weaver changes the equation too much. It was the first pick from Falcons, so they value it quite well. And boy, it really felt good to see Crit doing work. This was a return to form.
I mean, the thing is, I would just say that they played like fairly clean. Sure, it starts with the bounties and the lanes and kind of transitions, but if the 3 cores didn't have a single death, all the deaths are only on the supports because they're kind of getting vision, they're making sure they're not dying, they cleanly take the mid tower, just get all the farm on them. It was just like a very clean win, I think, from start to finish, and seeing that from a new team is honestly pretty impressive. There's usually some throws happen here, one guy gets like, you know, too happy about the game, oh, let's dive them in the base. Nope, clean. Chill, very nice.
Yeah, it's very good for team morale when you start off a tournament like this. And for LGD, you have to be scratching your head on what actually happened. You go back to the replay and, oh, my Lifestealer actually has 3 gauntlets, 1 boots, Quelling Blade at what, minute 6, minute 7.
I mean, that was not the plan for him, though. He ideally wanted to have some bracers.
And you're asking him, bro, you had 18 pick, bro. Come on, bro.
Yeah, something didn't go according to plan.
No, it didn't. And I think of what I'm most impressed about with Falcons is also Malrine is the least tested of them on a competitive field. And so if someone was to make mistakes, hypothetically, it would be the young mid player. But he was disciplined. He played DK. No one likes playing DK.
He plays DK. He played DK. What can you do wrong as a DK, you know? Like, you're going to just sit in
Well, you were skeptical about the skill build.
Yes, I was skeptical about the skill build, but I'm not a mid player, so I don't understand why DK was good at the game. But after looking at the game, yeah, sure. You just take over the map and you are like an immobile object. You just sit there, you farm, you buy a Midas, you don't even level your stun. You're like, killing heroes? I just want to kill creeps.
Kill towers also.
It's kind of good because if sometimes what you want to do in Dota is you want to do the right thing to not bait yourself to do the stupid thing. And the explanation will follow now. You don't skill stun because you can't kill the Lina anyway. You have some IO who doesn't give you damage. You have Weaver, you want to sit in the lane.
He sounds like a type that took Gush at level 1 for a first blood kill and walks back to lane. Oh my god, I have Gush.
Yeah, I don't want that shit. I want to keep a good game for myself. It's true.
Don't bait yourself into mistakes.
Exactly.
Be disciplined about things. Let's take a look at our Acer Predator head-to-head for this game number 1. We're taking a look at the offlaners. ATF going up against New. Which, the one good thing that Enigma was going to do is that Midnight Pulse should have been amazing, because it was a bunch of tanky cores. It was a Gyrocopter, a DK, and a Mars. And so I'm not surprised that New ends up doing more damage. But even with a Midas, he had a lower GPM.
Yeah, but do you think he should have just prioritized getting a Vessel that game, since it's kind of hard for your support to get a Vessel and you're up against so many tanky heroes and IO?
It could help, maybe instead of like doing the slow game that it felt like you were just going to lose anyway. So I would have liked the adaptation.
Yeah, but at least I felt like it would have given them a little bit of a chance to come back, you know, like you get a key kill.
I'm agreeing with you. I think he should have done that.
After the Midas? Before the Midas?
Before the Midas. Screw the Midas.
And then Phoenix gets the Midas.
Yeah.
Now we're
yeah,
talking.
Winter was saying they should have gotten 5 Midases, but I think the Vessel would have been good.
Yeah.
Just to because sometimes you need to make a switch up and like change the pace the game will take. Because you buy a couple Midases, you're just losing.
It's hard. Like when you go into a game and you have like a build in your mind and the game's going badly, but you're not really sure how bad the game is going, so you didn't adapt.
That's why your lifestyle needs to let you know. The bot lane, it's no bueno, guys. Help.
Yeah, but the thing with carry players is they don't ever let you know. They will tell you, no, I'm fine. I'm fine.
Going good.
I'm fine.
It's a great badge of shame if you're like, guys, I'm not having a good time with
true.
this 18th pick that you let me have.
Yeah, instead of saying like it's not going well, you just tell... You click him. Help me. Pull. Are you gonna pull? Give me tangles.
So usually one that I hear is the support's like, just leave my lane. You're not helping me. You're not doing anything. Just leave.
Yeah.
And then they.
It's also like it's some like indirect passive aggressive.
Oh, yeah, definitely. It's not passive aggressive. It's aggressive aggressive.
I think here it should be a little bit different.
Sure.
So the lesson is never lose your lane.
That's a good lesson.
Maybe one way they can do that is by dedicating a third ban to ATF, because previously LGD banned out the Slardar, the Razor, and then they banned out
No,
Chat.
Neil. It's not about the bans. Just get good.
Skill issue?
Yeah.
Man, this guy's giving some good advice. I hope you're listening.
Wait,
what was it? Get good and win your lanes.
Dota's just that simple.
Yeah, if you pick Phoenix, you're not winning your lane.
You know, Winter was right about the first pick Phoenix.
He was, in that he was very skeptical that he does not want support Phoenix first phase.
No, I do think like if you go into the next game, because this game I would say they didn't even get to play the game. Like, not really.
Yeah, it's a very different concept. Like, my philosophy right now with how the game is being played is you need to pick the supports that are very strong so they can enable your cores to be any hero, you know. So if you pick a hero like Phoenix, it kind of feels like your cores need to be like maybe some Wraith King, Chaos Knight to enable you. And this game in particular, I think Lifesteal is not that type of hero, but I initially felt like the Lifesteal would have had a very good matchup against the Mars. But since it's not a good matchup anymore, then maybe you should try to prioritize picking supports that are much better in the lane.
Because I think they just want to get off with like a game where they actually get to play, which means like solid lanes that are just, even if you get counterpicked, you can play and talk about the bounty runes so you don't give up 4. Because literally at 3 minutes in the game, it's a 2k gold lead.
Yeah.
And it doesn't matter who you are, 2k gold lead at 3 minutes is kind of disgusting.
Yep. And it only went downhill from there, but LGD will have some opportunities to repair themselves in this 2-game series. So we're going to hop to a quick break, and when we come back, it's going to be game number 2 of Team Falcons versus LGD.
finish line. 'Cause you're never gonna stop me trying. What's real is never gonna die. So take me to the finish line. Take me to the finish line. So take me to the finish line. 'Cause what's real is never gonna die. Yeah, you're never gonna stop me trying. So take me to the finish line. Take me to the finish line. Take me home.
I've been shot down, I've been hurt, I've been left down in the dirt. I've been lied to, I've been cheated, but I'm never coming to my knees. Tried to lock me in. They tried to lock me down, but I ain't never given up. I ain't never given up. I ain't never given up. I ain't never given up.
It's time for game number 2 of Team Falcons against LGD, where we are watching the rebirth of some of Europe's favorite rosters, except happening now in the MENA region. The old 2016 OG reborn, of course with Crit at the foundation.
There you go.
So the roots are still there, and now Falcons are carrying the torch.
You know, Crit is still there. You've got the old men in snaking, you know, with the knowledge.
Okay.
Just like back in the days. You have Miracle reborn as this man right here, Malreen in the mid lane. This team is going to be good. You know, you're joking about it now, but just watch it. Watch and wait, bro.
ATF and Moon Meander were also cut from the same cloth. They're crazy.
Yep, grand finals. They're going to be there. Calling it now.
Yeah, I mean, they clearly understand a lot of like the small little details that, at least for me, that I'm missing when I'm looking at the draft. I'm not considering like the small little things like the Weaver and the Mars in the lane, how well they can actually work with each other. And usually at this level, the small little things are just going to change the face of the game.
Well, at this point, at least one of the tricks has been revealed, and like I had said in the previous draft, Mars was Amar's most picked hero during Pinnacle Cup. And so maybe let the Razor go through this time and stick to banning the Slardar and the Mars, And then also they also did the last ban of Chen, which was Snaking's most played hero during Pinnacle Cup.
I'm kind of thinking of picking a pos 5 lane bully against Ama. I think you need to shut him down. You can't give him like a good start. Like I would be thinking of heroes like Treant Protectors, for example, or something like an Ogre. I mean, Undying is not exactly in the meta.
Is Treant still relevant these days?
He's not as great as before, but it can be played in the right game.
Decent hero, I'll say.
Like you want to play him with like a Moeta carry or a Luna carry, for example.
No, I can kind of get with that idea, right? Like some maybe Luna dual lane, maybe even some Ogre, like you were saying, just to like kind of I think slow down the tempo, because I think Crit also as a player, we've touched on it before, is a good laner, but if he's allowed to like do good in his lane and also move, while Amar's having a good lane, I feel like that has to be like the #1 recipe of success for Falcon. So if you play against them, that's like one thing you should look to shut down. So I like that point.
Yeah, don't let Crit leave.
Yeah, force this dog to stay.
I mean, it's
in
more
his
about
lane.
don't let Amar farm. So Crit has to help him.
True. Weaver out, but they banned the Weaver. Why would they do that?
Yeah,
I don't
Mr.
know.
Winter.
They value the hero highly. Wait, they didn't want the enemy to first pick it.
Yeah.
I mean, Weaver's very annoying if you can flex the hero. Oh my god.
Now LGD double gamed them. You know, they were gonna first pick the Weaver, but now that Falcons banned it, now Zhao 8, of course, being the big brain, I still believe. Now he's like, now I can pick Phoenix because now you can't pick Weaver. So now he's still looking like he doesn't know what I'm saying.
I'm
but
very skeptical about this. I don't think Weaver was Phoenix's problem.
Oh, he was. He was.
I mean, it was one of many problems.
He was the most
It all
important
starts in
part-
the lane. He
most
was
important problem.
Were you
even
said that
watching
you-
the game?
You said you wanted a support that can bully. Are you saying that
Yeah, not
Phoenix was only allowed to bully, was not allowed to bully just because of Weaver?
Yeah, and Phoenix is by itself a weaker laner.
That's
in
what I'm
general.
saying. Yeah, Phoenix is a weak laner. Therefore, if you're first picking it, you're still not going to be able to bully this Mars that Falcon has now picked.
Yeah, that's why I said like Treant, Undying, Ogre.
Oh, so
that
we're
is
on the
true,
same page.
but
So Kazu,
no,
Kazu's
I'm just
wilded
saying,
out over
no,
here.
I'm just saying Zhao 8, he knows what he's doing.
Enchantress, maybe, you know?
No.
Yeah.
Guys, start believing. He was gonna pick Weaver, but then they banned it. He's like, now that they did this, now I can pick my Phoenix. They'll make it work. Just watch. They're gonna change the carry.
And then you know what Amar says? Oh, their pos 5 is the weak hero. Just give me Mars again.
But then they're like, I'm just gonna play Phoenix in the off lane. Now what, huh?
Okay.
Gotcha.
I mean, I think that's a step in the right direction.
There we go.
I don't know if it's going to happen.
I'm glad we've got that.
Okay, so
cleared up.
tell me this: when is a good game for a Phoenix offlaner, Kazu?
Like as a straight up to play it as a core.
Yeah.
I think you need to be able to play it like you need a pos 4 that goes in for you, and you need to be able to free farm in the lane. And then just on top of that, let it be a good egg game, and that's it.
So you need a lot of things.
It does, yes, you need a lot of requirements, which is why you don't see offlane Phoenix very often.
I mean,
You
last
also
time-
need a core player that wants to play offlane Phoenix, which you also don't have very often. It's not easy.
Okay, so they ban out. So they are banning out all the dispels, Enchantress, Shadow Demon. Okay, so I mean, Enchantress, I get it. You know, it's still a very, very strong hero. But why would you feel like they would be removing the Shadow Demon here? Necroforce, maybe? They want
I'm
Necroforce.
not too sure, but it must have to do, yeah, obviously with some of their next picks. And even then, I don't think it's for like some Spur Breaker. Spur Breaker against Mars is not a good matchup because you don't go through the arena.
You
just
bang
get
on the
stuck.
wall.
Exactly. So I'm not sure if there's something else. Like maybe, yeah, you know, it could be some Necro Phoenix. Sunray has always been very good with Necrophos. Other than that, I don't know if there's something that I'm straight up missing.
Yeah. Kind of weird.
I mean, Falcons have to... They need to open up the next phase. So it's going to be very likely just their crit hero again, because you know that at least one of the supports is your Phoenix. I mean, and I don't think Falcons have ever flexed Mars. It's just straight up a Mar hero.
Do you think like a Venge can be like a good replacement for the Weaver, for the minus armor for the lane?
They didn't use Swarm during the lane, though. He was just
he
Shakuchiing.
kind of did at level 4, yeah. He got it at level 4.
Yeah, at level 4, things are pretty far gone for that life stealer, though.
Okay, so if we are going back to their blueprint in the previous game, they're just picking like a position 4 that's really strong in the lane. So Dark Willow comes to mind.
Tusk.
Tusk is like you double melee, you know?
That's true.
And
I'm okay
you don't
with,
want to play Tusk into Phoenix.
I'm okay with Dark Willow. Also an old hero that apparently is unpickable as a support is Snapfire. I think Snapfire should be playable. You
Yeah.
play it into Phoenix. You have Mars Arena.
Mm-hmm.
Can't be that bad.
Wow. Wowzer.
I'm just saying.
I'm taking you out for dessert after this.
Ooh, baby.
You deserve it.
Holy snap. See, they know. They're just like, you know, Centaur, Lion. I'm not even going to make an analysis. It's Zhao Wei, guys. We're all doubting him, but this man, he's got the biggest brain of everyone here.
You're just saying that, but you're not justifying any of the
Centaur
picks.
is like the most stable offlaner right now. I
Yeah,
think
I like
that
Centaur.
you can just pick the hero. I think the hero does a lot for your team, and especially when you have supports like Lion, Phoenix, which are really weak, and they need the core to stand up and give you some time to get your dagger and win your lane. I think Centaur's the right man for it. But we see Lifestealer again, so but not for LGD, for Falcons. They're trying to tell LGD this is how you play the Lifestealer. This is how you win with the Lifestealer.
Let me show you.
This Phoenix is going to have an awful time between
I mean,
Rage and Shredder.
you're first picking Phoenix. What do you expect? You know.
Well, according to
That is
Kazuo,
true.
Xiaowei
Relax.
has a gigantic brain to justify it.
He will figure it out. But of course, if you're gonna first pick a hero, it will get countered to some capacity. Thank you guys. Very smart, of course, from both of you. But he's here.
Your boy!
Skeleton Zuckerman. He made it into the game.
Okay, what's he doing here?
He's making Lion do nothing in the game.
He's just clicking people in the lane. That's like the most annoying part about Pugna is that he's fast. He has like the highest attack range ever. And like he just makes your carry have free farm. And then the problem is with now that you have the twin gates, he just goes into the twin gate with the stupid blood grenade, and now he helps your other lane as well. So after owning the safe lane, it like starts kind of just developing all over the map.
Is he allowed to leave a Centaur alone though? Because I would feel, for however fast you are, Centaur probably doesn't care that much about
Lifestealer enables that because Lifestealer
That's true.
doesn't need the Pugna in the lane. I think it's pretty important that whenever you have this kind of like very level dependent supports and greedier on the greedier side, you want to call that as self-sustainable. So he doesn't really need help from the supports.
So what do you take now as LGD? I feel you want a hero. So you see two matchups already with Mars and Lifestealer, both melee strength heroes, and I think you need a hero that can stand his ground, maybe do well in lane. I'm close to suggesting a Monkey King, but I feel like they would lose the lane again. Like, what am I just wrong if I suggest a melee hero that is supposed to win its lane, but then they have Phoenix and they will still lose because it's Mars or Mar, or what?
Something like what? Chaos Knight?
I don't know. I feel like Monkey King could work.
Oh, Monkey King. Yeah, you said
I mean, maybe it's too hard.
But Monkey King is like, I
Against
don't know,
Snap, it
hero,
would have been hard.
The hero feels very iffy for me. Like it's very, very high risk, high reward.
Yeah, it needs to be a very clean Monkey game.
Right, Spectre, Phoenix. Okay, that's a pretty dog shit lane, but but Spectre's a good hero. Spectre's a good hero.
Yeah, so like the thing with Spec here will be, I mean, Nake's back in the day used to even be one of like the better carries against Spectre because you just like keep fighting.
But Spectre's just that
ground.
good now.
Yeah,
because of Shadow Step, you just get kills all over the place, you know.
Yeah, but she can't bully Pugna. Pugna's just gonna life drain or decrepify, and you can't kill these free supports with your ultimate like Spectre usually can.
Yeah, but you have a Lion and Centaur to set up for you. They just have to really prioritize who they're supposed to go on in the team fights, especially the Pugna. Otherwise, the Pugna's going to be a huge-ass problem in the team fight.
The only problem I do see is that Spectre from pubs and comp is like very different. Like in pubs, you can get trashed in your lane and then come back. But in competitive, it's different because this is not a game where Spec will have a good lane. You need to come back with Shadow Stabs, get some kills.
Isn't that every game Spec doesn't have a good lane?
There's a difference between getting trashed and not having a good lane. I think they're getting trashed in this lane.
So sounds like you're doubting the first pick Phoenix, Kesu, with Xiao has blessed upon us, and you seem skeptical.
Let's just wait. You know, let's just wait for the last pick. It will all come together, I'm sure.
All right, sure. We should always give people the benefit of the doubt.
We should.
Yeah.
That's why they're playing and we're not.
Okay, so they are going to need like a hero that can start fights for them. So Puck is definitely a good ban. Kanka still available. Kanka's pretty decent against Pugna, but you don't know your lane, so it might be a bit scary. But since they banned already Huska, so it might mean that they're going to pick some melee hero mid.
Yeah. I mean, I think Kanka's okay. I wouldn't say it's...
Because you want to have a hero that has a short cooldown initiation.
How about Storm?
Storm?
Yeah.
I guess.
You have too low damage? I mean, I feel like if I'm LGD, I want to pick a hero mid that can go around and get my Spectre back in the game. Otherwise, I feel like I've lost.
Storm is really good against all their heroes. They have no good stuns to catch him. He can ball off the arena. He can catch the Pugna. Lifestealer can't kill Storm. You can find the old granny hiding behind.
Maybe you build Orchid. You're annoying for like Lifestealer. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean,
something like that.
Storm Spectre, you know, a very, very classic combo.
That's true.
2012 combo, like you said. Or 2013.
Pango would have fulfilled a lot of those requirements also, but he gets banned out.
I mean, they did ban the... I mean, Huskar ban has a lot to do with the fact that they do have Malrine, but I agree with Winter that, you know, it opens up more of the possibilities that maybe the pick they're looking for is like a melee hero. But I'm not really finding this melee hero that feels all that amazing. Because like, I'm looking at Kanka, which is
that
Timber
Winter
Saw.
mentioned, which is like okay, but like Kanka Centaur is, I think, a bit strange. And Naix has 0 counters if you do that.
Maybe Primal, but Primal doesn't do really well in the lane. But I think you should always play for the Spectre's game, you know? Like if you have this hero, you just need heroes that run around the map to get stuff done. You gank. Because you already have Lion and Phoenix, which are going to be very greedy supports. You know, they need a core that can play for them.
Yeah.
And Centaur's not going to play for the team until he buys Blink.
Yeah.
He's going to farm. And the issue with Centaur is usually if you have Centaur with something like a Chaos Knight or Weaver, they can just gate and help you kill the lane. Then you can get to your dagger. But when you have a Spectre safe lane, the Centaur needs to have a very, very good start, or you really need to have a mid hero that can just rotate to the Centaur's lane. Invoker, I mean, not a melee hero, but it definitely fits their lineup. You can run around and set up kills, ghost walking around the map, because you always need that space for your Lion and Phoenix to get their levels. But Invoker is not the best laner right now, so I feel like it could be another game where LGD just gets run over in the lane if Team Falcons can find a pick here to just destroy the lane of the Invoker.
So Invoker was not a hero I thought about too much, but I don't think it's bad. I think the lane, I mean, we don't see the lane yet, but you know, he's decent range hero. He gives him some more damage, probably Quasvex. Maybe you want to like get some Vessel in the game. Just, you know, play fast with your supports, help your Spectre, Vessel against Pugna.
I can't imagine him playing Exalt this game.
Yeah, if he does, I feel like he's griefing.
Okay,
DK round 2, baby.
It worked first game, why not?
Yo, respect to Maureen. Playing DK 2 games in a row.
I'm telling you.
Yeah.
This guy doesn't
Discipline.
I mean, your partner is really happy when you have like all these beefy frontline heroes protecting him, and you can just heal the person in front. And this is like another free lane for Dragon Knight. You don't really get run into much problems against the Quasvex Invoker. All I will say is they're going to need some Arcane Boots for the DK this game, if Invoker is Quasvex.
I like the Falcons draft a lot. I would say that LGD they must have a better shot than last game.
Okay.
If the Spectre lane doesn't go completely to shit, I think there's, you know, some comeback. They can run around with the Invoker, find some picks here and there, but yeah, I'm a Falcons fan after game 1.
Yeah, me too. I think there's going to be a lot of pressure on the Invoker. He has to do a lot in this game to enable the side lanes, and if he doesn't do that, I can just see the same thing happening again.
Yeah, because part of the reason why you were both advocating for a more mobile mid laner is how are they going to break through these DKs and Mars to even get to the Pugna and stuff like that? Invoker's not going to do it. It's going to be Spectre ulting and being like, guys, I found someone, and then
they need to like get through like this early game, get some gold on Centaur, get some gold on the Spectre, and then eventually Stampede, ulti, find the backline, and that's gotta be the way.
Yeah, if Centaur gets a blink on a reasonable time, they're going to have a lot of options to play. But if that doesn't happen, it's going to be so stressful for the whole team.
Let's see if Falcons can maybe pull off a 2-0 in their debut series here at ESL 1 Kuala Lumpur, and we'll be finding that out with John Xfire and MLP Dota.
Oh, thank you so much, Tsunami. It is indeed MLP Dota and John Xfire. Jonathan, you heard the panel talk about all these heroes except Lion. What? Lion Shard's in the game? I feel like it's broken, but nobody cares.
It's busted. You buy 2 plate mails, you can't kill the guy in the back line.
You're talking about Phoenixes and Centaur. Who cares? Lion Shards.
That's
plate
what it's
mail.
all about. Yeah. Just this rush into Shard double plate mail.
Yeah.
Unkillable.
Literally
Undealable.
unkillable.
We haven't seen it in the pro game yet, but I'm looking forward for that revolution right here, right now.
It's going to happen this game,
happen.
Jonathan. It's got to happen.
If it doesn't
Here we go.
happen, then you know why LGD lost.
Yeah.
They don't have plate mail.
We're watching UPYW.
In all seriousness, though, I mean, that is annoying.
I was being serious.
Actually, this lane for PYW does look pretty solid. You've got double stuns into a pretty atrocious start for Lifestealer. There is the Pugna to save at the very least. An early decrep can kind of hold off that aggression. But, you know, Lifestealer's first 2, maybe arguably first 3 levels are pretty meh. You kind of want to trade. You've got the Harass to play afar. Sure, Centaur has a strength here, but he does do decent damage early on. He doesn't care too much about the sustain from Lifestealer. So that's what I want to see from LGD. Kind of win out this bot lane, win out their off lane really nicely, and kind of build off that momentum. Try to get a pretty decent level 6 timing on your line to start to rotate, play around with your Invoker, and play around with this Shadow Step that will come out from Shiro down the line.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, game 1, of course, Falcons looked absolutely fantastic, just completely outmaneuvering and outplaying the side of LGD. And well, hold on a minute, Skidder. Gonna run right into Why You Smile. They haven't seen each other quite yet, LGD. Barely missing out. Skidder will just walk right by them. LGD, I suppose they do have the numbers here, so it is Falcons that need to be a little bit more careful. Falcons hanging around the top side, trying to see if they can find themselves a target around the mid lane, but LGD playing very, very cautiously around that area. Will reveal himself, but it's going to amount to nothing.
Should be pretty decent time in trades. Really good forward ward being dropped here by Falcons, watching them move into that ramp. They will trade evenly this time on Bounty Rune, so it's a little bit of a different story from last time. But yeah, like they got the information. Quick D ward, a little bit of a bonus. If they planted their ward on that cliff earlier instead, they had the position, they could have maybe gone for that play into skipper. They held off, they played conservatively, they miss out. Let's see how much more they can get out though as the laning phase does break out. Y hang around for now, could just take the gate, but I don't know about this early commitment if Y does stay. Should just go back up top. You don't want to leave your Spectre alone too long. Want to poke away these heroes and give some space for Shiro.
Yeah, there's not much you can do as a level 1 Phoenix anyway. You know, just get to your lane, so help out your cores. We'll see bottom lane, LGD. Of course, they've got PYW and New jumping right in onto Snaking, and Skidder trying to help out. Though Snaking dropping extremely low, but will be just fine to walk away. Of course, into the mid lane, Emo again up against the Dragon Knight of Maureen. I dare say the Invoker does not enjoy this matchup either.
No, certainly doesn't. I mean, you just keep shoving out the Wavered Breed Fire. You can't lose in trades for the most part with Dragon Blood to sustain you. You have some decent movement that can come out here from the side of LGD with Lion, but rotating into the Invoker lane early doesn't sound too feasible. If they didn't do it with the Lina lane, I don't know if you're really going to try to force it with the Invoker lane on mid.
Yeah. Of course, top lane, Shiro and YU Smile against Crit and ATF again. Of course, the off lane of Falcons last game. I mean, it went really, really damn well and really disastrously for LGD. ATF obviously was completely out of control that game, and Crit was just doing so much as bottom lane Skidder again under attack is going to be okay. Back to my point though, Jonathan, I feel like the safe lane of LGD is going to be extremely important. You really don't want to allow ATF and Crit to just get out of control, because they're just causing too much trouble.
You can't allow what happened in game 1. At the very least this time around, it's a little bit easier to read where Crit wants to play. So you don't have to invest that much. You don't have to bring out all of these sentries to prevent him from just harassing out. It's a little bit harder for him to give Amar as much free room, and there's a little bit of wiggle room for Shiro in comparison to last time around. But once the levels are up, that's where it gets a little bit concerning. Again, the chain stun's coming out. If you can land the cookie into a spear, you're pretty happy. It doesn't take too much to kill off the Spectre early on. And you can start to snowball from there again. So it's just down to whether or not they find that angle or whether or not LGD pushes out the lane maybe a little bit too far.
I mean, you see the harassment here from Emo to Maureen. He just literally takes no damage from the cold snap of Emo, and you see Maureen just giga-chatting it up, running right towards the Invoker. No fear in the world, and there's just sadly nothing Emo can do in this mid lane apart from just try to secure some creeps. But just like last game, already is finding himself struggling here against the Dragon Knight as top lane YU Smile. Trying to trade harassment with Crit, but the Phoenix not having a great time. Obviously, the level 3 mark is probably a bit more of a spike here for YU Smile, but kind of easier said than done to get to that point here in this lane.
Yeah, even if you hit that level 3, I don't see that many opportunities to come in when you have a Spectre on hand. So you're going to be looking to hold it back, play passively again. If you hit level 6 on Shiro, and that ties into, say, a rotation potential, that's where you can start to play with Shadow Step.
You be careful, Crit. Not going to go for the cookie play. There's no spear out from ATF either. The one, I suppose, saving grace right now for LGD during this laning stage is probably the offlane, where you are seeing you having a pretty damn decent time. Only problem is Skid is having a much better time.
And he is. He's not being shoved out. He's at level 3. You know, he's been dropping low, but they couldn't really go for that early kill, try to slow down that life stealer. They will find why eventually.
Yeah, first blood to go the way of ATF, which is someone you really don't want to give it to. And Shiro was trying to fight back, but now he's just taking so much damage on the way out. And this is kind of the thing with Spectre. It's a very weak laning hero. You heard the panel say it. Or even with the chase onto the snap, it just means nothing. Is now bottom lane, New going to try and jump in onto Snaking. They will find a great kill onto the Pugna. Skidder also in a little bit of danger, but now Shiro in trouble. Spear gonna land, but it will not end up landing onto a tree. So no stun to come out as PYW. Bit off the mark there with that Earth Spike. Never mind though, New still chasing him down with a great hoof stomp out. Skidder is gonna go down. Huge kills coming up from LGD.
Yeah, they're starting to turn it around. Again, this lane is the one lane that I wanted to see that improvement from LGD. They're playing with their burst damage really nicely. They're tying in with the early Egg Sword from Emo as well. And he is playing Quasic Sword, but again, no one's going to be going into his mid lane, so he might as well try to look for some opportunities in the side lanes. Has a 300 damage Sunstrike ready to go, and with the stuns you have, the bot lane is where you're always going to be setting your eyes on now if you're LGD.
Again, the saving grace here for LGD, just the aggression you can apply here with this duo on the off lane is. We keep looking back to Malrine, who's still dominating that mid lane. Of course, you saw Shiro really struggling up top as well. ATF having the freest lane of a lifetime here, 27 and 18 on that off lane Mars. Not a very good sign here for the Dire. Again, now you kind of hope New is able to match the aggression from his own side of the off lane, but. ATF just, again, finding exactly the kind of start he would like.
Yeah, it's building up, and even Y is hurting on Phoenix. Just hits level 3 now, so, you know, that additional damage from the Fire Spirits is ready, but, again, how do you connect that? How do you connect that to anything with a Spectre on lane? It just doesn't feel like you'll find it. No way to move on to the mid. The mid holds steady again for Malrine. You can expect this DK, once he hits 6, to just shove into the tier 1 again. If no one comes in to contest, it's going to be the same tempo we saw from Falcons in the last game.
Mid lane, there might be a little bit of action breaking out. Bit of a chase here from Snaking, but was onto PYW. Looks like PYW does manage to get his way out of there. Mid lane, Crit and Malrine hanging out together. Malrine does have the level 6 mark, so it does go right into the Dragon form, and this is exactly what we saw in game 1. As soon as he hits 6, the support rotations come in. Just allows him to get those free hits off onto the mid-tier 1 tower, and it will force LGD to also start rotating supports to help out Emo, though Emo getting caught by Crit. Great positioning from the Snapfire, but they can't get the follow-up. In fact, now Emo going to turn around with the Chaos Meteor onto Malrine. It could be a huge kill, and it will be. Malrine to go down. Snaking also being chased, but will be able to walk away. But you see how much emphasis LGD put onto that mid-game.
That's exactly what they need. Course correcting from game 1, not allowing that pressure to sit in. Really good flank coming out from Crit. I'm a bit surprised they didn't read that. They saw Crit clear out the obs. He still snuck around, still found that angle, but the punishment did come true. And again, this time around, you can afford to leave your side lanes a little bit more. Like your Spectre can at least try to dagger out. It's a little bit more durable to leave in lane. So you have that leeway for the side of LGD to actually move around the map now. New. He's stable in his bot lane. He's going for that Vanguard. And again, we're starting to hit some of these times for LGD. Closing in on that level 6 on Lion, on the early Shadow Step. And again, with this presence, with this emphasis on Sunstrike for Emo, I can see the ball rolling once you can just Shadow Step onto whoever your Lion Centaur is jumping onto.
Mid-tier 1 tower still on the siege. Like, you've even got just this Pugna running in, casually throwing Nether Blasts out. It's just no relief for LGD when it comes to the mid lane, and PYW kind of just stood there for a while. They'll go for a bit of a run now, maybe just looking for the bait onto Malrine. They'll get the Hex out. Chaos Meteor to land, but it's just no damage. Malrine still perfectly fine, still able to secure the Arcane Rune, and now with the Dragon form, I mean, he'll pop it immediately, knowing the cooldowns are going to be a lot lower. And that tier 1 mid tower, I mean, it's just looking as good as at this point. Just with the way this game's being played by Falcons, they are not retreating from this mid area, and well, quite frankly, why should they?
And they have no reason to. Back-to-back runes in the favor of Malrine. Shield rune to allow him to tank. Now the lower cooldown on the Elder Dragon form. He's just going to be poking it again, even if he doesn't find it now. Again, the big difference for LGD, you're getting some openings on the side lanes. You are allowed to leave your course alone, but Crit's eyeing Shiro now. They wanted to try.
They land a spear, though. Crit setting up for the cookie. Does get it very, very nicely, though Sunray is going to be there to help out, and immediately the rotation here from Emo to try and get something. They'll pop the Stampede. Defensive Arena is out. Shiro, he'll find Crit on the Snapfire, so Crit still stick charging up, trying to run. ATF in the meantime, looking to go back in. He'll try to focus down Emo, but they have not got the backup required. Only Snaking was there to help out, and that is definitely not going to be enough.
Not quite enough. Good punishment for that chase down from the side of Falcons and LGD. And this is something that the panel pointed out. Oh.
Shiro, be very careful here, sir. Yeah, that's a problem, John. When ATF literally just walks in and kills you like that, that's a bit of a problem.
That it is. They find a one nice pick-off. They don't quite respect... you feel a little bit safer. You know, you don't have to worry about Arena. You're still a Spectre. You know, and like your Phoenix can only do so much with his Sunray. Which was on cooldown and...
Why? I mean, he's going to find something to do here, John, but it's sadly dying. As ATF finding his third kill of the game. Going back to the Spectre for a moment, he's currently sitting at 2.7k net worth. Not exactly something to write home about. And well, of course, now he's going to be lacking that safe lane to farm in. Tier 1 top tower also to go down. Of course, Marine did find the mid-tier 1 tower earlier. Just the exact same strategy here from Falcons, just completely outmaneuvering the side of LGD, taking these very early tier 1s and opening up the map. And sadly for LGD, with their own draft, they are not online early enough to really be able to fight back.
No. I mean, even his finger from PYW, not quite onto that level 6 mark yet, 10 minutes in. Kind of to be expected for this kind of pace from LGD. They don't have... Again, it's kind of the same issue from Game 1. Like, their angles for initiation aren't clear outside of like Stampede. Once you hit that blink timing on New, which the panel pointed out as well, this is when they can start to do a little bit more. Try to shadow step in, try to find a pick-off. Smoke out from Falcons here, though.
They go down towards the bot lane. Of course, that's where the last outer tier 1 tower is, so they will just rush towards that area. ATF and Crit. The dynamic duo looking to find New here on the Centaur. New, he does have the Stampede available, but they land the cookie. They've got the spear out. He could still have the option to pop the Stampede, but they'll just drop the Arena. No messing around from ATF. PYW, you're going to try and TP away, and they won't have the cat. To at least get the Pugner away, but you lose your Centaur, and now you've probably lost that tier 1 bottom tower.
Oh, it's just gone.
Yeah.
You've got the damage with snaking around. This push doesn't take too long to accomplish. And LGD, man, they've just got the stall. Kind of the same story as Game 1, except you're hinging more on New's blink, more than PYW into getting his action going. Tier 1 gone, same timing again, around 11:40 for all of those Tier 1s gone. Falcons, they've got this really good tempo.
He could get punished here. Surely you do punish, as ATF does get caught by the Earth Spike and is going to go down. LGD able to find themselves a huge pick-off onto this off-lane Mars, and well, ATF, you know, being caught in that position, it kind of just goes to show the mind state here of ATF, just feeling like they can't actually deal with it.
Yeah, pretty far forward, pretty disconnected. Good opening to be found by LGD. And that is a lot of gold to inject back into the system. Really good use of that first shadow step as well for Shiro. Straight into the Ancients farm, which they couldn't invade for Falcons. They spot it, they walk into that triangle, but ATF is still in lane. So now they've got the opportunity to share this farm, share that EXP, hit that level 6 on PYW, hit that level 6 on Y, and now you can play a little bit more. You know, you've got that uptime, you've got this tempo that the Spectre can bring with Shadow Step. You just need to find the angles now.
There you do. We'll see if they can get that done. Shiro desperately trying to catch up in terms of the farm department. At least almost has the blade mail up. Just needs the recipe now and could help him escalate a lot faster. But we shall see. 3k advantage still standing on the side of Falcons, and it seems like Falcons will take the time now to sit back and relax and just try to escalate their own net worth. I mean, they have all their outer towers, like all T1 towers are still standing here for Falcons, so there's plenty of space on the map to farm, and now New let's get caught in the arena of ATF. Just so much damage. The kisses,
no, it's too close.
It's way too close. Crit gonna get caught. Chaos Meteor out onto Malrine as well, though everyone somehow still alive, still surviving just for a little bit longer. Crit finally goes down. But it seems like they'll be able to get Malrine away, though. ATF, he did jump in aggressively, and it seems like he will be punished as the life train is keeping him alive. ATF still running. The suck, it's too powerful. Why you smile? Dropping low, so is Shiro, though they will not be able to land the stun. It's still a tough fight for LGD. I mean, they do salvage, John, but it looked pretty messy.
They salvage, but it's a costly salvage. That's your egg down, that's finger down, for not much more than really this crit Snapfire, which was too close to get the kisses off. Maybe a little bit of a disconnect there in the execution. But again, so much effort for that one support. That's an opening. Falcons don't have that many long cooldowns to wait for. So once they're all kind of reset, and if they want to go, they'll just be free to do so again.
Look at that. I mean, they got like 100 HP away from killing off ATF, and they just could not do it. The Infest plus the life train coming out, just keeping him alive long enough, and another demoralizing fight here for LGD. It is still just the 4K advantage the way of Falcons. So already a much better game when you count the net worth department.
Sure, a little bit better than
We've
that
got to
game
take the
one.
little wins here, Jonathan.
Yeah,
you know?
stay positive. Still, again, Falcons, they're not going to be waiting around. They've got that blink up on Malrine. They're just
Oh,
gonna
that's
go.
a quick hex. That is a very quick hex from PYW. He was ready for that one, but in comes Crit and Malrine from the side. ATF still chasing down the Lion. Arena's down as well, catching out Shiro. But do they commit? Shiro's got the backup. In comes New. ATF being targeted.
Ooh.
They've got the Mars down. Perhaps it's the team fight LGD have been looking for. They'll rush Crit, but in comes Skitter. Why you smile? Just copping a shotgun blast to the face. And now Shiro. Oh, Shiro's been stunned up. Shiro's gone. 3 for 1.
I'm a little bit surprised he fully committed on the Shadow Step. I get using it to just try to slow down, try to break it up a little bit. But he commits. He goes in. There was not enough backup. They at least get the Sunstrike kill, but it just felt, again, a little bit disconnected. You weren't close enough for New to get that counter initiation going for yourself. And they just managed to burst down your line anyway. It just falls apart.
It just seems like the focus is really ATF in these team fights, and I can't quite blame them, but this is where things just went wrong. Running right into Crit, he gets a 3-man scatter blast, and well, that was pretty much all she wrote. At least New does manage to TP away, but you lose Shiro, and well, now you've got some time to think about what happened in that last team fight for LGD, because you've got a pause going on.
Yeah, they can try to plan around it. Not a fairly long pause, fairly quick here. There's so much more time needed to really cook up this Spectre from a hard carry stance as well. And you're running into those issues again, which are a great panel. Ooh.
Yeah. It's looking like the John X Fire.
You know why? You know why this is happening?
Why is that, John?
He doesn't have a double plate mail. He doesn't have his shard yet.
No plate mail.
No plate mails.
Well, what's he doing, John?
That's new build. That's
Get
new
it
meta.
together.
I get the Aether Lens. It's nice, but you need those plate mails.
Absolutely.
And the shard.
Absolutely.
That's gonna win. That's gonna win them the game.
Of course. That's what I've been reading.
It's just unbeatable. Eventually. That's the one condition. Along with, well, just finding the angle in with a blink up on you. Falcons, they're in a happy position. 9-7, 5K up. As you mentioned, a little bit closer this game, but they're still certainly in control. We haven't even really seen Skitter join in. He's working on his own Radiance. His timing on this Lifestealer is definitely going to be faster than Shiro on that Spectre. So once you have that Radiance up as well, it just makes it so hard. Like, if you're trying to blink in pretty close range, you're just not going to be able to do so. It's going to be harder to find that angle without expending Stampede as well.
Top lane. A smoke here from PYW on New, but ATF and Snaking hanging around together. It's a 2v2 scenario. Nice move stop though, and now Shiro, he can come right in. They'll take down Snaking, and they've got ATF as well. PYW now with the double kill out. I saw you make a little fist there, Jonathan. You looked very happy to see Lion getting some kills.
Yeah, it's necessary. You know, you're building up some of those stacks. One finger stack. So you're going to get that 70 HP when you hit 15.
Oh.
Try to pile it up some more with that plate mail.
I'm bat-chesting, John.
That's what you need. More kills for PYW. It's got to go to him with a finger. But it's a big kill. You know, they get the rotation out. Finally, they find that angle with the blinks out. And that's the way they can bully. They've been playing off the back of this max Exort on Emo quite nicely. They just can't afford to put their foot off the pedal.
Emo. He's going to be feeling quite emo here, John, as he's looking to go down to the kisses of Crit. Nothing the man could have done just being caught out by the stun of Malrine. And of course that was, I believe, the blink reveal coming out. Perhaps not, but perhaps. Emo, you'd assume you'd be safe by the tier 2 mid tower, wouldn't you?
Yeah, you would assume that. They have some really good forward wards here from the side of Falcons to give them some pretty good information for that kind of flanking move. And side of LGD, they just committed top.
Yeah.
So they knew mid would just be free. Get that punishment, get the kisses off. And LGD, it's not the worst thing to lose, even though it's your Invoker. You're probably happier it's not Shiro again.
Yeah.
Because you really need that build-up. It just takes so long for a Spectre to try to play from behind. It needs so much space. And look at Falcons, their vision game, they're invading that entire top jungle. 3 wards watching entry points in the top jungle, starting to shove in on the tier 2s on both lanes.
Oh, Malrine getting caught New. A great double stun coming out. Snaking being targeted first, and now Malrine will be the follow-up. I mean, New, he's been fantastic this game. You know, just constantly jumping in for the multi-man stuns. Really putting the team on his back.
That and their target prioritization is excellent. They're always going for snaking first. He cops the Sunstrike. He cops all of that nuking. They just remove that factor of decrep, remove the factor of life drain, and it just makes it a lot harder to play through that sustain here for Falcons. You expect the Pugna to be further behind.
You've got Skitter infested here on the Mars. Emo is being watched very carefully by ATF, and they jump in, but a nice Cyclone is there onto the Mars, though. Emo accepting the fact he does need to fight. They'll drop the Sunray, they'll drop the Egg, they'll drop even the Hoof Stop, but nothing really working out here for LGD as Skitter, looking for the chase, does go down the path through the mid-river, chasing down New. In fact, it seems like they are going to change directions towards YU Smile, but they've missed out on everyone else. So you take the Emo kill, and that'll be about it. LGD, they get everyone else out of there, at least for now.
Yeah, you find a pretty nice mid kill. You save your tier 1 as well. So you're preventing LGD from trying to open up the map a little bit more. Even though tier 1 at this point doesn't give you much, it's still an additional TP point. It's still an additional area where LGD is not going to be comfy and trying to sneak around. So you're hanging on to that advantage here for Falcons. Still 7k up. You've got that full Radiance on Skitter. So his presence in the infest are pretty damn big. And again, everything's still kind of lining up. A little bit more even for LGD. The Radiance timing for Shiro isn't too far off, considering this kind of game.
Oh, Emo, no. No!
Oh, boy.
Not Emo!
Again! The same exact move.
Excuse the pun, John, but this is getting rather depressing for Emo.
That it is. It is. Maybe he's starting to rock out in that My Chemical Romance. Shadow Step?
Yeah, jump is there. They'll at least punish ATF. Not a bad trade at all for LGD. I mean, considering the impact that you're having on this Mars, it's probably more worthwhile than, say, Emo's life at the moment.
Yeah, but you're giving up a push opportunity up top. You're not going to be able to rotate to stop this. You've got the Pugna and the DK that just hammer through. Fortify will stall it, but it's down to less than half HP. One more shove will open up that area of the map completely for the side of Falcons. And it's just a further choking away for LGD to try to catch up here. Smoke out, but smoke out in Falcons as well.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Where do they head? Right about now at the top side, you don't really have any targets here from LGD. LGD kind of in a similar situation, just around the bot side of the map. Have no options for themselves in terms of Falcon heroes. They'll find out the hard way very, very soon. The Falcons, though, you could just kind of decide to go after the top tier 2 tower. You always have that option available to you, even without the Dragon form, but Maureen is now going to have it up and available. You'll have a gander through that top side of the map, see if you can find anyone farming those creeps. Instead, now TPing down towards the bottom side of the map. Still having a look here is Maureen. They might even run right into Shiro, and it seems like they have. In fact, it was New getting caught out of the Centaur, so New does go down.
That's a pretty big pickoff. That's a lot of time invested in that infest for Skitter. But they find a pretty decent here to take out, applying pressure. Emo, trying to clear out the Ancients. A little bit dicey, but it's fine. They open up the Roche opportunity now. Without that Stampede, without the Centaur for a little bit of time, they can attempt it. They've got the damage. And they've got the forward vision. Like, they've got, again, this really nice ward right in front of where the tier 1 would be. So you can't just run up and contest on LGD. And Falcons, this should be their ticket to find some tier 2s, maybe start to knock onto the high ground if they wished.
Oh, Roshan certainly going to go down. LGD in no position to try and contest this Roshan play. Falcons now 7k ahead, 13 to 12, 22 and a half minutes in. Sunstrike will reveal that Roshan is indeed happening, but you don't really have any kind of play towards it. Skitter was leaving just the Roshan, the Aegis in the pit, does decide to pick it up.
It's a big pickup, good scan to just spot that movement from Falcons, but it's a very expected movement out post Roshan. They've got the Veil up on Y, so a little bit more damage can fly in. They are pretty reliant on magical damage right now. Your Spectre's not really doing too much physical, it's just looking to disperse back. So you've got, again, some combinations ready. If they find an angle, again, I think 2 lives in the Life Stealer is pretty feasible if they stack their stuns properly. We'll see. Going out for the smoke play.
They certainly are. 3-man smoke out from LGD. Grouping up for a 4th now as Emo does join the crew. BKB now available on Emo to boot, so a nice little power spike here for the Invoker. Snaking is the closest option to them, though ATF now showing himself, but the Earth Spike not going to land. Still New, at least there to follow up with his own stun, but do they have the damage output? They're going to try and drop the egg here onto ATF, but he does get the BKB off in time. Still PYW and New chasing them down with the Stampede out. They'll run right into the high ground, but there goes PYW. Now the arena drop, though, completely whiffed, but it was perhaps a little bit defensive as Why You Smile is going to go down a boot in the river. New trying to get out of here. The chase is on, though. Malrine probably going to find him. Skidder jumps out with the Infest, and, well, that's just 3 down. New getting tipped here by ATF to boot. Just so aggressive.
They really forced that movement out. Like PYW chasing forward, trying to get that finger timing right as the BKB fades, just too early.
Emo? BKB's been committed. Emo's going to force to get a TP out of there, and he does make it. Sunstrike, not going to land. I mean, I appreciate that play.
Yeah.
It's optimistic, but I appreciate it.
I mean, you've got to find something at this point for LGD. He tries to find it, doesn't quite get it.
He found a tip, John.
He found a tip.
That's what he found.
I mean, this chase was just, it's way too prolonged. Life drain and back, they couldn't find Snaking this time around. And then the burst play from PYW, it's just not there. Goes for the finger, it's spell immunity still on.
Oh, it's painful to watch, isn't it, John? I mean, you're a line player, you've done that a few times, I'm sure.
It happens. You know, that first charge always feels longer.
I mean, I'd never miss like that, to be fair, but maybe you.
If you say so, Mike.
Yeah.
No, you say it, not me. But yeah, it's a rough time for LGD. That's the exact same movement that they found success with, but you miss one stun, and you know you have more spacing for snaking. That's the big correction for Falcons. As long as the Pugna doesn't get bursted down first, life drain, decrep, they are going to be issues.
Yeah. And here we go again. Falcons infested up here with the Dragon Knight, so Malrine looking for another target. So is ATF down towards the bottom side of the map, though barely going to miss out on the Phoenix. I say that though, ATF, he smells some chicken in the forest and it looks like he found it. Why You Smile going to try and Icarus dive away, but there is no running. ATF, hands already up. Keck, oh, the egg even being dropped here. I mean, I suppose perhaps you're going to get away with a secondary life as ATF just hold. Oh, what a spear!
My God!
What a spear to come out from ATF. The timing is perfect. And Why You Smile.
Oh, Mar.
That's a Keck buy, John. That is a Keck buy, is New. I mean, still playing around with the Dragon Knight. New. Dropping quite low. We'll go for the TP play out, but no, the Dragon Tail's going to be there. He is gone. And it seems as though they are not done yet, because PYW is going to go for a bit of a cheeky run, try to run towards the south and escape the grasp of ATF, and it seems like this time around, he is going to make it. Here we go.
Oh, this timing, man.
ATF, you can't give this guy mines. You can't give this guy mines.
Look at this.
Oh,
jeez.
Oh, that's a shish kebab, Jonathan.
Oh, it certainly is. Fresh delivery out. And they were eaten well down bot. Ugh. Gosh, Amar. Hands up as well.
He's had experience with those shish kebabs, John.
Oh, that he has.
I've seen him.
That he has.
I saw him eating some in the lobby.
That they have. I'm sure all of Falcons now, you know, digging into that. As they are also digging into that tier 3 up top. And LGD, they do have some high ground. This is where you can shine on that Centaur, but you've got to find snaking. You've got to find the backline, really. Like that's where LGD's success has been coming from. They need to pinpoint this Pugna. Take care of that healing, burst him down, try to clean up afterwards. You've got some decent presence coming out from your spec, considering how tough of a game it has been for Shiro. There is some presence. The Manta style's almost done. But if you try to turtle like this, eventually... Oh,
jump in, snaking. Will get caught, finger committed. Snaking does go down. Nice little pick off there from LGD, realizing Snaking was running in for the Nether Blast into the tier 3 tower. Mind you, the creeps do find the tier 3 anyway, so I suppose Snaking gives his life away for nothing, but you still get the tower.
Yeah, they find the objective. They also find out that there are wards, double sentries, and 1 obs in that area, so same play can't quite come out for LGD, and as the D wards will eventually come in for Falcons, or they avoid that area entirely. 12k lead standing for the Falcons, and LGD. We've seen a lot better fights here. Right? I am very curious as to if whether or not PYW will actually finish this Midas before Blink. Maybe taking that plate mail build to heart, but hopefully not. I think the Blink is going to be a lot more impactful for him. Get that instant Hex out.
It's not what Reddit tells me, John.
No.
Mid lane. Emo probably going to want to stay off Reddit after this series.
Yeah.
He's gone.
Yeah. He's just
it
like
is,
that.
Yeah, It's the Black Parade here, Jonathan, in the mid lane.
That it is.
Not his parade, though.
It's a banger at the very least. It's a bit of an earworm for him.
Top lane, rather. Why you smile? Does not want a bar of ATF nor Snake. We'll leave the area.
I like the Satanic being up in Amar. Just more sustain up front. It's going to be even harder to try to burst play him down. Oh, hunting for Y again.
They certainly are. Why you smile cannot get away from your favorite shish kebab dealer here, ATF.
Ooh.
Looking for that chicken, will not find. Why you smile, going to be okay this time to get his way out of it. Problem is, Jonathan, the bottom tier 2 tower can't do.
Yeah. Just sieging away. They don't need to fully commit in Falcons. They've got the map under their control and just trying to rip more of it away from the side of LGD. Not fully committing, though. So they aren't looking to play too fast here in Falcons. Maybe, again, wait for that next Roche could be an option as well. Not too much left to wait for. Maybe the Octarine, just for more uptime on Malrine. That's a little bit more of a bonus. Still got the Infest running on Malrine, so could try for a jump.
I believe Skidder doesn't feel like he has to leave the
No,
deck. I mean, you just don't need the farm.
No.
It's fine.
Yeah.
Malrine will carry for us. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, he can steal some creeps anyway with Radiance.
I mean, Kezu was, mentioning, Malrine, basically the next miracle.
Yeah.
I was bat-chesting Jonathan.
Yeah.
I saw his performance.
We've seen him a couple of times, and every single time he's been the highlight of pretty much every team he's been on. So they will go back for that siege on high ground.
Malrine going to find Shiro just standing there, but he's a big tanky boy. He's going to try and jump in. Skidder jumping right back out, going after the Centaur, and there is just nothing they can do to follow up. Malrine literally took no damage as PYW going down to ATF. Meanwhile, in goes Malrine once again onto the Phoenix. Why You Smile is burning alive as Crit will just throw hot charcoal at him. If you couldn't tell, Jonathan, I'm quite hungry at the moment. That's why I keep making food references.
I mean, from the shish kebab alone, Mike, they've been cooking.
It's charcoal chicken this time, John.
Some delicious charcoal chicken. What's not delicious for LGD is losing your buildings while they're cooking up something on Falcons. And without a lot of your spells up, it's going to be a difficult proposition to fight back. They've got Stampede. They could try for a Blink Hoof Stomp to some sort of combination. I just don't see you doing enough damage at this point. They are just too durable on the side of Falcons. They'll take the mid. Mega creeps prevented with that tier 2 still standing bot. But how much hold LGD has left? How much bite? I wouldn't say it's not that much bite left. They've got to really bite harder.
Yeah. I mean, this is about as one-sided as me arguing with my wife, Jonathan. I mean, just absolutely zero chance, let me tell you. Zero chance. I mean, LGD, they are still at least trying. They're not as weak as me, Jonathan, at the very least. So there you go. Falcons. 5-man smoked up again. I say 5-man. It's a 4-man, but Skidder, he's going to take a free ride through the Dragon Knight. Through the bottom lane, LGD, they're also going to go for a 5-man smoke. This could be the last-ditch effort to try and make this game work. LGD looking for a target, but I don't think you want the Dragon Knight. You need the support at the very least. It's new. He's going to try and jump in, but he's stunned up immediately. He found no target. Why You Smile? In trouble again. He's still surviving, though, as ATF now being targeted on the Mars, but he's just not taking enough damage. He is not taking enough damage. They'll buy back on Why You Smile. Looks like they've caught out Shiro. Tips out on you. What can you do? It's one of those games, and what can you do?
Not much. Not much. I will want to point out as well that PYW did finish the Midas and did go for the Shard over a Blink first.
Of course he did, John.
He just needs those plate mails now.
He just needs the plate mail.
That's it. Eventually, the BKBs will be short enough that he will be able to just drain all their mana. Doesn't come into play there. Roshan is taken off the back of that. And Falcons, again, in a very strong position. Tier 2 still stands bot. Not going to be standing for long. Really unfortunate fight for LG. Just their smoke breaks. The scan was there from Falcons. So they had that information beforehand. And the blind blink out from New. Just not catching anyone. Not being able to find that Pugna. It just destroys your fight.
It certainly does. LGD, they are trying their absolute best here to salvage this game number 2, but it is just getting worse and worse as the tier 2 bottom tower now goes down. That is the last outer tower remaining. Of course, one Rax is left standing as well, and that is down through the bot lane. Falcons will go for the easy Torment to pick off on the Dire's side. That'll be snaking now with his shards up. And it seems like Falcons, they might just relax for a little bit, John. Just control the map, get some more farm going. Wait for LGD to come to you.
Yeah, they don't have that much room to go around, so they can just choke him out from this point onward. And they've got Aegis, they've got Cheese.
Look at that shard, John.
Oh,
it's
look at that
fantastic.
brain. Look, just 370 mana left, so balanced.
This is incredible.
This is the gameplay that
this
you
is peak.
strive for.
This is peak Dota 2 gameplay.
He's got
PYW. Press the E button, sir.
He's got the Aether Lens. He just needs a Eye of the Vizier, and you're pretty happy if he had that.
Oh, here we go. Falcons just sneaking in. Malrine missing out on the stun for now, but he can just go right towards the bottom tier 3 tower. PYW. Let's get the mana drain off. This does get rid of the nice Mantra illusions. It's the Earth Spike landing on 2, but Malrine with no hesitation jumps in, taking down the Lion. He just absolutely explodes. But we'll buy it back. It's another 5v5 engagement. Mind you, Skidder, he does still hold on to the Aegis. Has no mana, though. Is ATF going to jump in onto PYW looking for the dieback? He might just have it as well. PYW! He is gone. He is just well and truly down. 4 heroes up on LGD trying to defend their tier 4 towers. Falcons, they could not care less. They really couldn't.
No. There's just no play. LGD. They can't find these angles. They'll try.
They're going to try and jump ATF. ATF, though, just healing up all the way. Who's in there? Crit. He jumped in by himself, but he'll eat the cheeks. He'll survive another day as ATF jumps back in. They're onto Shiro now. Shiro by his own Ancient underneath the tier 4 towers, but he's the one getting taken down. He's gone.
They called.
And so is this game. GG is called. LGD, I mean, they had some sort of a game plan, but it does not work out in their favor. And well, Falcons, I'll tell you what, John, there was some doubts about this new roster, but they are looking absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, they look fantastic in this game. It didn't look like much contest coming out from LGD. Maybe one could argue it's a little bit down to the draft opening up with that Phoenix twice over. Could have been a little bit of an issue, but I mean, the Falcons capitalized again in every lane. Every lane just looked really solid. Amar is just popping off. Malrine just has a really stable mid that gives them that foundation to play aggressively off of. And their positioning was excellent. Like, they just had a really good read as to what timings LGD would try to force onto them and just never allowed it.
What do you reckon the odds are? Winter's going to tell us how bad Phoenix first pick is.
100%.
All right, well, let's throw to Winter and the gang and see exactly what they have to say about this first pick Phoenix.
What are your thoughts? Tell me.
Winter, take it away.
Emo should change his name to AFK.
Whoa! Emo's the first one you're firing shots at.
Dude, he was AFK that game. He did nothing.
That's not true. He right-clicked towards the enemy.
Yeah, he casted some
lanes.
sun strikes, you know, didn't do anything in the early game.
Yeah.
I feel like if he wasn't playing Quasvex that game, something is wrong with the team's strategy, you know, because he needed to actually move around the map to help the Lion and the Phoenix so that they don't get run over in the early game. I mean, credit to New, you know, he was kind of the only person holding the whole game together because his mid laner was AFK farming away, you know, because he's an Invoker Exort. And when he's pushing out the day lane, he's pushing out with his hero instead of 4 spirits, and he fed like 1, 2, 3, 4, far too many times.
I agree with Winter.
Okay.
I think the Quasvex is at least the one thing I will change. Like the other part, like, you know, screwing up in your gameplay, okay. But I think the Quasvex to kind of like help out your team would have been good. But I think instead of kind of shitting more on LGD, I'm personally just happy for Falcons because I think it's a new team, new players, young players. I think they're doing the right thing. And a part of just like seeing a highlight of individual play that Amar did with, like, you know, running away from the Phoenix with the Bulwark, giving yourself distance,
that play was
spearing him and then canceling it again. I don't know. I'm just happy to see them do well.
It's on his signature hero. We were before the series even began. I asked you guys. Amar is famous for a small selection of heroes, but those small selection he is a virtuoso on. You will be hard-pressed to find anyone who's as skilled on these heroes, and Mars is one of them, and he is continuing to show that dominance. He did it in Pinnacle Cup, 8 games played on the hero, 100% win rate, and he's doing it here in ESL 1 Kuala Lumpur. So a lot of praise to be heaped on to Falcons, but yes, also I do think that LGD made it easier for Falcons than they needed to.
I mean, this has to be a disappointing showing, not just for us watching them, but for them playing. And
yeah, it's their debut for both these rosters, at least on international lands.
Yeah, I mean, luckily for them, it's only like the first BO2, so of course, like, you can move forward and change something. But this is like in other games, sometimes you're watching, you're like, okay, you need to swap something small. I feel like you need a revamp of what you currently think.
It's how they're approaching the draft that's going to be like a very concerning issue for me right now, because it seems like there's a very clear disconnect between Emo and the rest of the lineup, you know. And I've already had this type of experience when I have a mid player that thinks of the strategy in a very, very different way compared to the captain, and it's gonna cause a lot of problems in the game.
I have faith in Joe. I will drop the Phoenix first pick. I don't have faith in that anymore, but next series, they'll be back.
At least pick a Chaos Knight or Wraith King to help the Phoenix, you know. Don't put Phoenix with a Spectre or Lifestealer. I mean, okay, fine. The Lifestealer might have been okay because Arma was just too good on Mars, you know.
Maybe that's the problem. Falcons are just too good. So next series, when they play against, I think it's IG, G2, G2 IG, whichever way it is.
The next series that we'll be looking at.
We will really see what's up. If the first pick Phoenix comes out and it wins, you need to suck it up.
No, that's different. It's a China game. It's always different.
Tsunami next topic.
No, it's a China Southeast Asia, actually.
Oh,
3
yeah.
Malaysians
True.
on
Careful
IG.
Careful,
But
Winter.
regardless of what they were pairing it with, you're still on the board that Phoenix is not a very strong laner. And so LGD keep coming into all these games with weak lanes.
Yeah, I feel like they have to be putting some prioritization on the lane. You know, you can't just go all out on team fight. Like, I know LGD just likes to have a draft that builds around team fight, but when you're playing against the better teams, the draft has to have somewhat of a balance so that you have some team fight, you have some pick-off potential, you have good lanes. I think I said it time and time again, if you can't play the lane, you can't play the game.
And it's really hard to play the lane against someone who's so skilled at their hero, such as ATF on Mars. So we've got Brian standing by with ATF right now for a winner's interview.
Thank you, Neil. I'm here with Amar the Friendly, and that was not a so friendly performance, my friend. Mars, first pick, second game, both games absolutely stomping. How do you make this hero work?
Well, the thing is, I haven't changed. I guess I still play minimum amount of heroes, 3. Like, I've upgraded, 1 more hero added. So I guess we'll just keep trying to make it work till it's banned.
With the new ban system coming out, having 4 bans for one team and 3 bans for the other team before the first pick, is that why you added a 4th hero to your pool?
Well, the thing is, I already had 5, so I guess I was pre-prepared for this. So yeah, it's a good time, you know, like they will target me, you know, ban, then I will get the last one anyway. So it's like easy life, I guess, for now.
So we were looking at the denies in game 2, and you were like 36 denies coming out of the laning stage. And as a carry player who's had the displeasure of laning against you, what goes through your mind when you know the carry player's life is just miserable like this?
I was just enjoying making more denies and making him more miserable. It was really funny, I don't know. Like, I'm looking at my denies, I'm like, I never did this in a game maybe or something. So it was like too much. So yeah, like enjoying my life, like heat creeps, you know, deny, like playing like in lobby, you know, like I'm not like, he can't do anything. Yeah, it's like good and fun, you know.
So last year, a little bit of an unfortunate ending with Quest, and coming into this new season, got a new roster, looking pretty good so far. How's it feeling in the new Sorod?
On the new roster, it feels nice, you know, like 3 people who I never played with them, like don't really know them, like sure and rank and things. But yeah, it's like nice to be around them, and also back with my former teammate Malarine, who is a clown, as you see. Yeah, it feels nice to be here.
Yeah, feels nice to watch you guys so far. Thanks for joining me, and we're going to go and throw it back to the panel.
Thank you very much, Brian and the offlaner with the deepest hero pool, or just as deep as it needs to be. Why overcomplicate things? You just need just enough heroes to be viable.
That's what I'm saying. Keep it easy. And I love how he says, I've upgraded. Like, he added like 1 hero to his pool. I'm going to say the same now. This is amazing.
Yeah, so it was the Mars and the Timbersaw are his main signatures. He added Razor at some point during his OG tenure. Slardar has been added to the list. And then who's the 5th one?
I don't know.
Tide? Was it Tide?
Tide?
Yeah, his Tide is good. His Tide is very good.
You know, I'm quite surprised that he says the DK player is the clown. Clown
he said,
people don't play
like
DK.
in this game, and I'm like, bro, what?
He's a DK, how can he be the clown? Come on.
See, I told you before, you need a clown. But there's a broader meaning to the word, you know? He's just helping you. You're welcome.
The clown usually, in my teams, are the support players.
No, because the thing is, he can play a normal hero. But he's right. Malrine, he is a humongous clown. I've heard him comms in pubs. This guy is very funny. He's like Quinn, but PMA. You know how funny Quinn is? But without the flaming.
You mean Dr. Jekyll or Mr. Hyde?
Yeah, he's got two personalities.
Yeah, which one?
No, Malrine is just like, he's the funny man.
Okay.
Always. No matter what.
So he is not Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. He only is Dr. Jekyll. Oh no, he's Mr. Hyde.
I don't even know what this is. He's Dr. Jekyll.
Literary references going over his head. Well, they're going to have a more difficult opponent. I mean, this was LGD's debut. We had not seen this roster yet, and we're a little bit underwhelmed, but they'll be facing off against G2IG later on, well, actually just in a little bit on this stream. But Falcon's next opponent is going to be Liquid. And Liquid just 2-0'd 9 Pandas in a very, very dominant fashion. So, based off of the Falcons that we just saw, and based off the Liquid that we know, although with Saberlight standing in right now, you have a favorite?
Maybe I have to ride with the Falcons fan wave.
Wow, we're still on this train.
2-0 Falcons.
Whoa! Unpredictable.
Any bets?
I have to follow you.
You don't
okay,
have to.
2-0, 2-0.
Yeah.
Neil, any predictions?
Wildly unbiased.
Ah, come on.
I mean,
that's not what you said
it's
backstage.
teamwork. It's not bias. You know, we have to
Teamwork.
follow
That's
the
true.
leader.
We're channeling our energy to the new team. You know, the young,
I see.
the new generation of Miracle.
Neil, you know, in the game when one of the cores make a call, you follow. We're just
true.
support players, you know.
That's how you win.
Offlaner.
Yeah, but you're making the calls. I'm supposed to be the core here. I'm leading this whole discussion.
whatever.
And I'm leading all of you at home to some job offers. That's right. We've got Slacks with a DHL call out for you guys.
DHL only hires the best, and luckily for you, you're a Dota player, which means that you're better than everybody. So why not look for a career where you can grow, interconnect with people around the world, and find your true passion? Apply now and see what interests you.
Landstraße in den Süden, Kickdown, Moto Guzzi, Sozius, Traumfrau, Monika Bellucci, High-Res, Roadtrip, Neapel, Rom, Overnight, Truck Stop, Insta, Snapshot, Polaroid, 40 Love, Korken knallen, Karte, Door, Mars, bar time, bubble bath, aftershave, Miyake Sport, private coach, Crunches, Lunch Break, Yacht Club, Seafood, Aperol und Lachsteak, küsst den Ring. Wir haben Erfolg, Millionen Dinge und dein Lächeln spiegelt in meiner Persol, Pilotenbrille, Holz knackt im Kamin. Es werde hell, wir lieben uns die ganze Nacht, nackt auf dem Bärenfell, Wüstenstraße, weiter Himmel. Kawasaki, Speedboat, Karawane, F1, Abu Dhabi. Du bist meine Nummer 1 und nicht nur diese Nacht. Ich nehm dich zur Frau, trag dich die Marmortreppen zum Palast. Blaue Stunde Promenade, Lippenstift an deinem Glas. Soda, Zitrone, Haut glänzt, Haare nass. Ich schenk dir nach, du sagst wie schön ich bin. Ich küss deinen Hals und du lachst wie eine Königin. Leck die Lippen, ich bin dein bestes Pferd im Stall. Sind am Drippen, trinken Daiquiris aus nem Bergkristall. Schrimps und Limette, Monaco, Saint-Tropez, Dachterrasse, Whirlpool, Eiswürfel, Corbusier, Casino, Hopping. Die ganze Welt ist hier, Drinks für zwei. Champagner, Elixier, Traumpaar, Undercover. Americans, unsterblich. Grace Kelly, Cary Grant, allein unter Palmen. Und dazu kalter Cider, Sommerwind, Küstenstraße, Sonnenbrille, Alpha Spider. Hors d'oeuvre, schwerer Wein und klarer Kopf, Zigarren aus dem Humidor, Cohiba und Davidoff, Candlelight, sanftes Licht, Candelabra, deine Haut, China White, Seidenkleid, Balenciaga. Vergiss, was die Leute denken, wenn sie uns reden hören. Open Water, Seychellen, Hochseeangeln, Segeltörn. Du bist meine Nummer 1 und nicht nur diese Nacht. Ich nehm dich zur Frau, trag dich die Marmortreppen zum Palast. Blaue Stunde Promenade, Lippenstift an deinem Glas. Soda, Zitrone, Haut glänzt, Haare nass. Ich schenk dir nach, du sagst wie schön ich bin. Ich küss deinen Hals und du lachst wie eine Königin. Leck die Lippen, ich bin dein bestes Pferd im Stall. Sind am Drippen, trinken Daiquiris aus nem Bergkristall.
Could never be like me. Flow so hot, but the jewels I see. Never think much of a fool I see. Them type of man we are school and teach. Fresh to death, head to toe. Smell the best fresh cologne. Finesse the best freshest clothes. I dress the best, yes you know. I'm that guy. Pose for the photo, never been shy. Drips in the chokehold and I got vibe. Wardrobe looking so cold, put it on ice. Yeah, I'm that guy. Pose for the photo, never been shy. Drips in a chokehold and I got vibe. Wardrobe looking so cold, put it on ice, ice. I'm that guy. Pose for the photo, never been shy. Drips in a chokehold and I got vibe. Wardrobe looking so cold, put it on ice. Yeah, I'm that guy. Pose for the photo, never been shy. Drips in a chokehold and I got vibe. Wardrobe looking so cold, put it on ice, ice. I'm that guy. I'm that guy. I'm that guy. Put it on ice. I'm that guy. I'm that guy. I'm that guy. Put it on ice.
Welcome back, everyone, to the final series of the day, which is why we've got some night shots of the Petronas Towers here in Kuala Lumpur, because it's ESL 1 Kuala Lumpur 2023. I will be helping you close out tonight as we get ready for our final series, but with one new face. It's Odie Pixel on
Hello.
the panel.
Yes.
Rare footage. What are you doing on a panel?
Well, I couldn't resist not being on for this one. I'm looking forward to this final series of the day that we're having on this stream. Because both teams, you know, they didn't just have the greatest of series, but this game, I think it's going to be a close one, Neil.
Yes, you are alluding to the fact that, well, we just saw Falcons get a pretty dominant 2-0 on LGD. G2IG also had a pretty rough debut as they just got 2-0'd by Tundra, which I will once again remind people is a North American team. It's TSM, turned Undying, turned Tundra. And they got a 2-0 against what was billed to me as a powerhouse roster, Winter. G2IG was supposed to get the best of all of the shuffles, 3 Malaysians, 2 Chinese, and 2 Chinese coaches. And yet they get 2-0'd by North America.
Yeah, what went wrong? Losing to North America. All right, Neil, they need time.
Give them time.
Yeah, time.
Because the players definitely are seasoned veterans. Monet, X-Nova, nothing to say. Baboka and JT. These are not newcomers to the scene. Oh, and these guys have been around for ages.
Absolutely, absolutely. They've had some great results in the past. Recently, though, some of these players, you know, they've not been doing too hot.
Sure.
Right? We had sort of the little bit of a run where Baboka and X-Nova were helping out Boom. Didn't go great in that sort of qualifier run. I believe they got knocked out by Execration in the SEA qualifiers for this year's TI. Winter does it. I'm looking at Winter. I know they did. The couple of them, they got knocked out by
I knew they
Execration.
lost, but I don't know who.
Oh, come on, you're meant to be the expert.
Yes,
but anyway,
obviously
they
lost, Winter. They weren't at TI. We know they lost.
Come on, guys.
But either way, so yeah, these guys, great stuff in the past, this recent year, some of the players not being looking too hot, but maybe together in this collection of players on G2IG, they're going to look pretty good. On the other side, though, LGD, obviously they didn't have a great series just now, but I think if anything, that was down to Falcons being that good.
Sure.
I think there's still a lot of potential for this squad. You know, obviously 3 of their players, they did pretty good at this year's TI. So I feel like changing 2 of them shouldn't really change things up that much. I think we're going to see results from
But just looking at the rosters, because both of them kind of traded quite a few
They
players.
did. 2 players, yep.
Which one do you think came out on top? Do you think LGD benefited from the shuffle or G2IG?
I think because of the historical results of some of the individual players, I would favor G2IG's overall roster over LGD's
but
right now.
sometimes like getting like an all-star roster, you're talking about the balance, right? Do they have the right balance? And so far, we're not really seeing it, right? And hopefully, by having 2 coaches, like, I guess they're the only team that has 2 coaches. I can't imagine any other team having 2 coaches.
Technically, Liquid kind of does with, well, Blitz is usually their coach. For this event, Blitz isn't here. He's taking a break, but Jabs is the analyst.
Yep.
But it's still it's a close relationship between the two. So I don't know if you count that as a double coach setup. But that's the only other roster.
Yeah, but they also have like a long history together, like Dogfights and Super. They were on a team for quite some time, a couple of years, and now they're working together as like I guess one would be like an assistant coach maybe. Like he's like trying to give him like stats or help him with the replays and stuff. And Super, because I saw Super sitting down drafting, so he's probably the main coach, you know, that decides everything.
But these players shouldn't need coaches. They're seasoned veterans.
No, you're wrong, dude.
Why?
Players need coaches so they can focus on the game, Neil.
They've been playing the game for ages. I thought it's the new players, the ones who haven't been shaped yet, that need the coaches.
But there are going to be a lot of problems outside of the game, and who's going to deal with it? The coach.
Okay. Well, you think there are egos on this team. Monet, nothing to say. JT, Baboka, X-Nova.
When
These
I say
are quiet
outside
players.
of game problems, it might not mean ego. It might mean other things, you know, bad habits, you know.
I see. Yeah. Baboka is definitely
Why are you giving me that look?
Well, I don't know, you're trying to throw these players on the bus. I'm sure they're lovely individuals, they're wonderful people. You know, let's stick to the Dota.
There we go. And in terms of the Dota, yes, both these teams are coming off of 2-0 losses. And whenever you go intra-regional, then usually things are thrown out the window because they have their own meta.
Yes.
But also, neither of these teams, well, okay, LGD didn't have to qualify because they got invited, but G2IG did have to qualify. They went through the China qualifiers.
And they went through the Opens as well, right?
They went through Opens as well.
They lost regions.
They lost the first Opens.
Okay, it was the second one.
Yeah.
Yes.
They were they did the same with Falcons. Falcons also lost in the first Open qualifier, and then they won the second and they qualified.
Yes, they did. Yeah, the Opens in the first Open and China was Team 0 being the main frontrunner. And then in Opens 2, it was IG. And then lo and behold, in closed qualifiers, 0 and IG faced off, G2 IG now. And IG got the 3-0.
It's good news, you know. It means that they can problem solve and try to fix whatever problems that they have, you know. I think that's a very important trait. Losing from the start might not be the worst thing, if you can actually help your team figure out what's wrong, and you try to make the fixes, and it will help you in the long run.
Oh, for sure. And those, the last series that we just had, G2IG playing up against Tundra, sure they lost, but it wasn't as rough as the LGD loss.
Sure.
They were holding on. They were on the verge of maybe making a comeback. It wasn't, there was definitely a lot of stuff that they could take away that were positives despite the losses.
And while we haven't seen too much of LGD, we actually had Purge take these guys under a microscope so we could learn a little bit more about their gameplay.
LGD has for many years been one of the strongest teams in the entire world.
LGD are doing it, Cinderin! And with that victory, PSG LGD is in the grand finals of TI-10.
But they can never seem to make it the whole way at TI. Nonetheless, they're an incredible powerhouse of Chinese Dota and a team to look up to. With a very patient and calculated playstyle, you can never count them out. Let's take a look at what makes them so dangerous to go up against. LGD goes into many games with the plan, be the stronger team late in the game. Their drafting style often boils down to picking heroes that can get them to the late game, while Shiro plays heroes such as Luna, Naga Siren, or Spectre, and heavily focuses on outscaling the enemy team. They're not the strongest team in the world at laning. In fact, they frequently lose or draw lanes in games they later go on to win. Their real strength is in recovering from the laning stage, and with very calculated plays, slowly but surely squeezing a lead out of the enemy team. Because of this, they're not as aggressive as most other teams, even compared to other Chinese teams. And they often have games stretching past 45 minutes or even an hour. Games like this is where LGD really shines. One thing is for certain, when LGD is playing, the game isn't over until the Ancient explodes.
Unfortunately for them, in their Falcons series, their Ancient exploded in 25 minutes in game number 1 and 35 minutes in game number 2. They did not really get a chance to flex their late game potential, which is kind of what their draft was geared towards, especially in game 2. The Spectre, Invoker, and Phoenix, maybe if they were able to reach the 40-minute mark, things would have gotten easier. But Falcons didn't let that happen. Same thing kind of for G2IG. Tundra beat them in game number 1, actually in 45 minutes, so that game went a little bit longer. But then game number 2, Tundra beat G2IG in 30 minutes. Is that just the way that this patch is shaping up to be? Do we know yet?
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you have this kind of trends, when the game goes towards a slower paced game and everybody's playing greedy with the Midas, you're trying to scale, and then some team would try to abuse that by having a fast paced lineup. Like in the first game of the Tundra IG lineup, Tundra drafted a Pagna Lone Druid strat. So that probably worked in their favor against the Spectre, even though it should be quite a close game, judging by the score and the game length. I didn't really watch the game, but just judging by what I see from the stats, probably it was a fairly close game. So I think you tend to see this meta development over a course of a tournament or over a course of after a patch is released and people are trying to figure out what's going to work best. And you start to see things shifting around.
Has enough changed after TI for you, Owen? Because most people are considering this to be a very gentle patch.
No, I mean, for sure, I would have preferred a bigger change, but it's still exciting to see, obviously, what the teams are doing with the slight changes that there have been, because there's every chance that even the meta that we're going to be seeing in this group stage will still change completely by the time we get to the main event. Because maybe some of them starts to find something that really works for them. Honestly, especially with some of these players popping off as much as they are. I know already in the series we just had, like Amar, right? Turning up, playing something like the Mars. Not a lot of people want to play Mars, but he might be inspiring other teams to start maybe looking towards that hero again. As these sort of signature hero player combinations that kind of break out despite and regardless of what the meta is balanced towards, can have knock-on effects that cause other teams to have to change what they're playing.
I mean, confidence is definitely an issue for that. Not everyone maybe has Amar's confidence to do that, and right now I would say that for these two teams, confidence is probably not at a very good state right now, so they have to try to find something that works for them immediately and try to build on that, So maybe experimenting with a hero that you might not be very good at, or because somebody does well with it and you try to copy it, might not be a very good idea.
It might not be, but it's not to say that teams might not do it, because sometimes, especially if you're losing a lot of games, you try the drastic measures, right? You say, you know what, let's give this hero a try that maybe not be the hero we've been practicing, but hey, we've lost 4-5 games, we've got to change things up.
I just don't know who the meta-defining teams are going to be because, for one thing, we don't have Spirit in this tournament. They were deciding to take a break. And Game and Gladiators, who are the other TI finalists, are not doing that great. They ended up splitting their series today, probably because people have been looking at them for a year at this point. And so all these teams and players who we have not seen for much of the year are starting to get a chance to shine, like ATF, for example. And so maybe this is the passing the baton that things that we didn't even know could be good all year are now finally getting a chance to show.
Yeah, I mean, playing with the same players, playing a long period of time is definitely going to be very exhausting for the whole team, you know. And I feel like in history, we always see that after a season ends, in the beginning of the next season, you always see that new stacks doing well. Those that are hungry, that have a long break, they didn't really get to attend any LAN events. I think apart from Falcons, I think I was quite impressed by Secret as well. Like they have, I mean, not exactly a new roster, but
they're not superstars though.
Yeah,
and so the fact that this kind of scrappy stack that Puppy put together is looking so good definitely took everyone by surprise during the qualifiers, and they're keeping the momentum going on here. But for us, we're going to be looking at a China versus China showdown. So stick around, and we'll be back with game number 1 after the break.
Doch ich mach mir noch einen Drink. Ich brauch nur die
Let's get the final series of the day underway here, ESL 1 Kuala Lumpur 2023, where you guys are in for a real treat. OD Pixel draft analysis. How often does this happen?
Here we go.
Meepo band.
There
And
we
tell
go.
me about the Meepo band.
I would have called that.
I knew you would have.
Yeah, Winter. Tell me about the Meepo band.
Nice.
What the
I mean, I think JT plays Meepo. I mean,
Okay, bit of
this must
offline
be
Meepo?
this must be something that happened in the scrim.
Yeah.
Meepo's definitely not a hero that I would put on my radar right away in the first phase ban. And if you're talking about cheese heroes, usually teams are looking at Huskar a lot more nowadays. Huskar, Lone Druid, not Meepo. Because the nerf was pretty huge before when they changed the Rod of Atos build. And right now, he doesn't feel like he has a good way of itemizing on the hero.
Yeah, they nerfed his Manta being able to break Mega Meepo as well.
Do you like that IG banned out the G2 IG banned out the Phoenix? I mean, what last 2 games, right? LGD have been opening with it. You've not felt that it's been that strong. Do you need to ban it?
Yeah, but this is like different, you know, because it's a inter-regional matchup, and the teams are very well versed of what each other is capable of, what secret threats that we might not be aware of, and what they are actually really comfortable with. So normally in this type of games, the bans are going to be a little bit different from the meta and in general. So I can't really say that I'm that surprised. But Slada being led through is something that I feel like this hero is very, very troublesome to deal with in general. I feel like this hero, when you let this hero loose, you have to have supports that ideally deal with him. And Jakiro is kind of decent.
Yeah.
You have the slow attack speed slow in the lane for him. In the team fights, you are kind of annoying for the Slada. You don't allow him to just run in because you have the ice path, and your slow is also definitely useful. Your macro pyre, and I kind of see the reasoning behind this.
I mean, there's this sort of opening, this sort of setup. It should give LGD a better chance to get Shiro a decent lane setup right. You know what you're with, you know what you're against. Because those last 2 games, I think one of the reasons why LGD did struggle as much was just because how badly Shiro kind of got destroyed in the laning stage.
Yep. And it's good to see them putting a lot more prioritization onto the laning phase, because the current 2 picks are definitely a much stronger laners. Moeta, be it a carry, be it a support, is going to be very good in the lane. And I think Moeta as a carry here would probably be a reasonable option to deal with the Slada's physical damage. And yeah, we'll see what G2 IG decides to do, because I think Slada is still a flex hero. You can put him middle, we can put him on the offlane depending on the matchup. And this hero is very reliant on the laning phase going well for him. So they do have like a Grimstroke, a hero that pairs really well with what Slada wants to do in the game with the Inkswell and obviously the double amplified damage. That's very nice for him. And you just need like somebody to like constantly follow you in the game, so you can run around and kill people.
Based off of what today has shown, it seems like core Moritz is a little bit more popular than support.
Yeah, the support Moeta kind of got nerfed pretty hard when they
nerfed the calling.
Nerfed the slow. Yeah, the slow on the calling. But call kind of still is relatively similar, I would say, your timings and everything. And G2 is going to play a faster pace early game, I would say, when you always go for this kind of MP picks. I think that it's mostly for your cores that really need help in the early game. At least that's for me, you know, when I pick MP, I always try to help either the offlaner. I have a very snowbally offlaner, like something like a Slada, that I need to ensure that he gets a good game. So I'm going to be looking at his lane all the time if I can actually get kills for him.
I mean, because that is the thing. I feel with the openings from both of these lineups, if it does indeed end up being a carry Moeta, it could get punished hard, right?
Yep.
You sort of see the diving potential of the Slada Grim backed up by Nature's Prophet. They could really, really crush the position 1 Moeta early game.
You have to start with a quelling bait for sure on the Moeta to prevent that from happening, but it can still be very annoying, TPing down with that bonus damage and throwing a blood grenade at you, and with the Slada running at you.
Yeah, you're going to just destroy this Moeta.
Yeah, you have to just be prepared. I think as a support in this type of scenario, in this type of lane, you have to always be prepared to sacrifice yourself to save the carry.
I mean, they're going to commit for it. You know, with the reveal here of the SD as the secondary support, and then the Centaur, so the offlane duo there. They feel confident to continue to try the carry Moeta, but as I say, G2IG,
so
they're geared up to punish it.
Yeah, you're telling me this is the 3rd game in a row now where Shiro's going to hate his life.
I think it's okay.
Not as much as last. Last series he was
fine.
against ATF.
And
you know, it doesn't get rougher than that.
And he has a Jakiro instead of a Phoenix. Jakiro is
true.
a lot stronger than Phoenix in the laning phase.
He's going to be happy with that one at least.
Yeah, but
Grim Slardar is a terrifying lane.
Yeah, but it is.
But
with the Nature's Prophet TPing in as well.
Look at the overall composition, you know. their supports are very capable of dealing with the Slada and the Grim. You have the Dispel from the Shadow Demon, which is really good against the Inkswell and really good against Slada in general.
Sure.
I think they have very good tools, and you have the Stampede to get away. I think overall they are in a much better position here.
Yeah, maybe they themselves, with that sort of Centaur ST duo can put an equal amount of pressure onto G2IG's carry in the laning stage.
And if talking about like the carry Muerta, like if you want to counter him with a carry to carry matchup, you always talk about like Spectre as a counter. But right now, because you have Slada doesn't really have a lot of synergy with the Spectre in terms of like the physical damage. So generally, when you have Slada, you're thinking about like either a TA carry or a Phantom Assassin. But those heroes are not in general very good against Muerta.
And I would imagine they'll go with the Morphing.
Yeah, I mean Morphing's nice too, because you need like a mixed damage hero. Like we've seen Luna, Dark Willow carries against Muerta because you can do damage during his ultimate, and Morphing's kind of like similar in that way. You can always throw your spell, throw your nuke.
Sure, but at the same time, if Muerta pops the ult and is able to survive, those magical hits are pretty decent against a Morph who relies on his high armor.
Yeah, I mean that's exactly true as well. And if you have like a Muerta playing into like a heavy magic lineup, I would say that you have also like an option to try to get one of your teammates to buy a pipe for you to protect you in the team fight.
Yep.
I think this is something that's really underrated about like games where the carries try to... I don't know if it's underrated, but when the carry tries to delay his BKB a lot, I feel like the offlaner should try to get a pipe to elevate the pressure.
But do you feel alright buying a pipe on Slaughter? You don't really want to do that,
I mean on the center, I mean. For the
Muerta. LGD to protect Muerta.
Yeah, obviously for the Slaughter,
sure.
you're not going to be wanting to buy a pipe. You're going to get like an Axe, you're going to get Blink, or some games you can get an Echo Saver. Slaughter is more like a greedier hero. So you're playing for your own game.
And yet again, the final phase is being reserved for the mid laners. Puck and Pango and Kanka banned out.
I mean, right now, so what's available? There's still a Lina, which could be nice with the double, the Soulbind, the double Laguna. That could be good. Like, she seems to be I would say like the most stable mid laner when you don't see your lane because she doesn't lose her lane. But maybe I'm wrong now because she loses her lane against Dragon Knight apparently.
Yes, that was one example of it. But she gets banned out anyway. And yeah, DK is still in the pool.
Yeah, I mean Lina is really good against the Morphling. So that means it's a mid Slada. Alright, off lane Lycan. Oh, the Grimstroke with Lycan lane. Oh, the Inkswell on the Wolves. Oh my god. I've been in that lane. It is not fun. So they have this like timing with the summons from the Wolves, and the Nature's Prophet is going to be there to speed up the game. So G2IG is looking to play a very, very fast-paced game around the early rotations and the Wolf taking your towers. Maybe he's going to get like an early Helm, pressure the map, and that's going to allow the Slada to just like to play all these constant brawls, you know, because when you're mid Slada, you always want a game that gives you a lot of fight. You want to join the fight all the time. You don't want to be like just sitting down and trading farm. So this is the kind of setup where I feel like the Slada is going to be very, very happy of.
Yeah, but you don't even know what he's laning into.
I feel like he probably doesn't care, but he should. Maybe he thinks that because of the MP in the game, MP can also help him. I think the MP should prioritize helping the Slada even though he's not offlane. And you make sure that the Slada gets a good start.
Are there any mids that can abuse the Slaughter?
Queen of Pain. I guess Queen of Pain. It's good against all melee heroes. Can kind of slow.
What would be hard to play though? This game, right? You're sort of getting caught out. You know, Grim's incredibly annoying. You get the Phantoms and Soulbind on them. They're just going to go with the Wind Ranger.
This hero is decent against the Slada, but at the same time, Wind Ranger is a very greedy hero. Like we talked about in the previous segment about how Emo is very greedy as a core, and I feel like if he's going to be very, very greedy this game, the Muerta is going to definitely suffer. And if the Centaur does not have a good start, he's not going to be able to make enough space for everybody to farm. So it's like the same game like the previous game where New has to do a lot of work.
Yeah, I mean, LGD, they suffered a couple of quick losses just now in the series that we had from them. I feel with the way that this draft's going, it could be another quick one for them. I mean, G2IG, they have really geared up to shut them down early and just make sure that, unfortunately for Shiro, he just doesn't get to play his game again.
Was the Lycan over-complicating things, though? Because I feel like it was
Not
already...
really, though. I feel like the opponent's draft doesn't really change what they need. I feel like they have a different vision, like especially Emo. When it comes to his hero, he always has a different vision with what the captain wants or whoever is planning the draft. Obviously, it's probably Sell It.
Yep.
So he needs to be able to see that, and probably today is difficult for him to see it, but maybe after today's series, they have to go back and have a talk about it. So far right now, I don't see the connection.
Well, it's a 3-day group stage, so you need to figure out things quite quickly. But let's get this, I guess, mostly Malaysian lineup with G2IG debuted on the mainstream with our casters. It's MLP and John X Fire.
Oh, thank you so much, Tsunami. It is indeed the debut of G2IG here against LGD. Jonathan, you saw last series. It was a bit of a rough affair for LGD. Do you like their chances here against G2IG?
I really like IG's draft. I think it's just a lot to play with.
I need some hopium, Jonathan.
At least it's not Phoenix first pick.
Okay.
For LGD, they shake it up there, but there's some combinations here. There's some good aggression, There's some scaling, especially with a Muerta once you hit critical mass. If your laning phase goes well, where you establish that initial farm, I don't think G2IG will let you do that. I think G2IG will run you down with its draft. I mean, like in Grimstroke, that's something we saw a lot here in Southeast Asia from teams like Lilgun from like 2 years ago. It's a very classical combination. It doesn't take too much to execute on. It is a menace in lane. And just the timings you can hit here for G2IG is just incredible. The push that can come out with the Lycan, with the NP, this global presence you have, this combination with Corrosive Haze plus the Lycan and the NP teleporting on top of you, there is a lot of play for G2IG in comparison.
Yeah, absolutely. Already the big smoke's coming out here from LGD. They look for a very early team fight by the looks of it. Obviously, wards were placed in the mid lane here from Emo. LGD getting prepped in position to see if they can find themselves a very early kill here against G2IG. Seems as though the dire end of things being quite cautious, just chilling by the tier 1 towers. LGD have to be patient themselves and wait for that opportunity to come. We'll go to the Wind Ranger pick as well. I mean, you heard Winter and OD talk about it, right? Like the Wind Ranger against the Slider makes enough sense in the laning stage. You can obviously have a hard time kind of abusing the bash to the DP for nothing to save, but the hero itself, like, well, once you get past the laning stage, does it do much?
I think it's all right in terms of going past that laning phase. The one thing is, it is really greedy. They catch one.
Yeah, I mean, LGD have jumped in. Nothing to say with the 3-man stun, but it's not going to matter. Or is it? New does get the last hit. Emo sadly misses uphill. I believe they did want to give him that first blood gold, but doesn't quite get so lucky.
They still find a freebie.
Oh, why you smile now? Getting chased down by JT. Very nice body blocks here by the Wolves, and why you smile?
Oh my goodness.
Looks like he is going absolutely nowhere as JT is able to barely secure the kill before his Grimstroke takes it away from him.
Yeah, that's just some beautiful blocking. Compensates for that earlier first blood, but not fully. You're still in a really happy spot for G2IG, finding pretty much 3 bounties for 1. And, you still have this decent lane. Like, it's not an amazing lane for Slaughter at this point. It's also not the worst, considering Slitherine crushes radius. You can kind of try to be aggressive running forward. Instead of focusing on Bash to the Deep, you could just try to play with Slitherine Crush, kind of old school mid Slaughter. Not sure if that's the direction you necessarily want to go down there on mid. Your side lanes are pretty solid. This is something for PSG LGD that they can play around with. Like, they've got the Shadow Demon Centaur combination. They can look for the stun lineup. They can try to bully out the Morphling. They have separated that Lycan and the Grimstroke, so you're not getting the Inkswell Wolves running around. But you do want to just kind of protect your Morphling, play poke. The Grimstroke can kind of provide you some distance to get to safety here and just focus on farm.
X-Nova and Monet looking at them at the top lane. They're going to have a very nice time. I mean, New was fantastic last series around. I want to say, like, the new Centaur, always a sight to behold for sure, and he does really have a lot of impact here, but it doesn't seem as though the Centaur Shadow Demon combination is going to be too scary here for the side of G2IG up at the top lane. Mind you, of course, you can get caught out with a disruption set up into the hoof stomp, but at the very least, Monet should be just fine.
Yeah, he's not going to be shoved away fully. Maybe by level 3-4 you could try to gun for him if he's not careful. Down bot, the last lane, of course, we've got JT on the Lycan and Baboka on the NP. They are up against Shiro on that Muerta and Y on that Jakiro. There's a lot of play here as well for LGD. If you can land a pretty good Deadshot or the calling with the slow and just kind of run them down with the damage from range. It's not the best of times for the side of G2IG, JT. It's not finding the best of form. Like, you can't really stop the Muerta from just building up here with this kind of combination. Without the Grimstroke, Lycan, you're not going to be able to gap close that comfy here.
You Smart still trying to get some damage out here against JT and the Wolves, but do too much here against JT, going to be just fine. Shiro having a much better time than last series as well, not having to play that position 1 Spectre. We're having a much better time here with the Muerta pickup. And not as weak of a laning stage for him with this hero. Looks like New's been left alone for now. So just feeling confident enough to lane by himself. Though Manet is going to try and force him away with some right clicks. Nova. A little bit cautious with the position. PYW looking to move in from the right side. We just fine though. They aren't looking to make the jump in quite yet. So we do remain a 1-to-1. Very even kind of matchup here. Just a very slight net worth lead the way of G2IG. Give props to Emo as well here in the mid lane. Like, this Windranger versus Slaughter matchup's going actually very evenly between the two. Currently 1 CS difference between that Slaughter Windranger, and I suppose if you were Emo, you're probably pretty happy about that, because last series you had to play 2 games in a row against Dragon Knight, where you were just getting no CS.
Actually, I'd see this as pretty good for nothing to say. Again, it's not a lane that he can necessarily leverage his tankiness to exchange hits, to try to get that bash for the deep. He has gone for a 1-2-1 build, so he is focusing on that older style of Slytherin crushing lane, trying to maybe get a freebie onto Emo, but not looking for the right-click trades. And considering that, he copped a lot of damage. He is still holding on to that lane. He's not that far behind in a lane that I'd say is rather rougher, way rougher than most matchups you'd want for the Slardar. I think the next step is going to be that rune control. Water runes coming out, no supports coming out, so it should be an even 2-for-2, or 1-for-1 on the water runes. And maybe by the power rune you could try to set up. And Shadow Demon, Jakiro doesn't sound like the best way of coming in, but if you can just chain those stuns, you should be pretty good to try to pressure if you feel the need to.
Speaking of that Jakiro down at bottom lane, I mean, they're still just trying to harass away JT. He's having a great old time here on the like, and no real pressure on him. Rotation out from X-Nova now, looking to perhaps set up onto the Muerta. They will get the MP out of there. Mid lane, it seems like that's where all the action is, because Emo's been caught out with a very awkward sprout from Baboka, just blocking the way. There was just no way out for Emo. There's nothing to say in Baboka, able to secure. Now even bot lane, Shiro going down. Just X-Nova with the rotation, with the like, and gets it done, as now Baboka with the chase out, misses the sprout. A little bit unfortunate.
Yeah, but that aggression lines up from G2IG. They actually do make that move for the water runes. Nothing to say, finds boat, gets to stay in lane. Does go for the 1-3-1 build, so going all in on just playing with Slytherin Crush, which I like to see, because it takes me all the way back, and you don't necessarily see that build too often nowadays. 1-3 start, G2IG. They're getting the right movement across, right? Like, you connect mid with NP, you bring the Grimstroke down bots, you can start to play with that Inkswell and Stroke of Fate, with a Lycan chasing down. Even though they split up these lanes in different manners, they're still finding that initial timing for that aggression.
B1W just trying to get Manet out of this laning stage. Manet, at the stage where you could start thinking about going and just farming the jungle, but obviously doesn't really need to as PYW. Go for a disruption out. Does have a lot of Shadow Poison stacks going onto Manet. Nice silence though from X-Nova. Not going to allow the Hoofstop to come in, as now PYW actually the one to go down. New trying his absolute best to help out, but he can do nothing. A very clutch silence from X-Nova, ensuring there was no follow-up to the disruption. It's even now bottom lane, Shiro trying for JT, but they just do not have the follow-up damage to finish off the kill.
Yeah. G2IG, they've set the foundations for a really strong start. They're counteracting that aggression you expect with a Centaur SD, not allowing the openings. They're getting a lot of attention down bot without dropping. The only lane that has been left alone a little bit has been Emo's, but he had a death earlier on, and it still needs more farm. They're trying again, but Monet's a pretty tanky target to try to burst down. I mean, at this point, even with just 1 point in attribute shift, as long as he's got some stick charges, he's perfectly fine.
Get very quiet across the map. 6.5 minutes in, 1-4. G2IG certainly the team trying to get the most action going here. As I suppose with the global presence you do have, they can continue, as I believe Xnova has actually rotated down towards the bottom side once again. Looking at YU Smile, he'll try to get out of vision, though YU Smile be able to get that information over onto the Grimstroke and realize he's around this area. Shiro will back off in response. So will the Jakiro, though Shiro was actually being chased down by Nothing to Say, who does intervene, moving down to the bottom side. Shiro, he'll get stunned up. He'll get the slow out, but I don't think it's going to matter. Nothing to Say, just casually chasing him down as Shiro misses the dead shot. And that'll be all Shiro. He is gone.
I love this aggression coming out from G2. IG, they're just leaving mid. They know Emo can't do anything. Like, even if you give this Wind Ranger a free lane, what she can do without farm?
Nothing.
She needs to just sit there. She needs to just build up so you can take that momentum elsewhere.
Monet just way too quick with the strength morph. And a nice attempt with the Ice Path to catch him off guard, but Monet, he is on edge. He knows they're coming.
Yeah, he just reads them. He knows what they're trying to do once that Centaur starts to gap close in. 1 to 5 start G2IG. We're starting to reach that point where the push is coming out. They've got that Dominator up in JT. He's just shoving in bot.
They're going to try and respond though. Emo with a nice rotation. Focus fire out though. JT just going to focus the tier 1 tower while he's there. JT actually just so tanky. Going to try onto YU Smile. JT still surviving, but finally will drop. It's now Shiro moving in. They'll want Baboka, but Baboka perfectly okay to walk out of there. I suppose the thing is, it was still a 1-for-1 trade in the end. JT actually getting a kill, and now in come the cavalry. They want a little bit more. They'll make the chase in onto Emo, but Nothing to Say. Unable to close the gap, will look towards Shiro instead, as they do have the Dominator creep giving all the vision. They will not land the stun. That'll be enough for Shiro to be able to get out of this scenario. You can feel the pressure, though, for LGD. Like, they are not feeling very comfortable here in this game, number 1, I don't think.
No, they certainly aren't. JT, just a beast with a micro, cutting off that initial movement by the tier 1. Look for more.
I mean, this guy is just all over them. Nothing to Say. Just no hesitation. It's new. Getting annihilated. Baboka the one to take the kill now. This is very reminiscent of last series.
That it is, Mike. 2 to 7 start in favor of G2IG. The one difference is they've got stacks for LGD, but guess what? JT's clearing it out for himself.
Look at PYW. This takes you back a couple years, doesn't it, John? This Lycan Dominator creep just chasing you down across the map. There's just nothing. PYW, be very careful, sir. You cannot deal with that creep right now, as sad as that is to say.
It's way too much damage. That +3 is not to be underestimated.
3 heroes ganking it, John.
Yep, that's what they need. You know, they need to cut their losses. They need to prevent this bleed out that's coming out onto G2IG.
Baboka. It just PYW will not be left alone. Baboka wants it. Baboka wants it so bad. PYW trying to run, does get away at least. Thank goodness for that. As Ema going to try and punish Baboka now. They'll go for the chase, but they've got no vision around the area. Courier's coming out. Misses out just barely, though. The TP away, Baboka. He got spotted, but they're not quick enough. Oh, they're not quick enough. Baboka, he gets... How does he just walk away?
Just slips right out of there.
Oh.
It's like they can't even stop him. And, I mean, that's so much time you're using on the triangle. You don't save your large TAM stacks. Your side lanes are just being free-farmed now by G2IG. And it's just the supports kind of playing tag there. Nothing to say, maybe just dipping in and out, but no massive commitment. Whereas LGD, again, they're losing so much map space by just trying to chase them down in the triangle. Over those neutrals, over JT's micro. Like, he's just farming up a storm. You've got no pressure now for Monet up top. He's doing perfectly fine with his net worth as well. And for the side of LGD, I don't know, like, we haven't seen the setups come into play. This is where that Wind Ranger, again, just comes out as a question. It needs items. It's going for the Maelstrom. It can do some more damage then. You're probably just waiting really for the blink on you once more, which is sort of seeming like a recurring story here for LGD.
Emo, he's going to go for a chase onto Xnova. Inkswar going to land though, and now with the Wrath of Nature coming in, Emo, he's actually the one being hunted down. Spread out as well, Emo still running, but in comes JT with the wolf form, and just the wolves chasing him down. Emo, just get the hell out of there, sir. It is just not safe. He will continue to run, but the chase continues. He is surrounded. Emo is gone. YU Smile, he will slowly follow as JT finishes off that kill. Shiro in the meantime trying to trade, but he cannot keep up with the Lycan. And I mean LGD, they're trying to find an opening. I'm not sure where it is though. There's nothing.
There's no opening showing. They pop Stampede to run away. Guess what? The Wolf can run just as fast as a horse can, apparently.
Yeah.
Over a prolonged time. And it's just so much committed again.
Oh, and you just got his Blink Dagger to boot. Yeah. He just got it.
Just a little bit off the timing. Maybe now you can play a little bit aggressively, try to set up, try to get, I don't know, a chain stun with Ice Pat and Dual Breath. You don't even have the Macro Fire to play with. Not quite at that level just yet. For Y, they just need to stem the bleeding. They need to just secure an area to farm in. They've got their triangle back in control. They've got a little bit of an ancient camp stack being built up, but this is when you look at this draft, you've got Muerta, you've got Wind Ranger, you're waiting for farm. There's only so much a Centaur +2 can do in this situation.
I mean, I feel like New just has to just get some kind of impact for his team here with this Blink Dagger up, and we are seeing the 3-man smoke immediately up from LGD. They've got to get a surprise reveal going. They've got to find some value with this Blink surprise reveal, and well, they do rush towards the bottom side of the map, but sadly nobody from G2IG is hanging around that area. They are all safely on their own side of the map, and sadly for LGD, it doesn't really seem like they're going to find themselves an opening. Perhaps they could travel through the Twin Gates, though, as even G2IG now smoking up on their own side of things, looking for their own fight. LGD, do you want to go through the Twin Gates? It seemed like the answer may just be yes, they will.
They've got a good angle onto Monet. Doesn't have vision to protect himself in the rear. But
he's got a Lincoln's up, though. It's not that easy to pick this guy off. As mid lane, YU Smile is gone. Monet is still being hunted, but again, with the Lincoln's up, it's going to be very hard to initiate on this Morph.
No.
Especially without vision.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Triangle again.
He's got his whole team behind him to make matters worse, so you definitely don't want to run up to that high ground right now. Monet does reveal himself by taking down that sentry, but it seems as though LGD are very well aware that this is not the fight they're looking for. While they've been dancing around their own triangle, the mid-tier 1 tower goes down for free as JT able to just secure, and now the Ancients, they are just being taken. There is zero contest in this game one.
Yeah, they took the other camp a while ago with its stacks. They're taking the Ancients out. The movement from LGD, again, it just wastes time. G2IG get a good read, just take control, clear out these stacks, dodge out the ganks, build up this lead. 2 to 10, 8k up. I mean, it's going to be hard to stave off this push now that you have the full Overlord up as well for JT.
Well, here we go. The dominant creep. Going to see Emo. New going to be scouted out by the Wolves as well. G2IG decide this time around they do not want to be involved in this fight. They'd rather back off and look for better territory to fight in. LGD were kind of dancing around that high ground, so G2IG going to hold their own high ground here in that dire jungle. Again, they have all the vision of the world with these Wolves, and in fact, look at this initiation. With the Inkswell out, they're going to jump PYW immediately, and in fact, nothing to say. He's even going to find New. New, though, unable to follow up. He needs to get the hell out of there as G2IG, and now on the chase. And the poor Centaur looks like he might just be fine for now, but nothing to say. Still on the chase with the Slanner, just waiting for the blink to come up, and there it is. Nothing to say. He'll find 2 of them. New is down. YU Smile trying to help, just gets annihilated by Monet. And Emo, all he can do is run. Don't look back, sir. It's not worth it.
That's done right as Stampede comes out. Their escape route, it wasn't even blocked off. They were just run down by a Wolf. I guess a Wolf can just eat Centaurs all day.
Yeah.
Doesn't line up for LGD, and 2 to 13, 10k lead for G2IG. You don't have to worry about Stampede now. It's not a long cooldown, mind you, but it does feel like the one tool you really have for LGD to try and create some space for yourself, you know? Just prevent that chase down from G2IG. Roshan opens up. You've got the Slardar, you've got the output, and it's not going to take long. There's no contest here for LGD. They've just got to use this time to get some vision down. There's a really good sneaky ward here from G2IG by the ramp on the triangle that neither sentry really finds. So they've always just got free info, and they have 3 sentries in their triangle, Mike, from the side of LGD. can't even find this, and it's going to be a big issue when they go up to farm.
He's been scanned out here on the Muerta. They know where he is. They'll make the jump in, nothing to say. Immediate blink, immediate stun, and immediate kill. No chance for Shiro to survive the onslaught that was incoming. G2IG, it feels like they have no reason to back off as well. Baboka maybe going a little bit too far. Will get shackled up, still looking to try and play this one out, but does go down. It's a bit of a freebie being handed the way of LGD, but well, PYW, he's also a bit of a freebie, John. He just dies to the creeps of JT now as JT's rushing New. New forced to pop the Stampede to run away. We'll be able to make it. But my God, is it rough.
That it is. Every single Stampede has basically been a defensive Stampede coming out here for LGD. We haven't seen them be able to use that to run in, to keep that chase going on their end. And I don't know if we'll ever see that until maybe your Muerta's ready to chase down some heroes after additional items. Maelstrom's done. You're going into the full Moon Shard next, which is a pretty big spike for the Muerta, but not enough. Not nearly enough.
He's 4K behind Monet.
Yeah.
You know, that's kind of how bad things are going right now for LGD. It's just not what you need. And I don't blame it on Shiro. I just think G2IG just have a better understanding of the meta right now by the looks of it. So here we go again, mid lane. They'll smoke up as 5. LGD, they're going to try and find themselves a good team fight. Was that under vision?
I think the ward clipped it on you.
Oh no. Well, never mind this smoke. Probably not going to work out in the favor of LGD, but for G2IG, they're just holding the high ground of that Radiant jungle now. And if LGD dared move into that area, it'd probably be a very nice fight for IG. JT, perhaps a target they could look for. He is right by his tier 1 tower though, so they have a nice rotation point. He has no wolf form at the very least, so they could jump in, but look at the TPs. Look how fast they come in. JT, he has the backup in. Why You Smile is gone, and now the Soulbind locking them two together. Emo is down, so is New. Oh, and Why You Smile, he will be the 4th to drop. It just happens so quickly. You blink and they're just gone.
And the coordination of G2IG. Like, they called a smoke play from that high ground area in bot jungle. JT tries to scout. He's still hugging the tower. Like, they commit everything for this one pickoff, and they just can't run. Sold the Stampede again to run away, but it just doesn't do anything.
Very, very, very challenging situation here for LGDs. Now it's 4-19, 15k advantage, the way of G2IG.
I mean, that little play, it would have ended up a lot better if they were just a little bit faster going into that camp. They managed to walk back to the tier 1.
I don't think they can fight by the towers. That's kind of my issue with that, right? Like, you jump JT like that, fine, but not by his tier 1 tower.
I mean, what can you do? These tier 1s still stand here.
Right.
20 minutes in, they
Kind of
just
the
haven't
issue.
been able to push.
Yeah.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Nothing to say. He is by himself in that Radiant jungle. The problem is he... Whoopsie daisies.
All right.
I mean, he misses the blink, but misses the stun, but
it doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter.
That's a Jakiro. You don't need that damage. You can just burn him down. Easy enough.
JT, look at this. He's just chasing 2 on his own. Emo forced the TP away, New being left behind. New, he'll go for the TP with the Ghost Scepter, and he is going to be fine. But that is the current state of the game. You need a Ghost Scepter to survive as an offlane Centaurus. Now Shiro's been jumped. Nothing to say, literally running circles around him. I mean, he's literally running circles around the guy. Here we go, New. He is gone. Nothing to say, at least to die. But G2IG, they are playing very, very confidently as they'll jump into the high ground now. Onto Emo. Emo just trapped between a rock and a hard place. He's down a boot. Monet, he'll show mercy. He won't dive to tier 4 towers yet. It's only 20 minutes in. You know, he'll take it easy for now, but LGD, the times are ticking.
It's not going to take long for this high ground to really just fall apart.
Yeah.
I don't see any strong defense left. Macropyre a few, less than a minute away, I suppose. Not the longest cooldown, but this push just happens in a flash. Monet just styling on top, dropping Muerta with her own dead shot. Always feels good. They at least have one outer tower left here for LGD, so the Mega Creeps aren't a near reality just yet, but that's not going to take too long for G2IG as they'll go for another smoke play out.
Yeah, they've got a double damage waiting for them at the top rune spot if they wanted it, but they don't see it, I don't believe, so instead they're just going to run into the Radiant Triangle, up towards the top lane where they might run right into Why You Smile and PYW, and Nothing to Say, of course, has no hesitation, making the jump in on the Jakiro. PYW at least able to TP up, but Emo gets scouted there with the stroke of fate. Be able to wind run away out of this. Still the Tormentor now of the Radiant side. Gonna belong to G2.
Oh, that's a big freebie one to find. On to nothing to say. The free Slitherine Crush increased damage with the Corrosive Haze applying first.
Amazing.
I mean, everyone already melts anyway. I don't know if it's really a big difference maker with how fast they die. I guess it's always nicer to have them die even faster.
Absolutely. Well, damage found from nothing to say now. Might just be able to 2-3 hit this Jakiro at this point with this double damage rune. Very, very tough. I mean, if you're LGD, John, what do you... If Xiao 8 could talk to his team, what's he telling his team right now? Like, what's the game plan to get back into this one?
We kind of saw a little bit of that in their last game, just like looking for these pickoffs. They've got this chain control. They've tried a couple of times trying to smoke out. I think that's the idea. Just basically go for a smoke play or try to set up some vision and then go for a smoke play somehow.
Just drop the macro, defend the mid-tier 2 tower. It's the best you could really do here as the Jakiro. So you cannot stick around to throw any other spells out. Manet does still find the tier 2 mid tower, absolutely no issues there for him. Meanwhile, LGD just taking any space on the map that they can to allow Shiro this farmers. Now look at Baboka, just TPing in so aggressively. Does actually find himself a Shadow Demon with that Wrath of Nature and PYW. All he can do is try to hide, but he can't even get out of the pit now. The Sprout just blocks him in. PYW is gone. Nothing to say, we'll take that one.
Now, shoots dead center to the Sprout. Doesn't matter. He gets the blink target, gets the stun. Yeah, 10 to 1. There you go. Yeah. It's like he's playing a carnival game at this point. Can I insta blink in the center and get the plants watered up so they find another?
Yeah,
Shiro.
We probably should have just stuck on the replay. Shiro is down. New. Ghost Scepter is going to buy him a little bit of time. He'll try for the tippy play up, but Manet's going to have the stun. It'll be a wicked 6 streak now for Manet, as Emo is just being chased down by creeps at the moment. JT is literally standing there AFK, microing creeps.
Yeah.
And Emo still just has to run away.
Oh, this is... I mean, just... Yeah. There's no words right now for this. It's a tough time for LGD.
Very tough.
What do you do? Again, like, you could try for a Hail Mary. You could try to smoke out, try to hold high ground, play with your macro fire.
Emo looking to get deleted here, though he does get the wind run at the very least, but the Wrath of Nature going to lock him in place, and now the shackles to fly up, but Emo does still survive. They'll force the whole of the LGD to rotate once again into the Radiant base, and now matters get really hard if you're Emo. Nullifier is now available for JT, so that wind run, it really doesn't matter anymore.
No, it doesn't. Neither do the Ghost Scepters that they have on hand that they've been trying to leverage to save themselves, particularly on Neo. Yeah, I guess, I don't know, it's the same story. Just try to play high ground, or if you manage to somehow get some vision outside, play with that smoke. Like, try to go hunting outside. We saw it in the last series. They did get a couple of nice kills. They needed to do that maybe 4 more times to feel good. Kind of the same story here, except you're probably looking for more like 5 kills, 6 kills, which it feels impossible until more farm comes in. I'm still looking at Shiro. He hasn't really progressed that much in itemization. Has the Hurricane Pike, still queuing up that Moon Shard. It's a pipe dream, I guess.
He's still 8k behind Manet, 6k behind JT at the moment. At the very least, they are holding high ground for now. 25.5 minutes in, they are not out of this game quite yet. They say, you know, you either win or you learn, Jonathan. Right now, there's some learning happening, that's for sure.
There's a lot to learn. I feel like for LGD, it's a lot to learn in the last series as well.
Yeah.
It's a learning day for LGD. Which is fine, it's day 1.
It is day 1. 20 days to go, nothing to say. 3 hits.
There you go, you were right.
Hits.
You got it.
That's without the double damage, by the way.
Oh, then would have been maybe 2 hits.
Maybe 1.
Maybe 1.
5 to 28, Jonathan. 27k net worth advantage. What's do we have the numbers on Dota Plus? What's Gabe in?
100%.
Okay.
Just 100%.
Thank you for that, John.
Yeah. It's, I don't know, like, yeah, I could make some noises with my mount at this point.
G2 IG. They'll make some noises here in the Roshan pit. Roshan are obviously going to go down very freely here to G2 IG. And I suppose with this Aegis, I'm like, do you just move high ground?
Yeah, you don't wait.
Maybe get a pick off?
Maybe.
Maybe.
They do have good, decent enough forward vision, but not quite in that bot jungle any longer. All did expire. They do find a good scan.
PYW. This is going to be the experience PYW's had all game. They will see him eventually. Monet blows him up.
God. Oh.
Sometimes this is how I feel playing support in my pubs, Jonathan.
Yeah, this looks like a C pub sometimes. You know, I don't know why Southeast Asia has a lot of games like this, but it does happen. And we are in C, so maybe it's a server thing.
Bottom lane, Monet going to get started on the bottom racks. Looking at New, Deadshot does land, nothing to say though. No hesitation going right onto the Centaurs. The Wrath of Nature will even lock him down. GD, they will not lose anyone quite yet, but they are losing that bottom racks to Monet. So they will get the glyph out. Macro dropped as well, just trying to delay this push as much as humanly possible. Deadshot again, just fearing away Monet, but Nate comes nothing to say, and why you smile. I mean, he is alive for now, but not for long. As the Stampede trying to allow him to survive, he is actually alive a little bit longer as JT has dived a little bit too deep. He will go down, but so will New and Emo. Shiro able to escape the grasp of G2IG. But even diving into the fountain, it's still a 2-for-1 trade in favor of G2IG.
Yeah, they still have the Aegis to play with. You could go for a reset on Monet. And I mean, that's probably the ideal circumstance. It's not like a massive macro pyre, but you're holding back the Morphling. They are doing a great job on G2IG of just poking. You know, nothing says moving forward, bringing the attention away from the Morphlings who's hitting the buildings. And it's just a free ride from there if they don't stop Monet.
Absolutely. I mean, there is really no stopping Monet at the moment by the looks of it, unless Monet completely agimorphs and just allows them to throw some spells out, John. I
That'd
don't.
be a meme.
It could be.
I don't think he'd want to meme. But
PYW gonna get deleted here by nothing to say. Back onto the high ground. You've still got the Aegis. You've still. Do they have the cheese? Does it even matter? Probably not.
No. It's not.
Mid racks. Monet's not done. Range racks is gone. 2.5 minutes on the Aegis. Plenty of time here for Monet. He'll morph into the Muerta. Just drops the call. They continue to just use dead shots to buy a little bit of time here against the morph as New. Thought about jumping in, but saw the strength morph and just ran right back out. The mid racks once again under siege here by Monet. They do at least have the X up on PYW, but why you smile, just getting deleted again by nothing to say. Monet does get caught. They'll take down the Aegis. That's one life gone, but can they deal with the Slider? He'll look to back off. The Stampede forward. They're going to try and go for the fight, but the huge ensnares coming out with the Wrath of Nature from Baboka. Monet, he's got no fear. He's just jumping right in. He is just jumping right in. He could not care less. PYW to fall to boot. Baboka dealing with Shiro on his own with the Spirit Vessel out, and Shiro! He'll buy back. GG is called.
That's it. That's it. LGD is, they're not having a great time 3 games in here, Mike, for day number 1.
Nope.
But like you said, it's either you win or you learn. And this is another thing to learn from, I suppose. I suppose our lesson, if Winter was to point out the lesson from the first series for LGD, it was not to open with Phoenix. I wonder what they've learned in this one. Maybe, I don't know, it's Slardar? Chikiro first pick?
Where are these guys going? Is it... I don't know if it's draw. I can't blame the draw.
I don't think it's I think it's the greed, right? And again, this was something Winter pointed out as well, the Wind Ranger pickup. It's just, there's no momentum to play with, no one to connect with. You had this combination with your Centaur SD, you have a Jakira for follow-up. You didn't have anyone that could, your mid couldn't connect, you have 2 heavy farmers. Your Centaur can't really burst instantly, even with a timing.
Well, luckily we don't have to answer the question, John. We've got a lovely panel to answer it for us. Let's throw back to them and see exactly what they've got to say about this game.
Thank you very much, Mike and John. As LGD are having a bad day at the office. And I know that we don't have Winter fully unleashed because you held your tongue, Winter. Why, as soon as we took off our headsets, you said what was really on your mind regarding LGD, and it's kind of the things that you would have said on the CDPC, but now you think, oh, you know, Xiao 8 is the coach, I should show respect to everything, but I know what's really going through your head.
What's really going on in my head is the coach can't control the mid laner. He's not on his leash right now.
Okay.
He has to drag him back, pull him back. You're not going that Wind Ranger route. You're not going that Exalt Invoker route. Come back, play for the team. And he has to figure out fast how to do that.
He keeps giving him last pick, though, which seems to be the trend for all the teams. I'm seeing mid be the last phase for nearly every game I think we've watched. And so it's a common trend, but we blame the first pick Phoenix. We blamed Emo's Invoker. We're now blaming the Wind Ranger. How many holes are in this LGD lineup, Owen? What's going on?
I mean, whatever the holes are, I think the one that they've got to try and plug the most is just making sure that Shiro can have a good game.
Yes.
I think once again, you know, it's not really on Shiro's. Well, maybe his performance isn't amazing, but I think he's just not set up for success.
Definitely.
And part of that is indeed, as sort of Winter's touching upon, the fact that maybe Emo's getting a bit too many options on what he wants to play in that mid lane. Maybe they've got to be a bit more direct and just get him on a hero that's going to make the game overall a little bit easier for his carry to play.
Yeah, I mean, you just, at some point, you have to understand the mid role is no longer the same. Right now, your main job is to play for the side lane. You have to help your team as a mid. It's no longer the win condition hero. Sure, you might have some exceptions, like some Huskar games where you can just snowball and win the game on your own. But in general, you have to be playing for your teammates. You have to be playing for the side lanes because the off laner and the carrier are essentially more important than you know.
He's not playing greedy heroes. Okay, well, I suppose
Kinda.
He's
Invoker,
playing heroes
Ranger.
that the heroes are able to do things. He's just playing them in a very greedy way. Like Invoker could have gone Quas Lex,
okay,
and he could have gone around. Wind Ranger could roam more and not have to farm all the time.
I mean, maybe that's what he was telling Xiao in the draft. He's like, yes, I'll go Quas Wex, and then as soon as he's out the room,
I'll rotate all the time.
Exhort time.
Sucker.
He's telling me I don't trust my carry. That's what I'm getting, you know, with the vibe. You know, I'm trying to carry the game on my own, and that's definitely not working out for them, and they have to try to figure things out, you know. Like when it comes to the mid laner, I can tell you I've experienced that it can be difficult communicating such problems with the mid laner, because the mid laner, he has a different kind of game. He's on his own on an island. He looks at the game from a perspective where the hero itself can do a lot against the enemy lineup, but sometimes they don't really prioritize whether our own lineup synergizes well with the last pick that you're picking, and that can cause problems for the team. And right now I feel like this kind of feels like the problem, you know. He's thinking more on his own side, his own game. His hero works against the enemy lineup, but he doesn't think of his own team's lineup.
And the sacrifice does not work out. Meanwhile, though, maybe we can heap some praise onto G2IG as they pick up their first win, I suppose, as a brand. Anything stick out to you, Owen, or was it... Let's not say that LGD just gave it to them. What did G2IG do that exceeded expectations?
There's a lot of little stuff, right? You know, JT, some excellent micro throughout the game with his wolves, from sort of the early first kill that the team got to sort of those later stages where he's getting this vision behind towers, spotting out all these smoke moves that LGD's trying to make to get back in the game. I think the fact that they've shown they've got the flexibility to have nothing to say, play this mid Slardar hero that I think we are going to see continue to sort of rise up in favorability. Maybe not necessarily in the mid lane, more so in the off lane, as most teams have been playing it. But yeah, this mid Slardar was pretty fantastic. Great answer to what Emo tried to do against him. You know, picked into it as well, this Wind Ranger, in response to Slardar, but didn't really do anything close to what Nothing to Say was in terms of impact. And the Monet Morphling, you know, wasn't the last pick, but nothing was done to deal with it. He ends the game not dying at all. A literal flawless performance from him on the carry.
Yeah, the main difference is you could see like their draft coming together. You see all these little things like Owen mentioned, the Nature's Prophet playing around the Slardar rotations. They have the Inkswell on the Wolves, which was really, really annoying for the opponent to deal with. Set up a lot of kills for them. There are all these little things that allowed Monet and the Morphling to be like, you can't touch him, you know.
Yep.
There's just too much space for him to farm.
Yeah, and specifically, Owen, you mentioned Nothing to Say, who is part of our Acer Predator head-to-head, as we take a look at his numbers versus Emo, who has been exceeded in every single department.
Yeah, look at the assist department.
15.
Yeah.
From a mid Slardar.
Yeah, it's pretty wild. The teams have got to look out for this, you know, coming out in future matchups, and I don't think we're going to see any other team try and answer Nothing to Say's mid Slardar with a Wind Ranger pick. That's just not going to happen again.
Hopefully.
Who knows? Yeah, we'll see what happens in game 2. Maybe Emo's like, I got it this time. But it didn't work out this game.
Or maybe he'll try a Dragon Knight next time.
Yeah, Dragon Knight. I honestly probably would have done a bit better in the matchup, I reckon, DK.
Yeah, I mean, it used to be a hero that teams used to pick against Slada, high armor, and you kind of have the stun to kind of stop the Slada from running in and causing a lot of problems. But right now, I feel like it's not just one singular pick, it's the vision. I keep talking about this, but that's what I'm feeling right now when I look at the draft sequence, how they are banning the heroes and how they are prioritizing the cores. I just feel like there's too much prioritization on the mid hero. Like he gets too much priority in the draft and he's not really able to convert it into a win for his team. And that's also because of not just his own play, but it's just the general meta where the mid laners are just not supposed to farm that much.
So you're still content with the side lanes? Like if we ran back this same draft where Muerta carry early on.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. If Emo's on a more active early hero.
Yeah, he can help Muerta, like Owen said.
They would have a much better chance.
He's not getting help. Enough help.
No.
Neil came down and helped. Yeah, sure, Neil got a free lane. He was very fat on the center, but it's not enough. We see the Slada working with his team. He was working with the Lycan Wolves, the Inkswell.
Yep.
There's nothing for the Wind Ranger to work with because Wind Ranger wants to hit creeps. And Shiro wants to hit creeps. Neil is like fat, he has a dagger, sure, but he can't do everything on his own.
Which is a shame because also I thought the supports would be able to repair the damage enough, because you mentioned how good Jakiro is versus Slardar, how good the Shadow Demon is versus Slardar, that part of me was on board with the fact of Emo going greedy because I'm like, okay, it's okay, the supports are going to protect Shiro enough. That it's not proving to be the case, no matter what.
No, pretty much that whole early game, right? Shiro kind of, I think, pretty much the same situation as in those first 2 games we saw from them early against Falcons. He's just on the bottom of the net worth out of all the cores. And that's not what you want to see from your carry from like the opening 20 minutes of a game. If that's the case, you're almost certainly guaranteed to lose.
Some things to think about for sure for Shao 8 and for G2IG. Congratulations on their very first win. How exciting for them. Maybe they can turn it into a 2-0. We'll have to find out after the break. time for the final game of the day here on day number 1. Hey, it's Jack! I love Jack! And he's probably very happy because his team just won game number 1 against LGD. And I also have some other developments for you. Owen, Falcons versus Liquid.
Yes.
Which one would you take for game number 1?
Liquid. Wait, no, actually, we didn't see the end of it. It looked close when we were watching a little bit of it. I would have said that game probably played on towards Liquid winning.
Falcons take game number 1.
That must have been a good match.
The
44 minutes.
The Mars has done it again.
Mars has done it again.
Well, that's 3 times now.
That's 3 times. He's run it every single time.
Maybe you got to start banning it.
I think you do. Liquid had banned out the Razor, the Slardar, and the Nature's Prophet, and the Chen. So I'm telling you, his hero pool's just the right size. Meanwhile, the Storm series, the ESL _Dota 2 _Storm, Tundra versus 9 Pandas. Winter, who you got?
Tundra.
Okay. Owen?
I feel because you've hyped it up and asked us in a fashion, it's actually going to be 9 Pandas taking it. But so I will go 9 Pandas.
Tundra!
Oh, damn.
Take game
I
number 1.
myself.
And they smashed them. 24-minute GG.
And that's impressive. That's good news for 9 Pandas, right? They need it because the bottom of this group could, already from these day 1 performances.
Wait, what? No.
What?
I said Tundra won.
Yeah, so I'm saying.
You said good news for 9 Pandas?
I'm confused.
Oh, wait, you said Tundra won. Never mind. Yeah. That's terrible news for 9 Pandas.
Yeah,
no, that's very bad news for 9 Pandas, right? They've lost 3 games now.
They have lost 3 games now.
That is not good
but
news.
But they're in good company with LGD, who has also lost 3 games.
Oh.
Drink your coffee, Owen. Drink your coffee,
Yeah, this is appearing to be a very top-heavy group. Group A that we had earlier today was pretty well-rounded, a bunch of 1-1 splits. And for this one, all the favorites seem to be winning. Although, I guess for G2IG versus LGD, both these teams had lost the previous series. But right now, it's looking like G2IG are indeed the favorites, because LGD are just lost right now. Or specifically, they just don't know what to do with Emo.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be tough, Tonight, the coach is going to have a lot of work to do when he goes back.
That's true. I've seen at least, it looks like for LGD that the spirits are being kept high.
Yeah,
right? We're getting some smiles on their faces.
Yeah.
They know that at the end of the day, if you lose the first 3 games and then win every other single game, then it doesn't matter. Look at them. They know. They're like, well, we lost 3 games, but that doesn't matter. We're going to win the rest of these group stage
I'm asking them why you smile. Why are you smiling if you are 0-3 right now? And they're going to start off this game number 2, banning out Slardar and Spirit Breaker. G2IG, they take out the Dazzle, the Phoenix, and the Chen.
Just like the same bans from the previous game, nothing too surprising.
Well, just the Slardar.
What about the Meepo ban?
Yeah. Oh yeah, Meepo.
Oh damn. They're not gonna first pick the Meepo.
Yeah, previous bans, G2IG took out the Dazzle, the Phoenix, and the Chen, and LGD took out the Magnus, Spirit Breaker, Meepo, and Primal Beast.
I mean, I feel like they don't really have to put so much pressure on themselves for worrying about what the opponents are gonna pick. Like for LGD, they have to try to find a solution for this emo. Try to figure out like a simple strategy that can allow everybody to play on the same page.
Absolutely. I think try and go down that Spectre route once again. I know they've tried it
Wraith
once
King
earlier.
is easier.
Wraith King? You want to see Wraith King?
Yeah.
I mean, it's not a terrible hero, but there's surely better right now.
Stun, kill, support.
Yeah, but Spectre, press R, win game. I mean, it's less steps here towards the victory.
But Spectre's gonna lose your lane, and you have to wait for Emo to gank for you. But Wraith King, you can gank for Emo.
We do need to see indeed Emo on a hero that kind of enables the Spectre better, but I think
at this point, it's probably better for them to enable Emo. I think Shiro's like, I'm done playing my own game. I have to help this guy.
Well, GD didn't get a chance to ban out the Primal this time, and G2IG pick it up. And now they're still going back to banning out the Meepo. Dude, these scrims between these two teams...
They must have had something wild.
That must be hype.
You reckon it was probably JT playing it? Nothing. Yeah. They don't play it in none of the positions.
NTS doesn't play it. No. JT plays it. I mean, I just can't wait to see. Someone lets it through one game, and I wonder in what kind of circumstances is the hero going to be picked, and if they pick Meepo, is JT going to take the hero to the mid lane, and nothing to say, has to play some off lane hero.
Tomorrow, G2IG's first matchup is going to be against Liquid.
Oh.
And then their second matchup is going to be against Falcons.
Wow, tough day.
Tough day for them.
Yeah. Or you can look at it as a new challenge, to see how far they can go.
Sure, they're leveling up.
Yeah. I think a lot of the newer teams that are building new rosters together, a lot of it has to do with like the confidence. You know, when you come together and how do you build up that momentum, even when you're losing and even when you're playing against the strong teams. Do you feel like you're learning and you're growing throughout the group stage? I think that would be more important than the actual results of it. I mean, obviously you still want to make sure you qualify to the playoffs, but learning would be, at least for me, my top priority in these kind of matchups. That to try to figure out more about themselves.
And if we see Emo move around, then that means that some lessons have been learned.
Yes, correct. And after the game was over in the previous series, I saw the director looking at him, you know, saying some words to him. They were both really jolly and, you know, it looked positive, you know. So hopefully we see some changes.
Okay.
It's a good sign.
G2IG, they pick up a Nature's Prophet, and Slardar has been taken out of the pool by LGD, so who is this Grimstroke going to be laning with this time?
Rave King. Alright, there's Rave King, there is, we saw the Lycan, I think we saw PA earlier today when Secret paired it with the Grim. I think the main idea to take away from the Grimstroke is whenever you draft this hero, you have to make sure that there are a lot of ways to utilize the Inkswell.
Yeah.
You don't want to just be picking the hero without having suitable candidates to pair him up with. And for the G2IG lineup, it's very similar to the previous game when they had the Slardar. I think the Primal is kind of the replacement hero for that, and Nature's Prophet is just going to connect to the Primal Beast whenever he finds a hero, whenever he's moving on the map. So it's again going to be a very fast-paced lineup. Tiny, yeah?
Oh, we're seeing one of the spirits, a Storm Spirit coming in.
Emo wants to rotate.
Finally!
Sounds good, even though this is not a meta hero, but...
No, it really
Calm
isn't.
down, Winter. Give him the benefit of the doubt.
I mean, he's gonna...
And they didn't last phase it also.
Yeah, that's a good sign.
Actually, yeah,
That's a good sign.
Shira, he's happier.
Shira's like, nice. Give me the fist pump, you know?
Finally, he is taking one for the team, but yes, it's on a hero that we do not see very often. And yeah, it's also, because it's not last phase, that means there is a lot of potential for it to get countered now.
Lina is probably the one that would give him the hardest time in the lane.
Oh, wait, so where are we putting this Primal Beast, though?
We'll just put him off lane. I think that could
Yeah,
work.
I think
Like, if you can counter the Storm lane that hard, and you think about the way the game is going to be played, you have a Nature's Prophet, so if you can get any small advantage from the first couple of levels, it's going to open a lot of room for MP to just TP in and gank the Storm, you know. And Storm doesn't really like to buy a Quelling Blade in the early game. He might have to, you know, that affect his game. If he doesn't really get a good enough start before he gets level 6, he dies like once, twice, you know, or maybe more. It could be really difficult for them. I think the Tiny is going to have to help the Storm out. He has to make sure that this MP doesn't ruin the Storm's game.
Then how about something like a Puck for G2IG also? Because I feel like you said Lina, but Lina could get abused by a Tiny rotation. Puck may be a little bit more survivable.
Yeah, I'm more thinking towards the lane, you know, to pressure me in the lane. Okay, Silencer is a good way of like dealing with a Storm in the team fights.
Okay. And do you like that? But this is going to be what the mid shaker?
Yeah, I guess so. Unless something is gonna be like a core here, like a Nature's. Yeah, I guess it's gonna be a mid shaker.
Yeah, I think so, right, for NTS.
Yeah, because the
played
Storm,
it early, right?
Yeah, because the Storm wants to go near in the creeps to get a Remnant to get last hits. That's gonna give a lot of opportunities for the shaker to get an Enchant Totem and a right click off. So this is gonna be like a lane that might open up a lot of opportunities for MP to TP in and gang. And Silencer obviously is gonna be good to counteract the Storm in the team fights. Good with the Primal. Primal runs in, gets a jump on someone, you pop global, there's nothing you can do. Alright, I like this a lot more from LGD. So they are pairing the Storm up with a very active carry. A carry that can allow them to play a very fast pace. Again, another hero that can abuse the Inkswell, so that's great.
Sure, but is CK still good after the nerfs?
He's decent. I think he's decent. He's not as broken as before, you know. He was
That's
impossible to play against before. But now he's kind of like, he's still useful. At least for me, in my opinion. I think the hero still has his place in the game. You just have to tailor a draft around it. You need to have a secondary carry. Because CK can't do it alone right now. You need a mid or off laner that can actually help you carry the game. And I think Storm definitely fits that profile.
Also, if he gets a Scepter, counters out Global Silence.
That's true.
Global Dispel.
So you mantle yourself and you cast.
Yep. And then it takes it all off, you know.
So much effort for R button, yeah.
And then
Listen.
And then Shaker jumps in with Echo, and then Shaker's like, "What the hell? You just
Free
counted
illusions.
yourself." Yeah. I don't know. I think that already we're going to see LGD with a bit of a better shot in the lanes, but I'm skeptical if CK is going to be able to carry a game here.
Don't worry, he'll have friends.
I mean, G2IG, they're going to get the response pick here with their final pickup for Monet, so I think it's going to be better for Shiro than his other 3 games so far today.
It better be, dude.
But I don't think it's going to...
The bar is set very low for what better is,
I mean, yeah.
If he completes one item before 10 minutes, that means that he's doing better.
I mean, if they can pick a jungle hero, I think it would be like a zoo hero. Sorry, not jungle hero, zoo hero. The bit summons. Silencer is very bad at dealing with all those like summons, like Lycan. And you can take a page out of like G2's book.
But they kind of got that covered
Inkster.
right because they've got a Shaker and a Primal who are good at dealing
Yeah, but
with
that's like
summons.
the later portion of the game, you know. So they're going to go back with the Brew, which is something Neil really likes to play. Very, very strong team fight, and you kind of want to pick like a neutral offlane hero when you don't see your matchup. And Brewmaster is like a neutral hero. He doesn't really care about like the matchups as much as some other heroes. And in Brown's up, they'll line up with team fight because CK and Storm, they don't really provide you as much as team fight. It's more about pick off, and Brew, I feel like gives them everything right now.
And if Monet sees a double melee offlane with the Tiny and the Brewmaster, he wants to play Morphling.
Yeah.
But then again, he probably always wants to play Morphling because he just really loves Morphling.
They're gonna have to like get Vessel. Like who's gonna get? Okay, I guess Brew is probably gonna get the Vessel for the Morphling, because the Morphling is gonna get like pretty much a lot of space to farm in this double melee lane.
Yeah, he's a silencer support also.
Yeah, they're going to get easy curses onto the 2 of them.
Yeah.
TP in from the Nature's Prophet. Suddenly there's 3 versus 2. They could be picking up kills quite early in the safe lane for G2IG.
Yeah, but if they, on the other hand, could actually survive the early game, don't take too much casualties, get their levels, they can start to rotate around with the Storm and Tiny, get kills left and right, and the CK gets active. I could see the game also going really well for them, you know. We might see finally a first win, you know, from LGD.
Give me a stat line on Emo. How many assists do you want to see on him before, let's say, 10 minutes?
At least 4.
4 assists in 10 minutes. Okay.
You have...
or kills, I suppose.
Yeah, I guess so.
Okay.
You have 3 runes, you get runes, you rotate to the side lanes, 3 to 4.
Okay. I like that to be on the lookout for. Owen, anything that you're going to be on the lookout for in this game number 2?
Whether or not Monet's actually going to die. Because I think this could be a series where he may play Morphling twice and not die in either of the games. I want to see LGD do it. I think they are going to do better, but as you said, the bar is already kind of low from them today. So what that means is probably still a loss. I don't know if CK and Storm are the heroes you want to be picking in this meta right now. It seems a little kind of a patch or so ago, and then Storm maybe a couple
at least they're
patches ago.
changing things up.
They are.
That's
That is true. They changed sort of the draft order. It's a different approach. It's a better approach, but maybe not a good enough one to beat G2IG.
Well, let's see if it's at least a step in the right direction as we get ready for game number 2 with our casters. It's MLP and John.
Oh, thank you so much, Tsunami. It is indeed game number 2 here between G2IG and LGD. Jonathan, it's been rough. You heard the panel. We're all kind of hoping LGD put up a bit more of a fight here against G2IG. What are the odds? What are the odds here with these drafts?
I mean, they have some aggression on hand. They've got some Inkswell combinations that the panel pointed out, so I feel like they can find a little bit more coming out of the lanes at the very least, but I have to say G2IG's draft, you know, we saw that early Primal Beast. I was thinking maybe it could become, you know, off lane for JT. They pull out the Shaker.
Right.
Shaker matchup versus Storm we've seen a couple of times, and you just can't out-damage the Shaker. Like, sure, you get level 3, potentially double overload. Enchant Totem just doesn't care. He'll still win.
At the very least, you know, it's comfort for Emo, right? We used to watch a Storm, you know, years back during some other tournaments, and it used to pop off. So I'm hoping something great happens here in this game number 2. You know, LGD again, they've had a rough day. It's been a learning kind of day. I'm sure they're going to go back to the hotel rooms and try to figure out what went wrong exactly, but maybe we could end off on a good one.
To battle.
I'm sure they would want to, and again, get
You're
comfort.
very
out.
pessimistic today about this, John.
I'm not sold. You know, I'm kind of with Owen here, where Storm, CK, Storm in particular is, you know, out of all the Spirit Brothers except Earth Spirit, probably the one that's best off from the classical mids. But even then, it takes a little bit to come online, and that's been something consistent for Emo. I don't think his lane against Shaker necessarily gets any better this game.
Okay. I appreciate you including Earth Spirit in the classic mid pickups for the Spirit Brothers, John. It's been like 3 weeks maybe. Since you've been
With
playing
the
Big.
exception of Earth Spirit, you know. He's the exception because, you know, I mean, you don't see him too often now.
I think
but
he'd be the exception, but he still got nerfed.
Yeah.
No reason.
No, because you're too good on it, Mike. There you go. You know, that's why.
I'll never hear that again. Thank you, John. Mid lane, Emo and Nothing to Say going at it here in the Earthshaker versus Storm Spirit matchup. You kind of went over this. Like, we've seen this a couple times. It should be somewhat favored for the Storm, but Nothing to Say he can be a real nuisance as well. You saw how much damage he just did with that Earth, with that Enchant Totem.
Pretty much. I think the big issue is if you don't manage to clip him with your Remnant or clip him with your Overload, when he dodges the damage, he'll go in, he'll trade with an Enchant, you don't win, he'll deny off the range creep, you don't win. It's just much easier for Nothing to Say to just statically control the lane and just not be in any danger unless a rotation comes in.
I appreciate the odds as well, 1.5 to 2.5, so I mean, it's not as far as you would think.
That's a little bit optimistic, you know, that's better than what I think...
Oh, very funny, John. Better. Nice pun, John.
Yeah.
Well done.
Definitely tried in that one.
Monet. BYW almost looked like he wanted to try and go for something there onto Monet, but as it tries to pull the creep wave away here for New, you really just taking so much damage from X-Nova. This is not an easy start to the lane. Like, you've got 2 melee against Morph Silencer. It's never going to be a good time.
No, you're just not going to have fun. Just the orb walking coming out from X-Nova. Then you're going to get the Arcane Curse down the line. You could try to pull back, but there's already that sentry blocking the camp, so you don't have too many options to try to fix this lane. This is all right. Prevent bleed out, just don't die. Yeah, I guess is pretty much what you're going to be gunning for, and try to hit level 3 and hope for the best at that point.
Yeah, I mean, even maybe level 2. But perhaps you could try to X-Nova. I'm trying to be optimistic here, Jonathan. Top lane. Shiro and YU Smile against JT, and of course Baboka, who is currently going into the mid lane instead for a gank attempt, is not going to find it, but is going to be able to successfully harass Emo away. And this is one of the things you can do with NP. Just TP in, secure both water runes, and don't let Emo walk up to the creep wave. Like, he literally cannot go up as long as Baboka is just standing there. And with no water runes available here for Emo, he's in dire straits.
Yeah, you don't even need to gun for the kill. Just get some good harassment. You get that bonus damage out with teleportation. And you can't do anything as the Storm. Like, no relief. No one's going to TP in to stop that. And you can just TP back to your own lane and kind of clean up. It's a solid start for G2IG. You are getting decent farm up top, at the very least here for Shiro. Again, this is probably your best lane for LGD with that Brimstroke once you start to find some angles. The issue is that you also don't necessarily want to jump into the Primal Beast, so you might not be gunning for too much aggression. If Baboka exposes himself, that would be a much safer target.
Baboka, I mean, he's been fantastic himself here for the side of G2IG's. X-Nova finally going to get caught here with the toss back, though it seems like X-Nova's the one that's getting aggressive because they do have Baboka, who has TP'd in. PYW, who'll go for a run down towards the south. Baboka looks like he's just going to chase him. He's already TP'd in, right? So you may as well go for the chase. See if you can land a Sprout. He does also have a Blood Grenade, so PYW is not out of danger yet as now JT. Top lane will be able to escape. Baboka still just chasing. PYW really cannot do anything. And I'd say this is a pretty big win for Baboka because if you're PYW, you really want some XP on this tiny hero.
Yeah, he's not finding it. I mean, it's great solo EXP for New, but you need to share that with your tiny. Now, again, you're not going to be able to see PYW hope for too much to rotate onto mid, which was, again, something that we were expecting the last time we saw this tiny come out. They're just not stopping.
They're just bullying.
I mean, he's stuck level 2. Even X-Nova's level 3 now. Our Silencer 5 is higher level.
X-Nova we're talking about, John. This is the 1v5 Giga Chat we saw at TI11. I'll never have you question X-Nova like that again, Jonathan. You watch your damn
I'm
mouth.
not questioning. I'm saying X-Nova's higher than him. It's like, you know, he has his team.
Baboka. I mean, this could be a great kill here for LGD as Baboka does get caught out. Sprout will not help his cause, and Shiro secures first blood on the CK. That's a huge deal for LGD.
Yeah, that's a good tone to set. Again, it's much easier to jump the NP. They finally find that opportunity while JT is off trying to pull the creep wave, and they just capitalize. NP early levels, you can't really run, in most levels anyway. So, good punishment. This is the one lane that you really need to see success in for LGD, just because the aggression is just, it's right there. There's no questions about how you play that lane. Let's see if they can maintain that. Baboka doesn't spend too much time there, so you can expect him to just go elsewhere. He's already poking out Y.
Just such a nuisance. Even going for the courier. Y doesn't know what to do with himself. He'll go for an Inkswell combination, just try to run him down, as now Shiro's going to join in. Baboka, he is feeling charitable tonight. Jonathan, he's looking to give another kill the way of Shiro. And Shiro playing absolutely no games. Will secure his second kill of the game already. And you know what? I think everyone on the panel, including us, by the way, Jonathan, were questioning whether the CK could carry throughout this game number 2. I think with all these kills going their way, they may just the Emo. Mid lane, he's got some supports coming in. Nothing to say, maybe getting baited here by Emo, though the Storm is still dropping. But perhaps they can at least get the ES, as now Baboka and Xnova still going to try and go for the fight. It's a support versus support matchup here in the mid lane. It's why you smile does go down. Baboka and PYW, the only ones left standing is Baboka. He'll ignore the courier. He'll try for the TP to PYW, but does miss out. Nevertheless, a complete mess in the mid lane. Though I'd say again, if you are LGD, you may not mind these exchanges.
You don't mind it as much. Like, you did get slightly more in exchange. You're not falling too far behind in G2 IG. I think the big thing is, again, is while all of that happens mid, you are giving Monet a pretty easy time to farm up. Same thing with JT up top, not getting pressured on that solo lane, although could be under pressure now.
Yeah, JT will make the jump in. Inkswell eventually gonna pop it. Shiro, I was about to say the third kill, John, but why you smile took that one?
Yeah, he deserves it. He's been setting up well.
Okay.
A little bit of EXP onto the Grimstroke and gold doesn't really hurt, so you're more than happy. And this one lane that's the most successful is finding that momentum that you'd wanted to find. Good start for Shiro, top of the network board. Monet lagging a little bit behind this time around. They just need to carry through. If they can start to apply pressure onto that tier 1, and they've got good forward vision on the triangle as well, and they're setting up in the area quite nicely here, LGD.
JT, they're still just trying to pressure here on LGD, get that top tier 1 tower down and keep Shiro confident. JT just onslaughting, but not really getting anything done with that. Scan is out. They still know that LGD supports a buy the right side of that tier 1 top. And I appreciate LGD really trying to get these tier 1 towers down early. They're the ones trying to apply the pressure, not allow G2 IG to set the tempo they're looking for. So far, so good. Forcing Baboka back up towards the top lane. Sure, you do have to commit 3 heroes up at this top side to allow that damage to happen, but LGD kind of rectifying the issues we were seeing earlier.
Yeah, but I'm not sure about all of this movement up top.
This is a good one. If they can find nothing to say, this is well worth it. Zemo, they're going to try. He will back up a little bit. Nothing to say. Still tanking through it. Going for the Echo. Oh, nothing to say.
No
He's
way.
still alive.
No way.
Oh, my God. No.
That is just wrong.
No.
That is just... That's sickening.
I can't believe it. I can't. I'm literally speeding. How does that happen?
It's just not enough. They rotated. He has enough. He gets a little bit of regen with the bottle as well. Pops the wand.
He's okay. How did he survive that?
He had some charges up. He had
we
at
go.
least 1 bottle charge up as well.
How low does he get?
He has it very far.
32? Oh, I can't believe it. How much lower?
Yeah, than the bottle.
Oh.
Just enough.
That's unbelievable.
And right before that, you know, Emo was level 5 on his Storm. He just hit 6. You were already 7 before that fight broke out there, for nothing to say. I mean, that's how rough that lane was. Which again comes down to that flex with a Primal Beast. Which again brings into question the Storm pick. It just doesn't deal with these sort of funkier mids that Storm didn't have to lane into before.
JT, mid-river, on the chase, is going to find a Pulverize onto Why You Smile. Why You Smile still able to get up for now, but the onslaught is going to be able to finish the job off. PYW also being chased down. Emo going to be around to help out, but not for long. He needs to retreat as PYW is going to get absolutely slapped by nothing to say in the mid lane.
I mean, this is demoralizing for LGD in 2 fronts. They're losing a lot of heroes, yes. They're also losing so much int. 10 int on this pause 5 silencer for Xnova.
Xnova's a smart guy.
It's almost an int per minute for this guy. And it's just...
He's been studying, John.
He has been. He's been studying through other people's study. I guess that's how Silencer works.
G2IG, they've got some money, John. They've bought him some textbooks here, and he's been studying a lot during this Kuala Lumpur tournament we're seeing. Zemo. Like you said, the Storm's had a rough time. 2.8k net worth just about. They do make the jump in again. Nothing to say. Not going to be able to really close the gap. It just doesn't matter. You know the guy just cannot farm. He'll try to get the Illusion Rune pick up, and looks like PYW is successfully going to be able to secure that here for the Storm, but it's not really going to mean too much.
No, it's not going to do too much. At the very least, maybe you have a save for Global Suns when it's back up. Do want to point out, while we've got this time, we are getting the Midas on JT.
Lovely.
So a Primal Beast Midas coming in. He had a good stack to clear out as well.
As is tradition.
As is the traditional build, of course, for our Primal Beast. I mean, if you're ahead, just stay ahead.
Shiro. Try. Onslaught was committed, so he's got no way out of this one. At least not with the Onslaught. Pulverize also committed here, and Shiro... I said there was no way out, John. He just walks. Yeah, just walk out.
Punches down a bit.
No problem.
Walks away. No problem. My concern really for LGD, despite, again, a stronger start for Shiro, he's #1 in that word.
Oh! Oh, you almost got deleted by that adaptive strike.
Yeah, he's still working that bot. I mean, Neo has the full urn at the very least, trying to go into that Spirit Vessel, but he doesn't have charges. Even if that Spirit Vessel comes out, they need to find a kill to find that solution to the Morphling. I don't know, like...
Oh, nothing to say. He's got the blink up. Maybe they can punish at the very least. Nothing to say. Gonna trade his life away for a support tiny kill. Well worth it here for LGD. They'll take that one.
That's a big boost. You know, you see him play greedy. You do get the punishment. It does give you room down bot for Monet to keep this farm game up. In the grand scheme of things, that's not really the hero you want to jump on IG. Like, you've just left this Morphling completely unchecked. The Shaker's done its job. It's dragged attention mid. It has the blink up. The timings have been met. But you haven't put a dent in the Morphling. The Lincoln's timing looks to be on point for Monet in this game once more. You know, ODP was saying maybe Monet might actually go through like 2 games back-to-back of Morphling without dying. Looks like he might.
Yeah, looks like it. Emo. I can't say the same for him. He's going to die. Soulbind is out there. They're going to try and punish his PYW, just rushing right in with a great toss out onto Nothing to Say. Lands the Inkswell as well. X-Nova is gone. Nothing to Say in huge trouble. Shiro even joining the fray, and out Baboka. Baboka will be the third. LGD. This is looking like a completely different team.
I mean, they can bring Shiro along now. That's the difference maker. They have a core they can safely establish around themselves with damage, with some durability up front, and now they can start to get things happening on the map. All of a sudden, you've got your charges up on your urn for New. Does he have the Spirit Vessel? I think he's just rushing the Radiance. Nah, he's got the Spirit Vessel up with 4 charges. So if you do jump Monet now, not going to be an issue. And they just need to play this tempo. They don't have that many cooldowns to wait for, so they can kind of rush in. IG, in comparison, they've got Global Silence, they've got the Slam. There is some downtime for them if they're not careful in how these fights break out.
PYW may get caught here at the top lane. Nothing to Say. Nice stun in. Does get the blink up to PYW to boot, and we just get the Avalanche toss combination off, but it really doesn't matter. X-Nova to take the kill. A bit more in to go his way. Heroes like Tiny and CK, you know, you do kind of rely on a bit of a mana pool, so you've got to be a little bit cautious.
Yeah, you're going to end up with a bit of a mana pool if that keeps going on here.
I know OD's smiling in the green room as well. He played a Silencer game the other day, John. He had like 150 stolen ink or something like that. It was quite ridiculous.
Those are the fun games.
Yeah.
That's how you know you're having a good time. And you're certainly having a good time for G2IG, although again, for LGD, this has been the closest match we've seen so far from this lineup. 10-9, Slam.
Hey, Emo. Emo finding out the hard way that Nothing to Say is in the mid lane.
Yeah. Commits the Slam, doesn't matter, he's just looking for the pickoffs. The BKB timing now for Nothing to Say is terrifyingly quick, considering the circumstances here. We do have a pause.
Pause to think about what's just happened to Emo. Having some mic issues. Sure he is, John. He may have thrown that headset. I'm not gonna. I may have too. If I was playing Storm and that happened to me, I'd probably be pretty upset.
You would be. You definitely would be. But cooler heads prevail, you know, LGD. Again, all things considered, it's not as bad as the last games.
It's
not as bad as the last 3 games we've seen from him.
Improvement is improvement.
Improvement is improvement. It is a learning day. Only a 2K differential. So you're not doing bad. Shiro's #1 in net worth. Echo Saber up. Heart coming out next. They have to play around this early tempo.
Yeah.
Like this is when that CK is just overwhelmingly strong. He can deal with pretty much every hero coming out here. You've got the output to kind of get things done. And they've got to be able to push that as far as they can. Keep running around. You don't have long cooldowns. Just a little bit of that Phantasm. Perhaps even then, it's not completely necessary in certain circumstances. Just play with that Inkswell blink in and just play as a trio. You can connect in with your Brewmaster every time he has a split. Beyond that, buy Emo some space to actually get some sort of recovery farm. At the very least, he is at 4.5k net worth, because a while ago he was at the same net worth as Xnova. So it's an improvement.
Certainly
it's building
is.
up.
Yeah. Where is Xnova at with his own net worth now, John?
He's at 3.6.
Okay.
Oh, so no.
Only 900 gold behind Emo.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hey, at least it's not even.
How much int does he have now, John?
14 last I checked.
Okay.
It is 14.
Thank you.
Very intelligent.
Yeah. Smart boy.
You know what it is? I think it's all that time Xnova and Boboka spent in Southeast Asia.
Yeah?
When they played on Boom. They came out of it.
They did play on Boom, didn't
revitalized.
they? Yeah. I bet they did. Shout out to Gary. Love you, Gary.
He's
Wherever
not
you are,
watching.
sir.
He's not watching.
Wherever
He
you
has
and
no reason
Picard
to
are
watch
right now, Gary, we love you, sir.
Oh.
Goodness me. Here we go again. Game back underway. Monet, like you said, he hasn't died. He's still unkilled.
He hasn't died. He hasn't taken part in any kills. He's just farming. He is literally the epitome of AFK farm. Like, can they actually win this game with no activity from Monet? Is this the challenge of G2IG?
This is all Artesia asks for, Jonathan. This is all he wants. But why is it so hard?
Just farm. Just 15 minutes of farming. Literally no enemy heroes for you to kill. You don't jump. You don't touch them. Just farm. Hit creeps.
Yeah.
It's peaceful. It's zen.
PYW Xnova gonna have a look at each other in the mid lane. Nothing to say, of course. Just farming his BKB for now. Got the Mithril Hammer up, but there's still a bit of ways to go to have that item up. Shiro still top of the net worth board on the CK, so happy days for LGD. So G2IG looking to rotate and put a bit of a damper on that, as they are going to be right by Why You Smile.
Yes.
Emo is obviously the much bigger target around that area, but for now, Xnova going to get some deep wards down towards the northern side. And oh, Emo, did he just run into that? I think he did. Emo, he's going to get silenced up at the global silence, and he is down. Xnova to take the kill and to take some more intelligence. Why You Smile? Is he? He's okay. He's out of vision. He's fine.
You already found a big kill anyway. You don't mind. It does cost global silence, but chances are LGD's not even going to group up for a big team fight anytime soon, although down mid.
They're going to crack PYW. Getting caught. You're going to rush in, though, trying to find a trade. Will at least get Babok. I think any trade, like a 1-for-1 like that, LGD are more than happy.
They are getting a lot more, considering the net worth disparity. Not massive, so it's not like a massive swing back, but it does allow you to equalize. You're fairly happy. You're getting some activity out as well for Emo to build into his Witchblade to Sanj and Kaya. They've got some room to finally take an objective as well down bot. Bot tier 1 should be set to fall. Side of G2IG not in position to defend. I mean, why would you? You're pressuring up top anyway. You've got that forward ward, which gave you that kill in the storm. You don't need to contest bot lane. There's also the mid to consider here that they haven't quite cleared out. It's not as fast of a push for G2IG in comparison to game 1. They are still finding it. And the timings are starting to line up. You did end up going for the Blade Mail on JT, so no Midas Primal Beast, unfortunately.
Well, JT, speaking of the devil, he's going to get jumped. Emo just slipping right in with the Inkswell combination. JT just going to melt to the damage output of LGD, though Why You Smile again going to find the kill somehow. Why You Smile just constantly finding all the kills. I'm sure Emo would have probably appreciated that one, but he won't have it.
You know, it happens. The last tick just comes through. Can't blame anyone. Still a nice pick off the find, and that does drop the net worth lead down to 2-1K, bouncing around in that area. most of the equalizing gold from
Monet.
LGD again is on Shiro.
Running right into LGD. Very, very confidently though. PYW going to get an avalanche toss, but Monet is just so damn quick with the strength morph. He is just way too fast, and now nothing to say. Finds two in the back. New's going to be targeted. New is down. That's 3 for nothing.
3 for nothing. Finally some activity out from Monet. Showing up, gets a 1-0-1 scoreline from a 0-0-0 for at least 20 minutes. The side of LGD, they get that one pick off. They stay a little bit too long in that position. G2IG just come in and punish. And, well, now the lead is starting to widen. It is Global Silence once more. It is the Echo Slam. So if LGD wanted to on the respawns, they do have an opportunity. They still got that split ready to go here on New. They can try to play off the back of that.
The seeds of force.
LGD. Up towards the top side, making sure that IG can't think about trying to pressure that top tier 2 tower, and IG certainly to just retreat and play the farm game for now. 5k advantage still their way. Shiro still top of the net worth board though here for LGD. Sitting at 12k at the moment on the CK, and what is he farming exactly on that CK, John?
Still working towards that heart.
Okay.
Hasn't finished it up quite yet, but progress has been made. Just lacking that full recipe. And that's going to be a big boon. Just the sheer durability coming out. He's not going to be insta-gibbed anytime soon. So that is a big opportunity for the side of LGD. What I want to see is when Emo is really ready to go. Again, waiting for that Kaya Sanj. At the least with that, plus the Witchblade, the Storm should be able to start angling in. Remains to be seen, but just a little bit more time in that farm here.
Double smoke here in the mid lane. G2IG looking to move down towards the bottom side of the map. Heart of Trask is now up on Shiro, so it could be some decent timing for LGD to try and go for the fight back. Why You Smile going to relieve that bottom area, so absolutely nobody from LGD going to stick around for G2IG to be able to focus down. They are going to hang around that right side of the map, hoping that they can find someone by the Ancients, but instead they'll just get some wards down. Head into the dire triangle. Still going to find nobody there either. Meanwhile, LGD remaining grouped up. And I suppose there is strength in numbers in a game like this. Just don't split up. Your supports have to constantly hang around your mid and your safe lane. Ensure they do remain alive as they're farming. This is probably the kind of game LGD have wanted this whole day, right? Just a slow, methodical game. Hit some creeps, and eventually during the late game, we'll get something done.
That they can. You know, again, it's recovery for Emo. He has tended to have to go back to farm more often than not in the last 3 games. And now he has the opportunity to do so and building up. G2IG have this opening for Roshan. And this is not going to be a long Rosh considering how much they've built up here. So we'll have that secondary life ready to go on Monet with protection of his Lincolns and Manta. Going to be a hard one to hold down. LGD are close enough that they could try to move in, but there is a ward watching that movement close to where that tier 1 used to be.
LGD, a 3-man smoke up, but Roshan still going down very, very quickly as Monet is able to take the Aegis, though LGD still sticking around, maybe looking for that surprise initiation. And they go, Why You Smile, gonna see nothing to say. Gets the Soulbind off into the double toss combination of PYW, but the BKB was committed by nothing to say, meaning they cannot finish the killer now. Well, Shiro, he jumps in, but the Echo, it's just gonna put an end to all the initiation they were looking for LGD. Is Monet, no fear in the world, looking to jump back in though. Shiro is trying to fight back. They'll lock down Monet a little bit longer, but he's just so damn tanky. In goes JT.
Oh, no.
He'll find him on the Storm. PYW's gone. Shiro is still desperately trying to salvage this team fight, but it is well and truly over for LGD. As G2IG, so far not even losing the Aegis of Monet. Monet just juggling his HP as they do take down the CK. Nothing to say to pick up his 4th kill, and how much int was that? X-Nova's got 26 now. He's having a great old time.
That he is. And they can't find anything on LGD. The smoke breaks early on the side. They do manage to get a pretty good leash off, a good soulbind off onto 2 heroes that really want to be in the middle.
Oh, why? Even Y gets caught out. It's basically a full team wipe.
That's pretty much it. It's all of them gone. Tormentor to be taken. Tier 2 still stand, but Aegis still stands for G2IG. They're probably just going to go for this objective.
Oh, Emo! He got the shot!
All right.
There you go. That's a play, Emo. He does get something for his team, and rightfully so. He takes the shards himself.
That does go on to him, which, a free shard, you'll take it, I suppose. And that it just prevents G2IG from, I guess, building up even more. A free shard on literally anyone would be pretty painful. Like, say, a free shard onto Nothing to Say would just be infinitely harder to fight into with those constant aftershocks coming in from the fissure. So a nice deal, good timing, good read. But they still have to hold out. Like, again, Aegis is still up. They threw everything out there. There is no split for a few more seconds for New, but once that's up, they could try. They need to angle a little bit better. I don't know if you can even instantly hold down this morph, which is the issue.
UIW jumping there from JT. Pulverize out. UIW is gone. Mid lane, Shiro revealing himself on the creep wave. Nothing to Say was around the corner, but they will not make the jump in. They'll leave the CKB. The top lane, there was a bit of a chase going on here for New, though New is for now going to be okay. The JT tried for the jump, but did not have the Pulverize available at the time. Will allow Monet, though, to just casually take the top tier 2 tower, and well, G2IG, they'll hold on to a 9k advantage their way. There's Nothing to Say. Mid lane looking for a power rune. Does get caught by Emo, but the Echo Slam comes out. Nothing to say.
My God! No!
He didn't need to say anything. His actions prove everything. That's why you smile also getting caught out.
Oh, no. How in the heck did Nothing to Say pop that BKB that quick? I swear he was held down for a second.
You tell me, John. You tell
That's just...
Fast hands, John.
Yeah,
Fast hands.
Pretty much it. LGD.
I mean, it was a level 1 Vortex. There you go. Hobbs is kind of pointing it out. It wasn't a long duration.
He doesn't have that many. No, it's level 12 is our Storm.
Okay.
That's you have a level 14 NP. Xnova's level 13 with 30 int. He's he's had a great time. This game does not simplify for LGD. They had to play off the power spike of Shiro. Their high ground is not ideal. It's not the worst. You're probably just looking to jump backline now with PYW and Emo. Like, try to catch someone off guard, reposition them, and play pickoffs again. Feels like that's what we've been trying to see here from LGD in terms of recovery across every game they've played. G2IG are not giving any openings though.
From lane, LGD, they were thinking about trying to make a jump onto Monet, but they think better of it as they don't see the rest of G2IG. Of course, they were hanging in that die triangle, just waiting for them to try and pounce in. New can reveal himself in an immediate jump from JT, just into the Pulverize with the BKB out. Even a global silence, just in case he was thinking about that primal split. Monet, 3-0-6, has not died once. Onto the tier 3 tower he goes. I mean, they could try for it, but he still has an Aegis for 10 seconds. Instead, Shiro, he's going to try onto the Earthshaker. Nothing to say, still surviving. He's just so damn tanky with that Glimmer Cape being available, and he will just casually walk away as Shiro. When he continues the chase for a little bit, but it's no good. They find nothing.
I'm frankly a little bit surprised G2IG didn't jump back in. They've got the slam ready. They get the reset with Aegis. Could have been a juicy one for Nothing to Say. But they play it safe, pull back. They didn't quite have JT around in the area. LGD stay alive for another day, but options are limited. Like, those jumps have to be successful. They've got to be able to burst someone down with a CK when he pops Phantasm. And again, there are no easy targets. Like, Glimmer Cape alone was enough to save Nothing to Say. They finally take their own Tormentor. They've got the Boulder throw from JT. It's just a little bit more long-range stun. Not that it's been necessary for the side of G2IG. LGD, I mean, you know, we've been talking about what Emo wants to build into. He still only has the Kaya.
Yeah.
He doesn't even have the Kaya Sanj. Like, this Storm is just... This Storm's not had a good game. Baboka's overtaken on the NP in terms of net worth. It's a tough day for Emo. It's a tough day for LGD.
Dire's middle tower is under
JT just
attack.
hiding in that bottom right corner. Gonna reveal himself. This should be a freebie, though JT gets away, gets the BKB off, still chasing Why You Smile. Apparently a complete Giga Chat because he finds a kill completely on his own against 4. Now the Avalanche toss comes out from PYW, but the Echo Slam, nothing to say. He joins the fray, and JT, he's still alive!
They just don't die!
He's still alive! Oh, Baboka pauses on them! What do you mean, Baboka?
Oh, lag.
All right, but Baboka, come on, brother. I can't say I believe you, sir. It doesn't matter if you're lagging, Baboka. There's 4 dead on the enemy team.
The timing. Oh, God.
Emo, drop a question mark. There's never been a better time. Drop a question mark right now.
Oh, look at JT.
Oh, hey, look at JT.
this
He's just like,
madman.
oh, look, there's 4 heroes. I guess I'll jump in.
I swear, the Glimmer Capes are their bane of
my
their existence here in LGD.
Just nothing to say. Jumping in for the easiest Echo Slam of his life. JT's still alive.
Oh.
And you know what, Baboka, he really just he put the heart through he put the dagger through the back that time around with that pause.
He spent too much time in Southeast Asia. One qualifier season, and that's
Look
too
at that
much
smile.
already.
Happy faces on G2IG. Here we go. Baboka's back.
You almost had that.
Oh.
This is that stop, they're already dead?
Pretty much.
This is it.
That's the voice line.
That's your voice line.
That is my voice line.
You're welcome, John.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mike. For what? I'm not sure, but thank you.
The marketing job.
Of course. Not
Nothing
that
to
you
say.
can buy it anymore.
No, you can't. Exclusive John X Fire content. If you missed out, you missed out. What can you do?
What you're not missing out on is G2IG having a fantastic time. Still no deaths on Monet. I honestly wish at this point, it's a bit memey, but I wish he had a 0-0-0 scoreline. Because I've just never seen a win with a 0-0-0 in a pro game. Maybe a little bit too much to ask. LGD, well, they've got the full Kaya Sanj up on Emo. Does that make a difference? Marginally so. Marginally so.
I appreciate that, John.
I legit think that the counterplay right now literally is what our panel talked about. Get a Manta on Shiro, then get your Ags. Manta yourself when GS comes in, and then instantly use Phantasm. That's it. You're not going to get a BKB anytime soon here on Emo. You need a save. That's your save.
LGD, they're not out of this game yet. 23k behind. They've shown signs of life. At least it's been a very entertaining game between these two teams.
That it has.
Nothing to say now, looking for that Octarine call. Once those low cooldowns of the Ags up. JT, meanwhile, we've seen this before, Jonathan. He might see 4 heroes and jump in. Who knows? Monet seeing Emo. Meanwhile, while you smile, he literally just jumps in against 3. Monet in the meantime, trying after Emo. Emo will just be able to zip away. And JT, he will survive. Nothing to say his turn, apparently, as he blinks away. Nova right behind him, just in case with the Global Silence available. JT having a very fun time.
That he is. He's literally just been running forward. No stops. And, I mean, you can't fault the guy. Although...
Nothing to say, my goodness. Halfway through the right-click animation, just not quite there for Shiro.
Oh, God.
This man's quick.
No, he is quick. He is quick. He's been quick this entire game. Now, LGD... Gotta be able to catch someone. Something. So many good wards here, though.
He's got Echo available. You can't... Oh, he's back. It's okay.
He wants the Octarine. He's not going to pop Echo until the Octarine's up. It's so close.
If it was JT, he would have jumped right in. I guarantee.
Yeah, but he doesn't need... He doesn't need that. He doesn't need an Octarine.
What does LGD need? That's what I need to know. What do LGD need for this game number 2?
They are actually going for the Manta on Shiro. Into the Shard. Not quite the Ags. But that's going to be helpful.
Top lane, Monet. Jump in is there. BYW going to be able to find an Avalanche, but that's about it. Meanwhile, bottom lane, who have they left behind? It's going to be why you smile. It's a question he might be asking himself right now. Why would you smile?
There's no reason to smile here for LGD. At the very least, G2IG, all the reason in the world. after this spectacular performance. 31-11, 27k gold advantage coming out for them here. Asking me what LGD needs, a couple of BKBs. Like, if you can just force the global silence out, dispel the silence, you can reposition, you can try to find angle and try to work yourself into the back line, or just pull back while GS is up for the rest of the team and re-engage. Once you waste a couple of those teamfight spells, it simplifies it a little bit for LGD, but this is still a very complex problem they have to tackle.
Love that JT just with the rock throw animation, just constantly canceling. It just looks so funny. JT. The rest of the squad, Monet gonna have an Aegis up once again. Cheese to go the way of nothing to say. 29k advantage is nothing to say. Casually gonna just move into the mid lane on his own. No problem. Oh, LGD, they are remaining grouped up in that dire jungle. As 5, looking to maybe go towards the north. Octarine core now completed on nothing to say. I mean, if they're looking towards JT, I'm honestly not sure if they should as 5.
They should not try it.
Oh boy, here we go. Monet gonna run right into him, breaks the smoke, finds Shiro, looks for the CK. He gets the Phantasm off in time, but Monet is not backing off. Monet just giga chatting it up, and now nothing to say with a huge echo slam as the fight does continue. Why you smile? The only one down so far, but New, he wants to join his friend apparently because he's been caught out to boot. Still trying to back off though. Monet not retreating, neither is nothing to say. There goes your Brewmaster, he's down. The buyback on Why You Smile means absolutely nothing. He's down another time. Shiro still trying his absolute best to fight through this one, but there is no fighting. It is just an absolute massacre on the high ground on that dire Emo.
They can't find anything.
But yeah, it's all over. It is all over. LGD sadly have to go winless today, Jonathan, and well, G2IG, they're looking fantastic.
That they are. Great series, great showing up against LGD. That was a stomp. It's been a rough day for LGD.
That was the closest game they've had, Jonathan.
That was the closest game for the first 15 minutes. And then it became pretty much like the rest of the games they've had, unfortunately, for LGD. But like you said, Mike, you either win or you learn. And I'm sure LGD, well, they're going to have a lot of talking in the team room after that. But for G2IG, great day, great victory to kind of close out their day here.
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely a brilliant day here for G2IG. And of course, earlier we also saw Falcons and their debut. Just fantastic games all around from these teams. And again, like you said, LGD obviously they've got some talking to do after this series, and hopefully Shao-Wei goes easy on them today, John.
We'll see. It's day 1.
Yeah.
You know, so there's still time to catch up, but there are only 3 days, so they've got to catch up fast.
It is a short group stage.
It is.
It is. There's not too much time. Every win does matter.
That it does. Like an accelerating, you know, like the DPC. Every win did matter, but you had more time. It's compressed. The stress is going to build up way quicker. They've got to manage that in LGD as they figure out what to do next.
Absolutely. Well, I know what to do next, Jonathan. I think we're going to throw back to our panel to see what they thought about this game number 2.
That's how the flow of the show works, because we're here to analyze this result, with G2IG taking it 2-0 over LGD and leaving LGD winless for day number 1 of this group stage here at ESL 1 Kuala Lumpur. Ouch.
Ouch.
Big ouch.
Ouch. I mean, what can you do? You know, your mid player looks clueless. Like Emo looks like, I mean, he tried at least to change things up and try to accommodate his teammates. I felt like this game Shiro had a much better start.
He did.
That was mainly your concern, that he always got shafted in the draft and in the game. This time round, he was top net worth for his team. But Emo just seemed like he wasn't comfortable at all playing this sacrificial role. He was constantly like dying, pushing out when he was pushing out, and he got like killed a couple of times by Earthshaker solo when he was jumping on the Shaker, clearly underestimating how much the Shaker could do in the fights. Not a good game for him for sure, but at least he tried to accommodate his teammates. That's a positive thing.
Yeah, the only concern I have is like, did he have to pick Storm Spirit in that situation? Because it was so early in the draft. I don't blame him for dying as much as he did, because there was a lot of things going against him. NTS gets his Earthshaker at the very end and got a very early Blink Dagger. So is Emo only willing to play sacrificial if he gets like an off-meta hero like this? Is what I'm
It's
concerned
not
about.
even just about being willing, whether he knows how to do
Yeah.
it, whether he understands what he needs to do. From what I've been looking right now at the first 4 games so far, I don't think he really knows what he wants to do when he's put in this kind of role. And normally when I play with him, when I meet him in my games, he is usually the one that's playing the win condition. He plays the hero that can close out the game for us. And right now, that's not enough for his team, because it's at this level, the mid laners are generally better used at supporting the side laners. He needs to enable the side lane cores to succeed. And right now, he's just trying to find a solution to deal with all these problems that he's facing.
It's what LGD gave us. It's what G2IG gave us. Nothing to say on the Slardar in Game 1, on the Shaker in Game 2.
Yeah, he's looking fantastic on these heroes. I mean, this game, the fact that they just piled on so much pressure around him on that mid lane. I mean, X-Nova, definitely one of the higher int per minute silencer supports that we'll probably see in a while. This was some really great stuff with how much he was getting it as early as he did and throughout it all. Those early moves just
Guess
really
what, Owen? You were right. 0 deaths?
0 deaths this whole series from Monet. He got away with it twice. I mean, I feel like if you're LGD, you've got to step away from this series, and especially the fact that it happened again against you in Game 2.
Yep.
You just got to turn up with a better plan. And yes, Sheer on the CK, first 15 minutes or so of gameplay was better. He was able to have impact. He wasn't completely underfarmed. But at the end of the day, he's on a CK in a matchup that's just not going to feel good on this patch right now. And as I said before, I'm just not sure. CK's really in a great spot. I think the nerfs to sort of what the lifesteal on his passive, it was enough that kind of put this hero just in a spot where there's, regardless of how many bans as such have been directed at the carries pool, I've always got to imagine there's going to be a better hero to pick than CK.
Yeah, the thing is, like, when you pick a CK as your carry right now, you want to play for another core to scale, because you know that you are not enough alone late game, So I feel like maybe if the Storm, he had a better game, like he had 1 or 2 more items, I think that might have been able to happen for LGD in the extreme late game. We were talking about how he's going to get, like, what, Manta and X.
He was trying, he nearly got it at the end. Well, he nearly got the Manta, I guess, not the X part of it, halfway there. But
yeah, I mean, in the end, they just ran into damage issues, They couldn't kill the Morphing off. That's why Morphing had 0 death.
Yep. And JT was honestly so relaxed that he contemplated buying a Midas even. And like
he was the one that was confused on his team. Should I be scaling? Should I be playing for the team? Should I be playing for myself? Feels like Christmas is early for me. I have 2,000 gold. Time to kill a Midas.
But he did it at the wrong point.
I know.
You got to know, if you're trying to buy a Midas on a hero that's, it's greedy and you shouldn't normally get away with it in a game, don't do it when your teammates are dead.
Exactly.
Because that's to the point that they're looking at the inventories, they see you buy it, and as happened in that game, they're saying, bro, sell it right now. And he did. He bought it, he had to sell it, buy Blade Mail, because he did it when his teammates were dead.
A man with experience.
It's happened a lot.
Not
You've got to
projecting.
do it during the team fight, not
Right,
after
exactly.
the team's lost the team fight. That's when all focus is on you making that purchase.
Even when you're trying to grief your team, there's a way to get away
There's
with
an
it.
art.
There is. He didn't get it right this time round, and obviously, fortunately for the outcome of the game, because they almost certainly would have still won if he did buy the Midas, but it probably would have taken 10 minutes longer.
He gets the Blade Mail and they get the win in the end, which leaves them with a split series for today. And G2IG got 2-0'd by Tundra earlier, but then they got the 2-0 against LGD. And Tundra are actually 4-0 for today. They beat 9 Pandas 2-0, and that was the conclusion of the Storm series. And I think on Ember, Falcons Liquid are still going on right now. So that's the only series that's still in progress right now. But as for us here on the primary series, well, we want to see what's going on with Baboka, which is why we've got BSJ standing by with Jin to translate.
Thank you, Neil, as I'm here with Baboka, taking a clean 2-0 after starting the day 0-2. Nature's Prophet, all over the place. Tell us about this hero. Why is he still broken?
首先，波波卡，恭喜你们2-0拿下这场比赛。然后，首先就是2把你们都给你选了先知这个英雄，先知已经被削弱了，但是这个英雄还是这么强势，就是能不能给大家讲解一下？
不知道，我上把就学那个汤角那个先知，感觉太厉害了，我就说那我也玩吧，都觉得那么厉害，那我也来。
Actually, I don't even know much about the hero. I just saw the way that Tundra played it, and when I saw Tundra's Nature Prophet, I was like, Jesus Christ, this is so strong. So I just say, just pick it for me. I want to play it like that as well.
I respect that a lot. So we're talking about all over the place. Just after ending your 10-year stint with XXS, you've gone to Boom and now to IG. What's it like to say goodbye to a teammate of such a long time?
就是想问关于你之前跟XXS 这个选手一起共度了大概有10年左右吧的职业生涯，然后现在就是你终于换到了另外一支队上面，然后你认为这种算是告别对你来说有什么样的一种感受呢？
我觉得对我来说跟XS也是种成长吧，因为我们今天打那么久，就可能大家都可能有点腻了，大家都想换个风格。
I think for both XSS and myself, it's like maturing and growing from this. I think both of us have been playing with each other for so long, so this kind of change is a really good opportunity for both of us to grow from there. And I think, honestly, we are both a bit tired of each other as well.
That's fair. So now you're with JT, your new 3-4 combo. How's the synergy going with him so far?
然后现在就是跟 JT 一起打嘛，现在是你的新的3、4号位的组合，你就是有什么样的感受呢？
我觉得差别蛮大吧，因为之前 XS 是一个个人风格比较明显的，就 GoT 是属于那种他比较喜欢说话，就是沟通，就说比较多一点。
I think there's a pretty big difference. XSS used to be a player with really his own unique individual style, whereas for JT he tends to communicate a lot more. So it's very different playing with him.
So, other than stealing their notes from Tundra, what was the difference between going 0-2 against them and turning around for a 2-0 in this series?
那就想问，就除了模仿他们、抄袭他们的这个先知以外，前面你们刚刚对阵那个 Tundra， 然后被他们0-2了嘛？就想问你们还从他们那边学到一些什么呢？
学到了就是我们优势路和劣势路不能打的，就选的英雄太垃圾了，不然就会被没什么操作空间就打不了。
I think the biggest lesson that we learned from that series was that for our safe lane and our off lane, we can't just pick garbage heroes. Because that's kind of what we did, and we just couldn't do anything after the laning phase. So we gotta pick better heroes, stronger heroes.
You heard it here first, folks. Don't pick garbage heroes. As I wish you guys the best of luck moving forward in the tournament. Thank you for joining me on this interview, and send it back to the panel.
All right, now someone clip that and send it to Xiaoid so we can all be on the same page
It's
about
different.
this.
It's different. He's picking garbage mid heroes, not silent
True.
heroes.
Well, I mean, there was that game 1 against Falcons where, what was it, Phoenix Spectre?
Fine.
Lessons were learned, and it seems that they gathered a lot of information playing against Tundra. Even the Nature's Prophet also, he's like, oh, it's pretty good.
I mean, I think it's good to hear that they've sort of got that ability or that quickly after the series to sort of step back and be like, what are we picking? That we don't like it, it's terrible, and in Boca's words, it's garbage. You know, they look back that quickly, and the changes already look fantastic in this series. I think, you know, that bottom 2 spots, I don't think, you know, G2IG is going to end up being one of the 2 teams that doesn't make it through the group.
Not.
So if they continue this, they should be pretty safe, I think.
Yeah, it's a very good sign that they're really decisive about what they should be changing in between the series. Right away, they realize this is a problem, we have to adapt, even though he said that he didn't play Nature's Prophet in practice, but they just felt like it was just that good, you know.
Plus, they got 2 coaches. They got to keep keeping track of all the streams.
Exactly. I want to say that the off-lane pick was bad, and one to say that the carry pick's bad.
Yeah, and now all the lanes are fixed.
There you go.
And I want to catch you up on all the streams that we've been watching, so let's take a look at today's results as we are wrapping up day number 1 here of the group stage here at ESL 1 Kuala Lumpur 2023. We started things off with Bet Boom Team versus Gaming Gladiators, which was a split series, followed by Gaming versus Secret, another split series. That was all Group A. And then Group B, we had a bunch of 2-0s. We had Falcons 2-0ing LGD, and we had G2IG 2-0ing LGD. That was the main stream. Let's take a look at the Ember stream, where we saw Azure Ray start the day off with a 2-0 against Team Secret, followed by them getting 2-0'd by Blacklist. It's not an 0-1, I believe they were.
That game's still going on.
It's still going on.
As long as it's
to
a 5-hour
day,
game.
Legendary.
It's still going.
It was your Cloud9 scary faces, and now it's Azure Ray Blacklist. 9 Pandas are having a rough day. It started off with a 2-0, or getting 2-0'd by Team Liquid, and the Falcons Liquid series is still going on right now on the Ember stream. And the last stream, the Storm stream, and those results started off with a 2-0 Oh, then maybe... I know Blacklist only got 1-2-0. So now that I think about it, the Azure Blacklist was probably a 1-1 split. Because
yes,
they got their
one.
2-0 against Wawitas.
Yeah, was it? Yeah.
Whoa, how do you pronounce the second word, Owen?
It's Saga says, isn't it? I think it's Wawitas Saga says.
Okay, Wawitas Saga says. It was a 2-0 against the South Americans, but then it was a split series, as Wawitas Saga says got the split against a Bet Boom team. And for Group B, we had Tundra getting a 2-0 against G2IG, and then another 2-0 against 9 Pandas. The rise of North American Dota, although I'm not 100% sure if they are going to remain a North American team, because Moon maybe cheekily or intentionally said returning to Western European Dota.
Oh.
And I mean, like, the players are from all over the place. Tundra's a European organization.
You need better scrims.
Yeah, but also a much more difficult region to qualify out of.
Yeah, but you have to grow as a team. Like, if you're getting the spot, but the team is not improving at a rate that's satisfying for the coach or for the whole roster, then you're just getting a slot.
So you're saying you want championships?
Yes.
You don't want to just make it.
When you think all of these players are gonna, or any of these players are gonna just try to play 12 hours a day and not want to win.
Yeah, you're right. I guess that's a fair point.
Thank you so much, Neil.
I like to coast, however. As long as I just show up, the job's been done, which is why I'm showing up tomorrow to watch these games right here. We are starting things off with Blacklist International taking on Game & Gladiators, followed by Blacklist fighting Team Secret. That's Group A, and then Group B on the mainstream is going to be another G2IG doubleheader. We're starting off with them facing off against Team Liquid, and then facing off against Falcons. That is a rough day. Who do you got? Owen?
What, for all of these results?
Let's start off with the Group A. The Blacklist Gaming and Blacklist Secret.
I think Blacklist Gaming is going to go 1-1.
Okay.
I think Gaming were a bit shaky today. They'll obviously dropped a game to Secret. I think they might drop one to Game List, to Blacklist. And what was the second one?
Blacklist
versus Secret. I think it's, yes, Secret won today, but I think Blacklist could come in and get a 2-0 against Secret on that one.
Okay.
I think Blacklist has got a lot of potential. And Secret, as I said, whilst they did get that impressive win against Gaming, I got to see more from them to be convinced that they're kind of at full power already.
Fair enough. I should have done it the other way around. Winter, I should have made you give me the Blacklist predictions. Do you agree with Owen's predictions?
Yes, Blacklist is definitely going to do it. 4-0,
Really?
baby.
Really?
Moshi Boss going to get the boys prepared for tomorrow. It's going to be a killing. It's going to be 4-0. No mercy.
Wow. I heard the conviction in your voice. You believed every single second of that. And I was convinced as well, but I'm going to have to tune in tomorrow just to prove that he was correct. And I hope you do as well, because that's it for day number 1 here at ESL 1 Kuala Lumpur 2023. We'll see you again tomorrow for more group stage action. And for close things out, here are some monster moments.
Double edge that hits all of them. Who said Centaur can't make plays? Okay, there goes Sage's beautiful stop though on the 3 from here with a snowball over the 3 as well. That's beautiful stuff with a double edge onto these 2 heroes, but they got off the supernova. They realized their CC was going to be running out. GTK doesn't have attack speed to be able to finish off the egg either. They couldn't get a kill. Oh, what? Duraccio shot down by Nightfall right through the heart.
Chrysalis turns over towards Tofu. They put the snowball in, closing the gap over towards Tofu. Shards in. As Tofu will fall, another stack hit for Chrysalis and Jesso, maybe even more. Wins it with a TP, but the light trigger is going to be off the mount. Chrysalis turns over towards Duraccio, the Fate Bomb's there from everyone, and now they can turn over towards Quinn. He's caught, burst down by the stolen Laguna.
He's always going to go for the jump. Look, just look at this. You forced the BKB up. Here comes the cavalry. Black Hole was committed though. Knew he might have turned this one around. They're going to try for snaking on the IM, but no! Oh, snaking. He finally goes down. But what is it going to cost LGD? The Stampede forward. They're going to try and go for the fight, but the huge ensnares coming out with the Wrath of Nature from Baboka. Monet, he's got no fear. He just jumped in right in. They're going to try. He will back up a little bit. Nothing to say. Still tanking through it. Going for the Echo. Oh, nothing to say. He's still alive.
No way.
Oh my god. No.
That is just wrong.
No.
That is just... That's sickening.
I can't believe it. I can't. I'm literally...
So stick around. Yes, I yes, I so stick around. Yes, I